Chapter 1. The Game Blind Box System. Sigh. A long sigh floated in the empty shop, echoing slightly. Zhang Xing lay on the counter like a salted fish. His gaze was vacant as he boredly counted the 17th ant passing by outside the door. Behind him, rows of shelves were neatly lined with white eggs. They were uniformly sized and smooth on the surface, and apart from taking up space, they showed no special characteristics. Next to them was a small wooden hammer, seemingly meant for breaking open these treasures. It's been a whole month, not a single customer has come in, not even a rat. Zhang Xing turned over, resting the back of his head on his arm, staring at the ceiling. System, can't you be a bit more reliable? Can these things really be sold? You didn't wholesale them from some chicken farm, did you? The entity in his mind that called itself the Game Item Blind Box System remained unresponsive as usual. A month ago, Zhang Xing suddenly found himself transported from his rented apartment to this cultivation world called the Tai Su continent. Before he could figure out whether he was soul transmigrated or body transmigrated, he was forcibly bound to this system. The system boasted extravagantly, claiming that these eggs could yield game items from countless worlds. What 2.5-second resurrection armor? 5-second real man's damage boost. A sword that lets you not die with one hit and die later. That everything was supposedly available. Zhang Xing was initially fired up, especially when he learned that this world was caught in a righteous versus demonic war. Cultivators were going crazy trying to enhance their strength, making it the perfect time to sell items. He immediately displayed the spirit expected of a transmigrator and rented this shop belonging to the system. He hastily wrote a sign that read, "Everything available," in an awkward calligraphy style. As a result, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face, along with a month of emptiness. Is it because my sign isn't eye-catching enough? Zhang Xing rolled over, looking up at the weathered wooden plaque at the door, which bore the 3 bold characters he thought were flamboyant. Everything available. At first, he thought the name was down-to-earth and meaningful, but now it seemed. Perhaps it truly meant nothing available. Just as Zhang Xing pondered whether to change the name to something more in line with core values like Overnight Riches Pavilion or Arrival of the Lucky Emperor, the light at the door suddenly dimmed, and a slender figure walked in. It was a woman. A living one. Zhang Xing sat up straight in shock, his eyes wide, nearly popping out of his sockets. The newcomer wore a simple and elegant blue dress, exuding a cool temperament, beautiful to the point of being unreal. Li Qingqing stepped into the shop, her footsteps pausing almost imperceptibly. Her gaze swept across the store, which was empty, simple, and could even be described as bare. Apart from a young owner behind the counter, whose eyes sparkled and whose expression management was somewhat lacking, and the neatly arranged white egg-shaped objects behind him, there was truly nothing else. The walls were bare, the floor rough. This was quite a contrast to the mysterious little shop she had imagined might hide opportunities, or at least a normal shop filled with products. Had she been deceived by the overly flamboyant sign outside? Li Qingqing calmly took a half-step back, raising her head to confirm the sign above the door. Yes, it said everything available. The handwriting indeed had some thought behind it. She walked back into the store, her gaze first landing on those eggs. Then she turned to the owner, who was trying to squeeze out "I'm very professional" smile. "Boss." Li Qingqing's voice was as calm and light as her demeanor, with little fluctuation. "Do you really have everything here?" "Of course." Zhang Xing patted his chest, nearly knocking the wind out of himself, quickly switching to sales mode. "Fairy, let me tell you, this shop, as the name suggests, is all-encompassing. Elixirs, cultivation methods, magical artifacts, talismans, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, peerless divine weapons. Even unimaginable rare treasures could come from these." He pointed at the egg blind boxes behind him, speaking passionately. "See? These aren't ordinary eggs, they're called surprise blind boxes. Each one hides an opportunity to change your fate. As long as you have good luck, getting a divine artifact capable of unifying the world is not a dream." Li Qingqing listened quietly, her long eyelashes drooping slightly, hiding the fleeting emotions in her eyes. "How much are these eggs?" She finally asked the key question. "Here it comes." Zhang Xing's heart raced with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and cleared his throat. Success or failure hinged on this. Setting the price too high might scare her away, while too low would be disrespectful to the system even if it didn't speak up. Fairy, you are the first esteemed guest since our shop opened a month ago. What a fate. Zhang Xing tried to appear sincere. That being said, these blind boxes originally cost 10,000 top-grade spirit stones each. But since you're here today, I'll give you a discount. Only 5,000. Just 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. He held up 5 fingers, gesturing 0.5000 top-grade spirit stones. You won't suffer a loss or be deceived, but you could gain an opportunity to change your fate. Take a chance. A bicycle could become a motorcycle. Oh no, a horse car could become a divine ship. 5,000. Top-grade spirit stones? Li Qingqing seemed to confirm she hadn't misheard. Even as a direct disciple of the Qingshu Sword Sect, 5,000 top-grade spirit stones was no small sum, enough to buy quite a few high-quality cultivation resources. To spend it on something unknown, Zhang Xing observed the subtle changes in her expression, his heart rising again. Is it too expensive? Or does she think it's not worth it? No, he couldn't let his first customer slip away. Fairy, I know 5,000 top-grade spirit stones is a significant amount. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth, feeling pained. How about this? To show my sincerity and to celebrate our historic first transaction. If you're not satisfied with what you open and feel like you lost out, I'll refund you half. 2,500 top-grade spirit stones, refunded on the spot. Making a loss to gain a shout, just to build some reputation for the shop? Zhang Xing's heart bled, but his face was all smiles. This should be good, right? A sure profit deal. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing once again seriously scrutinized Zhang Xing. The owner before her was inscrutable in cultivation level, and his behavior exuded an indescribable liveliness and oddity. But this half refund, if not satisfied promise, didn't seem like the act of a pure fraud. After a moment of silence, she gently nodded. Okay, I'll buy one. Great. Zhang Xing's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled back in his stomach. Almost bringing him to tears of joy, he quickly stepped aside, eagerly pointing to the shelves behind him. Fairy, please. Choose any one based on your intuition. Each one is filled with unknown surprises. Li Qingqing's gaze slowly swept over the row of immaculate white eggs. They stood on a simple wooden rack, identical in size, color, and texture, at least visually. There were no spiritual fluctuations or any rune markings. Ordinary enough to look like real eggs. Choose. She softly repeated with a hint of inquiry. With so many identical items, how was one supposed to choose? By feeling? Cultivator's intuition could indeed be quite accurate at times. Or was there some hidden mystery? A test she hadn't perceived? She was not an impulsive person. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, even with a refund guarantee, warranted caution. But for some reason, this boisterous owner and his shop named everything available, but offering nothing available stirred a long-dormant curiosity within her, especially during this tumultuous period of the righteous and demonic war, where everyone is on edge, seeking every possible means to enhance their strength. She had already browsed several shops, but hadn't found what she wanted. Zhang Xing watched as Li Qingqing extended her delicate fingers, slowly moving in front of those blind boxes, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his throat. It's coming. The moment to witness a miracle. The first pot of gold for this store. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was already bursting with excitement. Pick a good one. Pick a good one, Fairy. Please don't let it be thank you for your patronage. Please don't let it be the lid of come again. Whether I can turn my fate around depends entirely on your finger. Lao Tong. Lao Tong. If you hear me, please respond. Quickly do something in the back end. Can I get a newbie gift pack? Unfortunately, the aloof Lao Tong remained silent, as if he had crashed. Li Qingqing's finger stopped at the leftmost blind box, right next to the counter. That spot, Zhang Xing's mouth twitched. That was the place where his gaze often lingered while he dazedly leaned on the counter. It felt like his grievances and saliva, which didn't exist, had almost soaked it into a patina. Just this one? Zhang Xing instinctively asked. Li Qingqing retracted her hand, nodded slightly, her voice still cold. Chapter 2 Wow. Golden Legend. Open it. Zhang Xing's voice had a barely noticeable tremor. He pointed to the small wooden hammer on the counter, trying hard to make his expression look like a professional merchant, not a hapless guy about to go bankrupt. Take that little hammer, hit the blind box, and just smash it twice. Don't worry, it's a family heirloom technique, guaranteed not to harm the treasures inside. Li Qingqing's gaze fell on the hammer. The hammer was small and had clear wooden grain, polished to a smooth shine. It was clearly often held in hand, used. She extended her fair fingers and picked it up. It felt slightly heavy, with a nice texture. Zhang Xing's heart instantly jumped into his throat. His eyes widened like saucers, staring unblinkingly at Li Qingqing's actions and that white blind box. He instinctively held his breath, his body slightly leaning forward. Success or failure all depended on this. A good start. It must be a good start. He chanted silently in his heart, almost grinding his back teeth. Lao Tong, you are my only hope. Give me some strength. Don't really give me a thank you for your patronage. I'm begging you. Li Qingqing glanced at Zhang Xing out of the corner of her eye. This guy looked more nervous than she was. One might think it was him who was about to open the blind box. This egg was clearly bought with 5,000 top-grade spirit stones by her. Why was he so excited? Could it be there was something fishy about this blind box? A hint of doubt flashed through her mind, but her hands didn't pause in the slightest. She tightened her grip on the hammer, raising her wrist. Without any hesitation, her movements were clean and decisive. She swung the hammer down at the round, white blind box. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering suddenly rang out. The white shell shattered, revealing the item wrapped inside. At the moment the shards flew. Boom! An extremely dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the center of the broken blind box, like an asteroid explosion. In an instant, it dispelled all shadows in the shop, dyeing everything in a golden hue. Zhang Xing's eyes were nearly blinded by the sudden bright light. Ah! He let out a strange cry, instinctively raising his arm to shield his eyes. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a chicken. Holy crap! Wow! A golden legend? Gold light. It's actually gold light. His heart surged with waves of excitement. Hockey Tong, I knew you wouldn't let me lose. A golden legend appeared. Is it a divine weapon? A celestial artifact? Or some unparalleled technique? 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. A blood prophet. The golden light lasted for a few breaths before gradually receding, revealing the item inside the shattered blind box. It was a sword. On the counter, where the blind box once was, lay a short sword. The blade was entirely black but faintly shimmered with a metallic luster. From the tip of the sword to the edge, the color transitioned from gold to an eerie red. In the center of the blade, near the hilt, there was even an eye embedded. It exuded an indescribable eerie aura that made one feel a chill just by looking at it. Li Qingqing's gaze instantly fixed on a short sword, a hint of unusual color flashing in her cold eyes. She felt a sharp and icy strange power radiating from the sword, with a pure and chilling sense of destruction. Curse blade? Zhang Xing's voice suddenly rang out. With a hint of uncertainty, a trace of shock, and a hint of fear, he widened his eyes, his eyeballs nearly popping out. He stared intently at that black short sword. His mind was instantly flooded with information forcibly fed by the system, pouring down like a waterfall. Curse blade, from a game Dead Cells. A special rule-type weapon, optimized and modified for the cultivation world to better suit your selling needs. Effect: holding. This blade to strike a target ignores any defenses and guarantees a kill. Cost: holding this blade, if struck by any form of attack, ignores any defenses and will also be killed instantly. Friendly reminder: be cautious when courting death. Cherish your life. Oh my goodness! A good start directly brought out a bomb. And it has a self-destruct feature. Zhang Xing felt as if his little heart was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, stopping for a beat. This thing is incredibly powerful, but the side effects are too troublesome. It's practically buy one, get one free. Buy a weapon that kills instantly, and get a free death package. This first business deal, want to blow up in my hands? 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. And I have to return half. He secretly glanced at Li Qingqing, only to see that her expression remained cold. However, her brows seemed to be knitted tighter than before. Li Qingqing didn't immediately reach for the sword. She turned her head. Boss. Li Qingqing's voice remained cold. What kind of weapon is the cursed blade? With her gaze, Zhang Xing instantly snapped back to reality. He quickly cleared his throat twice, trying to cover up his earlier disarray. He made an effort to present himself as knowledgeable and reliable. Ahem, this fairy, your insight is truly remarkable, with eyes like torches in short. Your luck is simply against the heavens. He started with a flurry of compliments, trying to create a festive atmosphere of congratulations on winning the jackpot to cover up his inner turmoil. This sword is called the Cursed Blade, an extraordinary item in the world, a rare treasure, unmatched throughout history. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, speaking mysteriously as if selling some unparalleled secret. Its power lies in its embodiment of a force of heavenly rules, transcending all powers, unfathomable and elusive that in simple terms. Once this blade is summoned, don't even mention mere nascent soul-old monsters, even those who have transformed into gods, crossed tribulations as true immortals, or even the legendary celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, as long as they are lightly scratched by this cursed blade. He extended his finger, gesturing in the air, his tone exaggerated to the extreme. Regardless of any protective divine light, celestial treasures, or invincible golden bodies, all are useless. Instantly dead, soul scattering, directly sent away. Absolutely no dragging of feet. Zhang Xing spoke with spittle flying, weaving an extravagant tale. It was as if this cursed blade was a treasured heirloom of his family, and as if he had personally used it to cut down immortals. Li Qingqing's eyes flickered, and deep within her cold gaze, it seemed that a light was shining, clearly astonished by this description that could be deemed extraordinary. Chapter 3: The Rules of the Cursed Blade. Ignoring defense. Guaranteed to kill? This is simply a divine weapon, a true divine weapon. However, Zhang Xing quickly changed his tone. Fairy, you may not know that although this cursed blade is incredibly powerful and unparalleled, it also has a fatal flaw, or rather, a price. The holder of this sword will also be subject to the backlash and constraints of this rule's power. It's like signing a contract with the devil. While you gain immense power, you also have to pay a corresponding price. In other words, the moment you pick up this cursed blade, you can indeed kill any enemy with a single strike. But it also means that you become a living target, a paper figure, a human-shaped self-destructing bomb. If you are hit by an enemy, even the most trivial attack, like being bitten by a mosquito blown by the wind, or having dust get in your eyes. He paused. The result is the same. Instant death, ascending to heaven on the spot, soul annihilated. There's no room for rescue, not even a chance to reincarnate. He shrugged, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than crying. So, this cursed blade is truly high risk, high reward. Used well, it's a lethal weapon, a sword that seals the gods. Used poorly. Cough, cough. Then it's mutual destruction. A buy one get one free divine artifact. Exciting. Absolutely exciting. It completely aligns with our motto of having everything. Honest and genuine. The shop fell silent for a moment. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhang Xing had just been passionately explaining, but now it was just him and Li Qingqing staring at each other in silence, wide-eyed. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for a one-for-one mutual destruction item? This is probably not a divine weapon, but a hot potato, one that could explode at any moment. Zhang Xing's heart sank little by little, feeling cold. He had already started to calculate in his mind how to bring up the request to refund half the spirit stones, trying to seem both sincere and not lose face. He was even prepared for the other party to fly into a rage, sweep away the merchandise, and maybe even smash his little shop. After all, who would spend 5,000 top-grade spirit stones on something that could potentially cause their own demise? Unless they're not thinking straight. However, Li Qingqing's gaze remained fixed on the cursed blade, as if she were hesitating. Zhang Xing didn't dare to breathe, shrinking his neck like a quail. He nervously observed her reaction, fearing that one wrong word would scare away this soul customer. Just when Zhang Xing's internal monologue had spiraled into thoughts of losing all his capital, closing up shop, and starving on the streets, Li Qingqing finally looked up, her gaze calm as she directed it toward him. Her voice remained soft, directly addressing the core of the issue. "And if I put this sword in a storage ring," she paused, "would I also be killed instantly? For a cultivator at the golden core stage like her, being blinded by dust or bitten by a mosquito was practically impossible." Huh? Zhang Xing was instantly stunned, his mind buzzing. A storage ring? Of course. A storage ring. How did he not think of that? This question was like a soul-searching inquiry, a revelation that awoke him from his dream. It directly related to whether this cursed blade was worthless scrap metal or a priceless divine weapon. For the first time, Zhang Xing felt that this ice-cold beauty not only had an ethereal aura, but also a mind that was unusually quick, almost rivaling his own as a time traveler. This question was too crucial. He immediately called out to the system in his mind. Prison system. Hockey system. Dear prison system. My good prison system. Please answer me. Does putting in a storage ring count as holding? Will it trigger that annoying instant kill rule? This was the key to whether he could open for business, eat, marry, pass on his lineage, and bring glory to his family. The cold system voice finally responded, albeit slowly. As long as it is carried, the rules will be triggered. Carry it. Zhang Xing felt darkness cloud his vision, as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking, along with the phantom sound of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones clattering into the water. It's over, it's over. Opening for business is the peak, and the peak is bankruptcy. This fairy looks like a tough nut to crack. She might just tear down his little shop. Refund half the spirit stones? He might end up having to give away his underwear. He had already started to contemplate whether bowing down to apologize would be more sincere, or if playing dead would be a better way to save himself. Just as Zhang Xing felt utterly despairing, the emotionless voice of the system added a few more sentences. However, it's not as outrageous as you said. The attack must contain intent to attack to trigger the rule. Conversely, when holding the sword, one must also have the intent to attack for the rule to be triggered. Huh? Zhang Xing suddenly looked up, his brain short-circuiting for half a second before kicking into high gear. Intent to attack? So, if it's just a casual brush against someone, or if someone accidentally bumps into you, it won't trigger the instant kill? When attacking, one must genuinely want to kill the opponent. This is simply a chance to turn things around. This is not just a piece of scrap metal for mutual destruction. It's clearly a weapon exclusive to experts. As long as one's moves are skillful, positioning is flashy, and awareness is strong, doesn't that mean it's the epitome of invincibility? Zhang Xing's mood instantly soared from hell to heaven, so excited that he nearly jumped up on the spot. He looked at Li Qingqing, his gaze becoming fervent again. Ahem. Zhang Xing cleared his throat, suppressing the joy in his heart. He tried to speak in a tone that was steady yet somewhat casual. Fairy, your question is excellent. Very insightful. Regarding this matter, it's like this. The rules of this cursed blade are not so, reckless. It is quite intelligent. Zhang Xing carefully chose his words, trying to make this fatal flaw sound like a merit. It can accurately identify intent to attack. In other words, only when you or the enemy clearly intend to attack does this instant kill rule become effective. He leaned in a bit, lowering his voice as if sharing a top-secret piece of information. If it's just an accidental touch, like bumping into someone while walking, or being hit by a falling stone, it won't trigger the rule. It's very safe. Similarly, when you use it to attack, you must have the thought of, I want to take him down. If you only intend to scare someone or accidentally swing the sword at flowers and plants, it behaves just like an ordinary sword. Zhang Xing spread his hands, his smile radiant. So you see, this cursed blade not only has immense power, but also tests the user's character and skill. It's not just a mindless killing device, but a true divine weapon tailored for experts. Putting it in a storage ring? Of course, that has no problem. As long as you don't actively take it out to attack or clearly sense deadly intent, it will stay quietly in there. He looked at Li Qingqing, his gaze sincere. So how about it, fairy? Don't you think this 5,000 top-grade spirit stones is a bargain? Li Qingqing quietly listened, her gaze once again falling back on the black short sword. Chapter 4. Hockey, you rascal. Attack intentions. Interesting, she said softly, her tone revealing no joy or anger. The little man in Zhang Xing's heart had already started setting off fireworks. I understood. She understood. She wasn't scared away. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. It's settled. I must have a bigger meal tonight. Add 2 eggs. He forced a calm expression on his face, even puffing out his non-existent chest, of course. Such a divine weapon is not an ordinary item. Only those with a firm mind and superb skills can wield it. The fairy is clearly a dragon among humans, and this sword is a perfect match. Li Qingqing was unmoved by this flattery. Boss, I want this cursed blade. Great. Zhang Xing almost shouted deal, but he managed to suppress it into a cough. The fairy is straightforward. Li Qingqing raised her eyelids, 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope it lives up to its value and matches the effects you mentioned exactly. The bland tone made Zhang Xing's back feel slightly cold. He chuckled awkwardly and patted his chest. That is a must. Our shop's products are guaranteed to be, exceptional. Fake 1 and compensate 10. That seems unfeasible. In any case, the effects are guaranteed. Whoever uses it will know. Li Qingqing said no more and elegantly flipped her hand. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and a delicate storage bag appeared on the counter. Zhang Xing probed his consciousness in. Precisely 5,000 top-grade spirit stones were there. I'm rich. Really rich. Li Qingqing then reached out, touching the cursed blade that lay quietly. Her fingertip paused for a brief moment before she firmly grasped the hilt. That chilling, eerie, unsettling aura instantly wrapped around her, but Li Qingqing's expression didn't change at all. With a flick of her wrist, the cursed blade disappeared, stored in her magical item. After doing all this, she turned and left decisively and neatly. At the door, she paused slightly, her back to Zhang Xing, her voice as light as a sigh. Master S. Sword was interrupted by a demon cultivator on the battlefield. The front line needs a weapon that can settle matters with one blow. After her words fell, she disappeared outside, leaving that sentence softly echoing in the empty shop. Zhang Xing stood dazed, tightly clutching the money bag in his hand. It took him a while to digest the enormous amount of information from his first deal. Wow. A great start. Sold a super weapon with a mutual destruction clause in a flash. And it's for the frontline big shots? His expression changed unpredictably. From shock to worry. Finally, it settled into an incredibly bright, even somewhat excited smile. Exciting. So damn exciting. He slapped his money bag hard, producing a pleasant sound. This business is definitely promising. Hockey, did you hear? We're open for business. We must have a bigger meal tonight. Add 2 eggs. After sending Li Qingqing off, Zhang Xing weighed the heavy storage bag in his hand, and the corners of his mouth never closed. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Genuine 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. He could almost hear the crisp sounds of the spirit stones clinking inside. It was celestial music, a heavenly sound. I'm rich, I'm rich. Zhang Xing hugged the storage bag like a proud father holding his newborn baby, spinning around twice in place, nearly getting dizzy. A grand opening. The first order was so explosive. This everything available little shop, I think it's going to work. After the excitement, he calmed down, looking at the empty shop, stroking his chin. I have the money, but this void realm is not a peaceful rental property. Outside, battles are raging, and with my mortal body carrying this huge sum, it's no different than a 3-year-old child carrying gold bricks through a bustling market. No, safety first. Zhang Xing's gaze firmed. Having money without a life to spend it is pointless. He took a deep breath and shouted into the air, Hockey, did you hear me? Stop sleeping, get to work. His mind was still in dead silence. Hey, you broken system. You were more eager than anyone to collect money, and now you're playing dead? Zhang Xing knocked on his head impatiently. Hurry up. Use the spirit stones to boost my strength. Use as much as you can. Fill me up. He didn't want to experience that feeling of being powerless again, especially in this world where one can easily be killed. Just as he finished speaking, the storage bag in his hand disappeared with a swoosh, as if it had never existed. Immediately, an indescribable warmth surged from his dantian, sweeping through his entire body. Zhang Xing felt light as a feather, as if some shackles within him had been broken. With a crisp sound, the barrier between mortals and cultivators shattered. Power! An unprecedented sense of power filled his body. He could even clearly see the thin spiritual energy floating in the air, and his 5 senses became incredibly sharp. Oh wow! Taking off! Zhang Xing excitedly waved his fist, feeling like he could punch a cow to death. Well, maybe a chicken? Just then the cold, emotionless electronic voice of Hockey echoed in his mind. Ding consumed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Host strength has been raised to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Next realm, Foundation establishment required spirit stones, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xing's smile froze instantly. He dug into his ears, doubting if he heard wrong. How much? 1,000. He let out a cry, his voice cracking. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. and you only raised me to the 9th layer of chi refining? 9th layer. It sounds like a lot, but it's still chi refining. Hey. Hockey. You rascal. Did you profit from middleman? Did you give me a kickback? Zhang Xing was so angry he jumped up. 1,000 to reach foundation establishment? With the 5,000 I just received, deducting 1,000 leaves me with 4,000. Not even enough for the change to foundation establishment. He felt the majestic 9th layer chi refining power within him and wanted to cry without tears. With his strength, wouldn't I be sending my head out? If a foundation establishment big shot blew a breath, ID just fall apart on the spot. Want to fight a cow? I'm afraid I can't even withstand a finger from that icy fairy earlier. Zhang Xing instantly wilted. The excitement from before vanished without a trace. Forget it. He waved his hand, looking utterly disillusioned. Survival is more important. Fortunately, with you, Hockey, this shop is an absolute safe zone. He patted the counter. As if finding his only support, outside they can fight to the death. What is it to me? I'll just stay in the shop and sell my surprise blind boxes, earn enough millions or tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, and then directly level up to the Great Ascension stage before going out to have fun. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing's mood improved a bit. Looking at the empty shelves, a gleam of cunning business sense reignited in his eyes. Who will the next customer be? Chapter 5 Situation on the other side. Li Qingqing rode her sword swiftly. However, her mind was far from the calm expression she wore. In her storage treasure, the blade, known as the Cursed Blade, lay quietly. Her destination for this journey was Qingyang Town, once famous for its beautiful mountains and rivers and renowned for refining Qingyang pills. The Qingyang sect had long since ceased to exist. Now, Qingyang Town's city walls were mottled, with traces of blades and scorched marks from spells visible everywhere. Here, it had become one of the frontline fortresses defending against the coalition of the demonic and beast clans. The situation on the Tai Su continent was even more dire than imagined. The demonic and beast clans had somehow formed an alliance, launching an overwhelming offensive. Over the years, the righteous forces had retreated continuously, with 90% of their territories fallen. Now, only the southern giant city of Lingdu and a few strategic locations surrounding it were still barely holding on. Countless sects had been annihilated, and cultivators had fallen like rain. Although the Qingshu sword sect was strong, it too had suffered heavy losses. Even her master's life-bound flying sword had been shattered by a demonic lord in a recent bloody battle. Senior Sister Li, you're finally back. Just as she landed her flying sword at the fortress entrance, a young girl dressed in the same blue robe, with a hint of childishness and urgency on her face, quickly approached. It was her junior sister, Linwan. Li Qingqing nodded slightly. Her gaze swept over the hurried and weary-looking cultivators within the fortress, and her brows involuntarily furrowed. Senior sister, did you gain anything from your trip? Over at Lingdu Sai, what good things can there be now? Linwan's face bore an age-inappropriate worry. 2 nights ago, the western defense line was breached again, although we managed to push them back. Elder Yu he was injured at the source. I'm afraid Li Qingqing's heart sank. Elder Yu Hangzi was an elder of the sect, with late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Yet he was gravely injured. The intensity of the battle could be seen from this. I found some things. Li Qingqing's response was succinct, without elaboration. She recalled a strange shop named Anything Goes. The exaggerated, spittle-flying owner and that blade the cost was staggering. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for a double-edged sword. It was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. But as she had said when she left, the front line desperately needed a weapon that could make a decisive impact, even if the price was mutual destruction. Seeing her senior sister unwilling to discuss further, Linwan wisely refrained from pressing, merely letting out a sigh. Our Qingyang town absolutely cannot have any more incidents. Li Qingqing raised her hand and gently patted her junior sister's shoulder. We will hold the line. Her tone remained calm. If this sword is truly as the owner said, let us go meet the elders and report the situation. Li Qingqing took the lead, walking towards the makeshift conference hall deep within the fortress. Linwan hurriedly followed, whispering as they walked, Senior sister, you don't know? Yesterday Brother Zhao and his team went to harass the demonic supply convoy and almost didn't team make it back. If it weren't for Uncle Chun fighting to hold them off, her voice trailed off, her eyes reddening slightly. Li Qingqing paused for a moment, glancing at her, saying nothing, but her gaze turned colder. The cruelty of war far exceeded any imagination. Behind every name could be a final farewell. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. Several pale-faced golden core and nascent soul elders were gathered around a large sand table, intensely discussing something. Upon seeing Li Qingqing enter, an elder with white hair raised his head, a flicker of barely noticeable relief flashing in his eyes. Qingqing is back. Elder Tianji's voice was hoarse. Did you gain anything from this journey? Li Qingqing stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, elders. The market in Lingdu is desolate, and I did not find materials to repair the Master S sword, nor any suitable replacement weapon. Upon hearing this, the faces of several elders could not hide their disappointment. The Master S sword was not only a powerful treasure, but also a banner of the Qingshu sword sect. Its breakage dealt a heavy blow to morale. However, Li Qingqing shifted her tone, scanning the crowd. The disciple happened to obtain a peculiar item. She didn't immediately take out the curse blade, merely stating it calmly. Oh, what peculiar item? The white-haired elder perked up. Li Qingqing pondered for a moment, about to elaborate, when suddenly a series of urgent horn blasts echoed from outside, accompanied by intense fluctuations of spiritual power and cries of battle. Not good. The demons are attacking again. A disciple responsible for the lookout rushed in, his face pale. This time it seems there's a demon general leading the charge. Everyone's expression in the conference hall changed drastically. A demon general? Which one? An elder with a fiery temper stood up abruptly, hand pressed on the sword hilt. From the flags, it seems to be the Black Shaman Demon General. The messenger disciple's voice trembled, clearly frightened. Black Shaman. Elder Tianji's face darkened. This was a formidable opponent, mid-nascent soul, with extremely ruthless methods. Master, I request a fight. Li Qingqing stepped forward, her voice unusually firm. Nonsense. Elder Tianji scolded without thinking. The Black Shaman Demon General is personally here. It's extremely dangerous. What can a golden core cultivator like you do? Stay put. Another elder quickly advised. Yes, Qingqing, you are the future of our sect, a pillar of support. This is a life and death situation. What if, oh dear, my heart is in my throat? Li Qingqing slightly turned her body, bowing to the elders. I appreciate the elders' kindness, which I will remember. But on the battlefield, can it distinguish between front and back? Every disciple of the Qingshu sword sect is a sword defending our land, and I am no exception. Her tone remained flat, yet carried an undeniable strength, her gaze locking onto Elder Tianji without the slightest retreat. Elder Tianji looked at his most gifted disciple. 10 years of golden core cultivation. How astonishingly talented. She should be focusing on her cultivation in the sect, striving for higher realms. Yet now she had to risk her life in this meat grinder of war. He felt a mix of pride and immense reluctance and worry. He remembered the peculiar item Li Qingqing had mentioned earlier. Could she really have some reliance? He sighed heavily, his voice filled with helplessness and fatigue. Fine, fine. You can go, but you must promise me to only defend from the city walls, using your flying sword to support. You're not allowed to leave the walls. Do you understand? He emphasized, practically gritting his teeth as he said, this Black Shaman Demon General is not to be underestimated. If you dare to act recklessly and rush down, just wait and see how I can find you when I return. Li Qingqing lowered her eyelids, concealing the fleeting glint in her eyes, and calmly replied, Disciple obeys. Elder Tianji watched her turn and leave, unable to help but call out again. Qingqing. Li Qingqing's footsteps paused, but did not turn back. You are the hope for our sect as future. Elder Tianji's voice was low, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. You must take care. Master, don't worry. A cold voice came from ahead, imbued with an inexplicable confidence. Li Qingqing's figure disappeared at the entrance of the conference hall. Elder Tianji rubbed his temples. This girl, truly becoming more and more stubborn. I hope she really has some assurance. He took a deep breath, slammed the table, and sternly commanded, Send the order. All disciples, form the defensive formation as planned. All elders, let us go to the city walls and confront that Black Shaman Demon General. Also, bring Chun Lu over. Chapter 6. Black Sha on the city wall. The cold wind swept through the bloody air, causing the tattered sect flags to flutter noisily. The elders of the Qingshu sword sect stood solemnly, along with Chun Lu, who had been specially summoned by Tian Jizi. They gazed with grave expressions at the dark clouds looming on the horizon. Chun Lu stood slightly behind the crowd, feeling sweat forming in his palms and his throat becoming dry. He quietly moved next to a familiar senior brother and lowered his voice. Senior brother? Is that really the Black Sha Demon General? Mid-stage nascent soul? The infamous monster who kills without blinking and uses human heads as night pots? The senior brother's complexion was not much better than Chen Li's, and he swallowed hard, nodding. No doubt about it, that eerie, foul demonic aura makes one want to vomit, even from a distance. There is no one else. It said that the nascent soul predecessors who died at his hands could not be counted even with both hands and feet. Hiss! Shen Lu inhaled sharply, feeling his legs turning weak and uncooperative. He silently wondered, Master, why did you call me here? To bolster courage? To make up the numbers? Is my early golden core body enough to fill a gap? Just then, a thick, impenetrable black cloud rolled in, bringing an oppressive pressure that made it hard to breathe. In the center of the black cloud, a tall figure slowly emerged, standing in midair, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, making it impossible to see his face. Only 2 points of scarlet light flickered in the darkness, resembling the eyes of a hungry ghost from hell. Yeah. A laughter came, sharp and grating like a dull knife scraping against bone. Is this the Qingyang town where your righteous path has been hiding for months? TSK. I thought it was some dragon's lair or tiger's den, making such a fuss, but it turns out to be this, a stench of poverty and mildew. The voice of Black Sha carried unabashed contempt, as if looking down on a group of shivering insects. The bunch of useless trash under my command can't even conquer such a shabby place. I have to come myself. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll refine them all into soul banners when I get back. He pointed a finger at the crowd on the city wall, his tone even more disdainful. Look at you bunch of oddities, old and young. Do you even deserve to block my path? Especially you. His gaze fell on Tian Jizi. Old man, look at your hair. It's all white, and your beard is nearly gone, with your blood and energy so depleted. Why don't you hurry home to hug your grandchildren and prepare your coffin, standing here waiting to die? Or do you want me to send you on your way? Give you a quick end? Tian Jizi's face turned ashen, his beard trembling with anger. He turned to scan his disciples behind him, stopping at Chun Lu. Shen Lu, Tian Jizi said gravely. Here. Chun Lu jumped slightly, almost leaping up. Just a moment ago he was weak-kneed, and now being called out sent a chill up his spine. Master, what are your orders? He asked carefully, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the distant black cloud, his heart pounding. He can't really want me to go, right? My little arms and legs probably can't withstand a single slap from the Demon General. You go. Tian Jizi said only 2 words, but his tone was exceptionally serious. Huh? Me? Chun Lu almost thought he misheard, pointing at his own nose, looking bewildered. Master, you must be mistaken. What do you want me to do? My cultivation is so low. Wouldn't I just be delivering food? Tian Jizi glared at him, saying irritably, Don't waste your breath. Among us, you're the least cultured. If you don't go and yell at him, do you expect me and a few elders with old arms and legs to compete with that demon for who can shout louder? Yell? Master, that's what I'm good at. His eyes lit up, and he straightened his back. However, Master just said he had no culture, but whatever. The senior brother who had just reminded him leaned in a bit closer. Chun Lu, we've made it through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Let's not lose face. Another disciple chimed in. Right, stay spirited. Let him know our Qingshu sword sect is not only sharp with swords, but also sharp with our tongues. Go for it. Junior brother, we're supporting you spiritually. With everyone boosting his confidence, Chun Lu suddenly felt a heavy responsibility. He cleared his throat, the sound loud enough to seem like he was about to sing, drawing the attention of the elders beside him. Ahem, striding with an air of confidence. He took a few steps toward the edge of the city wall, ensuring his voice could clearly reach the Black Sha Demon General's ears. Good, well done. The crowd behind him reacted, quietly cheering for him. The tense atmosphere was tinged with an inexplicable sense of humor and anticipation. Chunlu put his hands on his hips, chin slightly raised, facing the suffocating demonic aura, ready to begin his performance. Addressing the demon within the dark clouds, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Black Sha, I F you." His shout was powerful, instantly stunning the previously arrogant and laughing Black Sha demon general. Not only the demon, but even the people of Qingqiu Sword Sect on the city wall all turned to Chunlu, many with twitching lips. This kid, Chunlu didn't care about all that. Once he started cursing, there was no stopping him. He pointed at the Black Sha demon general, spitting words. "You, ML. Next door, a mere nascent soul dares to run to our Qingyang town to act wild? I F you. Who gave you the guts? I F you. Don't you even know where this is? I F you. This is our Qingqiu Sword Sects territory. I F you. With your pathetic, demonic skills. You dare to shout in front of us? I F you. Truly seeking death. I F you. You don't even need my master to step in. Just my Chunlu standing here today will ensure you crap yourself. I F you. If you don't believe it, come over and try. See how I beat you until you can't find your teeth, crying for your parents. I F you." The more Chunlu cursed, the more energized he became, with all kinds of foul language, vulgarities, and witty remarks flowing freely, one after another, leaving the Black Sha demon general dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. You. The Black Sha demon general pointed at Chunlu, seemingly not expecting this guy to be so uncultured. "What you? Look at your ugly face. Looking like Chunlu, just you. What do you think you're blowing your?" Chapter 7. Li Qingqing takes action. This scene not only left He Sha unable to bear it any longer, but even the members of the Qingqiu Sword Sect were somewhat stunned. The demonic aura surrounding the Black Sha demon general seemed to solidify for a moment. He had roamed the world for hundreds of years. What harsh words had he not heard? What vicious curses had he not endured? But damn it, he had never seen such a spectacle. The words that came out of this kid's mouth were fresher than the last, striking deep into the corners of the soul that had never been touched. This was simply art in cursing. On the city wall, the disciples of the Qingqiu Sword Sect looked at each other, their expressions completely out of control. It was unclear who was the first to break the silence with a soft laugh, like a lit fuse. "Wow, senior brother Chun. Terrifyingly so. This cursing is truly filthy. But why does it sound somewhat enjoyable to me? Shoo, lower your voice. Can't you see the elders are about to lose their composure?" But the demon seemed genuinely stunned by the cursing. Not just stunned. Look at his demonic aura. It's almost boiling. Senior brother Chun is firing off with his mouth. The senior brother who had reminded Chunlu earlier was now desperately covering his mouth with his sleeve, his shoulders trembling, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Even a few elders, who usually didn't smile, had their lips twitching and their gazes wandering. Tianjizi's eyelids were twitching violently. He had sent Chunlu to curse to suppress the enemy's spirit, but he never expected such a saturated verbal assault. This kid usually seemed nothing special except for being a bit mouthy. How come when it comes to the cursing segment, his combat power skyrockets? He even comes with ignore defense, real damage, plus a mental pollution effect? An elder cleared his throat twice, attempting to salvage some seriousness. Ahem. Chunlu here has, well, not disgraced his mission. Another elder stroked his beard, forcing calmness. His words are sharp, hitting the nail on the head, which is also a form of military strategy. Only they knew how many alpacas were galloping through their minds. Seeing that the opponent had not reacted for a long time, Chunlu thought his firepower was not strong enough. He immediately got fired up, cleared his throat, and prepared to deliver another round. Enough! A roar like thunder finally erupted from the Black Sha demon general, who could no longer endure it. The demonic aura around him exploded, forming a terrifying wave of energy sweeping toward the city wall. "I will turn you into pieces. Turn your bones to ashes." Tianjizi's expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward, waving his large sleeve. A barrier of clear light appeared in front of the city wall, firmly blocking the wave of demonic energy. "Humph, demon, are you angry now?" Tianjizi snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a sword. "Want to make a move? The Qingqiu Sword Sect will accompany you to the end." With his hair and beard standing on end, Tianjizi shouted, his voice resonating like a great bell. intimidating the entire scene. Chunlu shrank his neck, thinking, no way, this demon really got angry because of my cursing? I just wanted to vent my mouth. Please don't really come at me. The black-shot demon general laughed wildly, his scarlet gaze sweeping over the city wall, eventually fixing on Chunlu. Attack! With a command. The sound echoed like thunder. In an instant, the dark mass of demonic clouds in the sky pressed down on Qingyan. Boom! 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 The muffled sound of war drums made hearts tremble. Meanwhile, the black-shot demon general himself, with his rolling demonic aura, charged towards the city wall, closing in within dozens of feet in the blink of an eye. On the city wall, the disciples of the Qing Su sword sect were thrown into chaos. The demon spawn is coming. Form up. Prepare for battle. Nervous shouts rang out as disciples drew their magical tools, their spiritual powers surging, ready for the impending battle. However, amidst this murderous atmosphere, a few discordant voices still mixed in. Hey Sha, IFCKU. Hey Sha, you mother of Kerr, come at me, Chun Grandpa. Without a doubt, these warm greetings came from Chun Li's mouth. This guy, though shouting fiercely, was honestly hiding behind the crowd, peeking out and continuing to unleash his verbal fire. The black-shot demon general clearly heard Chun Li's insults and was nearly driven to spit blood in fury. As a dignified demon general, how had he ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, being mocked by a mere Golden Core Jr. You little brat, I will definitely extract your soul and refine your essence, making you unable to live or die. The black-shot demon general roared again and sped up, charging straight at the city wall. Oh, he's really coming for me? Seeing this, Chunlu perked up, not only unafraid but even more excited, shouting, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Today I'm just standing here. Let's see what you can do to me, demon. While shouting, he fumbled in his storage bag for a talisman, stuffing it into his clothes. Then he pulled out a small shield, holding it tightly in front of himself. With a stance that screamed, I'm just standing here for you to hit me. Let's see what you can do. He looked like a sycophant relying on someone else's power. The surrounding disciples of the Qing Su sword sect, initially tense, couldn't help but chuckle at Chun Li's appearance. Senior Brother Chen's mouth is really amazing. Yeah, I can see that demon is about to explode with anger. Haha. Senior Brother Chun is mighty. Though they joked, the disciples of the Qing Su sword sect did not slack off in the slightest, each fulfilling their duties, preparing for the imminent fierce battle. Tianjizi, watching the black-shot demon general charge like a madman, became serious. This demon seemed genuinely enraged by Chunlu. Well, let him try the blade of the Qing Su sword sect. Everyone, prepare for battle. With a command from Tianjizi, spiritual power erupted instantly, and he waved his dust brush. Countless sword energies shot up towards the black-shot demon general. The black-shot demon general, wrapped in overwhelming demonic energy, drew closer to the city wall, just as he grinned wickedly, ready to give this group of ant-like human cultivators a desperate demonstration of power. A ghostly light suddenly illuminated from the top of the city wall. It was a sword, pitch black and bizarrely shaped, flying straight towards the black-shot demon general. Huh! The black-shot demon general's arrogant laughter came to an abrupt halt, his scarlet eyes locking onto the flying black sword. A fluctuation of golden core level spiritual power? The black-shot demon general raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this all the Qing Su sword sect can do? Sending a golden core brat to die? He didn't even bother to dodge, considering a mere golden core attack in front of his mid-nascent soul demon general, akin to a mere tickle. Good, I'll use you, this ignorant brat, as my flag. With a sinister laugh, the black-shot demon general's demonic energy surged. A layer of black light shield instantly appeared around his body, activating his protective artifact, preparing to withstand this seemingly weak attack. Then he charged up the city wall, ready to crush these detestable righteous path cultivators into dust. He had even begun to plot how to deal with that daring golden core kid who had provoked him with words once he broke through Qingyan, extracting the soul and refining the essence. That seemed too lenient. Why not turn him into a human puppet, suffering the torment of demonic fire for eternity? To relieve his hatred, the black-shot demon general let out a creepy laugh, watching as the black sword drew closer and closer. Swish! The ghostly light burst forth, like a shooting star cutting through the night sky, swift and cold. You little brat, you have quite the audacity. This will let you know what it means to. Before the words were finished, the black sword was already in front of me. Chapter 8. Instant kill. The black, evil demon general's smile froze on his face, and the contemptuous look in his eyes instantly solidified, replaced by an expression of disbelief and shock. He felt a chill at his neck. Immediately after, excruciating pain surged through his entire body like a volcanic eruption. What? What is this? The black evil demon general's voice was hoarse, filled with endless shock and fear. He desperately raised his hand, trying to grasp something, but only touched a warm, sticky liquid. Blood, demonic blood, gushed from his neck like a waterfall breaking through a dam. His vision began to sway violently, the world spinning around him. What did he see? He saw his own body, a headless body, still maintaining a forward charge. The demonic energy shield was intact. Not even a crack to be seen. But his head had soared high, rolling to Chen Li's feet. It turned a few circles and finally faced Chen Li. Those crimson eyes were still wide open, as if questioning, how is this possible? Chen Li was startled by the sudden appearance of the head. He instinctively took a few steps back, nearly sitting down on the ground. Damn, this is a real demon head, he exclaimed. Then, pointing at the still, bleeding demon head, he stammered, What is going on? Who did this? On the city wall, there was complete silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this unbelievable scene. The black evil demon general, a major demon in the Mid-Yuan-Ing stage, just died, killed in an instant by a small sword from the Golden Core stage. This is simply a fairy tale. Tianjizi was also stunned. Although he had seen Li Qingqing make her move earlier, he hadn't paid much attention, and then the black evil demon general was already decapitated. He suddenly turned his head to look at Li Qingqing, who was standing at the back of the crowd. She still wore a cold expression, as if she had merely done something trivial. Qingqing. Tianjizi's voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief and a hint of subtle expectation. Was it you? Li Qingqing nodded slightly, acknowledging Tianjizi's words. Curse blade, its power is considerable. Her gaze shifted to the outside of the city, with a gentle wave of her hand. The cursed blade, under her mental guidance, once again plunged into the chaotic, fleeing, demonic cultivators below. The sword was too fast, too strange, utterly impossible to defend against. The ghostly light flickered. With each flash, it precisely took the lives of one or several demonic cultivators. Cries of despair, shouts of surprise, and pleas for mercy mixed together. Meanwhile, several miles away from Qingyang town, within a hidden demonic cloud, several powerful mentalities were fluctuating violently, clearly shocked by this sudden turn of events. I didn't TC wrong, did I? That black evil guy is gone? A slightly sharp voice sounded, filled with disbelief. His head flew off. How could I be mistaken? Another low and hoarse voice responded, equally filled with shock. Beheaded by a golden core female cultivator with one sword. Damn it. Did he practice his demonic skills on a dog? Aren't you a bit too arrogant, Jiao Ao Demon Lord? A voice that sounded slightly higher in status snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Although Black Evil is dead, he has also tested that female cultivator's trump card for us. That sword has issues. Jiao Ao Demon Lord's voice was filled with schadenfreude. Oh, test? I see it as delivering a meal. Lord Yuquan, look at that sword, it's still killing. It's extremely sinister. I feel my heart racing even from this far away. The protective demonic barrier of a Mid-Yuan-Ing is as fragile as paper. What's the point of fighting? The sharp voice echoed in agreement. Exactly. Lord Yuquan, that sword is too strange. Black Evil didn't he even have time to react. Should we retreat for now? What if that woman gets bloodthirsty and comes for us? The voice known as Yuquan fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. What are you panicking about? She is only at the golden core level. Using such a fierce weapon must consume a lot of energy, and it might even backfire on her. Look, she is still slaughtering those useless ones below. She must be at the end of her rope, just putting on a show. That said, his mentality clearly retracted somewhat, no longer as flamboyant as before. However, for caution's sake, send a command down. The army should retreat 100 miles to avoid the sharp edge. This matter Must be reported to the demon lord immediately. Go, go, go. Hurry and report to the demon lord. It's urgent. Zhao Ao demon lord's mentality shrank back like a rabbit, and the demonic cloud faded a bit. The other mentalities also quickly disappeared. Clearly, they were all frightened by that strange curse blade and that cold golden core female cultivator. The longer one cultivates, the more they fear death. The fate of black evil serves as a warning. As for testing trump cards or adding points to the victory, let us talk about that after ensuring our lives. On the city wall of Qingyang town, Tianjizi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply in the direction of the fleeing demonic army. Brother, have they all run away? Tianjizi hurried over in a couple of steps, his face mixed with joy. He had lived for so long, and witnessing a mid-yuaning demon general being slaughtered like a chick by Golden Core Jr. was truly an eye-opener. Tianjizi slowly withdrew his gaze and lightly hummed in acknowledgement. The demonic energy had completely dissipated, and they were fleeing very quickly. Not just quickly, they're running faster than the last time the mountain monkey lost its pants. Tianjizi excitedly slapped his thigh, his voice raised by several degrees. He paused, his gaze shifting to where Li Qingqing had disappeared, his voice unconsciously lowering, filled with awe and a bit of worry. Brother, that girl Qingqing, what exactly is that thing in her hand? Called Cursed Blade? Yes, Cursed Blade. Tianjizi repeated, his tone complex. We both saw clearly just now. Black Evil's protective demonic barrier didn't even make a sound. It was directly. He made a clean, slicing gesture, his throat involuntarily rolling. Hiss! Tianjizi gasped, feeling a chill at the back of his neck. This power is truly explosive like a firecracker tied to a cow's rear. Tianjizi's mouth twitched. His junior brother had been with Chun Lu for too long and was influenced by him. But that name, along with the cold and sinister feeling from earlier, made him feel quite uneasy. Who says it isn't? Tianjizi sighed, worry and relief intertwining in his brows. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. At least, the urgent crisis in Qingyang town has been resolved. This sword, killing a chicken to warn the monkeys, is enough to make those old demon heads hiding behind take notice. Under Li Qingqing's cursed blade, no demonic cultivator could withstand it. Soon, the demonic cultivators below the walls of Qingyang town were either fleeing or dying. The demon clan retreated. Chapter 9, Post-War Meeting Wow. On the city wall, the disciples of the Qingshu Sword Sect erupted into deafening cheers, the sound wave nearly flipping the sky. We won. We won. The black shaman is dead. Killed by senior sister Li with a single sword. Qingshu Sword Sect is awesome. Senior sister Li is awesome. Damn, I almost won my pants. Now I can finally breathe easy. Cheers, shouts, and cries of joy intertwined. Chunlu also snapped out of his daze. He looked down at the demon head at his feet. Then he looked up at his ecstatic fellow disciples in the distance, who were cheering as if they were pumped up with adrenaline. Finally, his gaze followed Li Qingqing's cold figure that had disappeared down the stairs of the city wall. He suddenly felt that his earlier, earth-shattering, soul-stirring pre-battle speech seemed to have been in vain. His throat was almost hoarse from shouting. And yet senior sister Li solved it all with a single sword? Damn, senior sister is amazing. Chun Lu sincerely gave a thumbs up in the direction where Li Qingqing had disappeared. His face was filled with admiration. It seemed that Li Qingqing had eyes in the back of her head. She didn't stop her steps or look back. Yet that cold figure looked a bit out of place amid the raucous celebration. Tianjizi looked complexly at the billowing dust raised by the fleeing demon army. His gaze flickered to Chun Lu, who was boasting about his own wisdom and bravery over there, and his lips twitched slightly. Just now, Chun Li's performance could be described as a collection of vulgarities. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to clean house on the spot. To prevent this kid from ruining the reputation of the Qingshu Sword Sect, he took a deep breath, suppressing the various emotions surging in his heart, and declared in a deep voice, silence. His voice contained spiritual power, like the evening drum and morning bell, instantly drowning out all cheers and noise. Though the demon army retreated, the battle was not over. Tianjizi's imposing gaze swept over all the disciples, and everyone immediately fell silent, straightening their backs. Each division quickly counted their numbers, treated the injured, cleaned the battlefield, repaired the defensive formations. There must be no slackening in the city defense. He paused, his tone becoming even more severe, carrying an unquestionable order. No one is allowed to leave the city to pursue. This could be a trick of the demonic path. Those who disobey will be severely punished according to the sect's rules. With the order given, the disciples quickly sprang into action, methodically handling post-battle affairs. Tai and Jizi turned to an elder beside him. "Send someone to check on Qingqing, confirm that she is safe, and remember, do not ask too many questions." Also, he glanced at the demon head on the ground, still glaring angrily, and frowned. "Get rid of this filthy thing. Find a place to completely destroy it with true fire. Do not leave it here to be an eyesore, and absolutely do not let its demonic aura taint this place." Yes, the elder accepted the order and immediately called 2 disciples forward. After cleaning up the battlefield, the elders and Li Qingqing gathered in the council hall. Inside the council hall, several elders sat in a circle, their eyes fixed intently on Li Qingqing, especially Tian Shuzi, whose usually serious face was now filled with astonishment and excitement, almost pulling out his beard. "Senior brother, Qingqing, that thing just now, TSK. Tian Shuzi suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice cracking. It was like a cow's, but hanging a firecracker, unbelievably amazing. He was spitting everywhere, completely losing the composure of an elder. Tai and Jizi cleared his throat, forcibly redirecting the topic. Yet his eyes also sparkled with uncontainable astonishment and curiosity. "Qingqing, that sword. What is its origin?" "It is called the Cursed Blade, right?" Li Qingqing stood in the hall, still maintaining her cold demeanor. In response to Master and the elders, she slightly bowed her head. "This sword is called the Cursed Blade, which I accidentally found in the market. Its rules are quite extreme." She paused, her cold gaze sweeping over the expectant and tense faces of everyone. To put it simply, anyone touched by the sharp edge of this sword, regardless of their cultivation level or the strength of their protective treasures, will die in one hit. Hiss! A gasp of cold air filled the council hall. One hit kill. Tian Shuzi's eyes widened like copper bells. No wonder that black shaman didn't even have time to react. It's like a goat letting out a fart. But it is not without cost. Li Qingqing calmly interrupted Tian Shuzi's excitamen. The hall instantly fell silent, and everyone's hearts lifted again. A few elders were scratching their heads, wondering why senior brother Tian Shuzi stopped speaking halfway. "What comes after the goat's fart?" Li Qingqing continued. "This sword has no spirit, cannot recognize a master, and cannot channel spiritual power to execute large-scale sword techniques. Just now, I could only use the Qingshu sword technique to control it delicately, killing one by one. This greatly limits its power. What is more dangerous is..." Her voice dropped a few notches. "If the sword wielder, or the person controlling this sword, is hit by any form of attack from the enemy, the consequences will be the same." Huh. Tian Shuzi's mouth, which had just opened, froze. His expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Does this mean that if you use this sword, if you accidentally get hit, you also die on the spot?" Now, even Tai and Jizi furrowed his brows tightly. One hit kill, hurt the enemy but also hurt oneself. He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. This is simply a double-edged sword hanging over one's head. Far too dangerous. Not just dangerous. Another elder's expression was grave. "Qingqing, you must have consumed a lot of energy controlling this sword just now, right? Moreover, it has no spirit, no master." Tai and Jizi suddenly raised his head, a trace of horror flashing in his eyes. Not good. Masterless objects are most feared by those with powerful minds. If they encounter a void refinement or even a fusion stage expert from the demonic path, their minds far exceed that of the nascent soul. They might be able to seize control of this sword from afar. At that time, he didn't continue, but everyone understood his meaning. That sword capable of killing a nascent soul in one hit, if seized by the enemy encountered. Everyone felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads, more horrifying than when they saw the black shaman's head fall. My goodness. Tian Shuzi wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. This thing is scarier than that black shaman. It's simply stylish and flashy. A certain elder let out a long breath. Li Qingqing. The disciple understands. So, just now, I was hiding and waiting for the best moment to strike, ensuring a kill without giving the black shaman a chance to react. It is also because this sword has many limitations that I could only use this sword technique to pick off low-level demon cultivators one by one, unable to clear the battlefield on a large scale. Tianjizi remained silent for a long time, his gaze lingering between Li Qingqing and the imagined cursed blade. Finally, it turned into a deep sigh. This matter must not be spread outside, especially the weaknesses of this sword. He emphasized, his sharp gaze sweeping over every elder present. Qingqing, your strength is low. This sword must be used with caution in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it lightly, and especially do not expose it in front of high-level cultivators. Yes, master. Li Qingqing's mouth twitched. Her master always unintentionally said things that broke her defenses. This sword can be bought anywhere in Lingdu. Li Qingqing saw that everyone was tacitly not asking about the origin of this sword. She quickly explained its origin. Bought in anywhere. Tianjizi rubbed his brow. Li Qingqing nodded slightly. Yes. In the council hall, the elders exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one spoke. Tianjizi's eyes darted around before he broke the silence first. What does everything has mean? This name, it really sounds like a powerful being in the tribulation stage is joking. It's quite extraordinary. When did the Lingdu market get such a shop? Perhaps it's newly opened. Tianjizi stroked his beard, deep in thought. The Lingdu market is a mixed bag, filled with all sorts of peculiar shops, so it's not surprising. However, he paused, his gaze returning to Li Qingqing. Qingqing, I remember your purpose for this trip is to repair your sword. Do you have enough spirit stones? How could you end up in a shop called Everything Has? His words were tactful, but the implication was clear to all the elders present. Everything Has, just the name alone suggests it's not a proper celestial shop. It's more like a mundane grocery store. What good things could Qingqing possibly find there? Rest assured, Master, I have enough spirit stones. Li Qingqing raplia calmly. I've been inquiring around the Lingdu market, and the materials to repair my sword are hard to find, let alone suitable substitutes for the divine weapon. This Everything Has shop, I passed by it by chance and saw its strange facade, so I wanted to take a look. She didn't elaborate on how she chose the cursed blade from Everything Has, only mentioning it casually. Unexpectedly, she found this cursed blade in that shop. Passed by chance. Tianjizi raised an eyebrow. Qingqing, are you sure it was by chance? Or were you attracted by that strange name? He recalled the name Everything Has and felt something was off, unable to resist making a joke. Li Qingqing rarely twitched the corner of her mouth, and a hint of helplessness flashed across her cold face. It was indeed by chance. Seeing this, Tianjizi waved his hand, stopping Tianjizi's questioning. He pondered for a moment. If that's the case, then it's fate. There's no need to delve into the shop's origins. What matters now is the way to use this sword. He shifted his tone and said seriously, Qingqing, although this sword is powerful, you have already informed us of its dangers. Remember, do not rely on it too much, and especially do not show it to others lightly, especially in front of unknown individuals. Yes, master. Li Qingqing responded again. She recalled the cunning shopkeeper who kept talking about instant kill packages and mutual destruction clauses, and felt that both the shop and the cursed blade exuded an inexplicable strangeness. But in any case, this sword temporarily resolved the urgent problem in Xingyang town. That was enough. Chapter 10, Open. A store for everything. Zhang Xing sprawled on the counter, resting his chin on his arms, his gaze vacant. Ever since the lavish fairy sister splurged 5,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a seemingly deadly curse blade, this little rundown shop felt like it had been cursed with a customer's stay-away spell, as not even a ghost had drifted in since. Sigh. A long sigh echoed in the empty store. Wasn't it supposed to be a grand opening with booming business? It had been several days now, right? Maybe it was time to hold off on the eggs for dinner. Sigh. Can't afford it anymore. Zhang Xing poked the smooth counter surface with a finger. Hey, Hockey, say something, will you? Is your broken system equipped with humans or animals within 10 miles debuff? Just as Zhang Xing was furiously punching the air and ranting about the systems in action, a flicker of light and shadow suddenly moved at the door. Dingling. The cheap wind chime, made of a few rusty copper coins strung on fishing line hanging above the door, jingled crisply. Several figures walked in. Zhang Xing's complaints abruptly stopped, and his eyes instantly lit up. His face quickly shifted into a professional fake smile, the speed comparable to flipping a book. "Oh, welcome, esteemed guests. Our little shop just opened. We may not have much, but every item is a gem." As he spoke halfway, he finally recognized the visitors, and his smile slightly stiffened. Leading the group was the cold-tempered fairy sister who had lavishly spent 5,000 top-grade spirit stones on the cursed blade a few days ago. She still wore that icy expression. Behind her was an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding a heavy aura, his sharp gaze like that of an eagle, commanding respect without anger, clearly not an ordinary character. Following him was a young male cultivator in a matching blue Taoist robe, with shifty eyes, peering curiously around the shop. "It's the fairy sister." Zhang Xing steadied himself, his smile becoming eager again. "You haven't, sorry my mouth slipped. Are you here to find some treasures again, or do you have any after-sales questions about that little item from last time? I guarantee your satisfaction." Before Li Qingqing could respond, the young man with the shifty eyes leaned closer to her and whispered, "Senior sister, is this the store for everything you mentioned? It doesn't look like much. It's not even as grand as our Sects' outer door latrine. The shopkeeper doesn't look like a master either, more like a Shenlu." Li Qingqing frowned and scolded him softly. Chen Lu shrank his neck and immediately fell silent, but his eyes continued to dart around, curiously examining Zhang Xing and the strange shop. Tian Quanzi stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over Zhang Xing. Tian Shu Zi and Tian Ji Zi had originally planned not to visit this store for everything due to their duty of guarding Qingyang town. However, he was curious about the origin of the curse blade, and who could forge such a unique sword. Tian Quanzi spoke, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Are you the owner here?" Zhang Xing felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but maintained a cheerful expression. Not at all. Not at all. Just a small business trying to make a living. You can call me Zhang Xing, senior." Several seniors. "Fairy, please have a seat. I don't have much to offer, but plain water is unlimited," he said, reaching to find a teacup lost in some corner. "No need." Tian Quan Zi waved his hand directly, his sharp gaze emanating an invisible pressure. "We are not here for water today." He paused, his tone serious. "We want to ask you about the cursed blade in Qingqing's hand. What is its origin?" Chen Lu, who was following behind, craned his neck and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Uncle Master, look at this shop. There's nothing here except for these eggs. Did that thing really come from here?" His voice was not loud, but in the quiet shop, it was particularly clear. Li Qingqing shot him a glance with her cold eyes, and Chen Lu immediately shrank his neck, awkwardly closing his mouth. "Here they come. It really is about that sword." Zhang Xing's smile remained unchanged, but he was frantically calculating in his mind. Oh no, could it be that Fairy Li used that sword to chop off someone she shouldn't have, or mistakenly injured her own people? Looking at the fierce demeanor of these old men, they didn't seem like they were here to present a banner. They wouldn't want me to compensate or silence me, would they? Thinking of this, Zhang Xing's expression turned serious. "Oh, you mean the curse blade? It naturally came from one of my treasure blind boxes." "Blind box?" Tian Quanzi slightly furrowed his brows, evidently unfamiliar and wary of the term. Chen Li's eyes widened, almost jumping up. "Blind box? Boss, you mean these eggs? Are you telling me that the weapon that killed the demon general came from here? You must be joking." He pointed at the eggs, disbelief written all over his face. "This little brother, you're mistaken." Zhang Xing looked at Chen Li's expression as if he thought he was foolish. Not only unbothered, but actually amused, shaking a finger. "This little brother, you're mistaken. The essence of my shop is in the word blind. Understand? It's about the thrill." Zhang Xing patted the pile of round eggs on the counter. "Before opening, who knows what's inside? It could be a supreme skill manual, the kind that lets you soar to the heavens. It could be a divine weapon like the one in the fairy sister's hand, or it could, real eggs, which are also great for a protein boost." He winked at Chen Lo. "It's a small business, honest as can be, focusing on excitement. Focusing en surprise." Chen Li's mouth twitched, pointing at the eggshells. "Boss, are you serious? Just this thing? Boiled eggs? I'd rather buy 100 pounds of eggs next door and boil them myself. Hey, you can't say that. Zhang Xing wore a look of pity for his lack of understanding. What if you hit the jackpot and open a true immortal experience card? Or God-level alchemy skills? Wouldn't that be a step to the top, marrying the wealthy beauties of the sect and reaching the pinnacle of life? Qianlu nearly spat out his saliva. Boss, your ability to spin tales is wasted if you don't become a storyteller. Li Qingqing, standing aside, recalled the scene when she opened the curse blade. Indeed, it was quite blind. Tian Quanzi had been silently observing Zhang Xing, and upon hearing this, his frown deepened. This young man was slick with words, appearing ordinary. But facing their group, especially the elder of the transformation stage, he showed no signs of fear or tension. Instead, he spoke freely, emanating an inexplicable oddity. With a cold snort, he interrupted the banter between Zhang Xing and Qianlu. Stop putting on an act here. Tian Quanzi's gaze was piercing, an invisible pressure slowly radiating, enveloping Zhang Xing. I will ask you once more, what exactly is that curse blade? Where did you obtain it? The air seemed to solidify, and the once relaxed atmosphere in the shop suddenly turned heavy. Qianlu also put away his playful smile and looked nervously at Zhang Xing. He glanced at his master uncle and secretly thought it was not good. The smile on Zhang Xing's face faded a bit, but he still stood straight, unwaveringly meeting Tian Quanzi's gaze. I already said it was open from a blind box. Believe it or not. He shrugged his shoulders, looking like a rogue who sells things this way. If any of you want to try your luck and experience the fun of opening blind boxes, I welcome you with both hands. The price is fair, one blind box for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. But if you came to stir trouble or inquire about things you shouldn't. Zhang Xing's tone suddenly turned cold, his eyes fixed on Tian Quanzi, carrying a hint of subtle warning. This small shop can't accommodate a few great deities. Please take your leave. No need to see you off. Impudent. When had Tian Quanzi ever been confronted like this by a mere mortal? Moreover, in front of his own junior, an anger surged to his head, and the spiritual pressure of the transformation stage suddenly increased. He was about to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. He raised his hand, preparing to cast a restriction to subdue Zhang Xing. However, Tian Quanzi suddenly discovered that his hand couldn't be lifted halfway. No, it wasn't just his hand. The spiritual power within him was operating obscurely, and he couldn't mobilize even a fraction. What was going on? He was shocked in his heart, but his face remained expressionless as he tried to mobilize his spiritual power again. But it was still like a stone sinking into the sea. This seemingly ordinary, shabby shop, this young boss who talked nonsense, was problematic. A big problem. A bead of cold sweat oozed from Tian Quanzi's forehead as he looked at Zhang Xing, his gaze instantly shifting from scrutiny and disdain to deep apprehension and suspicion. Hee, you think you can make a move in my shop? You might want to check if my prison system agrees. Transformation stage? I can still suppress you. Senior, what new technique are you practicing? Zhang Xing pretended to be confused, blinking his eyes. The pose was quite unique. Isn't it tiring to hold your hand up? Why not put it down and take a rest? Master Uncle? What's wrong with you? Qianlu, completely oblivious, widened his eyes and moved closer. You don't look so well. Did this boss upset you earlier? Should I give you a back rub to ease your mind? He said, rolling up his sleeves, looking like he was ready to help. Tian Quanzi's eyes twitched violently. If he could move, he would have slapped this clueless nephew away. He was currently in a situation where he had no way to express his suffering. That invisible force not only suppressed his spiritual power, but even made it difficult for him to speak. What kind of place is this? Cough. Li Qingqing gently coughed and pulled Qianlu back, who was still trying to lean forward. One step forward. Boss, we're here to buy blind boxes. Oh, buying blind boxes. Zhang Xing's vigilance instantly switched to a warm smile. Ah, welcome, welcome. Fairy, you should have said so earlier. I thought we were going to put on a martial arts show. He quickly circled the counter and pointed to the pile of unremarkable eggshells. His smile was as bright as a child who just received lucky money. How many does the fairy plan to open this time? Clearly marked 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. No cheating, all based on luck. 1. 10,000? Chun-Li's eyes nearly bulged out. Boss, are you robbing people? Wasn't it only 5,000 last time? How did the price go up in just a few days? This little brother, you can't say that. Zhang Xing had "AU are too young" expression and shook his finger. Last time was a promotional price for the grand opening. Now it's a normal price. Besides, what did the fairy open last time? That was the curse blade. It's a divine weapon. 10,000 spirit stones for a divine weapon. Don't you think it's worth it? What a bargain. He spoke excitedly, his eyes glancing at Tian Quanzi, whose expression was still somewhat stiff. But at least he had finally put his hand down, and his smile was more sincere. Senior, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you have profound fortune and will open some ancient divine weapon. You could go home and rub the demon lord's face in the dirt. Cough, cough, let me have one. Tian Quanzi coughed and looked at Zhang Xing's smiling face. Feeling uneasy, the strength of this shop owner was unfathomable, far beyond his own. He seemed like an ordinary person, but he was probably some hidden master playing with the world. It was better for him to be cautious. If he angered the other party, the Qingqiu Sword Sect might not be able to handle the consequences. Master Uncle, are you really going to buy it? Chen Lu was dumbfounded as he listened and couldn't help but tug on Tian Quanzi's sleeve. Isn't this clearly a scam? Don't let him fool you. Tian Quanzi shot him a glare, thinking, what do you know? This is called strategic investment. Can't you see that? Shopkeeper, may I ask if there's any particular significance to these blind boxes? Tian Quanzi asked, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible, lacking any trace of the elder's authority. Significance? Upon hearing there was a chance, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. These blind boxes are all about fate. When fate arrives, even an eggshell can open a divine weapon. Of course, to increase the excitement, our shop has also specially introduced a guarantee mechanism. Zhang Xing smiled mysteriously. As long as you buy 10 blind boxes, you are guaranteed to get a priceless treasure. Absolutely worth it. Chen Lu rolled his eyes at the side. A guarantee? I think it's a guarantee for you to make money. Tian Quanzi ignored Chun Li's complaints and stared at Zhang Xing, seemingly trying to read something from his face. Okay, then, let me start with one. Tian Quanzi ultimately decided to test the waters. Great. You must pay attention now. This blind box is worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, and once sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Zhang Xing smiled brightly as he picked up an eggshell and handed it to Tian Quanzi, as if he were presenting a rare treasure. Tian Quanzi took the blind box, which felt heavy, but nothing seemed special. He took a deep breath, secretly mobilized his spiritual power, trying to probe its secrets, but found that the blind box seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier, making it impossible to penetrate. TSK, Senior, don't waste your effort. Zhang Xing was enjoying the spectacle. This blind box has been specially treated. Don't say you are a transformation stage. Even a great ascension stage person wouldn't be able to see through it. Tian Quanzi's face stiffened, thinking this kid is indeed not simple. Master Uncle, how about? Let's forget it? Chen Lu advised from the side, feeling that this matter was strange. Tian Quanzi shook his head, steeling his heart, and said, open it. Chapter 11, continue opening. 10 consecutive draws. Pay first, then open the boxes, fair to all. No regrets in placing a bet. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Chen Lu murmured beside them. Uncle Master, our sect's outer gate expenses for a year seem to. Why don't you reconsider? This egg doesn't look like it can lay golden eggs. Shut up. Tian Quanzi glared at Chen Lu and turned to Zhang Xing. He painfully took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhang Xing. Inside were 100 million top-grade spirit stones, enough to buy a high-quality magic treasure. Now it will be used to buy a chicken egg? He felt it was a bit ridiculous himself. Zhang Xing took the storage bag, quickly scanned it with his divine sense, and his face broke into a smile. Senior, you're generous. 100 million top-grade spirit stones, not a penny less. He treasured the storage bag and rummaged under the counter for a long time. He pulled out a small wooden hammer that looked rusty and was worth at most 3 copper coins. Here, the box opening artifact. Zhang Xing handed the small hammer to Tian Quanzi, aiming carefully. With 2 loud knocks, the moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Chen Lu almost laughed out loud. Boss, are you sure this isn't for cracking walnuts? Tian Quanzi's mouth twitched as he took the shabby little hammer, weighing it in his hand, feeling insulted by it. How could a dignified elder of the Qingqiu Sword Sect, a powerful being in the transformation realm, use this thing to smash a broken egg? He took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort. He placed the round blind box on the counter. Well, let us see what's inside. He raised the small hammer, his gaze intense. The spiritual power within him surged instantly, preparing to give this egg a solid hit. Oh no! Just as the hammer was a centimeter away from the egg, a strong wind was generated. Zhang Xing suddenly shouted loudly. Tian Quanzi's movements froze instantly, his whole body as if under a spell. Holding the hammer high, his expression was still a snarl from before he exerted force. Uncle Master. Chen Lu was startled and reached out to touch Tian Quanzi. What happened to you? Turned into a statue. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Looking at Zhang Xing, Zhang Xing wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, awkwardly waving his hand. Gao Go. Saw the. It was a reflex. Our store has pretty good security measures. It automatically defends against sharp energy fluctuations, afraid someone would smash the store and rob it. While speaking, he released the hold on Tian Quanzi, muttering to himself. Scare me to death. I thought this old man was going to make a move. Tian Quanzi only felt his body loosen. The invisible, terrifying restraint suddenly disappeared. But the shock in his heart reached its peak. Just a moment ago, he felt as if all his spiritual power was locked. Even his soul seemed to be frozen, and the other party hadn't even made any visible spell-casting movements. This young man is definitely an extraordinary master pretending to be a pig. He put down the hammer, his expression shifting. Looking at Zhang Xing, his eyes were filled with caution, no longer daring to underestimate him. Senior, are you okay? Zhang Xing asked cautiously, wearing an innocent smile. It's a misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. Please continue to smash. Gently, okay? This is after all a precise blind box, not an ordinary stone egg. Tian Quanzi. Chen Lu was stifling laughter beside him, his shoulders shaking. Uncle Master, how about, let me do it instead. Get lost. Tian Quanzi scolded him irritably and picked up the small hammer again. This time he didn't dare to mobilize his spiritual power, only using his physical strength. Aimed at the egg and gently tapped it. Bang! A light sound, not crisp, but rather muffled. Just as the eggshell completely shattered, a green light suddenly burst out from the crack. As the light faded, an object quietly floated in the air. It was a sword. The sword was long, with smooth lines, and had a peculiar shape. The hilt was blue. Is this it? Chen Lu was the first to exclaim, his face filled with disappointment and disbelief. I thought it would open into some extraordinary divine weapon. Just this thing? Can it even cut people? He circled around the sword, mumbling incessantly. It doesn't even look as sharp as my sword. Tian Quanzi frowned tightly, his gaze fixed on the blue sword. Although it looked plain on the outside, the energy fluctuations within it made him feel that this sword was quite ordinary. Huh, what is the origin of this sword? Zhang Xing silently pondered in his heart, meanwhile wearing a curious expression as he looked at the sword. The system's voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a hint of electrical noise. Great Sword, from the game League of Legends, optimized for the cultivation world. Effect: using this sword enhances a bit of lethality. Great Sword? Zhang Xing repeated the name, his mouth twitching slightly. Boss, what is this sword called? Li Qingqing's cold voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the store. All eyes turned to Zhang Xing's face. Zhang Xing cleared his throat and smiled mysteriously. This sword is called the Great Sword. Great Sword? Send de puted. His tone filled with disdain. Sounds quite impressive, but I don't know if it's more powerful than my one-sword strike. This young man. You can't say that. Zhang Xing shot a sidelong glance at Chen Lu, teasingly. The name is just a code. The key is still the effect. Or, why don't you give it a try? He pointed at the Great Sword floating in the air, wearing a look of anticipation. Chen Lu was taken aback and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I was just casually saying it. Uncle Master hasn't spoken yet. How dare I act recklessly? Although he pretended to be disdainful, he was still a little intimidated inside. After all, it was something obtained for 100 million top-grade spirit stones. What if it really had some tricks? Tian Quanzi ignored the banter between Chen Lu and Zhang Xing. He slowly reached out and directly grasped the hilt of the Great Sword. After carefully sensing it, Tian Quanzi's brows subtly furrowed. The sword felt slightly heavy in hand, and the material was peculiar. However, he couldn't feel much spiritual energy fluctuation, let alone any spiritual weapon or formation enhancement. He tried to infuse a bit of his transformation realm's spiritual power. It was like a cow sinking into the sea, as if it were just a lump of ordinary iron. This is what came out from 100 million top-grade spirit stones, a dignified elder of the transformation realm. Using this thing, he would probably blow himself up with his own spiritual power before even hitting the enemy. For Golden Core Stage Jr., it might still be sharp, but for him, this sword was even less than the sword energy he casually condensed. Uncle Master, how is it? Chun-Lu leaned over, his eyes glimmering as he stared at the blue sword. Is this sword particularly powerful? Just looking at it, quite unique. He really couldn't come up with any good words. This sword, besides its bright color, truly didn't seem worth 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Tian Quanzi glanced at him, ignoring this oblivious nephew, and returned his gaze to Zhang Xing's face. He was holding back a surge of anger, feeling like he had been taken for a fool. But recalling that strange feeling of being unable to move earlier, he forced it down. This shop owner is definitely not simple. I can't easily offend him. Boss, Tian Quanzi tried to make his tone sound calm. This sword besides, its unique appearance, does it have any other effects? He didn't directly ask about its power, fearing it would make him seem too concerned about that bit of spirit stones. So he turned to ask about effects. Other effects? Zhang Xing's expression revealed that he had hit the nail on the head. Tian Quanzi and Chun-Lu perked up their ears. Even the usually aloof Li Qingqing cast a curious glance. Of course, Zhang Xing's tone was certain, carrying a sense of mystery that this was a good item. It can. He deliberately elongated his words, building suspense. Enhance some lethality. Chun-Lu almost lost his balance. What? Enhance some lethality? Boss, are you joking? Spending a whole 10,000 premium spirit stones just for some? He felt his heart bleeding. With that 10,000 spirit stones, he could buy how many cultivation pills? What else? Tian Quanzi pressed on, his expression starting to tense up. That's it. Zhang Xing shrugged his shoulders and answered crisply. Just this one effect, simple and straightforward, plain and unadorned. Tian Quanzi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. 10,000 premium spirit stones. Bought a broken sword that enhances some lethality. Was it his earlier poor attitude? Boss, you. Chun-Lu pointed at the sword, then at Zhang Xing, so furious that he couldn't even articulate. You are treating my master uncle like a fool. Hey, young man, you can't say that. Zhang Xing shook his finger with a look that said you don't understand the trade. What does some mean? At a critical moment, when experts face off, a slight difference can lead to a huge disparity. This sum might just allow you to turn the tide and achieve a miraculous counterattack. He thumped his chest, full of confidence. My blind box products must be top quality. No deception to young or old. Tian Quanzi. Boss, let's get 9 more. Tian Quanzi's tone tried to hide any emotional fluctuations, as if the person who had just been scammed out of 10,000 spirit stones for a toy was not him. Chun-Lu almost bit his own tongue. Is my master uncle crazy? Spending 10,000 spirit stones on a broken sword isn't enough. He wants 9 more? Even if the Qingshu sword sect is wealthy, they can't be so wasteful. Master uncle, are you serious? Chun-Lu cautiously tugged at Tian Quanzi's sleeve, his voice trembling slightly. How about we go back first and think it over? This blind box is clearly... Shut up, Tian Quanzi snapped, casting a warning glance at Chun-Lu. Can't this clueless fool see that he is making a strategic investment? He turned to Zhang Xing, forcing a relatively amiable smile. Boss, you just said that if you buy 10 blind boxes, you'll get one. Relatively powerful treasure? Naturally. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up like light bulbs at this remark, and his smile grew even brighter. The 10 blind box guaranteed mechanism. Our store's conscientious product. No deception to young or old. Guaranteed. Mechanism? Chun-Lu was internally rolling his eyes. This scheming merchant's tricks were truly layered, practically writing scammer on his forehead. Tian Quanzi ignored Chun-Lu's grumbling, quickly calculating in his mind, spending 10,000 spirit stones for a storm greatsword, although it seemed ordinary. But that strange suppressive force earlier made him even more wary of this store and its owner, rather than offend this unfathomable existence. It was better to go with the flow and see what this so-called guarantee was all about. Moreover, what if something good really came out? Even if not, it would be worth it to spend money to avert disaster and make a good impression on this mysterious boss. After all, someone who could make him an elder in the transformation stage, utterly helpless, was definitely not someone he could easily provoke. All right, Tian Quanzi steeled himself, his tone carrying a hint of determination. Then let's get 9 more. 10 blind boxes, all open together. Master Uncle. Chun Lu let out a desperate wail, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. 100,000 premium spirit stones. How many cultivation resources is that? Just like that, thrown away? Li Qingqing still stood aside, her eyes carrying a barely perceptible curiosity. She always felt that this seemingly all-capable shop owner was far from simple. Wait, senior. Zhang Xing quickly waved his hand to interrupt Tian Quanzi's action of taking out the spirit stones, wearing a professional apologetic smile on his face. You see, I almost forgot to clarify the rules with you. Tian Quanzi paused. What rules? It's like this. Zhang Xing rubbed his hands together. The 10 for guarantee you just mentioned is our store's luxury package. You need to buy 10 blind boxes at once to trigger it. The one you just bought can only be considered, a single experience pack. To enjoy the guaranteed benefits, you need to place a new order and make it a whole 10. What? Chun Lu jumped up first, his voice cracking. Boss, this isn't fair. The previous one for 10,000 spirit stones doesn't count? You still want me to buy 10 more? That means 110,000 premium spirit stones? He counted on his fingers, feeling more and more shocked, looking at Tian Quanzi with a gaze full of Master Uncle. Please wake up. This is definitely a scam. Young man, you are mistaken. Zhang Xing immediately retorted, his face full of an innocent expression that rules are rules. In business, fairness and justice are essential. No deception to young or old. The guaranteed 10 draws, of course, must be at the price of 10 draws. The one earlier was your own choice of a single draw. If your luck was poor, it can't be counted towards the guarantee. Tian Quanzi's expression darkened. Forget it, since I'm here. All right. Tian Quanzi squeezed out a word from between his teeth, his voice showing no sign of joy or anger. Then let's go for 10 together. Master Uncle. Chun Lu let out a cry of despair, feeling as if the sky was falling. 100,000 premium spirit stones. Just like that. Thrown away for 10 broken eggs? This level of extravagance, even if the Grand Elder found out, would probably be furious. Tian Quanzi ignored him, taking out another storage bag, his movements noticeably heavier than before, and directly tossed it to Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing caught it quickly, his mind scanning it swiftly. His smile instantly brightened like a blooming chrysanthemum. Senior, you're generous. 100,000 premium spirit stones, not a cent less. He carefully stored the bag away. Chun Lu stood beside him, clutching his chest, feeling his heart racing, muttering softly. 100,000. How many flying swords can that buy? How many pills? Enough for the outer disciples to eat spirit rice for how many years? Zhang Xing swiftly selected 10 round, seemingly indistinguishable eggs from the shelf onto the counter. He carefully arranged them in a row on the counter, even adjusting their angles as if performing some kind of sacred ritual. Senior, the 10 blind boxes are ready. He picked up the shabby little wooden hammer, handed it over with a beaming smile. Let's open it. Witness the miracle, or, the time to supplement protein has arrived. Tian Quanzi took the little hammer. Looking at the 10 priceless eggs before him, his mood was extremely complicated. He just hoped that this so-called guarantee wouldn't turn out to be something that enhances some lethality again. Tian Quanzi took a deep breath, picked up the shabby little wooden hammer, and struck the first egg. All his hopes were now pinned on this so-called 10 consecutive guarantees. 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Even for the Qingshu sword sect, with its grand ambitions, were not to be spent like this. Bang! Chapter 12. The Epic of Purple Light. A crisp sound. Well, not really crisp, still a dull thud. The egg cracked open, and a familiar green light burst forth once again. As the light dissipated, hovering in midair was another uniquely shaped blue longsword. Shenlu. Tian Guanzi. Zhang Xing maintained his smile, enthusiastically introducing, "Congratulations, Senior. You've just received a Storm Greatsword. A good start is half the success." Chun Lu twitched the corner of his mouth, muttering quietly, half a storm greatsword. Tian Quanzi's expression remained unchanged as he picked up the hammer and struck the second egg. Bang! Green light. Storm greatsword. Oh dear. Senior, good luck. Another one. Zhang Xing clapped. Chunlu covered his eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. The veins on Tian Quanzi's forehead twitched as he picked up the hammer and struck the third egg. Bang! Green light. Storm greatsword. Senior. 3 Yang's opening triumph. Good things come in threes. Zhang Xing's congratulatory phrases were nearly running out. Tian Quanzi's hands trembled slightly. He looked at the remaining 7 eggs, then at the 3 identical blue long swords lying side by side on the counter, plus the one he bought for 10,000 spirit stones, making it 4. What did he need so many swords that only slightly increased lethality for? Handing one to each disciple of the sect to experience the joy of guasha, gritting his teeth, he refused to be defeated. He continued to strike. Bang! Green light. Storm greatsword. 4. Chunlu was already numb. Bang! Green light. Storm greatsword. 5. Bang! Green light. Storm greatsword. 6. Bang! Green light. Storm greatsword. When the 7th storm greatsword quietly hovered in the air, Tian Quanzi felt a slight sweetness in his throat, and his vision darkened. He had lived for hundreds of years. What kind of storms had he not seen? But today, he felt his Tao heart was struck like never before. 70,000 top-grade spirit stones, and all he got was 7 uniquely designed swords? Master Uncle. How about we take a break? Chunlu cautiously supported Tian Quanzi, fearing he might spew out old blood and stain this place full of treasures red. This feng shui might not be good. How about we come back another day? Get lost. Tian Quanzi pushed him away, his chest heaving violently. He wasn't heartbroken over the spirit stones. It was mainly that this feeling was too suffocating. It was like being pinned to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, while the other party cheerfully said, "Congratulations, you have received the ultimate massage experience." But just thinking about Zhang Xing's unfathomable strength, and that strange confinement that rendered him immobile earlier, Tian Quanzi forcibly suppressed the surging blood and energy. Endure. For the sect, for the greater good, endure. Just consider spending money for peace, to befriend this mysterious big shot. Trembling, he picked up the small hammer and struck the 8th egg. Bang! It was still green light, but this time the light was noticeably softer, no longer that blinding green. As the light dissipated, what hovered in the air was no longer a sword, but a palm-sized book with an ancient cover. Huh? A book? Chun-Li's eyes lit up. Finally. It's not a sword. Master Uncle. Looks like our luck has turned. A book is great. It might be some extraordinary cultivation method. Tian Quanzi also perked up, staring intently at the book. Could this be the turning point? Zhang Xing timely leaned in, his face full of just the right amount of surprise and curiosity. Amplification tome. From the game League of Legends, optimized for the cultivation world. Effect. When equipped, it increases attack power slightly. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Xing's mind, and he nearly burst out laughing. Goodness, another slightly? Is the system at odds with slightly? Tian Quanzi cautiously took the amplification tome into his hands, probing with his consciousness. In the next second, his face turned even uglier than when he had opened 7 storm greatswords, and his body swayed, nearly losing his balance. Master Uncle, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this book? Chunlu asked nervously. Tian Quanzi's lips trembled, unable to speak for a long time. Ahem. Zhang Xing cleared his throat and explained professionally. Senior, this is a good item. The amplification tome. As the name suggests, it can amplify your strength. Equip it, and your attack can, increase slightly in lethality. Chunlu finally couldn't hold back, nearly choking. Slightly. Again with slightly. After all this effort, spending 80,000 top-grade spirit stones, I just traded a Storm Greatsword for a Storm Greatbook? Does this thing have any difference in effect apart from its appearance? Tian Quanzi's vision darkened, feeling as if the world had turned green. With only 2 eggs left, he hoped for a supreme treasure to fill the pits created earlier. Bang! This time it wasn't green light, it was blue light. Hero appears. From the game League of Legends, optimized for the cultivation world. Effect 1. Active skill. Can instantly support selected teammates within the range of consciousness, providing the selected teammate with an energy shield that can withstand a full force attack from a nascent soul stage. Effect 2. Can instantly arrive at the selected teammate's side, dealing slight damage to enemies within a radius of 500 meters. Oh, blue. Finally a different color. Chunlu stretched his neck to look inside, muttering, "What is it this time? Please don't let it be another sword." Tian Quanzi also stared at the blue light, his heartbeat quickening. "Congratulations, senior. Congratulations, senior." Zhang Xing's face was again filled with smiles, nearly beating drums to celebrate. "This is a good item. Absolutely top-notch." As the blue light faded, a token radiating a faint glow hovered in the air. "A token?" Chunlu was taken aback, scratching his head. "What can this thing do? Is it a token for summoning heroes?" Tian Quan didn't have time to pay attention to Chun Li's jest, quickly taking the token into his hands and examining it carefully. It felt smooth to the touch, neither gold nor jade, with an incomprehensible pattern engraved on it. It faintly emitted a strange energy fluctuation. "Boss, what is the use of this token?" Tian Quanzi asked, his voice trembling slightly. "This is the hero appears." Zhang Xing smiled mysteriously. "After use, you can instantly support selected teammates within the range of consciousness, and also provide the selected teammate with an energy shield that can withstand a full force attack from a nascent soul stage. Additionally, you can instantly arrive at that teammate's side and deal slight damage to enemies within a radius of 1 mile. Instant support? Withstand a nascent soul attack? Hearing this, Tian Quanzi immediately gasped, his eyes shining brightly. "Isn't this a life-saving and support divine skill?" As for the slight damage, Tian Quanzi filtered that out directly. "Good item. Truly a good item." Tian Quanzi's voice trembled with excitement, and his gaze at Zhang Xing softened a bit. It seemed that this 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were finally not spent in vain. "Master Uncle, is this thing really that powerful?" Chunlu leaned in, curiosity written all over his face. "Can I get one too?" Tian Quanzi, he shot him a glare, not bothering to respond. "Boss, do you have any more of these tokens?" Tian Quanzi turned to Zhang Xing, his tone laced with expectation. "Well," Zhang Xing rubbed his chin, feigning contemplation. "The appearance of this hero is truly exceptional, a rare find." Hearing this, Tian Quanzi's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. However, Zhang Xing quickly changed the subject, smiling as he said, "Our blind boxes are all about surprises, and this is not even a guaranteed outcome." Upon hearing this, Tian Quanzi's heart stirred, and hope reignited in his eyes. "So, the last one, shall we open it?" Chunlu asked cautiously. Tian Quanzi took a deep breath and nodded. He picked up the small wooden hammer and struck the last egg. Bang! With a dull thud this time. There was no green light, no blue light. Instead, a rich and dazzling purple light burst forth, almost overwhelming. The entire shop seemed to be illuminated by this mysterious and noble purple glow, creating an otherworldly ambience. The brilliance far surpassed that of the previous storm greatsword and hero appearance. Chun Li's eyes widened in shock, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. Wow, a purple good mood, completely different from those gaudy trinkets before. The moment Tian Quanzi saw the purple light, his heart raced violently. He stared intently at the center of the light, holding his breath. Even the usually calm Li Qingqing slightly turned her head. Her glass-like eyes reflected that purple glow, with a barely perceptible ripple. Zhang Xing wore a perfectly timed, surprised expression, but inside he was overjoyed. "Come on, Hockey. This is a guaranteed outcome. Don't embarrass us by giving us something slightly less." The purple light slowly retracted, revealing a token that was entirely dark purple, about the size of a palm. It had an ancient design, engraved with mysterious runes. It hovered silently in the air, emanating a faint yet heart-pounding pressure. "Another token?" Chunlu tilted his head. "But this one looks much more powerful than the previous blue one." Tian Quanzi remained silent, cautiously extending his hand to grasp the purple token. It felt cold to the touch, yet seemed to contain a world-destroying power. "Boss, what is this?" Tian Quanzi's voice was dry, filled with incredulous expectation. Zhang Xing leaned in, examining it closely for a moment. A look of ecstatic discovery crossed his face as he slapped his thigh. "Senior, congratulations. This is a true treasure." The system's voice echoed in Zhang Xing's mind. Summoning token of General Zhang from the game Demon Slayer. Optimized for the cultivation world. Effect. After use. Can summon the officer General Zhang, whose strength matches the enemy's, up to true immortal level. Capable of killing hostile individuals, but loses effect after the kill. Note. Regardless of who is killed, Zhang Xing cleared his throat. This is the summoning token of General Zhang. General Zhang? Both Chen Lu and Tian Quanzi were stunned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. That's right. Zhang Xing lowered his voice mysteriously. Using this token can summon an unparalleled warrior named General Zhang. He paused, looking at the puzzled expressions of the two, then dropped the bombshell. His strength is equivalent to that of a true immortal. What? Tian Quanzi's hand trembled, almost dropping the token. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with a terrifying brilliance. True immortal? Chen Lu jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. True immortal? Boss, you're not joking, right? The kind that could blow away our Qingqiu sword sect with just a breath. No deception. Zhang Xing patted his chest. Once summoned, he could take down anyone. No matter if it's a demon lord or demon emperor, General Zhang will only kill, not spare. Tian Quanzi felt a rush of excitement surge to his head. His cheeks flushed red with exhilaration. His hand holding the token trembled slightly. True immortal. That's a legendary realm. How many years has it been since a true immortal appeared in the entire Taishi realm? This little token can summon a warrior with true immortal combat power. Although, Zhang Xing quickly added, but General Zhang has a bit of a temper. He only kills one person and leaves right after. No matter who it is, even if it's a chi refining novice, once he kills, his task is complete. It's a one-time use item. Once used, it's gone. One time. Tian Quanzi not only didn't he feel disappointed, but rather sighed in relief. If it could summon a true immortal indefinitely, that would be truly outrageous. A one-time use makes it feel more real and precious. This is simply a trump card, a life-saving talisman. 110,000 top-tier spirit stones. Worth it. So damn worth it. Master. Kinlik Shri Grabedan Quanzizarm. We hit the jackpot. 110,000 for a true immortal henchman experience card. This is a win. A blood profit. At this moment, Tian Quanzi was ecstatic, no longer caring about the previous frustrations and pain of spending. He carefully tucked the summoning token of General Zhang close to himself. The way he looked at Zhang Xing had completely changed, filled with awe and a hint of gratitude. He now felt that the previous 7 storm greatswords and a book of amplification techniques were merely tests from this high-level boss, testing his sincerity and financial capacity. Luckily, he persisted. The boss is noble. Tian Quanzi deeply bowed to Zhang Xing, speaking sincerely. Today's events, I will remember in my heart. Zhang Xing hurriedly waved his hand. Oh, senior, you're too polite. Opening a blind box is all about fate and thrill. You're just lucky. Chenla muttered softly on the side. Lucky? It's clearly because the wallet is thick. Chapter 13, Unlocking New System Features. Improvement in Cultivation. Li Qingqing glanced at her excited master uncle, Tian Quanzi, whose face was still flushed with excitement. She then looked at her senior brother, Chen Lu, who was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. Finally, her gaze fell back on Zhang Xing, who was grinning like a sly fox behind the counter. This boss's background was even more unfathomable than she had anticipated. That token capable of summoning true immortals could stir up a storm in the entire cultivation world. Tian Quanzi carefully tucked the purple summoning token of the general close to him. He cleared his throat and cupped his hands towards Zhang Xing. Boss, today we have gained quite a lot, so we shall take our leave. Senior, take care, and welcome to visit again next time. Zhang Xing smiled radiantly, full of enthusiasm. Come back next time and test your luck. Who knows, you might be able to gather a combo set. For instance, collect 7 storm greatswords to summon a divine dragon. Tian Quanzi's lips twitched slightly. No need. He replied stiffly and turned to leave. Hey, master uncle. Wait. Chunlu suddenly dashed back, pointing at the 7 blue storm greatswords and the amplification tome still displayed on the counter. Boss, aren't we taking these with us? After all, they cost 80,000 spirit stones. Even if the effect is somewhat lacking, they would still be better than regular ones for the outer disciples to use as firewood, right? Tian Quanzi's temples throbbed, wishing he could slap this embarrassing nephew back to the sect. Bringing up those 7 swords? Wasn't that just rubbing salt in his wounds? This guy is right. Zhang Xing immediately chimed in, looking at Tian Quanzi with a smile. Senior, you spent a lot of money on these. Bringing them back would at least be a memento. Besides, having 7 storm greatswords displayed together is quite impressive. They can ward off evil and might even have miraculous effects. Miraculous effects? Like scraping the back? Shen le muteur de souffle. Tian Quanzi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, trying to maintain his composure. He was mainly worried that if he stayed any longer, his Dao heart would be shaken by Zhang Xing. Put them away. He almost spat out those 3 words through clenched teeth. All right. Chun Lu received the order and eagerly ran forward, not minding at all, stuffing the 7 storm greatswords and the amplification tome into his storage bag. Great. I can practice with my junior brothers when we get back and let them feel the somewhat power. Tian Quanzi's eyelids twitched, too lazy to look at him anymore. He nodded to Zhang Xing and Li Qingqing. Farewell. After saying that, he practically fled out of the shop. Li Qingqing nodded slightly at Zhang Xing as a farewell and followed him out. Goodbye, boss. Remember to save some good stuff for me next time. Shun Lu, clutching his treasures, happily chased after them and didn't forget to shout back to Zhang Xing. Take care, and welcome next time. Zhang Xing stood at the door, waving his hand, his smile so bright it was almost irritating, until the 3 figures disappeared around the corner. He stroked his chin and chuckled. 110,000 top-tier spirit stones in hand. System, show me what good stuff I can exchange for this time. Watching Tian Quanzi and the others disappear around the corner, Zhang Xing's professional smile instantly faded, replaced by a look of smug satisfaction. He slammed the shop door shut, cutting off the outside world, rubbing his hands together and chuckling. My goodness, 110,000 top-tier spirit stones. This old man, looking all righteous, turns out to be a hidden money-spending big shot. He couldn't wait to call out in his heart, System, don't sleep. Get out and work. Verify the currency. Verify the currency. 110,000, not a cent less. Beep. Confirmed receipt of 110,000 top-tier spirit stones, now deposited into the system account. The system's cold electronic voice rang out, sounding like a heavenly melody. All right, so what are we waiting for? Upgrade me. Zhang Xing excitedly bounced on the spot. Let us start with Foundation Establishment for a taste. Beep. Consumed 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, beginning to elevate host cultivation to Foundation Establishment stage. As soon as the voice fell, a warm current appeared out of nowhere, instantly spreading throughout Zhang Xing's limbs and bones. He felt light all over, and the previously vague perception of spiritual energy became extraordinarily clear. The weak cyclone in his dantian suddenly grew stronger and more solid, as if a trickle of water had converged into a rushing stream. Oh wow, is this Foundation Establishment? Feels all right. Zhang Xing clenched his fist, feeling the power growing within him, smacking his lips. It's interesting, but not enough. System, continue. Push me to Golden Core. Beep. Consumed 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, beginning to elevate host cultivation to Golden Core stage. This time the sensation was completely different. If the previous one was just a warm current, now it was like a volcanic eruption. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a tsunami, and the little stream in his dantian instantly boiled, compressing and swirling. Finally, with a soft pop, condensing into a round golden core the size of a pigeon egg, spinning and emitting a faint golden light. Zhang Xing's eyes widened, and it seemed like a flash of golden light passed through them. He could clearly see the golden core within him, feeling the surging power contained within. Wow, Golden Core. Is this really Golden Core? Zhang Xing looked down at his hands and then inwardly to that Golden Core, feeling a bit lightheaded. While others struggled for decades or even centuries, fearing tribulations, it took him less than a minute. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Straight to the Golden Core path. This deal is too good. System customization function unlocked. The customization function, as the name suggests, allows for the customization of weapons, techniques, etc., based on customer needs. The system will gather items that meet customer demands, with a starting price of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. System display function unlocked. The display function allows the client to see items categorized as ordinary, white light, premium, green light, superior, blue light, epic, purple light, legendary, gold light, and mythical, red light. Subsequent functions will be unlocked after the host breaks through. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Xing couldn't help but laugh heartily. 110,000 spirit stones, and I instantly leveled up to golden core. Plus, I got 2 new features. Haha, this deal is absolutely worth it. After laughing enough, he began to ponder the newly unlocked functions of the system. Customization function sounds high-end. Starting price of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones? Wow, system, are you trying to gouge me? You're even worse than me. But, specifically to trap those foolish rich people. No, I mean, the big shots with deep fortunes doesn't seem too bad. And this display function? White, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Oh, it's just to mark the rarity level of the blind boxes, right? It can also allow customers to preview the prize pool in advance. This is good. Very good. Zhang Xing's eyes sparkled. In the future, he would display those top-notch goods that gleamed with golden and red light casually, enticing them to death. Not worried about fish not biting, feeling an unprecedented sense of power within him, and thinking about the newly unlocked money-making. Oh no, profit-generating new techniques, Zhang Xing stretched lazily. Awesome. With golden core cultivation and new features at my disposal, my life, after crossing over, is getting better and better. But with my current strength, it's probably best to avoid going out for now. Zhang Xing felt the golden elixir spinning in his dantian, feeling quite pleased, but still rational. The golden core stage sounded impressive, but in the eyes of those old monsters who could easily reach the nascent soul or divine transformation stages, it was at best just a grasshopper that could hop around a bit, easily crushed with a slap. It was better to stay safely in the shop, safety first. He needed to sell more blind boxes and wait until he reached the great ascension stage. No, at least he should refine to the void refinement stage before going out to have fun. Zhang Xing made up his mind, rubbed his hands together, put on a professional fake smile, and cheerfully prepared to open the door to welcome customers. Hey, today is a really good day. In a good mood, Zhang Xing pulled open the shop door. As soon as he opened the door, he found a young man in a blue robe standing outside. Although he was called a young man, his deep-set eyes seemed to have the chill of 1,000 years of ice. The occasional glint that flashed by carried a sharpness that made one's heart race. His blue robe was spotless, his features handsome, and his demeanor outstanding. However, the slight smile at the corners of his mouth, along with the faint, almost imperceptible sense of oppression he exuded, made him seem far from righteous. This person felt a bit prickly, Zhang Xing murmured in his heart, but his smile remained unchanged, even becoming 3 points more enthusiastic. Please come in, fellow Taoist. Our little shop has everything, as you can tell from the name, and we guarantee we have what you need. Please come in, please come in. Chapter 14. Displaying mythical items. The gaze of the arrogant demon lord lingered on Zhang Xing's face for a moment. He had come here after hearing from insider that a strange shop had appeared in Qingyang town, specifically to investigate. But the shopkeeper before him had an ordinary aura, as if he were just a mortal. The arrogant demon lord's brows slightly furrowed. As a pinnacle stage cultivator, he swept his divine sense across the shop, but he couldn't see through this person at all. This feeling set off alarm bells in his heart. Interesting. A hint of a smile deepened on the arrogant demon lord's lips as he stepped into the shop. Just as he crossed the threshold, Zhang Xing heard a ding in his mind, and the system's cold electronic voice exploded in his ears. Warning, high-risk target detected. Name, arrogant demon lord. Affiliation, demon god hall. Position, one of the 16 demon lords. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the transformation stage. Zhang Xing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Pinnacle of the transformation stage. A demon lord? Holy crap. Just after sending off an elder at the initial transformation stage, a pinnacle demon lord shows up? Did my shabby shop poke a hornet's nest of transformation cultivators? He panicked instantly. The little pride he had from just advancing to the golden core stage was extinguished in an instant. A golden core in front of a pinnacle transformation cultivator is like a newly hatched chick. Just a breath from him could obliterate my soul, right? Help me, system. Zhang Xing screamed in his heart. The host is absolutely safe within the shop's premises. The system's emotionless voice rang out at the right moment, like a stabilizing anchor. Zhang Xing finally relaxed, patted his chest, and calmed down. But then he realized something. Wait, system, you're not being fair. Zhang Xing complained internally. When did you add this feature to check guest information? Why didn't you alert me when those guys from the Qingqiu Sword Sect came? You're hiding private functions, aren't you? I must dock your performance. This function is a basic feature of the system and does not require unlocking. The last time there was no alert because the threat level did not reach the warning threshold. Fine, you're impressive. Zhang Xing could only helplessly shift his focus back to the high-risk target in front of him. Since the shop is safe, what is there to be afraid of? So what if he is at the pinnacle of the transformation stage? So what if he is a demon lord? On my turf, even if the demon emperor comes, he has to obediently pay spirit stones for my mystery boxes. With that thought, Zhang Xing straightened his back, and his smile turned sincere and merchant-like. Dear friend, please take a look, Zhang Xing said enthusiastically. Although the small shop was simple, the mystery boxes were definitely one of a kind in the Taisu realm. Whether you want divine weapons, peerless techniques, or life-saving trump cards, they could all possibly be opened. The arrogant demon lord stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the shop's simple furnishings. Finally, his gaze landed on a row of round, unremarkable eggs on the counter, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Anything could be opened? Boss, what kind of surprises can come from these eggs of yours? Zhang Xing chuckled in his heart. The fish had taken the bait. The surprises could be immense. So what do you want? Zhang Xing smiled at the arrogant demon lord. Upon hearing this, the arrogant demon lord was momentarily stunned. What do I want? This shopkeeper actually asked me what I wanted? Could he sell items based on my needs? The arrogant demon lord's lips curled into a playful smile as he cautiously asked, I want something that can directly elevate my power to the true immortal level. Do you have that here? He stared intently at Zhang Xing, wanting to catch a hint of panic or surprise on his face. True immortal, that was a legendary realm, and he wanted to see how this mysterious shopkeeper would respond. Zhang Xing, however, didn't even blink. He smiled, rubbed his hands, and directly quoted, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to see your strength. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to see your strength? What does that mean? The arrogant demon lord raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit confused. What kind of jargon is this? See? Deter? Are you trying to deter me with spirit stones? What does it mean? Just give me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's the starting price? Zhang Xing added, affirmatively, 10,000 top-grade is just the starting price. Just the starting price? The arrogant demon lord repeated, disbelief creeping into his tone. Does that mean he doesn't even know how much it actually costs? This shopkeeper's tone was even more exaggerated than those greedy folks from the Demon God Hall. Exactly. Zhang Xing nodded as if it were obvious. After all, what you want is to rise to the heavens in one step, a treasure directly at the true immortal level. How could it be ordinary? We need to first verify your financial capability to see if you have the sincerity for this. So expensive? The arrogant demon lord deliberately elongated his voice, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Is everything in your shop priced so ridiculously? He wasn't genuinely worried about the spirit stones. He just wanted to test Zhang Xing's limits and authenticity. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were nothing to him, just a drop in the bucket. But the arrogant demon lord's money wasn't just blown in by the wind. Think about it. That is a true immortal. Zhang Xing stepped closer, lowering his voice. A step to the heavens, living as long as the heavens. How many heroes and champions are stuck at the peak of tribulation for their whole lives, yearning for that threshold? What I offer is a real opportunity. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the arrogant demon lord's face, carrying a hint of mockery. Some people exhaust their lives and deplete their fortunes. Let alone a true immortal, they can't even touch a single hair of one. You tell me, is my starting price too high? The corner of the arrogant demon lord's eye twitched slightly. This kid has a sharp tongue, hitting right at the heart. Who can resist the temptation of a true immortal? not to mention 10,000, even 100,000 or a million top-grade spirit stones. If he could truly rise to the heavens in one step, the entire demon god hall would be willing to go bankrupt. But the question is that even possible? A shopkeeper who looks like he hasn't even grown a full set of hair dares to boast like this? The boss is quite confident. The arrogant demon lord's tone was flat, making it hard to discern his emotions. Aren't you afraid that if I pay the spirit stones, you won't be able to produce anything? Then, he didn't finish his sentence, but the chill radiating from him was enough to scare ordinary cultivators. Oh dear, what a joke, my friend. Zhang Xing exaggeratedly waved his hand, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Running a business is all about honesty. No cheating. If I do, I'll pay 10 times back. I might not be able to afford that. But rest assured, my shop has it all. The reputation is solid. Besides, who are you? A powerful being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Would I dare to deceive you? That would be like lighting a lamp in a latrine, asking for death. The arrogant demon lord. This analogy is crude, but it seems to make some sense. Moreover, Zhang Xing changed his tone, his smile becoming inscrutable. 10,000 is just to see if you have this fate. After all, treasures that lead directly to the true immortal level are not something just anyone can handle. We need to verify your qualifications, understand? To see your sincerity, your strength, and whether you are that chosen one. Verify qualifications. The arrogant demon lord mulled over these words, his thoughts racing. This line of reasoning was unheard of, yet it seemed logically consistent. According to the insider's information, that old guy from the Qingqing sword sect came out of this shop looking radiant. He must have obtained something remarkable. Forget it. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones are nothing to him. Just treat it as buying something novel. Let's see what kind of trickery is being sold in this gourd. If it's a scam, he wouldn't mind adding a wisp of demonic soul to Qingyang Town. All right. The defiant demon lord no longer hesitated, decisively took out a storage bag and tossed it to Zhang Xing. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, just like that. Good. Fellow Taoist is straightforward. Zhang Xing received the storage bag, scanned it with his divine sense, and the smile on his face instantly blossomed like a blooming sunflower. His heart filled with joy. Ha, another big spender is hooked. Lao Tong, collect the money. Ding. Confirmed receipt of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, deposited into the system account. Lao Tong. Zhang Xing quickly inquired his mind. Does this big shot have anything that leads directly to true immortality? Hurry up and search for me. Ding. The following items have been searched based on a request. Please choose which to present to the customer. 8-9 Profound Skill, Mythical Level. Originating from Journey to the West, it allows one to attain sanctity of the physical body. Impervious to all methods, with countless transformations, and can prove the Tao of true immortality upon reaching great accomplishment. Great Immortal Technique, Mythical Level. Originating from Journey to the West, it focuses on the primordial spirit, directly pointing to the chaos, and can prove the Tao of true immortality upon reaching great accomplishment. 9 Heaven's Divine Decision, Mythical Level. Originating from Investiture of the Gods. It balances primordial spirit and physical body, possesses vast divine abilities, and can prove the Tao of true immortality upon reaching great accomplishment. Looking at the rows of shining names of techniques listed by the system, Zhang Xing gasped. Good heavens, there really are. 8-9 Profound Skill, Great Immortal Technique, System. Have you brought over mythological legends? Then let's go with the 8-9 Profound Skill. Suddenly, a jade slip exuding a mysterious aura appeared in Zhang Xing's hand, making one feel small. Here you go. He smiled slightly, feeling secretly pleased. Indeed, this was a big client, and he had to perform well. The defiant demon lord took a step forward, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He stared intently at the jade slip in Zhang Xing's hand, secretly shocked. Boss, what is this? This is the 8-9 Profound Skill. It is the technique cultivated by Erlang Shun, the true monarch Yang Jian. Zhang Xing feigned mystery, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. Erlang Shun, the true monarch? The defiant demon lord frowned slightly. He had never heard this name before. That's right. Zhang Xing nodded. He is a legendary figure with a terrifying level of cultivation. So what level is he exactly? The defiant demon lord pressed on, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Zhang Xing pretended to think, raised a finger as if recalling. You're currently at the peak of the transformation stage, right? The defiant demon lord nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. This is common knowledge. The entire cultivation world knows it. After the transformation stage, it goes to the void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. Once you pass these hurdles, you become what you call a true immortal. Zhang Xing counted on his fingers. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The defiant demon lord remained expressionless, thinking that this kid was indeed just putting on show, talking about common-level distinctions. However, Zhang Xing turned the conversation around, revealing a mysterious smile that seemed to say, "You wouldn't understand this. True immortal? That's just the beginning." The defiant demon lord's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching slightly. Above true immortal, there are celestial immortals, golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, and finally, the great Luo golden immortals. Each time Zhang Xing mentioned a level, it was like dropping a boulder into a calm lake, the sound not loud, but it stirred up huge waves in the heart of the defiant demon lord. He paused, looking at the now somewhat dazed defiant demon lord, and extended his last finger. So this Erlang Shun, the true monarch, is probably just about 9 major realms above you. 9. The defiant demon lord felt as if struck by lightning. His mask of composure built over hundreds of years nearly shattered on the spot. His figure swayed imperceptibly, his pupils suddenly constricting as he stared fixedly at Zhang Xing. This is impossible. There are so many realms after true immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal. These terms he had never heard of. What shocked him even more was that this seemingly ordinary shop owner could so clearly and casually speak of these legendary distinctions. Who exactly is he? Boss, are you sure? The defiant demon lord's voice carried a hint of dryness and tremor he himself was unaware of. For sure, Zhang Xing said with a face full of innocence. Isn't this common knowledge? Just like you know you need to eat when you're hungry and drink when you're thirsty. At that level, these are all basic facts. Common knowledge? Basic facts? The defiant demon lord felt his worldview collapsing. After hundreds of years of hard cultivation, standing at the peak of the transformation stage, he thought he was among the top in the Taisu realm, uncertain if he could survive the tribulation and ascend to become a true immortal. But now, this young man told him that was just the starting point. The end point he had pursued his whole life, coveted by countless others, was merely common knowledge to others. He felt a wave of absurdity and helplessness wash over him. At the same time, an unprecedented excitement and desire began to surge wildly. If there truly are higher realms, then what was his previous pursuit worth? The defiant demon lord looked at the seemingly ordinary jade slip in Zhang Xing's hand, his gaze completely transformed. The previous probing and doubts turned into an indescribable fervor. This jade slip might truly hold the key to the supreme path. Ahem. The defiant demon lord forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions. This 8-9 profound skill, can it truly lead directly to that level of realm? Naturally. Zhang Xing patted the jade slip. Erlang true monarchs personally taught technique, genuine and honest. I can't guarantee it leads directly to Great Luo, but reaching true immortal is a sure thing. As for the subsequent celestial immortal and golden immortal, it depends on your own comprehension and fortune. He weighed the jade slip and added, of course, this thing has a high starting point. The requirements for cultivators are not ordinary high. Are you sure you want to give it a try? Chapter 15. The proud demon lord opens blind box's boss. How many spirit stones do these 8-9 profound arts cost? The proud demon lord raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Zhang Xing quickly asked the system, how many spirit stones is this thing? Beep. This item does not support customization at this time. Zhang Xing's heart sank, but he quickly forced a calm smile. This technique is priceless. Priceless? The proud demon lord's lips curved into a playful smile. Then can you give to me for free? Haha, your words are quite amusing. Zhang Xing couldn't help but laugh, but inside he was pondering the demon lord's reaction. My shop values integrity. If you want it, you could buy a blind box. And if you're lucky, you might draw it. If not, then there's nothing I can do. The proud demon lord paused slightly. All right, I'll consider it a novelty purchase. How many blind boxes would you like to buy? These blind boxes are 10,000 top-grade spirit stones each. A 10 consecutive draw has a guarantee. I assure you. You'll be satisfied with the guarantee. Then I'll take 10. The proud demon lord replied without hesitation. There'll be 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Payment first. Then we open the boxes. Zhang Xing felt ecstatic inside, a smile spreading across his face. All right. However, the proud demon lord's tone shifted, carrying a hint of authority. If you cannot provide the corresponding items, I wouldn't mind letting you know what consequences are. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. Zhang Xing secretly rejoiced. It seemed this demon lord was indeed a big client. As for the threat, with the system around, he had nothing to worry about. Then let's do it. The proud demon lord handed over 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing's face lit up with joy as he turned around to take 10 blind boxes from the shelf behind him. He lined them up on the counter, his movements so practiced it was as if he had done it 1,000 times. Fellow cultivator, please look, 10 blind boxes, neither more nor less, freshly made. Guaranteed to contain treasures. Zhang Xing rubbed his hands together. He picked up a small wooden hammer that had been polished to a sheen and solemnly handed it to the proud demon lord. Please, use this to open the boxes. The proud demon lord's gaze swept over the 10 unremarkable egg-like boxes. Finally, it landed on the small hammer, which was not much thicker than his finger. Here he was, a mighty demon lord at the pinnacle of transformation, about to use such a child's tool to crack open some eggs. The feeling was indeed a bit subtle. He silently took the small hammer, which felt light in his hand, entirely different from the heavy magical artifacts he was accustomed to using. Holding it, Zhang Xing pointed at the blind boxes and then at the hammer, enthusiastically guiding him. Aim it, give it a tap, or maybe 2 taps. It's up to you. The treasures inside will come out. But I must remind you, be gentle. If there's a rare item or a fragile elixir inside, and you break it, our shop won't take responsibility. The proud demon lord glanced at Zhang Xing, who seemed to have a way with words far superior to the items in his shop. By the way, Zhang Xing seemed to remember something, leaning in closer and adding mysteriously, it is said that if you silently wish for what you want before opening, it can increase your luck. Fellow cultivator, aren't you interested in that? 8-9 profound arts? You could give it a try. What if your wish comes true? The proud demon lord's grip on the small hammer tightened, his knuckles turning slightly white. 8-9 profound arts, the realm beyond, true immortals. These thoughts echoed like a demonic chant in his heart. He no longer paid attention to the chattering Zhang Xing, his gaze fixated on the first blind box. His eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce through the eggshell and see the secrets within. Bang! A sound not loud but somewhat dull, echoed in the quiet shop. The proud demon lord remained expressionless, but the hand holding the hammer was noticeably tense. Zhang Xing immediately craned his neck, his eyes wide with anticipation, even more excited than the one opening the box. It's coming. The first one. What will it be? Golden light? Purple light? Or, bang! With a light sound, the first blind box cracked open. A somewhat shabby green light spilled out. As the light faded, a large sword floated in midair. The proud demon lord silently looked at the sword, glancing at Zhang Xing, who was stretching his neck with an exaggerated expression. Zhang Xing quickly cleared his throat, trying to salvage the atmosphere. Ahem, this is a good sign. Green represents vitality and long-lasting fortune. The proud demon lord's mouth seemed to twitch slightly. What is this item called? What is its use? Oh, this? It's the Storm Greatsword. Zhang Xing smiled broadly, but his introduction felt somewhat insincere. It can, enhance some killing power. The proud demon lord took the hammer and aimed at the second blind box. Bang! Still green light. In the glow, a thin blue-covered book quietly floated. Zhang Xing clapped his hands in approval. Fellow cultivator, your luck is improving. This is the Amplification Tome. It also enhances some killing power. A great partner for the Storm Greatsword. The proud demon lord. He expressionlessly picked up the hammer, moving a bit quicker. Bang! Green light. Another Storm Greatsword. Bang! Green light. Another Amplification Tome. Bang! Green light. Another storm greatsword. Fellow cultivator. It seems you have quite an affinity with the storm greatsword and amplification tome. Zhang Xing looked at the 3 identical swords and 2 identical books already laid out on the counter. His smile remained unchanged, but his tone held a hint of teasing. How about we gather 7 swords and summon something to try? The proud demon lord tightened his grip on the hammer, the veins on the back of his hand slightly visible. He ignored Zhang Xing's teasing, merely coldly staring at the remaining 5 blind boxes. The action of knocking had clearly taken on a subtle hint of impatience. 5 blind boxes, and in the blink of an eye, the first 2 were opened. The result was still the familiar glow, the familiar formula. The Storm Greatsword and Amplification Tome made their appearances once more. On the counter, 4 identical Storm Greatswords and 3 identical Amplification Tomes were neatly arranged. The green and blue lights intermingled, exuding a cheap plastic feel. The proud demon lord stared at this pile of somewhat meager spoils, finally stopping the actions in his hands. He slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Zhang Xing's smiling face. Boss, his voice revealed no emotion, yet carried an invisible pressure. Is there really the 8-9 profound arts among these blind boxes? Zhang Xing's heart skipped a beat, realizing the situation was dire. This big shot's patience was wearing thin, but his face remained as steady as ever, even smiling more brightly. Oh dear fellow cultivator, you've only opened 7. Don't be in a hurry. In a 10 consecutive draw, isn't there still a guarantee? The good stuff is still to come. He pointed at the remaining 3 blind boxes, his tone confident. The essence often settles at the end. Trust me, the next one will definitely be different. Chapter 16, Divine Light Guaranteed. Bang! This time, it was finally not the familiar green light, but a hint of purple light instead. Zhang Xing's heart raced. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the center of the glow. Damn it, this is the guarantee. The previous Storm Greatsword and Amplification Tome were a total loss. This time, it has to be something powerful. As the light gradually faded, a uniquely shaped armor floated in mid-air. At the same time, a series of information flooded into Zhang Xing's mind. Guardian Angel, from the game League of Legends, effect, revives in a severely injured state within 3 seconds after being killed. Guardian Angel? Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Wow, a resurrection armor. This is a good thing. He quickly glanced at the proud demon lord, ready to witness the shock on his face. However, the proud demon lord's expression was somewhat strange, his brows furrowed as if he was contemplating something. Boss, what is this? He asked in a deep voice, with a hint of curiosity. This, well, is called Guardian Angel. Zhang Xing cleared his throat, preparing to impress him. It is an ancient artifact with a miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Bring the dead back to life? The proud demon lord's deep-set eyes suddenly sharpened. The weight of these 4 words was enough to shake any cultivator's mind. That's right. Seeing this, Zhang Xing was overjoyed. The guarantee had finally paid off. In simple terms, it's like you bought a resurrection coin. Snap. If you get killed, no matter if your body is destroyed or whatever, it can make you get back up in 3 seconds. He paused to add crucial information. Of course, it's not a full health revival. It's in a severely injured state. But hey, it's better to be alive than dead, right? The sharpness in the proud demon lord's eyes softened slightly, replaced by a deep contemplation. 3 seconds. Reviving in a severely injured state, this effect is beyond just good. It's simply against the heavens, especially in critical moments of life and death. This equals an extra chance to turn the tide. He remained silent for a moment before asking the most critical question. What if the soul is completely extinguished? The essence of a cultivator lies in the soul. The body is malleable. Once the soul is completely extinguished, that is true death, with no chance of reincarnation. You hit the nail on the head. Zhang Xing chuckled, leaning in a bit closer, lowering his voice as if sharing some ultimate secret. What's powerful about it is this. Even if your soul is scattered, as long as you're still wearing this treasure, it can still bring you back to life. It's that unreasonable. The proud demon lord's hand, holding the small hammer, turned slightly pale. The soul can be revived too. This has exceeded his understanding of magical artifacts. He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of rare treasures. but he had never heard of anything that could reverse the outcome of a dissipated soul. For a moment, a storm of emotions surged within him. The impatience from the previous 7 disappointments was instantly washed away by this sudden, huge surprise. The value of this armor far exceeded his imagination. He maintained a calm facade, but the rhythm of his breathing became imperceptibly erratic for a moment before he forced himself to regain composure. "Not bad," he commented, his voice revealing little emotion. "Friend, you're being a bit humble here." Zhang Xing couldn't help but retort, "Not bad. This is a second life. A real second life. Do you know how many old monsters outside would do anything, no matter how ruthless, to extend their lives by a few years? You get to revive right on the spot with soul insurance, and you just call it not bad." Zhang Xing pointed at the guardian angel, heartbroken. If this thing were auctioned off, those old folks stuck at a bottleneck, and the enemies of many would probably fight over it. Compared to that pile of junk you opened earlier that can only scratch, this is the real treasure. The corners of the proud demon lord's mouth twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to look at the few green storm greatswords on the counter. He was clear in his mind about the strategic significance of the guardian angel. With it, whether facing tribulations or battling equally strong opponents, there would be an absolute guarantee. As for the elusive and possibly non-existent 8-9 profound arts, the proud demon lord quickly weighed the pros and cons. Climbing to the top in one leap is indeed tempting, but the risks are unknown and ethereal. However, the guardian angel is a tangible, life-saving trump card. One step at a time, the path must be walked gradually. Being overly ambitious is a major taboo in cultivation. He was already overjoyed in his heart, calculating how crucial the guardian angel would be in his future plans. But on the surface, he merely nodded slightly. He put the purple glowing armor away, his actions showing no sign of excitement. This item is acceptable. To him, this treasure that could drive the entire cultivation world mad was merely of acceptable value. Zhang Xing looked at his calm demeanor and thought to himself that he was truly experienced. No wonder he is a demon lord. He really knows how to play it cool. However, cool or not, spirit stones are real. This guaranteed 10,000 spirit stones was worth it. There are still 2 left. Let us open them together. Zhang Xing looked at the proud demon lord, his smile unwavering, enthusiastically pointing to the last 2 lonely eggs on the counter. "Friend, strike while the iron is hot. The guardian angel just opened a good start. These last 2 might hide an even bigger surprise. Like that 8-9 profound arts?" The proud demon lord glanced at the 2 blind boxes, then looked at Zhang Xing, who was full of anticipation. He said nothing, only picked up the thin little hammer and weighed it in his hand. The shock from the guardian angel had not yet fully settled, and his desire for higher power was gently stirred by Zhang Xing's few words. "Come on, Lord Demon, please." Zhang Xing gestured for him to go ahead, his eyes sparkling as he focused on the hammer in the demon lord's hand. "Let us catch some of that celestial energy from the resurrection armor you just opened. This 9th one has to be extraordinary." The proud demon lord no longer hesitated. With a flick of his wrist, he struck the 9th blind box. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Zhang Xing immediately stretched his neck, chanting softly, red light, golden light will do. A purple light would be great too." However, reality is often harsh. A hint of green light emerged, once again the familiar, somewhat powerful green light. It seeped out from the crack in the eggshell, as if mocking Zhang Xing's mutterings. The storm greatsword quietly floated there. Zhang Xing's smile froze for a moment. Then he cleared his throat. "Ahem. This. Friend, look, 5 blessings are coming. This storm greatsword has gathered 5 now. How auspicious. With this number, maybe they can form some small sword formation. If they amplify each other, their power might not just be somewhat." The proud demon lord stared expressionlessly at the 5th identical greatsword. He then raised his eyes to scan Zhang Xing's face, which was desperately trying to make excuses. Silence was the best response at that moment. Zhang Xing wisely closed his mouth, cursing the lousy luck that had struck at a critical moment. He could see that the big shot's patience was about to run out. "It's the last one, friend." Zhang Xing hurriedly pointed to the last blind box, his tone filled with earnest desperation. "The grand finale. The essence is always at the end. The minimum guarantee has already produced a premium item like Guardian Angel, And this last one is definitely the finishing touch. Trust me. The arrogant demon lord took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing the frustration he had built up before. Then he raised the small wooden hammer and decisively struck the last blind box. Bang! This time, the eggshell cracked in response, and the light that burst forth was no longer the boring green glow. A clear and pure blue radiance emerged, like the deep waters of a lake, instantly capturing the attention of both of them. Blue light. Zhang Xing's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands excitedly. Great! Not the green, eco-friendly version after all. Let's see what good stuff it is. Chapter 17, Blue Light Premium. A uniquely shaped golden dagger, short in length yet exceptionally exquisite, emanating a faint golden glow on its surface. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in Zhang Xing's mind. Demonic Chain's Frenzied Blade, from the game League of Legends, optimized for the cultivation world. Increases the speed of spiritual energy absorption and circulation in the body with continuous attacks. Boosts attack speed, stacking effect. Note, returns to normal if not attacked within 10 seconds. A sheep knife? Zhang Xing blinked in surprise as he clearly saw the item. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. Although blue light isn't as good as purple light, it's definitely better than that green storm greatsword. Moreover, this thing increases the speed of spiritual energy absorption, increases the speed of spiritual energy circulation, and also increases attack speed. It can stack. He instantly understood the value of this item. In the cultivation world, what does a fast attack speed mean? It means you can hit your opponent twice before they can hit you back once. Faster absorption and circulation of spiritual energy mean what? It means an explosive increase in sustainability. The more you fight, the more blue you get, the fiercer you become. Damn, this thing must be considered top tier, even among blue light premium items, right? Zhang Xing's gaze towards the golden dagger instantly became fervent. This is way better than those few storm greatswords that only slightly increased lethality. It's practically a godly artifact tailor-made for prolonged battles. The proud demon Lord's gaze also fell on the golden dagger. He could sense the unique energy fluctuations contained within, but he couldn't discern its specific effects. Boss, what is this? He asked, his voice still steady, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Haha, fellow Taoist, your last strike has truly struck treasure. Zhang Xing immediately put on a face that said you've hit the jackpot. He picked up the golden dagger and spun it on his fingertip, showing off. This item is called the Demonic Chain's Frenzied Blade, commonly known as the sheep knife. Sheep knife? The proud demon Lord's brow furrowed slightly. This name seems too plain, even somewhat ridiculous. It clashes with the exquisite appearance and extraordinary aura of this dagger. Yes, sheep knife. Zhang Xing waved his hand nonchalantly. The name isn't important. What matters is the effect. Fellow Taoist, pay attention. He pointed at the dagger and explained. This treasure is powerful because of the word frenzied. When you use it to attack enemies, the first strike is unremarkable. But as long as you attack continuously, and I mean continuously, without stopping, Zhang Xing emphasized, then its effects will start to stack. Your attack speed will get faster and faster, dazzling your opponent. At the same time, it will also accelerate your absorption of surrounding spiritual energy, making the operation of your internal spiritual energy faster and faster. Simply put, Zhang Xing snapped his fingers and summarized. The more you hit, the faster you get, the fiercer you become. As long as you hit fast enough, theoretically, your speed and spiritual energy recovery can keep rising. Of course, there's a limit. If you don't attack within 10 seconds, the effect will disappear. The proud demon lord listened quietly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his deep eyes. The faster you fight, accelerating spiritual energy absorption and operation, and it can stack. He instantly grasped the key point. For cultivators of their level, magical power is abundant. However, in high-speed combat, the consumption and recovery speed of spiritual energy is often one of the critical factors determining victory or defeat, especially in prolonged battles. Whoever's spiritual energy falls behind first could potentially lose. This seemingly unremarkable dagger can simultaneously enhance attack speed and spiritual energy operation efficiency, and it's a stacking effect. If one were to engage in a tussle, Wouldn't the advantage grow greater the more they fought? Especially in a war of attrition. This is simply a weapon that can reverse the situation. Compared to the previous item that had incredible effects, but was a passive life-saving guardian angel. This sheep knife provides infinite possibilities on the active offensive front. He silently watched the sheep knife in Zhang Xing's hand, not speaking immediately. This little shop truly has all sorts of bizarre items. The proud demon lord held the golden dagger, his fingertips rubbing against the strange patterns on the blade, feeling the unique power contained within. The faster you fight, the faster spiritual energy operates. This is indeed a good item. Seeing his expression, Zhang Xing immediately leaned forward and chuckled. So, how about it, fellow Taoist? This sheep knife, powerful enough, right? The more you chop, the faster you get. The more spirited you become. It's a godly artifact for prolonged battles. Don't you understand? Compared to those few swords meant for scraping that only increase lethality slightly. Which is stronger? The proud demon lord shot him a glance, then looked down at the sheep knife in his hand. Ultimately, he didn't immediately praise it, only saying lightly, "This item has some interesting aspects." Zhang Xing rolled his eyes, thinking that this demon lord can really put on airs, getting a good deal, yet acting coy. He pointed to the pile of items on the counter that were still emitting faint green and blue light. So, what about these 5 storm great swords and 3 amplification tomes? Fellow Taoist, are you planning to take them home as decorations? Or, it's a small business, and we also provide recycling services, but while there's a symbolic environmental handling fee. The proud demon lord snorted coldly, seeming to find Zhang Xing's suggestion an insult to his discernment. He waved his hand, not even looking at those items. He directly stored the guardian angel, the demonic chain's frenzy blade, along with the 5 storm great swords and 3 amplification tomes into his storage artifact in one sweep. After securing his items, the proud demon lord did not leave immediately. He turned around, his deep gaze once again landing on Zhang Xing, filled with scrutiny. "Boss, the items in your shop are indeed peculiar. This guardian angel and sheep knife are quite eye-catching." He paused, then shifted the topic, his tone regaining some persistence. "But what I truly want today—" I understand." Zhang Xing immediately understood and smiled broadly. "The 8-9 profound art. Fellow Taoist, you must understand that as a myth-level cultivation method, leading directly to the true immortals and even the supreme path above. How could it be so easy to obtain?" He counted on his fingers to tally for the proud demon lord. "You just did your first round of 10 consecutive draws, spending 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. And you got a guardian angel, such an incredible life-saving item. And this sheep knife, a weapon that gets stronger the more you fight. This luck, if you told others. They'd turn green with envy. You're already overflowing with good fortune." Zhang Xing patted his chest confidently. "Good items are always at the bottom. The grand prizes are always at the end. Come a few more times, or maybe next time just buy everything, and perhaps the 8-9 profound art will just jump out at you, right? It's all about fate and luck. You've started off well this time. Your luck will surely be even better next time." The proud demon lord gazed deeply at Zhang Xing, as if trying to discern something from his face. But Zhang Xing's smile remained so sincere and shrewd. "I hope next time it can truly make me satisfied." He left this line, and a subtle wave of demonic energy rippled around him, causing his figure to vanish from the spot. Don't worry. I guarantee your satisfaction." Zhang Xing waved his hand at the air, his smile even brighter. "Fellow Taoist, take care. Come again next time. Let us see if there are any new products for you to get a discount on." Until the proud demon lord's aura completely disappeared, Zhang Xing rubbed his hands together, chuckling, feeling overjoyed. Another potential big client acquired. He immediately sat up straight, a standard greedy smile on his face, rubbing his hands together as he called out in his heart, Account. Hurry up, let's tally up the accounts." That arrogant demon lord just now was quite generous. Quickly calculate how much has come in. Ding. 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. The system's electronic voice rang out without any fluctuations. Current account balance: 213,985 top-grade spirit stones. 213,985. Zhang Xing stared at this number, his eyes nearly popping out. almost jumping out of his chair. Oh my goodness. Over 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. I've struck it rich. This time, I really have. He counted with his fingers. Back when he first crossed over, his pockets were emptier than his face. Now, haha, he's definitely a high-class potential stock in the cultivation world. After the excitement, Zhang Xing immediately thought of the main business. With money and not spending it. What a fool. He rubbed his fists, his eyes blazing. Account, don't just stand there, upgrade me. Max it out, get me to the nascent soul stage. Let's see who dares to act all high and mighty in front of me afterward. Chapter 18. Gathering of the Demon Clan. He had already begun to fantasize about his nascent soul leaving his body, stepping on a flying sword, and striding across the seas with grace. Ding! Detected the host's desire to advance in cultivation. Required spirit stones to reach the nascent soul stage. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xing's smile instantly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. How much? He dug at his ears, suspecting he had misheard due to the pressure from the demon lord's aura. 1 million? Top-grade spirit stones. He suddenly stood up, pointing at the air. You come out, jail warden. Explain this to me. Is the system bugged? 1 million. I've worked hard, risking my life to earn 200,000. And you want 1 million from me to advance to the nascent soul? Are you robbing me? Host's current spirit stone balance is insufficient to proceed with the upgrade. The system's voice remained as impersonal as ever. Please continue to work hard, manage your shop, and earn more spirit stones. This system has clear pricing for upgrade services, fair for all ages. Continue to work hard. Zhang Xing was so angry he started stamping his feet. The upgrade cost is rising faster than housing prices. This is outrageous. It's simply the worst kind of profiteering. He slumped back into his chair, looking at the more than 200,000 balance, the excitement from earlier dissipating almost entirely. 1 million. How many big shots would have to come for 10 consecutive draws? He sighed. It seems the dream of becoming a nascent soul powerhouse would have to wait for now. However, Zhang Xing's carefree optimism soon resurfaced. Forget it. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk step by step. 200,000 isn't too little. At least, it could buy a lot of good food. He stroked his chin, his eyes beginning to light up again. And today's haul was not bad. With Guardian Angel and Sheep Knife, that demon lord would probably be overjoyed. Next time he comes, I need to think carefully about what new and interesting items to recommend to him. Maybe a golden body? Let him experience the fun of waiting to die. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing's mood improved significantly, and he began to plan how to earn back the remaining tens of thousands of spirit stones from the next lucky customer. On the other side, at the entrance of Qingyang town, 3 beams of sword light descended, revealing the figures of Li Qingqing, Tyne Quanzi, and Chun Lo. An elder had been waiting at the town's entrance. It was Tian Shuzi, the elder of the Qingshu sword sect. He stroked his beard and, upon seeing the 3, immediately approached them. You're finally back. Tian Shuzi hurried over, his gaze sweeping over the 3 before finally landing on Tyne Quanzi. How is it? What is the deal with that everything store? Hurry and tell me. I'm so anxious I could burst. Chun Lu jumped in excitedly, his eyebrows dancing. Master Uncle, you should have seen it. That store is incredible. It's simply, no, it's like throwing a bomb in a latrine to stir up public outrage. No, it's eye-opening. Seeing Tian Shuzi's glare, he quickly corrected himself. Master Uncle Tyne Quanzi had good luck and casually opened it. And Duong, out came a purple light. He got a summoning token. What was it called? Right, the summoning token of General Zhang. The boss said this summoning token can summon a true immortal level cultivator. Isn't that exciting? Tian Shuzi's eyes widened at this news, his beard almost standing on end. What? Summon? A true immortal? He grabbed Tyne Quanzi's arm, his grip strong enough to make the latter frown slightly. Junior brother, pinch me. Am I dreaming? That little store can even produce such treasures? Tyne Quanzi steadied himself, helplessly saying, Brother, it's absolutely true. This item is real. He opened his palm, revealing an ancient-looking token lying quietly, with faint glimmers of light circulating around it. Wow! Tian Shuzi slapped his thigh, excitement causing him to spin around twice on the spot, his face red and neck thick. This is truly a lucky break. like an old lady crawling into bed and getting a laugh. No, no, it's a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse and hitting the jackpot. Let us go. Let us go. He grabbed Tyne Kwanzi and rushed towards the town exit like his pants were on fire. What are you waiting for? Opportunities are fleeting. We're going right now. Summon that General Zhang. Let us charge straight into the Demon God Palace. We'll make a center bloom. Bring that arrogant old demon out and smash his head. Tyne Kwanzi stumbled at his brother's impulsive enthusiasm, quickly pulling him back with a wry smile. Brother, calm down. He emphasized, this token is a one-time use, and that General Zhang will only take out one target and then leave. Seeing his brother so eager to storm the Demon God Palace, Tyne Kwanzi continued to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. You think we can rely on this to attack the Demon God Palace? By the time we reach the door, that general will probably be off home for dinner. What? Tian Shuzi seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water, his movements freezing, and the previously soaring ambition in his expression faded significantly. One-time use. Just kill one and leave. However, his eyes turned, looking back at the token, muttering, but to be able to kill one true immortal level combatant, that's quite a weapon. Yes, let us go back and report to the senior brother. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly. What? Summon a true immortal? Tian Jizi was deep in thought over the defense map of Qingyang Town when he heard this. His hand trembled, causing his wolf hair brush to drop on the map with a soft thud, leaving a small ink blot. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp, first sweeping over Chanlu, who was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Finally, it landed on Tyne Kwanzi, who had just entered, with a voice carrying a hint of incredulous confirmation. Junior brother Tyne Kwanzi, is what Chenlu said. True? Yes, brother. Tyne Kwanzi still bore traces of days from leaving that little store, but his tone was firm. He stepped forward, opened his palm, and there lay the ancient, shimmering token. This is it, named Summoning Token of General Zhang. According to the store owner Zhang Xing, if it's not false, it can indeed summon a true immortal. However, this item has many restrictions. The owner Zhang Xing mentioned that this token can only be used once. The summoned General Zhang will only strike once, killing a designated target before leaving on his own. One-time use? Kill one and leave. Tian Jizi took the token from Tyne Kwanzi, feeling its weight in his hand, his fingertips sensing an extremely faint yet vast and boundless wave. After a long moment, Tian Jizi slowly returned the token to Tyne Kwanzi. The shock on his face faded, returning to his usual calm demeanor, but a subtle glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. One-time use, kill one. He nodded thoughtfully. Even so, this item is not to be underestimated. Used at a critical moment, it could turn the tide and change the course of a great battle. It is indeed a card that no one would expect. A powerful weapon. He paused, looking at Tyne Kwanzi and Li Qingqing. That everything store and that owner Zhang Xing. Are they truly so unfathomable? Tyne Kwanzi exchanged a glance with the silent Li Qingqing, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, and finally, Tyne Kwanzi replied in a deep voice, far beyond imagination, unfathomable. Recently, those little demons have been stirring up trouble in the army. Tianji Zi put down the defense map in his hands, a hint of seriousness on his brow, but his tone remained relatively calm. Upon hearing this, Tian Kwanzi curled his lips into a dismissive smile and spoke lightly. Little demons? They really know how to pick their moments, knowing we've just obtained a treasure, thinking they can deliver us some food? Junior brother, this time it might not just be a joke. Tianji Zi raised his eyes, his gaze heavily fixed on Tian Kwanzi, carrying a hint of warning. The news is certain. This time the demon clan's gathering is not comparable to the demon generals from last time. Tian Kwanzi raised an eyebrow, retracting his previous light-hearted smile, and became slightly more serious. Oh, does this mean the demon lord is coming in person? Tianji Zi nodded, confirming his speculation. The scouts reported that the demon clan's movements this time are significant, with forces far exceeding previous gatherings. The one leading this force must be the demon lord. The demon lord, Tian Kwanzi repeated, finally infusing a hint of seriousness into his tone, but it was quickly suppressed as he forced a relaxed smile. So what if it's the demon lord? Tianji Zi shot him a glance, knowing that his proud junior brother would never easily admit defeat. So he chose not to say much more, only reminding him in a steady tone. with the Demon Lord leading. There must definitely be Demon Kings in the Void Refinement stage, lurking in the shadows, or even Demon Emperors in the integration stage. I know, senior brother. You can rest assured. Tian Quan Zi waved his hand dismissively, looking confident, but a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Tianji Zi sighed helplessly, knowing that continuing to speak would be futile, so he changed the topic. I wonder which Demon Lord it is. Who cares which Demon Lord it is? Tian Quan Zi waved his hand indifferently, speaking arrogantly. One comes, I kill one. Two come, I kill a pair. Just right to let them see that our Qingshu sword sect is not to be trifled with. Despite saying this, Tian Quan Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, secretly pondering that the demon clan's sudden mobilization and the involvement of the demon lord probably meant trouble was brewing. It seems that Qingyang town is about to face another fierce battle. Chapter 19. The Great War is about to begin. In Yang City, just a few hundred miles from Qingyang town, the atmosphere is heavy with demonic energy. Inside the temporarily constructed demon palace, the mood is oppressive. Jiao, what useful information did you gather during your infiltration of the Ling capital? The voice of the underworld demon king, shrouded in black mist, is low and deep, his gaze directed at the sharp-breathed demon lord below him on the left. Jiao, the demon lord, slightly bows, a hint of his usual arrogance on his face. However, there's a subtle fluctuation hidden deep in his eyes. Reporting to Lord Underworld, the Ling capital is calm and quiet. The old fellows of the Qingshu sword sect seem to have no special movements and are methodically reinforcing the defenses of the Ling capital. The underworld demon king pauses momentarily, his expression obscured in the mist as the black fog churns. Oh, calm and quiet? Upon your return, your aura seems a bit unusual. Jiao's heart tightens, but his expression remains unchanged, even sporting a hint of playful amusement. Your Excellency sees clearly. This trip indeed encountered a small surprise. Surprise? The underworld demon king's tone carries a hint of curiosity. A peculiar little shop opened in the Ling capital, named everything available, selling something called blind boxes. Jiao's tone carries a hint of self-deprecation, as if he had encountered something absurd. Out of curiosity, I went in to take a look. Blind boxes? The underworld demon king clearly finds this term unfamiliar. They're sealed eggs, claiming to contain treasures, costing 10,000 top-grade spirit stones each, and you have to use a small hammer to break them open yourself. Jiao's mukes. My subordinate, on a whim, tried a few. A nearby demon lord can't help but snicker. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for an egg? Jiao, who tricked you into this? Jiao shoots a cold glance at the demon general, who immediately falls silent. He turns back to the underworld demon king, shrugging his shoulders with a tone of resignation mixed with a hint of comedic failure. Spent several tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, and what did I get? A bunch of, well, oddly shaped scrap metal and a few incomprehensible broken books. According to that shopkeeper, they only enhance some lethality. He pauses, as if recalling some unpleasant experience, his mouth twitching slightly. Beside him, a demon lord with a bewitching figure, surrounded by pink mist, covers her lips and laughs lightly. Her voice charming, yet laced with sharpness. Jiao, so you went to the Ling capital to play with eggs at a grocery store? Several tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, just to hear a sound? Such extravagance, but I wonder if that sound is pleasant to the ears? Jiao does not even raise his eyelids, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Meiying, my leisure is not for you to comment on. Perhaps you can't even afford the sound of 10,000 spirit stones, hence you find everything novel. Meiying's expression slightly changes, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Enough. There's no need to make a fuss over trivial matters. The underworld demon king's figure, shrouded in black mist, shifts slightly, his low voice carrying undeniable authority. His unfathomable gaze seems to linger on Jiao for a moment before moving away. Jiao, remember your place. With the Great War imminent, those old fellows of the Qingshu sword sect are the real threat. Do not lose sight of the big picture due to these trifles. Your Excellency's admonishment is well taken. I will remember. Jiao thinks to himself with a cold smile. Trifles? He would not mention that the little shop contained the 8-9 profound art, a heaven-defying technique. The demon lords have plundered resources from all corners over the years, and their storage artifacts are likely overflowing. If they learned of the 8-9 profound art, it would not be his turn to benefit. Those things are merely distractions on the road, not to be taken seriously. My subordinate will go and organize the troops, ensuring no delay in the main task. The underworld demon king no longer inquires further, and the atmosphere in the palace becomes heavy again. Since there is no significant movement in the Ling capital, we shall proceed as planned. The black fog churns, and the underworld demon king's voice echoes in the hall. Jiao, your team is responsible for the eastern flank assault. You must break through the Qingshu sword sects' outer defenses within 3 days. No mistakes allowed. My subordinate obeys. A fierce glint flashes in Jiao's eyes as he responds in a deep voice. Atop the city walls of Qingyang town, leaden clouds hang low, and the dense demonic energy almost solidifies, pressing down on people, making it hard to breathe. On the walls, disciples of the Qingshu sword sect stand ready, their swords drawn, spirit light flickering. Yet every face shows an unmistakable solemnity. Tianji stands with his hands clasped behind his back at the parapet, his wide Taoist robe billowing in the gusts of wind. He gazes at the rolling, spreading demonic clouds on the distant horizon, his brows furrowing into a shape. Looking at this ominous cloud cover, it seems the demonic brats are truly planning to empty their coffers and fight us to the death. His voice is not loud. It clearly reaches the ears of several core disciples beside him. He turns his head, his gaze falling on the tall, coolly elegant figure in white beside him. Qingqing, disciple is here. Li Qingqing slightly bows her head and steps forward, waiting quietly for her master's instructions. Tianji looks at his extraordinarily gifted disciple, whose temperament is unusually calm, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions and expectations. When the great battle begins, you must seize the opportunity. He pauses, his gaze sweeping over the direction where the demonic energy is thickest. If a demon lord in the transformation stage forcibly breaks into our formation, or if significant changes occur in the battle, you will provide support from the shadows. Remember, the cursed blade's origins are mysterious. When using it, you must be discreet and ensure that no one, especially those demonic brats, realizes it is you. After one strike, regardless of success or failure, retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle, and do not expose the true nature of this object. His tone is serious, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Yet deep within his eyes lies a hint of barely perceptible worry. It may turn the tide with one blow, but its backlash is also formidable. You must be cautious, very cautious. Li Qingqing lifts her gaze, meeting her master's concerned yet scrutinizing eyes, her clear eyes still calm and unruffled, but carrying a hint of undeniable confidence. Disciple understands. Not far away, Chunlu stretches his neck, noticing that his master and junior sister have finished discussing important matters. He can no longer contain himself, sneaking closer with a mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling, and asks in a hushed yet excited tone, Master, with the atmosphere being what it is, should I go up and challenge them first? He puffs out his chest, looking eager to try. Let us seize the initiative, disrupt their deployment, show them the might of our Qingyang town. Tianji turns his head, looking at his lively disciple. Recalling the last time Chun Li's tongue lashing nearly caused friendly forces to suffer internal injuries, his mouth twitching slightly in amusement. This kid wants a challenge. He remains silent for a moment. All right, you can go challenge them. Yes, I guarantee I will complete the task. Upon hearing this, Chun Li's eyes light up, immediately dropping his playful demeanor. He straightens his back, stands at attention, saluting with a loud voice. He is already calculating whether to use the words he didn't finish last time or to come up with a few more cutting remarks. Tianji watches his disciple, who is brimming with enthusiasm, and wearily rubs his forehead, adding one last instruction. Be careful, don't charge too far forward. Just insult them a bit and come back. He pauses and adds another reminder. Try not to use that same old trick again. All right, just watch, Master Uncle. Chun Lu patted his chest, completely unaware of the deeper meaning in his master's words, only feeling the trust and expectations from his master. Li Qingqing silently watched this scene, a hint of helplessness flashing through her cold eyes. She quickly regained her composure and turned her attention back to the darkness that was drawing closer outside the city. The great battle is coming. Chapter 20, Attack. The arrogant demon lord stood before the surging demonic clouds, sweeping his gaze over the distant Qingyang town. Shrouded in the light of the formation, on the city walls, shadowy figures were poised, with several cultivators on high alert. He waved his hand toward the side and rear. Lord Arrogant, what are your orders? A demon general clad in blood-red heavy armor, his aura reaching the late stage of the nascent soul, stepped forward quickly and knelt on one knee. The arrogant demon lord slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at the demon general. A good dog under that woman, Phantom. What was his name again? Bloodslaughter? The name is unimportant. What matters is his allegiance. Bloodslaughter. The voice of the arrogant demon lord was calm and unruffled. Revealing no emotion. This time, in the attack on Qingyang town, I see your bravery. The first achievement of capturing the city will be entrusted to you and your men. Upon hearing this, the Bloodslaughter demon general's sturdy body seemed to stiffen for a moment, but then he suddenly raised his head, fervor blazing in his eyes. His voice slightly distorted with excitement. Thank you, my lord. I, your subordinate, will surely live up to your expectations and will plant your banner on the walls of Qingyang town first. Very good. The arrogant demon lord nodded slightly, his tone still flat. Go then, do not let me down. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. The Bloodslaughter demon general responded enthusiastically, rising abruptly and striding away to rally his troops. His retreating figure radiated an eagerness to achieve merit. The arrogant demon lord watched him disappear into the demonic mist, a faint yet chilling smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. First achievement? He sneered inwardly. Just the first wave, meant to exhaust the city's defenses and the morale of the clear Void Sword sect. That woman, Phantom, dared to mock me in the demon hall about my encounter in that strange little shop last time? Then let us use your capable subordinate as a flag sacrifice. He instinctively rubbed the storage ring on his finger, where the life-saving guardian angel and the increasingly powerful ghost chain's berserk blade lay quietly. These two items gave him a vague sense of confidence for the upcoming battle, especially that armor. At a critical moment, it could be a real second life. However, these should not be revealed until the crucial moment. It's good. It's just right to let these brainless fools test the waters and see what tricks the clear Void Sword sect has prepared this time. He raised his hand, feeling the increasingly violent demonic energy in the air, his voice spreading through the ranks of the demon army like ice. All troops prepare. In an instant, the demonic energy surged even more violently. Countless crimson or sickly green eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness, low and oppressive roars. The harsh sounds of claws scraping against armor, and the clanging of weapons collided, converging into a heart-pounding torrent. The arrogant demon lord watched everything with indifference. The last time the Black Slaughter demon lord was responsible for attacking this place, that fool wasted time talking nonsense, spending half an hour on a pre-battle mobilization. Truly foolish. On the battlefield, what matters is speed, precision, and decisiveness. Either do nothing or do it to the fullest. Where do all these pointless pre-battle insults and cumbersome formalities come from? He swung his arm sharply forward, his movements crisp and decisive. Attack! The two words ignited the frenzied, killing intent of the entire demon army like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Roar! Amid the thunderous roars, with Bloodslaughter and his eager vanguard troops spurred on by the promise of first achievement as the spearhead, the arrogant demon lord remained unmoving. His figure as solid as a mountain, watching the surging tide of demons crash against the barrier of light. He unconsciously tapped the unremarkable storage artifact hanging at his waist. What lay within was his true confidence and reliance for this journey. Clear Void Sword sect. Let me see how long you can hold out this time. On the city walls, Chun Lu was completely stunned. Attack? We're attacking now. The more than 100 taunts he had prepared in his mind, from greeting their ancestors to mocking whether they had forgotten their brains when stepping out, all got stuck. This isn't how the script was written. According to convention, when two armies face off, they exchange some harsh words first, scolding each other until the other side is furious, and then start fighting. What is wrong with this demon lord leading the charge? Not following the script, not even giving a rallying cry to the little ones? So unprofessional. Hey, you guys. Chunlu instinctively wanted to shout something, but the black tide of demons, roaring and suffocating with demonic energy, instantly blocked his words. Forget it. Cursing can be done anytime. Let us get down to business first. Chunlu's expression became serious as he drew the sword from his back. The sword hummed as spiritual power surged into it, and his gaze sharpened. Forget the routine, just fight. Almost simultaneously with the demon army's charge, Tianjizi, at the center of the city tower, remained calm, holding a palm-sized jade token engraved with ancient runes that he had somehow acquired. Without even looking at the surging demon tide below, he poured his powerful spiritual energy into the token without reservation. Clear void spirit sword formation, activate. With a low shout, the token suddenly erupted with dazzling azure light, shooting into the sky. Buzz, a low hum, seemingly from ancient times, resonated throughout Qingyang town, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Following that, a massive translucent light curtain, as clear as glass, rose from the city walls, instantly enveloping the entire Qingyang town. The surface of the light curtain was not smooth, but flowed with countless intricate spiritual lines, and transparent spirit swords, formed entirely of pure spiritual energy, darted rapidly inside and outside the curtain, slicing back and forth, emitting sharp sounds as they cut through the air. Any low-level demonic creature attempting to approach would be instantly sliced into pieces upon touching these roaming spirit swords, unable to even let out a cry. The vanguard of the demon army, which had just charged in with great momentum like a black tsunami, crashed against this solid formation's light curtain with a dull roar. The frontline demon soldiers and generals collided with an invisible wall, causing chaos as they fell over each other, and the following troops, unable to stop in time, crashed into them again, creating a moment of disarray. Seeing this, the disciples of the clear void sword sect on the city walls were invigorated, raising their magical artifacts in preparation to meet the enemy. Chunlu looked at the impenetrable formation and then down at the temporarily thwarted demon army. The slight dissatisfaction from losing his moment of glory immediately vanished, replaced by a surge of boldness. Come on, you demon bastards. Grandpa will. He was about to shout a couple of lines when he recalled his master's admonition and forcibly swallowed the second half of his sentence, changing it. We'll be waiting for you right here. The arrogant demon lord watched the azure light curtain rise instantly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So you've shrunk back already? He murmured, his voice laced with unabashed disdain. The arrogant demon lord flipped his wrist, and a long knife with a sinister design, exuding a dense aura of ominousness, appeared in his hand. It was his innate magical treasure, the nightmare demon blade. Without any hesitation, the magic essence within him surged violently, pouring into the blade. The air seemed to stagnate because of this power, as demonic energy roared and rolled around him. Nightmare Annihilation / Chapter 21. Slaying the blood fiend demon general with a low growl. The proud demon lord swung his blade down fiercely. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. As a pitch-black blade, shadow hundreds of feet long coalesced in the air, bringing with it a terrifying pressure that could tear the sky apart and extinguish all life. Slashing angrily towards the enormous azure barrier below. The moment he struck, it was one of his strongest killing moves, with no hint of hesitation. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the black blade shadow collided with the azure barrier. The point of impact erupted with blinding light, and a violent energy shockwave spread outwards, causing even the distant demonic clouds to roll and churn. The azure barrier trembled violently, with countless spiritual runes flashing madly on its surface, the light flickering as if it would shatter at any moment. The small spiritual swords darting in and out of the barrier disintegrated and vanished under the pressure of the blade shadow. On the city wall, Tianjizi, who was desperately maintaining the operation of the formation, suddenly felt his body shake, and his face became extremely serious. The terrifying power that came through the formation, which seemed capable of crushing everything, made his heart tremble. The proud demon lord. Tai and Jeezy immediately recognized this iconic demonic technique and its terrifying power that far exceeded that of an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. The peak of transformation stage. He was actually leading the charge himself. Tai and Jeezy's heart sank. The determination of the demon race this time was beyond expectations. It seemed they were intent on seizing Qingyang town. He dared not delay, immediately pouring more spiritual energy into the formation token in his hand to stabilize the crumbling barrier. Not far away, Chunlo, who had just been complaining in his heart about the demon army's lack of rules, without even a pre-battle speech, was startled by this sudden, earth-shattering strike. Damn! He instinctively shrank his neck, staring at the massive blade shadow that seemed ready to split the heavens and the earth, and the violently shaking mountain-protecting formation. His earlier relaxed expression vanished in an instant. Are they really going this big? He muttered to himself, then stubbornly continued in a low voice. Coming out swinging like this, there's no sense of martial virtue at all. It scared the hell out of me. The Qingshu sword spirit formation began to show cracks under the proud demon lord's attack. An inconspicuous female disciple in a green robe was observing the proud demon lord. Li Qingqing had deliberately changed into ordinary disciple attire to avoid attracting attention. She saw that although the proud demon lord was holding his ground against the Qingshu sword spirit formation, the formation probably wouldn't last long. She had to do something. Li Qingqing took out the cursed blade, controlling it with the Qingshu sword art, while her internal spiritual energy suddenly erupted. The cursed blade shot towards the proud demon lord like a bolt of black lightning. That little girl in the golden core stage, and that strange sword? The proud demon lord's gaze sharpened. The previous black fiend had died under this sword. This sword could instantly slay a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. If I were to take this blow head on, even if I wouldn't be seriously injured, I wouldn't fare much better. Besides, I must remain vigilant against this sword. No, I absolutely cannot be injured. The proud demon lord thought quickly. If I get injured here, it would affect my subsequent plans. Moreover, he felt that this sword was somewhat strange, as if it contained some unknown power, causing him a twinge of unease. With this thought, the proud demon lord's figure flickered, leaving an afterimage in place as his real body shifted several feet to the side. The cursed blade skimmed past his previous position, the sharp sword energy even tearing the air to create a brief vacuum trace. Losing its target, its momentum did not stop, piercing into the distance with a reluctant, sharp sword cry. On the city wall, Li Qingqing, disguised as an ordinary disciple, narrowed her eyes, her fingertips rapidly changing the hand seals. The cursed blade that had been shot out traced a cunning arc in the air, adjusting direction to pursue the proud demon lord's new position. However, this time, the spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding the blade seemed to be slightly weaker than before. The power has weakened? The proud demon lord, with his keen eyesight, instantly detected this subtle change, his wariness slightly diminishing but not entirely gone. There's indeed something strange. He once again shifted to dodge, his movements still swift, without a hint of hesitation. Swish! The black sword light fell empty again. However, this time, the direction of the cursed blade's flight was precisely towards the area where the demon army was charging most densely. The blood fiend demon general, at the forefront, was currently filled with excitement, imagining the glory of being the first to ascend the city walls and claim the credit. He did not notice the incredibly fast black flash at all, nor did he expect the proud demon lord to dodge twice in a row, leading this deadly attack right towards him. Puffed. A muffled sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed. The blood fiend demon general's advancing form abruptly halted, his frenzied expression freezing instantly. Then, a massive head flew into the air, still bearing an expression of disbelief and confusion. Blood gushed from the severed neck, and the headless towering body staggered forward a few steps due to inertia before crashing down. The battlefield, once filled with shouts and surging demonic energy, seemed to have pressed the pause button. Everyone was stunned. The advancing demon army instinctively slowed their steps, causing those behind to bump into the ones in front, creating a small commotion. Countless pairs of eyes looked in horror at the still bleeding headless corpse, then at the head that had rolled on the ground, eyes wide open in death. That was the blood fiend demon general, late nascent soul stage, a formidable general under the proud demon lord. Just like that, he's gone, without even a chance to react. Many demon generals looked toward their leader, the proud demon lord, their expressions complex. Their lord had dodged, but the blood fiend general was dead. This. On the city wall, the disciples of the Qingqiu sword sect were also in an uproar. Dead? The blood fiend demon general? Just like that, he was taken out? That was senior sister Li's flying sword? Some recognized the origin of the sword, but due to Tianjizi's orders, they did not dare to speak out. Chenlu gaped, muttering for a while. My goodness. Junior sister's sword technique. The aim was a bit off, but the effect. TSK, killing two birds with one stone, scaring off the demon lord and conveniently taking out a demon general. Tianjizi stood on the city wall, looking at the eerily silent battlefield below, then glancing towards the direction where Li Qingqing was, his brow furrowing even tighter. The power of the curse blade was beyond doubt. But the proud demon lord's caution was also beyond expectations. Although this strike had slain an enemy general, it also exposed the existence of the curse blade, and likely the proud demon lord would be even more vigilant moving forward. The proud demon lord hovered in midair, his expression dark enough to drip water. He looked at the corpse of the blood fiend, then felt the vague gazes of his subordinates behind him, his heart ablaze with anger, but more so with fear and gravity. That damn sword again, he almost immediately confirmed. Aside from that strange shop in Lingdu that had everything, he couldn't think of any other place that could produce such outrageous items. A little girl in the golden core stage, relying on a treasure, could actually threaten him at the peak of the transformation stage, and even in front of him, she killed one of his generals. Although the Blood Fiend was a member of the Phantom Clan, and his death was not a loss, it aligned perfectly with his intention to deplete the strength of another faction. However, dying in such a way, under an attack he had avoided, ultimately tarnished his reputation and was bound to cause his subordinates to waver, especially that Li Qingqing, hiding behind the Qingqiu sword spirit formation, taking advantage of the formation's cover to suddenly strike him like this. That feeling was truly unpleasant. Should I force my way in? The proud demon lord's eyes flickered as he quickly calculated. To break through this turtle shell formation would undoubtedly consume a large amount of spiritual energy. The old man Tianji is still in there presiding, and with a few old immortals from the Qingqiu sword sect, he might not be able to avoid trouble. Moreover, that little girl is still holding that strange black sword, eyeing him closely. Who knows if that thing could be used again? Thinking that hiding in a turtle shell and relying on a clever magic treasure can stop me? The proud demon lord sneered coldly in his heart. It seems I need to change my approach. His gaze became sharp and cold again, scanning the regrouped but clearly demoralized demon army below. Form ranks. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority, clearly spreading throughout the entire demon army formation. The demon army, which had been somewhat restless and hesitant, seemed to be struck by an invisible whip upon hearing the command, and immediately sprang into action. The low-ranking demons quickly gathered under the scolding of the demon generals, while several equally powerful Yuanying stage demon generals stepped forward, each taking their positions. In just a moment, a large and bloodthirsty demonic formation began to take shape outside Qingyang town. Demonic energy surged, and formation patterns emerged, subtly connecting the powers of several Yuanying demon generals and the vast aura of countless demon soldiers, exuding a sense of oppression far greater than when they had charged in disarray before. Although this was just a temporarily formed attack formation, far from being exquisite, it had the advantage of sufficient power, especially with its core supported by several late-stage Yuanying demon generals. A combined strike would definitely not be underestimated. The proud demon lord looked at the gradually forming demonic formation, feeling the violent power gathering within, and finally revealed a hint of a proud sneer on his face again. Qingqiu sword spirit formation? I want to see how many hits your turtle shell can withstand. He held the nightmare demon blade upside down, suspended behind the demonic formation, his gaze darkly fixed on that inconspicuous spot on the city wall. "And your sword. You better pray that I don't get the chance to seize it." Chapter 22. Li Qingqing's idea, 100 miles away from the battlefield of Qingyang town, a seemingly inconspicuous yet incredibly eye-catching cloud of demonic energy quietly hovered, concealing several powerful auras within. The gaze of the dark nether demon king seemed to pierce through space, landing on the distant battlefield. The battle had only begun for a moment when a late-stage nascent soul demon general was killed. General Xue Sha's death was truly unjust, as he had blocked a disaster for that arrogant fellow. Beside him, the shadow demon lord covered her red lips, her voice tinged with resentment. Immediately, a nearby demon lord echoed her sentiments. What the shadow said is absolutely right. That arrogant one underestimated the enemy and suffered losses, truly disappointing Lord Dark Nether. Enough. The low voice of the Dark Nether Demon King interrupted the demon lord's words, causing him to immediately fall silent, too afraid to speak further. The black mist rippled slightly, obscuring the Dark Nether Demon King's expression, but the coldness in his tone made the shadow demon lord restrain herself somewhat. Arrogance is one thing. The Dark Nether Demon King's voice revealed no hint of anger or joy. But that sword is indeed strange. His gaze seemed to focus on the fleeting black sword light from earlier. He mused, that junior's cultivation is not high, relying entirely on the power of the magic weapon. Just now, when that arrogant one dodged, the sword's power weakened during its second pursuit, indicating that its control is not entirely at will. Perhaps there is a significant burden. The sword only bears traces of the Qing Su sword control technique, with no other strong divine consciousness imprints. If this king were to forcibly suppress it with divine consciousness, is it possible to directly seize that sword? A magic weapon capable of threatening a peak transformation stage cultivator from a golden core stage, if it were to fall into my hands. The black mist surrounding the dark nether demon king surged more violently, an invisible pressure quietly spreading. It seems that this battle at Qingyang town has more variables than anticipated. Arrogant one, you better not disappoint this king. Boom! Another dull, crashing sound echoed as the power of the demon formation slammed heavily against the light barrier. The azure glass wall emitted a groan of unbearable strain, several clear cracks spreading rapidly across it like ugly scars, causing the entire formation's radiance to dim noticeably. In the center of the city tower, the elder Tianji, who was presiding over the formation's core, swayed imperceptibly, his face paler than before, with beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, clearly indicating the immense cost of maintaining such a massive formation. The Qing Su Sword Spirit Formation, the protective barrier of Qingyang town for many years, seemed to be nearing its limit. Li Qingqing hid among a group of ordinary disciples standing at the ready, suppressing her aura to nearly nothing, her gaze locked tightly on the figure of the arrogant one behind the demon formation in the distance. Demon Lord Jiao Ao was methodically directing his subordinates to adjust their formations, his viciously designed nightmare demon blade pointed downwards, its surrounding demonic energy appearing calm, yet secretly roiling, clearly demonstrating a learned caution from previous encounters. Kill him, as long as we can slay this person. Could it cause this group of demon brats to fall into disarray and retreat without a fight, just like when the Black Sha demon lord was beheaded? This enticing thought had just risen in her heart when she forcibly extinguished it herself. No, that thrilling attack just now, his ability to react and dodge with precision in that split second had already proven his strength and vigilance far exceeded that of Black Sha. Now, he was even more focused, his hawk-like eyes scanning the entire city wall, and she could even feel several strands of strong divine consciousness lurking in her hiding spot, carrying a chilling intent of scrutiny and murder. It was nearly impossible to launch a surprise attack like before successfully. Moreover, she clearly remembered the vague sense of sluggishness transmitted from the sword during the second pursuit and the sudden massive consumption of her spiritual energy, like a floodgate being opened. The spellblade's power was indeed extraordinary, but it was not an artifact that could be controlled at will, especially when facing a fully prepared peak transformation stage demon lord. Forcibly activating it would not only diminish the chances of success, but could also result in unpredictable backlash. Her master's admonitions echoed in her mind. Looking at those nascent soul demon generals currently working together to power the demon formation, they had all learned to be cautious, standing in dispersed yet mutually supportive positions. Their vigilant gazes sweeping across the city wall, clearly fearful of the bizarre flying sword that had just beheaded the bloodshot demon general in an instant. Attempting to break through layers of defenses and accurately assassinate Demon Lord Jiao AO under so many watchful eyes was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Hey, that big sword-wielding one. It's not your fault to be ugly, but it's wrong to come out and scare people. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you hiding behind now, like a turtle? Did our junior sister's sword scare you so much that you wet your pants? Not far away, Chun-Li's inappropriate voice sounded again, this time shouting even louder. However, as soon as his voice fell, he was abruptly pushed back by the terrifying pressure suddenly intensified from the demon formation, his breath becoming chaotic as he almost lost his balance. Looking somewhat comical in his defeated state, Li Qingqing glanced at Chun-Li from the corner of her eye and saw him holding a storm greatsword. A storm greatsword? Li Qingqing's eyes lit up. Shen-Lu, throw me the storm greatsword in your hand. Quickly. Hearing this, Chun-Lu directly tossed the greatsword over and then took out another greatsword from his storage bag. What does senior sister want this for? Chun-Li couldn't think much further. Crack! Another heart-stopping crisp sound rang out, the cracks on the light barrier deepening and multiplying, with even a few strands of cold demonic energy attempting to seep in like venomous snakes through the tiniest gaps. Although they were quickly shredded by the formation's inherent spiritual energy, they still caused visible panic on the faces of several nearby young disciples. The formation could be breached at any moment. With the greatsword in hand, Li Qingqing's expression became serious. Her fingertips swiftly changed the incantation, circulating the heart method of the Qing Su sword control, forcibly infusing her spiritual energy into it. Buzz! The storm greatsword emitted a deep rumble. Her gaze sharpened, instantly locking onto the southeastern corner of the demon formation, where a demon general surrounded by pale, purple flames was expending all his energy to maintain the output of demonic energy. Go! With a soft shout, the storm greatsword flew out of her hand. Unlike the bizarre swiftness of the spellblade, this greatsword carried a domineering momentum, like a clumsy yet powerfully charged blue lightning, heading straight for the demon general Ling Yan's head. The Ling Yan's demon general was fully focused on maintaining the operation of the demon formation, while also keeping a wary eye on the potential reappearance of the deadly black light at the city wall from the corner of his eye. Suddenly seeing such an exaggerated greatsword rushing towards his forehead, he was momentarily taken aback. Then he sensed the unfamiliar wave of power coming from the greatsword. Although it wasn't strong, the decapitated head of the bloodshot demon general seemed to sway before his eyes. What the hell is this thing? The Ling Yin demon general cursed inwardly. No matter the power, following in the footsteps of the previous one would lead to great loss. Almost instinctively, the Ling Yin demon general let out a strange cry and suddenly retreated several feet to the side, abruptly interrupting the continuous output of demonic energy into the formation. Boom! The storm greatsword nearly struck the spot where he had just been standing, crashing heavily into the empty space and sending ripples of demonic energy flying, creating an impressive display. His dodge caused the previously smooth operation of the demon formation to suddenly falter. The light patterns in the southeastern corner flickered dramatically, like a malfunctioning light, and the frenzied energy gathered by the entire demon formation showed a significant disturbance, ultimately reducing the power directed at the Qing Su sword spirit formation. The tension in the figure on the city tower, Tianjizi, seemed to relax for a moment, and a barely noticeable glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes as he looked at Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing remained expressionless, her hand seals changing again. She manipulated the somewhat clumsy storm greatsword to carve an arc in the air, howling as it charged towards another Yuanian demon general responsible for the array node. The targeted demon general's eyelids twitched violently. He had witnessed the Lingyan demon general's desperate evasion just moments ago and recalled the gruesome fate of Xuesha, whose head and body were separated. How could he dare to take a head-on? Cursing the arrogant demon lord for being unreliable in his tactics. As they had been ordered to launch a strong attack without understanding the enemy's methods, he did not dare to slack off verbally and hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the great sword's slash. Damn it! Steady the formation. A temperamental demon general attempted to scold his companions, but when that clumsy, thick, and spark-emitting object turned toward him, his body reacted faster than his mind, and he quickly retreated as if his feet were coated in oil. Chapter 23. The shattering of the great formation. For a moment, the scene became somewhat comical. Within the demonic formation, several usually imposing and decisive Yuaning-level demon generals were unexpectedly chased by a large sword that looked neither particularly powerful nor graceful, darting around like ducks being pursued by mischievous children. The formation became increasingly chaotic due to their constant dodging. Although the Storm-Great Sword itself might not pose a lethal threat to these tough-skinned demon generals, each seemingly reckless attack precisely targeted the formation nodes, forcing one core demon general to interrupt their power output for self-preservation. As a result, the entire demonic formation's power plummeted like a balloon punctured with countless holes. The already precarious light curtain of the Qingqiu Sword Spirit formation experienced a sudden reduction in pressure. The menacing cracks stopped spreading, and the flickering spiritual light on the surface of the light curtain stabilized somewhat. Tianjizi, who was presiding over the formation, although still pale, showed signs of steadier breathing, and the tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Wow, senior sister is amazing. Chun-Lu watched in stunned silence, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. He suddenly reacted, realizing that the imposing large sword was his. Instantly filled with pride, he straightened his back, cleared his throat, and resisted the urge to shout, "Did you see that? That's my Chun-Li sword." Instead, he smugly hummed a couple of times in his heart. The proud demon lord, hovering behind the demonic formation, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. A group of fools. The proud demon lord finally could not suppress his anger, and his voice thundered through the demonic army formation. Are your eyes blind? That is not the deadly thing from earlier. His icy gaze swept over the demon generals still desperately dodging, filled with unabashed contempt and fury. Is such a piece of scrap metal worthy of your embarrassment? Stand still. Smash it for me. A few demon generals named stiffened, showing a hint of embarrassment and fear. The bloodthirsty demon general's unblinking head seemed to roll before him, and the fear brought by that fleeting deadly black light was not something that could be easily dispelled. Although Lord Proud said this sword was different, what if? One of the demon generals, gritting his teeth, summoned demonic energy and formed a ball of demonic flame, tentatively launching it at the Storm-Great Sword. But the large sword, under Li Qingqing's control, awkwardly but effectively dodged, skimming past the edge of the demonic flame and continuing to smash down on another demon general. Useless. The proud demon lord completely lost patience. Relying on this group of terrified idiots would only make the Qingqiu sword sect laugh at them. He stopped talking, his figure instantly blurring, leaving behind an afterimage as his true self appeared in the path of the Storm-Great Sword. The dark energy swirling around the nightmare demon blade was unadorned, simply and swiftly striking upward. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, but abruptly stopped. The Storm-Great Sword, which had just been flaunting its might and sending Yuaning demon generals scrambling, was as fragile as rotten wood before the dark blade's edge. With just one strike, the massive sword shattered in the middle, its spiritual light dimming instantly, and the broken remnants fell helplessly downward. On the city wall, Li Qingqing, who had been quietly controlling the flying sword, paused slightly at her fingertips, and the last faint connection with the Storm-Great Sword was suddenly severed. She frowned ever so slightly, raising her eyes to the figure who had resumed hovering in midair, holding the magic blade with an air of arrogance. Her gaze remained calm, but seemed to have turned a bit colder. My sword, not far away. Chun-Lu truly jumped up, pointing towards the proud demon lord. His face twisted in anguish. My Storm-Great Sword, limited edition. I just got it, and it's not even warm yet. You wasteful demon, pay me back for my sword. He screamed in anger, but when his voice was met with the proud demon lord's cold glare, it involuntarily lowered. and he could only mutter softly. Breaking things means you have to pay for them. That has common sense, you know. Tianjizi looked at the broken flying sword, then at the now stabilized and even more murderous demonic formation, and sighed softly, his expression growing graver. The brief respite he had just gained vanished. He tightened his grip on the Formation S token, preparing to face a more intense assault. The proud demon lord casually twirled the nightmare demon blade, resting it on his shoulder, and cast a disdainful glance at the frantic young man on the city wall. The corners of his mouth, curling into a cruel arc, continue. Smash this turtle shell for me. The Yuanying demon generals, who had been chased into chaos by the storm great sword, now returned to their positions with lingering fear. The proud demon lord's earlier roar and decisive strike made them dare not slack off, although they still feared that elusive black sword, since their master had given the order. They could only grit their teeth and once again channel their demonic energy into the formation. In an instant, the demonic energy surged and churned, even more condensed and violent than before. The powers of several Yuanying demon generals were forcibly fused together, guided by the formation, transforming into a heart-stopping destructive energy that pointed ominously toward the already cracked green light curtain atop the city wall. On the city tower, Tianjizi watched the demonic formation regather its strength and glanced at the proud demon lord, who was now more imposing than before, standing in midair. His face grew even paler. His internal spiritual power had already been depleted by more than half, and maintaining the operation of the formation was becoming increasingly strenuous. The time bought by Li Qingqing's maneuver was ultimately just a drop in the bucket. Uncle Master, Chenla moved a bit closer, observing the beads of sweat on Tianjizi's forehead, and his previously carefree expression had diminished considerably. He took out a standard longsword from his storage bag, glancing at the proud demon lord and muttering softly, "This guy really has no manners. He doesn't even pay for what he breaks." Li Qingqing stood among the disciples, still inconspicuous. She watched the proud demon lord raise the nightmare demon blade again, the familiar, suffocating pressure beginning to spread. She silently tightened her grip on the Qingling sword, her fingertips moving slightly as if preparing for something. The backlash and consumption from the cursed blade were too great, and the proud demon lord was already on guard, making it risky with little effect. Now, she could only rely on the power of the sect. Standing atop the surging demonic clouds, the proud demon lord looked down at the wavering light curtain below, and the familiar proud curve returned to his lips. He had just been toyed with by that little girl and lost face. Now it was time to regain his honor. "The Qingshu sword sect, this ends here," he whispered, pouring all the demonic essence from within into the nightmare demon blade, which emitted an excited hum. "This time, let us see how you block." Demon extinction slash. A pitch-black blade shadow, hundreds of feet long, coalesced once more, denser and larger than before, exuding a destructive aura that seemed ready to tear apart space itself. At the same time, the demonic formation below erupted with a thunderous roar. A similarly massive black energy column formed from the combined powers of countless demonic soldiers and generals shooting up into the sky, precisely merging with that gigantic blade shadow. The two forces combined, their power multiplied. The pitch-black blade shadow, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, struck down like a giant axe meant to sever heaven and earth, fiercely aimed at the already precarious green light curtain. Boom! This time, the sound of the collision was louder than any before, shaking the entire Qingyang town violently, and debris fell from the city walls. Crack! 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 The piercing sound of shattering resonated, like ice completely breaking under immense pressure. All of a sudden, the massive azure light curtain, under the strike of the dark blade shadows, began to crack from the point of impact, with countless fissures spreading wildly like a spider web, instantly covering the entire light curtain. In the next moment, the light curtain could no longer hold up and shattered with a loud bang. Countless azure fragments of spiritual energy scattered and flew around, resembling a brief rain of glass. Without the barrier of the formation, the surging demonic energy rushed in like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring into the city. Chapter 24. The General's Arrival. Let us go. Puff. In the center of the city tower, Tianjizi suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his form staggering, nearly unable to stand. The formation was broken. The formation was broken. A deathly silence enveloped the city walls, soon replaced by an even greater panic. The young disciples watched the approaching tide of demons, filled with a strong smell of blood and death, their faces drained of color, their hands trembling as they gripped their magical artifacts. The arrogant demon lord hovered in midair, a cruel and triumphant smile just forming at the corners of his mouth, looking down at the town that was about to be engulfed by demonic flames, savoring the pleasure of victory. However, at that moment of overwhelming demonic energy and human anxiety, an unexpected change occurred. 3 sharp and powerful auras surged up from 3 different directions in Qingyang town without warning, like 3 unparalleled divine weapons hidden in the dark. Suddenly unsheathed, a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor, piercing directly towards the demon lord's vital point at the back of his heart. A palm print, plain and unadorned, yet containing the power to shatter mountains and crack rocks, struck towards his side, and a figure, the most ghostly of all, silently appeared above his head. Fingers clawed, accompanied by a sharp howl that tore through space, reaching for his crown. These 3 attacks came so suddenly, coordinated flawlessly, and perfectly timed to strike, just as the demon lord's old power had just waned and new power had yet to arise. At the moment when his mind was the most relaxed, an ambush? The demon lord's pupils suddenly constricted. The smug smile that had just appeared froze on his face, replaced by a mix of shock and anger. These 3 old bastards had hidden themselves well. He had scanned with his divine sense several times earlier and found no clues at all. He had just unleashed his full power with a nightmare demon annihilation slash, merging it with the power of the demon formation, reaching the peak of his energy release. At this moment, there was still a slight stagnation in the operation of his demonic essence within, and it was already too late to completely evade the deadly ambush coming from 3 directions. Damn it! In a roar, the demon lord had no time to think further, nor could he care about maintaining his demeanor. His instinct for survival made him react instantly. He abruptly contracted the surging demonic energy around him, as if donning a thick layer of black armor, while at the same time, his demonic essence surged wildly, forcibly twisting his body to evade the deadly points at his back and crown. Boom! Boom! Hiss! 3 dull thuds, and a light sound of flesh being torn echoed almost simultaneously. The demon lord felt a tremendous force slam into his left shoulder, numbing half of his body, while the palm print solidly imprinted on his side, sending a sharp pain through him as if his ribs were about to break. Even more infuriating was that the fierce claw above his head, though it failed to crush his skull, left 3 deep blood grooves on his scalp, demonic blood instantly gushing out and flowing down his cheek. He felt as if he had been hit by 3 mountains at once, letting out a muffled groan. His body uncontrollably flew backward for over 10 feet before he barely steadied himself, his expression dark and terrifying, his eyes filled with rage and a hint of disbelief. The ones who ambushed him were the other 3 elders of the Qingshu sword sect, Tianxuzi, Tianquanzi, and Yaguangzi. They had been holding back, waiting for the moment the formation broke. Oh wow, that was great. So well done. You really made him look foolish. On the city wall, Chun Lu, who had just been lamenting over his storm greatsword, saw the demon lord suffer and immediately widened his eyes, nearly jumping up in excitement, shouting out loud, along with a nonsensical saying. His shout broke the brief stillness on the battlefield, making the demon lord's expression even uglier. He didn't die. Tianquanzi felt slightly surprised and quickly communicated with his 2 fellow disciples through sound transmission. This demon lord is more troublesome than expected. The peak of the transformation god stage is indeed not to be underestimated. Yaguangzi responded, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. That previous strike was already our combined effort, yet we failed to kill him in 1 blow. Tianxuzi frowned slightly, glancing around, his gaze sweeping over several powerful auras hidden deep within the demonic clouds in the distance. We may have acted first, but it seems we have exposed our intentions too early. Those watching demon lords will not remain idle any longer. That's fine. A glint of determination flashed in Tying Quanzi's eyes. We will have to fight sooner or later. It's better to deal with this arrogant demon lord first to relieve some pressure. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his sword, the spiritual power surging again, preparing to welcome an even more intense battle. Yaguangzi sighed lightly, his gaze shifting to the battlefield below. Although Qingqing's cursed blade is powerful, she is ultimately only at the golden core level. The continuous exertion just now must have consumed a considerable amount of spiritual power. The upcoming battle is likely to be even more difficult. Tying Suzy fell silent for a moment before speaking. Let's do our best. The Qingshu Sword Sect has never feared any challenge. His tone was calm, but carried a firm strength, inspiring the two disciples beside him. On the city wall, after a brief silence, the disciples of the Qingshu Sword Sect gradually returned to their senses from the shock. They saw the elders standing tall again, their hearts settling a bit, and they gripped their weapons once more, ready to face the demonic race's more frenzied counterattack. Qinle looked at the demon lord, who was struggling to stabilize himself in midair, then glanced at his three elders. All his previous worries vanished, replaced by excitement. He cleared his throat and raised his voice again, shouting at the demon lord. "Hey, I'm talking to you. How is it going? Are you dazed? Let me tell you, our Qingshu Sword Sect is not to be trifled with. An ambush? Bah, that is called strategy. Do you understand that soldiers do not despise deception? You demon brats only know how to charge head-on. Your brains must be rusty," he shouted while secretly observing the expressions of the three elders. Suddenly, the demonic energy behind the demon lord surged, and three distinct yet equally powerful auras suddenly descended. A pink, fragrant wind wrapped around the figure of the charming shadow demon lord, appearing hazily within the mist, covering her red lips, her gaze glancing over the wound on the demon lord's head, seemingly filled with amusement. Following that, a chilling, deathly aura spread out, as if it could freeze the soul. The soul-devouring demon lord silently appeared on the other side, surrounded by swirling black energy, his face obscured, only a pair of deep, indifferent eyes staring coldly at Tying Suzy across from him. Finally, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity, a burly figure, muscles bulging and skin covered in purple lightning patterns, stepped forward. It was the thunderstorm demon lord, grinning widely, his eyes filled with a fervor for battle, directly locking onto Tying Quanzi, who held the long sword. They finally arrived. The arrogant demon lord suppressed the surging blood energy, his voice carrying a barely detectable hoarseness, casting an unfriendly glance at the charming shadow demon lord. The charming shadow demon lord giggled, her voice laced with an unusual charm. "I wouldn't want to interrupt your grand display, Lord Arrogant, who knew you?" Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. The arrogant demon lord's expression darkened further. On the city wall, Qinle, who had just been showing off, saw the three new demon lords suddenly appear, especially the one crackling with electricity and the one that looked ominous, surrounded by black energy, as well as the, quite beautiful but obviously not a good person, the pink mist lady. He almost let out a mocking remark, but stifled it back, instinctively swallowing hard. I can't believe it. Buy one, get three? This demon brat is running a wholesale business?" He muttered quietly, lowering his voice and subtly inching closer to his master, Tying Jizi. Li Qingqing's gaze swept over the three newly appeared demon lords, her heart sinking slightly. Each of their auras was not weaker than the fully unleashed arrogant demon lord from before, and even the soul-devouring demon lord felt even more dangerous to her. For transformation god, stage, demon lords, the situation had instantly reversed. The arrogant demon lord was too lazy to argue with the phantom lord. Looking at the three elders of the Clear Void Sword Sect, who were on high alert, a surge of killing intent filled his eyes as he shouted sternly, "What are we waiting for? Attack!" Without further ado, the three newly arrived demon lords sprang into action. The phantom demon lord transformed into a pink streak of light, filled with waves of alluring fragrance, and charged directly at the comparatively gentle Qiang Guangzi. The scent seemed to have a mesmerizing effect, causing Qiang Guangzi to stiffen, and he circulated his pure energy not daring to let his guard down for a moment. The soul-eating demon lord faced the steady Zhang, making no unnecessary movements. He merely let the black energy around him surge, sending out an invisible mental shock that silently pierced toward Zhang's sea of consciousness. Zhang frowned slightly, but remained motionless, as a vast righteous energy surged from within, resisting the silent invasion. The most ferocious was the thunderstorm demon lord, who let out an excited roar. Lightning erupted around him, and he transformed into a violent purple lightning bolt, carrying the force of 1,000 thunders, and crashed fiercely into the swordmaster Zhang. Zhang's expression was grave as the long sword in his hand hummed, its sword intent surging as he faced the attack head-on. Boom! 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 In an instant, the battle between four god transformation realm powerhouses erupted in the skies above Qingyang town. Violent energy shockwaves rampaged, with sword light, demonic energy, thunder, and exotic fragrances interweaving and colliding, throwing the sky into chaos. The clear void sword sect, which had just felt slightly uplifted after a successful sneak attack, felt their spirits sink again. Meanwhile, the arrogant demon lord, as his three colleagues attacked, once again locked his cold gaze on his old rival, Zhang, who had caused him significant losses. Despite being injured, he was still at the peak of the god transformation realm. Charge! Zhang shouted sternly, directly confronting the slightly unstable but even more murderous arrogant demon lord. On the city wall, several Yuanying realm elders who remained no longer hesitated, each seeking their opponents and engaging in battle with the Yuanying demon generals in the demon army. Radiant light burst forth and magical treasures roared. Below, without the protection of the formation, countless low-level demon soldiers surged like a tide toward the breach in the city wall. The Jindan and Foundation establishment disciples of the Clear Void sect, including Chunlu, who had just been talking back, now wore serious expressions. Forming a sword formation and charging against the wave of demons, their war cries shaking the heavens. Kill! For the sect! Shen le chuted, brandishing a spade sword. Bravely leading the charge, though he was still muttering, "You broke my storm greatsword. I'll make a demon general pay for it later." At the chaotic edge of the battlefield, Li Qingqing quickly swallowed a pill, the rich medicinal power dispersing and replenishing the immense energy consumed from controlling two peculiar magical treasures earlier. She concealed her aura, hiding behind a broken battlement, her cold gaze firmly locked onto the four pairs of figures battling high above. In particular, the soul-eating demon lord, who was fighting against her master Zhang, was enveloped in black energy with unpredictable attack patterns. Each strike carried the power to erode the soul, forcing Zhang to respond with all his might. In the sky, Zhang, filled with righteous energy, steadily clashed against the chilling demonic energy of the soul-eating demon lord. Suddenly, Zhang seized an opening during one of the soul-eating demon lord attacks. His palm surged with pure light as he pointed a condensed sword finger, forcing the swirling black energy around the soul-eating demon lord to momentarily pause, revealing an extremely brief flaw. Now's the time. Li Qingqing's eyes sharpened, and almost instinctively, she infused the recently restored portion of her spiritual energy into the black short sword, the cursed blade, floating before her. Buzz! The cursed blade emitted a slight tremor, transforming into a slightly dimmer but still incredibly swift black line, tearing through the air and directly piercing toward the heart of the soul-eating demon lord, who had momentarily let down his guard. The soul-eating demon lord caught a glimpse of the familiar black light approaching from the corner of his eye. The black energy around him slightly rippled, yet he showed no intention of dodging. The corner of his mouth, hidden beneath the black mist, seemed to curl into an imperceptible sneer. With the lord of the underworld watching from the shadows, did he still think he could retrieve this sword? Just as the cursed blade was about to strike its target, an indescribable, vast, and terrifying will, like an invisible giant hand, suddenly descended from the heavens, perfectly enveloping the black sword light. What? Li Qingqing felt a thunderous roar in her mind, and the previously tight connection with the cursed blade was forcibly severed, as if someone had yanked it apart with brute force. She let out a muffled grunt, her face turning pale instantly, and her body involuntarily swayed. The lethal cursed blade bizarrely halted just half a foot from the soul-eating demon lord's heart, the spiritual light on the blade rapidly extinguishing, as if it had transformed into a piece of mundane iron. In the next moment, it trembled slightly, changing direction and shooting off like a streak of light toward the distant area concealed by an even more terrifying aura of demonic clouds, vanishing in an instant. The cursed blade had been taken away. This sudden turn of events not only shocked Li Qingqing, but also caught the attention of Tying Quanzi, who was fiercely battling the Thunderstorm Demon Lord. Seeing the Sects' hope, a weapon capable of threatening the peak of the God transformation realm, being taken away in this manner filled Tying Quanzi with both shock and anger. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, all four elders were entangled with their opponents, and his senior brother Tianjizi was even fighting the arrogant demon lord while injured. The clear Void Sword sect had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. "Damn it!" Tying Quanzi shouted in anger, his long sword bursting forth with brilliant sword light, temporarily pushing back the Thunderstorm Demon Lord's fierce onslaught. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he took out an ancient token from his storage bag. The token was neither gold nor jade, engraved with the image of a majestic divine general. Taking a deep breath, Tying Quanzi assumed a rather flamboyant pose, raised the token high, and with all his might, his voice echoed through the heavens. General Guan Jiangshou rise. Chapter 25, General Zheng. The high-pitched shout of Tying Quanzi echoed over the battlefield, and the token in his hand suddenly transformed into countless specks of light, merging into the void. In an instant, the wind stopped and the clouds stagnated. Above Qingyang town, the dark clouds that had been rolling due to demonic energy and fierce battles deepened in color, becoming as thick as the darkest ink, pressing down heavily. An indescribable pressure, vast and mighty, carrying a sacred and murderous aura, spread from the depths of the ink clouds, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. All figures engaged in the fight, whether disciples or elders of the Qingshu Sword Sect, or soldiers and demon lords of the demon race, froze involuntarily. The lower-level cultivators trembled in spirit, nearly kneeling down. Even Tianjizi, Yao Guangzi, and others who were in the midst of fierce combat felt a tremor from deep within their souls. How could the dignified commander allow you to be so rampant? A voice, majestic and resplendent, as if containing the laws of heaven and earth, rolled down from the nine heavens, causing people's eardrums to buzz. Accompanying this voice, a golden light tore through the thick ink-like clouds. A majestic, divine general's phantom, clad in divine armor, with an indistinct face but an aura capable of toppling mountains and rivers, slowly descended. He merely floated quietly, yet the naturally emanating aura subtly distorted the space around him. Combined at the peak of the integration stage, the arrogant demon lord was just about to take the opportunity to heavily injure the wounded Tianjizi, but at this moment, he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body of demonic energy almost collapsing. The arrogance and cruelty on his face disappeared, leaving only extreme shock and fear. This aura was even stronger than that of the Lord of the Underworld hidden within the distant demon clouds. How could the Qingshu Sword Sect have such a trump card? Run. I must escape. The only thought left in the arrogant demon lord's mind. He didn't even look at the other demon lords, nor did he bother to gather his demonic soldiers. His internal demonic essence surged in reverse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, transforming it into a blood-colored escape light. He disregarded everything and shot off in the direction opposite to that of the Lord of the Underworld, his speed reaching the extreme, clearly using a secret method that consumed his essence. The arrogant lord ran away. Not good. The demon lord of shadows, the soul devourer demon lord, and the thunder fury demon lord almost simultaneously reacted. The pink, fragrant wind surrounding the demon lord of shadows instantly retracted, transforming into a blurred shadow and silently fleeing. The black mist of the soul devourer demon lord exploded violently, scattering into countless tiny black shadows that disappeared. The thunder fury demon lord even directly detonated the thunder around him, using the violent shockwave to transform into a distorted electric light and escape in a panic. The four invincible demon lords of the transformation stage, in just a few breaths, fled cleanly without leaving a single harsh word. On top of the city wall, the disciples of the Qingqiu sword sect who had narrowly escaped looked at the fleeing figures of the demon lords and then at the majestic divine general's phantom in the sky, momentarily unable to react. I can't believe it. Chunlu opened his mouth wide. The grief he had just felt for his storm greatsword instantly replaced by immense shock. They just ran away? Weren't they still quite arrogant just now? They ran faster than rabbits. He instinctively looked at his uncle Tying Quanzi, only to see this uncle straightening his back, slightly raising his chin, trying to maintain a profound expression. But the pride in the corners of his eyes and brows was practically overflowing. Tying Jizi let out a long sigh, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed at the divine general in the sky, his expression complex, filled with both relief and a hint of worry. However, the descending divine general's phantom, General Zhang, seemed oblivious to the fleeing demon lords. An even more terrifying killing intent began to coalesce around General Zhang. His gaze penetrated the void, firmly locking onto a spot 100 miles away, where the demon clouds that had just swallowed the cursed blade and hid the lord of the underworld were located. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. That massive demon cloud seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, emitting a sound of unbearable distortion, and was forcibly pulled over from 100 miles away. The speed was unbelievable. In just a few breaths, it crossed 100 miles and hovered before General Zhang's palm. This. Chun Li's eyes widened, feeling his understanding being shattered. General Zhang's expression was devoid of emotion as his palm suddenly closed. Puff! A faint muffled sound, and the mass of demon clouds that had coalesced the aura of the virtual refining stage demon lord, which had just seemed mysterious, was easily crushed by him like a fragile bubble, transforming into strands of pure demonic energy that dissipated into the air. However, as the demon cloud dispersed, it was empty inside, and there was no sign of the lord of the underworld. Empty? Where is he? Chun Lu subconsciously muttered, his heart sinking. General Zhang's indistinct face seemed to shift slightly, his supreme gaze sweeping toward a certain spot in the void, as if piercing through the barriers of space. He raised another hand, clenched his fist, and simply punched toward that seemingly empty area. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only the space rippled violently, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Bang! At the center of the ripple, a figure was violently thrust out, and it was none other than the Lord of the Underworld. His face was filled with incredible terror and shock, his demonic energy in disarray. Clearly having been blasted out of hiding by General Zhang's punch, along with the cursed blade he had just seized but not yet fully obtained, which fell from his hand and hovered nearby. The moment the Lord of the Underworld appeared, he instinctively wanted to tear through space and escape again without a second thought. But he was horrified to find that the surrounding space seemed to be completely frozen, becoming unbreakable. No matter how desperately he urged his demonic essence, he could not budge an inch. A chill of despair instantly seized his mind. General Zhang's fist was already in front of him. Still that simple, direct punch, yet containing the power of laws that crushed everything, carrying divine might. The last sight in the eyes of the Lord of the Underworld was that increasingly magnified fist glowing with holy golden light. There were no screams, no struggles, not even a semblance of resistance. As the fist fell, the body of the Lord of the Underworld, along with his soul, was directly obliterated into nothingness under the overwhelming force, leaving not even the slightest particle of energy behind. The curse blade, which had just been seized, lost control and fell to the ground with a clatter, its spiritual light dimmed. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Shen Lu swallowed out, this time truly unable to utter a single word. That was a demon lord at the virtual refining stage, a being more terrifying than the arrogant demon lord and all the others combined. And just like that, with a punch, he suddenly felt that perhaps his storm greatsword was not so unjustly broken after all. After punching down the Lord of the Underworld, General Zhang's massive divine general phantom began to destabilize, with specks of divine golden light dissipating from him. his form gradually becoming transparent. He seemed about to complete his mission and return to the heavens. But before completely vanishing, his majestic gaze suddenly turned toward the distant spirit capital. That gaze seemed to pierce through endless spatial barriers, precisely landing outside Qingyang town on a specific location. There was the unremarkable shop of Zhang Xing. After the city wall was breached, Li Qingqing felt a slight relief in her heart when she saw the Lord of the Underworld being killed and the cursed blade falling. But immediately after sensing General Zhang's last glance, a trace of imperceptible fluctuation flickered in her cold eyes, and her heart inexplicably trembled. In the next moment, General Zhang's phantom completely transformed into countless golden light points, dissipating without a trace. The overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the entire battlefield also vanished into thin air. On the battlefield, only the scarred city walls, the lifeless corpses of demonic soldiers, and a group of surviving, terrified disciples from the Qingshu sword sect remained. Tying Quanzi swayed slightly, almost falling, and was quickly supported by a disciple beside him. His face bore the remnants of exhaustion from summoning divine generals. Yet it was also filled with an unmistakable pride. On the city tower, Tianjizi's body subtly swayed, as the nerve that had been stretched to its limit finally relaxed after witnessing the Void Demon King being obliterated in one punch. He instinctively pressed his hand against his chest, which ached from the internal injuries sustained during the earlier battle. His gaze swept below. The spot where the Nether Demon King had vanished was empty, with only that strange black short sword, the cursed blade, lying silently on the blood-stained ground. Its spiritual light dim. In the distance, the once mighty demonic army was now in complete disarray. Low-ranking demonic soldiers scattered like headless flies, losing all command, their faces filled with terror. Looking at his own side, most of the Qingshu disciples were still stunned, their faces reflecting shock and confusion, clearly not yet recovered from the miraculous reversal they had just witnessed. Not far away, Tyne Quanzi's junior brother was being supported by a disciple, his face pale and greatly exhausted. But the effort to straighten his back and the slight lift of his chin revealed his current mood. Now was the time. A gleam flashed in Tianjizi's eyes. The strongest support of those demonic brats was gone. Even the transformation demon lord was scared out of his wits, making it the perfect opportunity to strike a drowning dog. Qingshu disciples, follow orders. A brief pause instantly drew everyone's attention. The demonic marauders were terrified. Let's counterattack. He pointed fiercely at the chaotic, demonic soldiers below. Kill. Chapter 26. The return of everything. The word kill from Tianjizi was like a spark igniting the oil, instantly igniting the blood of all the Qingshu disciples. Kill. Charge. Exterminate the demonic brats. The suppressed fear and despair transformed into overwhelming battle intent as the disciples, their eyes red, formed a sword formation and shouted as they charged down the city wall, pouncing on the demonic soldiers who had lost their command and were flailing about like headless flies. Chun Lu led the charge, swinging his storm greatsword while shouting, Kill! Chop these bastards to death! Pay for my storm greatsword! If we don't leave something behind today, no one gets to leave. His movements were agile as he rushed into the crowd of demonic soldiers, slashing left and right with a certain ferocity, though the content of his shouts was rather amusing. In the sky above, Tian Shuzi, who had previously fought against the soul-devouring demon lord, was now scanning the battlefield below with a piercing gaze. The few surviving Yuanying stage demon generals, having witnessed the scene of the Nether Demon King being killed with a single punch, were already scared out of their wits. Some attempted to escape amidst the chaos, while others foolishly tried to gather their remaining forces for a last stand. Tian Shuzi snorted coldly, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from where he stood. A demon general attempting to flee felt a flash before his eyes, and Tian Shuzi's expressionless face was suddenly close at hand. The next moment, an apparently unremarkable palm was pressed against his chest. Boom! The demon general couldn't even scream before his entire body exploded into a mist of blood, as if it had been smashed by a giant hammer. Oh, Master Uncle is mighty. Chun Lu, with sharp eyes, happened to catch this scene and immediately shouted. One slap per person like swatting flies. Crisp and clean. Tian Shuzi seemed to hear nothing, his figure flickering again, appearing behind another demon general attempting to organize a resistance. Just as that demon general gathered his demonic energy, he felt an irresistible force coming from behind, shattering his protective demonic energy instantly. He was pierced through by an overwhelming palm force, his life extinguished, and he fell straight down. In a short moment, 2 more Yuanying demon generals were killed by Tian Shizi's hand. His ruthless and decisive actions made the last 2 demon generals, who had managed to escape the earlier disaster and were hiding, feel their hearts shatter. They no longer dared to linger for a moment, desperately burning their essence blood, transforming into 2 nearly imperceptible streaks of light, fleeing in different directions. Tian Shizi frowned slightly, seemingly wanting to pursue, but after glancing at the still fiercely battling battlefield below and the unstable aura of Tianjizi on the city tower, he ultimately did not divert his attention to chase after the 2 fish that slipped through the net. On the city tower, Tianjizi was calmly commanding the various battle situations, continuously mobilizing disciples to shore up the gaps in their defenses and expand their victories. Tian Quanzi, sitting beside him, was meditating with his legs crossed. Although his face was pale, a hint of undisguised pride lingered at the corner of his mouth, and he occasionally glanced at the disciples below who were slaughtering with abandon, as if to say, "See, this is all my credit." As the last few Yuanying demon generals were either slain by Tian Shizi or scared away, the remaining demonic soldiers completely lost their will to resist, turning into a one-sided massacre. The disciples of Qingshu Sword Sect were like a rainbow, their sword lights crisscrossing, exterminating the remaining demonic soldiers one by one. Under the setting sun, outside Qingyang town, corpses lay everywhere. The demonic energy dissipated, leaving only a heavy smell of blood. This originally precarious defense battle ultimately ended in the glorious victory of the Qingshu Sword Sect, which nearly annihilated the invading demonic army. Apart from the 2 escaping demon generals, all the Yuanying stage demon lords were eradicated. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was a mix of dullness and relief, the air still lingering with a faint smell of blood and gunpowder, mixed with the scent of calming incense. Tianjizi sat in the main seat, his face still pale, and his aura somewhat unstable, clearly showing signs of previous injuries and exhaustion. He looked around at the elders present, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, but still steady. Qingyang town has been defended, but the cost was not small. He paused, his gaze landing on Tian Quanzi beside him. If it weren't for the general they invited at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Tian Quanzi immediately straightened his back, subconsciously adjusting his slightly disheveled Taoist robe from the fierce battle, and cleared his throat. Ahem, it was all for the sect, part of my duty, part of my duty. Under the effort to maintain a serious expression, the pride at the corner of his eye was almost impossible to hide. Tianjizi glanced at him, not saying much, and continued. Fellow disciples, as well as the disciples who defended the city, all played indispensable roles in this battle. According to tradition, we shall reward merits. In Lingdu, there is a store for everything. Zhang Xing was leisurely sitting behind the counter, munching on freshly made spirit beast meat buns, pondering what kind of trouble the system would stir up next. Life after crossing over was quite relaxed, except for the occasional worry about being casually crushed by some powerful cultivator. Suddenly, the light at the door of the shop dimmed, and several figures streamed in. The leader was the cold and graceful fairy Li Qingqing, who came to buy the cursed blade. Behind her was the boisterous fellow from last time, Chenlu, right? Next to them was a middle-aged Taoist priest trying hard to show an air of a master, but unable to hide a hint of pride on his face. It was the elder Tian Quanzi. Following them were 2 elders with deeper auras and solemn expressions, one of whom was Tianjizi, who was overseeing the situation in Qingyang town, while the other appeared somewhat carefree. Finally, a few young disciples, looking a bit disheveled but spirited, trailed behind. This group looked travel-worn, with many still bearing fresh bloodstains and signs of battle on their clothes, but their brows carried a lightness of having survived a disaster and an unmistakable excitement. Zhang Xing put down the half-eaten bun, muttering to himself. By the looks of it, they just came back from a brawl, and it seems they won. He stood up, putting on a professional smile. Several Dao friends, welcome to everything. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Lu was the first to rush over, pointing at his own nose and then outside, his face full of indignation. Boss, you have to stand up for me. Zhang Xing. Chun Lu was heartbroken. My Storm Greatsword. Limited edition. It just came out, and the warmth hadn't even faded, and it got broken by those demonic brats. ISNT, that infuriating? That S the Storm Greatsword. He was spitting as he spoke, nearly hugging Zhang Xing's leg and crying. Beside him, Tian Quanzi cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track, while subtly puffing out his chest. Ahem, Chun Lu, don't be rude. Zhang Shopkeeper, we came here to… Boss, you see, shouldn't you compensate me with a new one? Chun Lu completely ignored Tian Quanzi, looking at Zhang Xing with eager eyes. Or a refund of some spirit stones would work too. Zhang Xing's mouth twitched. Have some self-respect. He slowly wiped his hands. This friend, our shop's blind box policy does not allow for returns or exchanges once sold, and any damage is at your own risk. Should any accidents occur during use, our shop bears no responsibility. Chun Li's expression instantly fell, like a frostbitten eggplant. Huh? No way, boss, that was… Enough. Chun Lu, stop embarrassing yourself. Tian Jizi interrupted him in a deep voice, turning his gaze to Zhang Xing with an assessing look. Zhang Shopkeeper, your item is indeed very special. The carefree elder Tian Shuzi also leaned in, grinning. Indeed, Boss Zhang, this thing is truly a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. If it weren't for Qingqing's pitch-black sword and Tian Quanzi's last strike. Hearing this, Tian Quanzi raised his chin even higher, trying hard to maintain his calm demeanor. But the pride in his eyes was almost overflowing. Not all. It was all for the sect, just a coincidence. Zhang Xingxin understood that the items he had sold played a significant role in that great battle. The smile on his face became more sincere. Thank you for the compliments. Fellow cultivators, the blind boxes in this shop depend entirely on luck. So, would you all like to try your luck again today? Chapter 27. Team up to open blind boxes. Tian Jizi's gaze swept over the ordinary egg-shaped blind boxes in the shop. Boss, open some more blind boxes. He took out an ancient-looking storage bag that faintly exuded a sinister aura and handed it to Zhang Xing. Could you please take a look and see how much this is worth in spirit stones? Zhang Xing took it, and as his fingertips touched the bag, he felt a vague chill. He remained expressionless, but inwardly thought, this bag doesn't look like something a righteous cultivator would own. It is quite a heavy, demonic aura. He silently thought, System, give me an estimate. Beep. Item detected. Storage bag left by the infernal demon king. Spiritual imprint removed. Total value of items inside. 5,983. 215 top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xing's eyelids twitched. 5,983,000. This demon has quite a fortune. He maintained a calm demeanor and looked up at everyone, announcing a number that made the air feel heavy. The items in this storage bag are worth 5,983,000 top-grade spirit stones. How much? Even Tian Jizi, usually composed, couldn't help but confirm it again, his voice tightening. Tian Suzi's eyes widened in shock. Wow, 5,983,000? Top-grade spirit stones. Tian Quanzi, who had just regained his dignified composure, nearly lost it, his lips twitching slightly. Chun Lu exaggeratedly covered his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers. 5,983,000. My heavens, we hit the jackpot. Big time. He was so excited he bounced on the spot. Master Uncle, how many blind boxes can we open with this? Is there hope for my Storm Greatsword? Li Qingqing, standing to the side, also showed a hint of surprise in her usually cold eyes. Zhang Xing added, I won't count the change. Let us consider it as 5,983,000. Are you all planning to exchange it all for blind boxes or… Tian Jizi suppressed a shock and pondered for a moment. Nearly 6 million top-grade spirit stones could support the sect for a long time. It couldn't be squandered all at once. But he knew very well that winning this time depended on the variables brought by these strange blind boxes. Let's open 10 to test the waters. Tian Jizi made a decision. However, who would open these 10? As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Lu jumped out, slapping his chest with a loud bang. I'll do it. Master Uncle, it has to be me. I have good luck. Tien Quanzi cleared his throat, stroked his beard, glanced at Chen Lu, and then at Tien Jizi. Although he said nothing, his meaning was clear. Who just turned the tide? Who brought in General Zhang? Shouldn't such good fortune be prioritized for the meritorious? Tien Shuzi chuckled. I think it's a good idea. Let Chen Lu try. His luck is always like an old lady climbing stairs. Unavoidable. Maybe he could really open something extraordinary. Tien Jizi looked at the eager Chen Lu, then at the self-satisfied Tien Quanzi, and finally fixed his gaze on Li Qingqing, who had been quietly standing in the corner. He remembered that it was her who first verified the power of these blind boxes with her strange curse blade. Qingqing, you go ahead. Tien Jizi ultimately decided. Li Qingqing was slightly taken aback, glancing at her master and then at Zhang Xing, before gently nodding without saying much. Shen immédiately sulked. Master. Tien Quanzi was also momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure, though a hint of unnoticed disappointment flashed in his eyes. Zhang Xing laughed as he watched this internal selection process. All right, 10 consecutive draws, right? Here we go. He turned and took 10 smooth, egg-shaped blind boxes from the shelf, neatly placing them on the counter. Zhang Xing cheerfully pulled out a wooden hammer from beneath the counter and handed it to Li Qingqing. Please. Chen Lu looked at the small hammer, then at Li Qingqing, his mouth pouting slightly as he muttered softly, my great fortune is gone. Sister, you have to be strong and open something better than the Storm Greatsword, or else I'll feel really uneasy. Tien Quanzi subtly shot Chen Lu a glance, cleared his throat, and redirected his gaze back to the counter. Tien Shuzi, however, was more open-minded, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Qingqing girl, smash it. Let the uncle see if your luck is as good as your sword. Either you don't strike, or when you do, it scares people. The other elders in the council chamber held their breath, their eyes fixated on Li Qingqing and the 10 round eggs. Li Qingqing's gaze settled on the third blind box on her left. She picked up the small wooden hammer and gently struck the selected egg. Crack! The eggshell shattered in response, and a soft green light spilled out, gently covering the counter. As the light faded, a uniquely shaped blue longsword was revealed. The Storm Greatsword. Several elders' lips twitched. Tien Jizi clearly recognized the sword and did not ask Zhang Xing about it. Li Qingqing glanced at the sword, her expression unfazed, and picked up the wooden hammer to strike the second blind box. Crack! Another green light appeared. Amplification tome. Li Qingqing set it aside and continued to strike the third. Crack! Unsurprisingly, it was green light again. This time, after the light faded, a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat rough purple stick appeared on the counter. Zhang Xing looked at this item, suppressing his laughter, and cleared his throat to introduce it. This item is called the useless stick. It causes some damage. Uffed. Chen Lu burst out laughing. Useless stick? And it causes some damage? Boss, are you kidding? Zhang Xing shook his head. This item is the same type of weapon as the amplification tome for the Storm Greatsword. 3 consecutive green lights caused the atmosphere in the council chamber, which had been filled with anticipation, to cool slightly, and everyone's gaze refocused on the wooden hammer in Li Qingqing's hand and the remaining 7 eggs. Li Qingqing raised the small hammer again. 3 consecutive green lights made Chun Li's rekindled hopes wilt again, and the expectations in the eyes of the elders also dimmed somewhat. He muttered softly, Sister, take it easy, don't let it be another green. Ignoring the emotions of those around her, she focused on the 4th egg, her wrist flicking as she brought the hammer down. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and this time, it was a bright but not blinding blue light. Blue light! Chun Li's eyes instantly widened, and he quickly leaned closer to the counter, nearly pressing his face against it. It's blue. Better than green. Boss, is blue a good item? Zhang Xing nodded with a smile. Blue quality is usually much better than green. Tien Quanzi, who had been looking down, lifted his eyelids, and his hand, which was stroking his beard, paused slightly. He hadn't even used the last blue item he opened yet. As the blue light slowly dissipated, what was revealed on the counter left everyone stunned. It was a strangely shaped object, entirely displaying a cold metallic sheen, neither a sword nor a staff, and not resembling any common magical treasure. It had a not-so-long metal tube connected to a wooden handle, with an extremely odd shape that had never been seen before. What is this? Chunlu stared at the iron lump, looking confused. A magical artifact? Doesn't he look like it? A fire poker? Tai and Shuzi also leaned in for a closer look. This iron thing doesn't look sharp. There aren't even any runes. How is it used? Tai and Jizi frowned slightly. With his knowledge, he couldn't recognize what it was, nor could he sense any powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhang Xing looked at the familiar outline, and the corner of his eye twitched imperceptibly. Chapter 28. The S-1897? Indeed, the system has started to act strangely. He silently recited in his heart, and the system panel immediately popped up with information. S-1897, from the game PUBG. Optimized for the cultivation world. Effect: infusing spiritual energy can shoot spiritual bullets. The closer the distance, the more concentrated the bullets, and the higher the damage. Conversely, the damage decreases with distance. He restored a professional smile on his face and pointed to the peculiar metal device, introducing it. This item is called S-1897 and can be considered a special type of ranged magical artifact. 1897? Chun Lu repeated it, becoming even more confused. This name is quite strange. A ranged magical artifact? How do you use it? Infuse spiritual energy into it, then shoot it out with a bayou? He made a shooting gesture. Zhang Xing explained, pretty much. He pointed to the wooden support and a part below that resembled a switch. Infuse spiritual energy inward. Aim at the target, pull this trigger, and you can instantly shoot out dozens of small spiritual bullets. He paused and added, the characteristic of this item is that the closer you are to the target, the denser the spiritual bullets are sprayed and the greater the power. At a distance, the bullets will scatter and the power will decrease significantly. This explanation made everyone look at each other in surprise. Instantly shooting dozens of spiritual bullets, and without needing to control it with divine sense? Great power at close range? This sounds like a bizarre magical artifact specifically used for close-range ambushes, catching people off guard? Shen le blanked. Powerful only at close range? It sounds somewhat interesting. Boss, how does this thing compare to the Storm Greatsword? Zhang Xing looked at Chun Lu, who seemed eager to hug the iron tube and kiss it, and explained. As for power, it's hard to compare it directly to the Storm Greatsword. This thing excels in spraying spiritual bullets at close range, has a wide coverage area, and strong burst power. The Storm Greatsword focuses more on precise and sustained enhanced attacks. Chun Lu listened, half understanding, wanting to ask more, but was interrupted by Tian Jizi. Tian Jizi's sharp gaze fell on the S-1897, and he spoke in a deep voice. Boss, the key to this item probably doesn't lie in its single target power. Rather, it's simple and easy to learn, with low requirements for the user's cultivation, right? As soon as he said this, Tian Qianzi and Tian Shuzi were both taken aback, then immediately seemed to have an epiphany. Zhang Xing nodded in approval. Fellow Taoist, you have a keen eye. It doesn't require complex magical formulas or intricate divine sense control. You only need to infuse spiritual energy inward and pull the trigger to activate it. Theoretically, as long as you have spiritual power, even a beginner in the Qi refining stage can use it. Can even Qi refining stage disciples use it? Shen Luis Ais Instandi Weedend. And his voice rose by 8 degrees. Doesn't that mean even the disciples sweeping the floor in our sect can pick this thing up and charge in a battle? Tian Shuzi slapped his thigh, his face revealing an excited glow. Goodness, if that's the case, that would be incredible. Just think, if we equip each of our foundation establishment and golden core stage disciples with one, forming a battle formation, standing in front of those demon soldiers. He made a sweeping motion forward. No matter how many low-tier demon brats come, with a bang 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 of wild spraying, they'll surely cry for their mothers. What do you call this? This is called random punches can kill the master. Tian Qianzi, who initially looked down on this oddly shaped iron lump, was now stroking his beard, his eyes sparkling with insight, winning by quantity, facing the endless low-tier demon soldiers. If this item can be equipped in large numbers, it could indeed greatly compensate for our disciples' individual strength gap. But how can we equip it in large quantities? Do we have to rely on a lottery? Zhang Xing still wore a professional smile, shrugging his shoulders. Blind box products depend entirely on luck. Whether we can get more out or how many we can get is beyond my control. It all depends on your luck and fate. Tianjizi took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and turned his gaze back to the remaining 6 egg blind boxes on the counter, as well as the still cold-faced Li Qingqing holding a small wooden hammer. Qingqing, please continue. Li Qingqing nodded slightly. She picked up the small hammer again. Crack! After a crisp sound of shattering, a soft yet heavy green light illuminated. As the light faded, a familiar blue long sword appeared on the counter. The Storm Greatsword. Again? Chunlu twitched at the corners of his mouth, looking at the sword as if he saw his own broken one. No way, senior sister. Does this sword have a grudge against me? Boss, look at this. Zhang Xing shrugged, his smile warm. Luck. Li Qingqing picked up the hammer and struck the 6th one. Crack. Unsurprisingly, it was still green light. Amplification tome. Sigh. Shen le siged avidi. Leaning against the counter, feeling a bit powerless. This again, it feels useless. Tian Qianzi cleared his throat, glancing at Chenlu, who immediately shut his mouth. Li Qingqing continued to strike the 7th one. Crack. Green light, still green light. The 3rd Storm Greatsword appeared before everyone. Even Tian Qianzi frowned slightly, while Tian Shuzi clicked his tongue in wonder. Qingqing girl, your luck is really like a turtle looking at a green bean. Spot on. You've really hit a wall with this sword. Chunlu was completely out of patience, slumping in a nearby chair, staring blankly at the counter. Li Qingqing raised the wooden hammer and struck down. Crack. It was still that familiar, despairing green. As the light faded, a rough-looking purple stick quietly lay on the counter. Useless big stick. Uffed. Chunlu directly lay on the nearby table, burying his face in his arms, his shoulders slightly shaking, making muffled sounds. It's over, completely over. 3 swords, 2 books, 2 broken sticks. Senior sister, is our luck specifically countering good items? Tian Qianzi snorted lightly from his side. Look at you. Have you forgotten that there's a guaranteed minimum? Chunlu suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly brightening, his voice rising a few pitches. That's right, the guaranteed minimum. The boss said that 10 would definitely produce good items. He excitedly rubbed his hands, shaking off the earlier dejection, and looked eagerly at Li Qingqing and the last blind box. Li Qingqing ignored the various gazes around her, and Chun-Li's excitement, calmly picked up the small hammer, aimed at the last blind box, her wrist steady, and gently dropped it. Crack! This time, the sound of the eggshell breaking seemed especially crisp. The emitted light was no longer the previous green or blue, but a rich, almost tangible purple glow. This purple light was much more dazzling than the blue light of the S-1897, yet it wasn't glaring. Instead, it carried a noble and mysterious aura, instantly filling the entire shop and casting everyone's faces in a light purple hue. A peculiar wave seemed to spread through the air. Purple light. Chunlu suddenly sprang up from the chair, almost pressing his face against the counter, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, as if to fit an egg inside. It really is purple light. The guaranteed minimum is purple. Boss, purple must be very powerful, right? Tian Shuzi also put away his joking demeanor, leaning forward, clicking his tongue in surprise. Wow, this color is just right. It looks much better than that iron lump from before. This time, surely we'll get something decent. Chapter 29 Weapon Blueprint. The purple light slowly receded, and 2 items lay quietly on the counter. All eyes were focused on that spot. One was a jade slip exuding a faint purple aura, ancient and warm, clearly not an ordinary item. The other was a uniquely shaped metallic object. It gleamed with a cold silver-gray sheen, its lines smooth yet robust, the barrel longer than the previous S-1897, and its overall structure more complex and precise, exuding a deadly beauty that felt completely out of place in this world of cultivation. This, Zhang Xing looked at the gun, his expression somewhat strange. The system's taste is getting more and more peculiar. Silver Killer with Blueprint. From a game Crossfire, optimized for the cultivation world. Effect, infuses spiritual energy to release spiritual bullets. Comes with a production blueprint. Wow. Chun-Li's eyes almost popped out. He suddenly pounced on the counter, wanting to press his face against the silver-gray gun body. Boss, what is this? It looks so powerful. Much more impressive than that iron lump just now. He was so excited that he was practically dancing. This color, this luster, this shape, it must be extraordinary. Is it stronger than my storm greatsword? Tian Shuzi also leaned forward, stroking his chin in amazement. Hey, this thing really looks exciting. Much better than that fire stick from before. Finally, a decent item has appeared. This is what you call good luck. Zhang shopkeeper, this item. Tian Gz looked at Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing steadied his mind and pointed to the silver gray gun to introduce it. This item is called Silver Killer, also a type of long-range magical tool, used in a manner similar to the S-1897, infusing spiritual energy to activate it. Although its close-range power is slightly weaker, both accuracy and range have been significantly improved. How much weaker is it? Chunlu asked impatiently. Well, Zhang Xing thought for a moment. It can't be said to be weak. If the S-1897 is powerful in close combat, then this silver killer can also cause considerable damage at mid to long range. Chun Li's eyes lit up even more. It can hit at mid to long range? Isn't that even better? The key is this. Zhang Xing picked up the jade slip glowing with purple light and waved it in front of everyone. This jade slip contains the blueprint for the silver killer. Production blueprint. These 4 words were like thunder, instantly solidifying the air in the conference hall. Tian Gz's pupils suddenly contracted, and his breath stopped for a moment. Tian Shuzi's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening as he instinctively leaned forward a step. Tian Quanzi's hand stroking his beard stopped completely, revealing a rare expression of shock. Even Li Qingqing, who had always been expressionless, tightened her grip on the small wooden hammer slightly. Chenlo was even more dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Blueprint. Boss, you mean? We can make this ourselves? Zhang Xing nodded, wearing a confirming smile. Theoretically, as long as the materials are sufficient and the craftsmanship meets the standards, this blueprint indeed allows the replication of the silver killer. My heavens! Chun Lu suddenly slapped his thigh, nearly jumping up in excitement. We're rich. This time it's really going to be a big fortune. We can make it ourselves. Doesn't that mean we can have as many as we want? Tian Gz's eyes sparkled with excitement. A powerful magical tool is certainly valuable, but the strategic significance of a blueprint that can be mass-produced is simply immeasurable. If the Qingshu Sword Sect can master the production method for this silver killer, arming their disciples, the confidence to fight against the demon race would be raised by more than a level. He looked at Zhang Xing with a completely changed expression. The seemingly ordinary shop owner before him had a value that far exceeded their imagination. Tian Shuzi suddenly coughed, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. Ahem. His powerful voice successfully drew everyone's attention. He stepped forward, boldly patted his chest, his face brimming with eager excitement. Boss, Tian Shuzi called out loudly. Give me 10 too. I want to see how my luck compares to theirs. As soon as he said this, Chunlu immediately perked up. Yes. Master Uncle, you come. You can definitely get something even better. Maybe you could pull out a world-destroying treasure. He rubbed his hands together, even more excited than for himself. Master Uncle, go for it. Get us a treasure that can crush those demon brats. Tian Quanzi made a light huff through his nose, but said nothing. However, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the new blind box that Zhang Xing was about to take out. Zhang Xing's smile remained standard. All right, 10 consecutive draws. I'll arrange it right away. He quickly took down 10 brand new egg blind boxes from the shelf and neatly placed them on the counter. Tian Shuzi chuckled, rubbed his hands, and took the small wooden hammer from Zhang Xing. His gaze swept over the 10 eggs neatly arranged on the counter, as if selecting some treasure. Look at my luck, it must be. Diving into the clouds and hitting good fortune. I'm sure I can pull out a top-notch treasure. He said this while his hands were busy, directly picking up the nearest egg and lightly tapping it against the edge of the counter. Crack! The eggshell cracked in response, and a gentle green light spilled out, filling the counter. As the light dissipated, a familiar blue longsword appeared. The Storm Greatsword. Tian Shuzi's smile froze for a moment. Chun Li's previously wide, open eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered softly. How is it this again? Tian Shuzi ignored him, picked up the second egg, and smashed it again. Crack! Another green light. The light faded, and another Storm Greatsword appeared before everyone. Chun Li's expression fell, as if he had seen something unfortunate. "Oh dear, my sword, please don't come out again." Tian Shuzi frowned slightly, looking at the hammer in his hand, then at the two swords in front of him. He was a bit skeptical and picked up the third egg, shaking his wrist and tapping it down. Crack. Still green light. The third storm greatsword. Chunla clutched his chest, groaning in pain. "Master Uncle, are you trying to complete my set of storm greatswords?" Tian Shuzi was also stunned, the prepared punchline stuck in his throat. He looked at the three identical blue long swords lying side by side in front of him, his expression somewhat complex. Taking a deep breath, as if trying to adjust his luck, he picked up the fourth egg. This time, he didn't smash it immediately, but weighed it in his hand, mumbling to himself. "This time I'll change my stance. I refuse to be unlucky." He suddenly smashed the egg. Crack. This time it wasn't green light, but purple light. Chapter 30, Shield. After the purple light burst for a moment, it directly dissipated, revealing a wooden shield. Old wooden shield, from the game Dead Cells, optimized for the cultivation world. Effect. When released at the right moment, it can parry enemy attacks, and successful parries will rebound the attack. As the purple light faded, a seemingly ordinary wooden shield lay quietly on the counter, its surface even a bit rough. "Is this it?" Chunlu blurted out, his tone clearly filled with disappointment. The excitement from earlier had faded significantly. "A piece of broken wood? Master, is this all the purple light produced?" Tian Shuzi was also taken aback, picking up the wooden shield and weighing it in his hand. It looked like it had been casually carved from a random wooden board on the street. "Old wooden shield? It doesn't look sturdy at all. What can it block?" Zhang Xing, observing everyone's reactions, maintained his professional smile and began to explain. "This item is called the old wooden shield." He paused for a moment, noticing the confusion in everyone's eyes, and continued. "Its effect is very special. It does not directly withstand attacks, but can parry enemy attacks when used at the right moment." "Parry?" Tian Jizi repeated the word, his gaze falling on the wooden shield. "Yes, parry," Zhang Xing affirmed. "More importantly, once the parry is successful, the enemy's attack will be rebounded." "Rebound?" Chen Lu exclaimed again, his voice rising. "Rebounding someone else's attack? Wouldn't that mean the more force they use to hit you, the more damage you take?" His eyes widened, and his mind began to picture various scenarios. Upon hearing about the parry and rebound, Tian Shuzi's eyes immediately lit up. He scrutinized the wooden shield in his hands, mumbling to himself. "Borrowing strength to counter strength? If I could rebound the Demon Lord's spells." A glimmer of interest passed through his eyes. "The right moment. Does that mean the instant before the attack hits?" Tian Qinzi stroked his beard, his tone inquisitive. "That's right." Zhang Xing nodded in confirmation. "It requires a certain level of skill and reaction speed." Li Qingqing had been quietly standing by. At this moment, her cool gaze also turned towards the wooden shield. The more Chen Lu thought about it, the more excited he became, unable to help but fantasize. "My goodness, if the Demon King charges at me with a punch and I use this shield to rebound it, wouldn't he end up getting himself killed?" "Dream on." Tian Shuzi lightly knocked on Chun Li's head, but his tone was laced with amusement. "Blocking a Qi refining stage disciple's flying sword would be impressive enough. And yet you want to rebound the Demon King's attack? But that said, if this thing is used well, it could indeed be quite remarkable." Tian Jizi was pondering a more practical question. The demon race has various attack methods. Can this old wooden shield be effective against all types of attacks? If so, its strategic value is self-evident. Zhang Xing noticed the atmosphere was getting lively and timely spoke up. "The effect of parry and rebound will vary against different types of attacks. Each of you will need to explore that for yourselves." He pointed to the 6 remaining blind boxes on the counter. "So, Tian Shuzi, will you continue or—" "Continue. Absolutely continue." Tian Shuzi waved his hand grandly, as if the old wooden shield had given him boundless confidence. He grabbed the 5th egg, which was the 5th of his 10 draws, and without looking, smashed it against the edge of the counter with a bang. Crack! The familiar green light lit up again, gentle enough to make one's heart feel blocked. As the light faded, a brand new storm greatsword appeared. Again, Shenlu Sid tweeted, his voice tinged with a sob. "Master, can we not change things up a bit? Just looking at this sword is giving me PTSD." Tian Shuzi's expression stiffened slightly, and he cleared his throat. "What has the rush?" This is just the beginning. Good meals are not afraid of being late. He picked up the sixth one, this time being a bit smarter. He didn't T-smash it directly but rubbed it in his palm. Huffed on it, as if to give it good luck. Crack. Green light. Amplification tome. Chen Lu sighed deeply, slumping down his chair, feeling powerless. It's over. This book is stuck with us. Tian Shuzi frowned, shot Chen Lu a glare, and picked up the seventh one. Crack. Still green light. This time it was that rough, purple, useless stick. Puff. Chen Lu couldn't hold back and laughed, but quickly put on a long face again. Master this. This luck is truly astonishing. Tian Shuzi's face was a bit hard to maintain as he picked up the eighth blind box and almost smashed it down ferociously. Crack. Green light. The fourth storm greatsword. My goodness. Chen Lu covered his eyes, unable to bear to look. Master, are you trying to open a weapon shop? Specializing in selling storm greatswords? Tian Shinzi's lips subtly curled up but quickly smoothed out, maintaining his high demeanor. Tian Jizi also gently shook his head, his gaze carrying a hint of helplessness. Tian Shuzi took a deep breath, his face alternating between blue and white, picked up the ninth blind box, staring at it for a long time as if trying to glare it into producing purple. Crack. Green light. Still green light. The fifth storm greatsword. Chen Lu had completely given up struggling, dazedly staring at the 5 identical blue long swords lying side by side on the counter, not to mention the previous ones. Tian Shuzi's hand holding the wooden hammer was slightly trembling, his facial muscles twitching, clearly quite angry. He felt as if his face had been swollen by this green light. Master, there's only one left. Shen le Kususli remanded. Fearing this hot-tempered master would smash the hammer on the spot. The last one guaranteed. Chun Li's voice carried a hint of hope again. Tian Shuzi abruptly turned his head, looking at the last solitary egg, a flash of determination in his eyes. He raised the small wooden hammer high and almost used all his strength to smash it down. Crack! This time, the sound of shattering was particularly loud. A rich, deep, noble purple light. Purple light. It really is purple light. Chen Lu jumped up in excitement. The guarantee has arrived. Boss, quickly see what treasure it is. Tian Shuzi also let out a long breath, finally showing a smile on his face. Although it was still a bit stiff, but at least he had salvaged some face. How about that? I told you good meals are not afraid of being late. The purple light slowly receded, and lying quietly on the counter was a jade slip flickering with a purple glow. No physical magical treasure? Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Xing picked up the jade slip, glanced at the system prompt, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. You have obtained a permanent skill. Skill? Tian Shuzi and Tian Jizi spoke simultaneously, both eyes filled with astonishment. Chen Lu was even more curious as he leaned in closer. Skill? ISNT, it a magical treasure technique? What skill? Chapter 31 Custom Weapons. Zhang Xing handed the jade slip to Tian Shuzi and introduced it. This skill is called Steel Cutting Flash, permanently fixed and does not require learning. The effect is that when a user attacks with any sword-type weapon, after every 2 attacks, the third attack will automatically unleash a fierce tornado, dealing extra damage to enemies in a straight line ahead. The third sword? With a tornado? Tian Shuzi's eyes instantly lit up, and he tightened his grip on the jade slip. Chen Lu was even more excited, dancing with joy. Wow, sword energy turns to wind? That's so cool. Master Uncle, this skill is amazing. It even has special effects when cutting people. Tian Chizi's gaze flickered, and he pondered. No need to deliberately activate it. The third strike triggers automatically. If used properly, it could catch enemies off guard, and the power would be considerable. This steel cutting flash skill, although not as strategically significant as the Silver Killer Blueprint, has a clear and direct effect on enhancing personal combat power, especially for sword cultivators. Tian Shuzi, having obtained the Steel Cutting Flash Jade Slip, was overjoyed, and the bad luck of just having opened 5 Storm Greatswords was swept away. He kept flipping the Jade Slip, marveling. Hey, the third sword brings wind. Now let's see where those demon brats will hide. Chen Lu also leaned in, eyes full of envy. Master Uncle, this skill is so cool. It even has special effects when cutting people, much better than my Storm Greatsword. He then remembered his broken sword, and his expression fell. Sigh. My sword. Just then, Tian Chizi, who had been silently observing, suddenly stepped forward and interrupted their discussion. His expression was calm, and his gaze fell on Zhang Xing boss. Seeing this, Zhang Xing also reined in his curiosity and replied, Tian Chizi, is there something you need? Tian Chizi slowly spoke, his tone steady. Experiencing these wonders in your shop has truly opened my eyes. Whether it's the S-1897, the blueprint for the Silver Killer, or just now the steel cutting flash, they're all remarkable creations. He shifted his tone. However, these items, while powerful, are too peculiar. He glanced over the various shaped magical tools on the counter and finally looked back at Zhang Xing. I wonder, does your shop have any more ordinary weapons? For example, a good sword? No need for such extravagance, just durability and sharpness will do. Zhang Xing was slightly taken aback. An ordinary sword? That's an interesting request. Before he could respond, Chun Lu couldn't hold back. Master Uncle, what do you need an ordinary sword for? That Silver Killer was so impressive. And the steel cutting flash from Master Shuzi. How can an ordinary sword compare to these powerful items? We need something unexpected now. Tian Shuzi chimed in. Exactly. I say, brother, it's a critical moment, and you're still thinking about those old relics? Well, like a steel pipe poking a frog in its head. I say, let's open dozens more. I don't believe we can't get even better treasures. Zhang Xing listened to their words, displaying a perfectly appropriate apologetic smile. Tian Chizi, your question has truly stumped me. He paused, seemingly organizing his words, glancing at the faces of several elders. My shop is all about surprises. It's like opening blind boxes, aiming for that thrill of the unknown. Chunlin nodded vigorously from the side. Yes, the boss is right. Opening blind boxes is so much fun. An ordinary sword can't compare to the treasures we could get. Tian Shuzi agreed. Exactly. Brother, stop thinking about those rigid things. We need to keep up with the trend. The things in blind boxes are, hey, strange but useful. Zhang Xing timely continued the conversation, looking at Tian Chizi with a more sincere tone. However, since you brought it up, my shop, which has everything, naturally cannot truly have nothing. He shifted his tone, adding a hint of mystery. Ordinary swords? Well, my shop indeed does not put them out for sale directly. Tian Chizi frowned slightly, seemingly not understanding his meaning. Zhang Xing smiled slightly and finally revealed the key information. The main issue is that the standards for ordinary swords are hard to define. Do you want one with great power or with special functions? Is it about pursuing extreme sharpness or needing it to be unbreakable, or perhaps some additional effects? He looked at the rapidly changing expressions of the crowd, especially Chun Li's eyes nearly popping out, and continued leisurely. So, for customers with specific needs, my shop actually supports customization. What? Chun Li was the first to jump up, his voice pitchy. Customization? Boss, are you saying whatever kind of sword we want, you can make it? Tian Shuzi was also taken aback, then slapped his thigh. Good guy. It can be customized. Why didn't you say so earlier? We wasted so much time here. Tian Quanzi, stroking his beard, paused, his eyes flashing with surprise, clearly not expecting this twist. Even the usually aloof, Li Qingqing turned slightly, looking at Zhang Xing with more curiosity. Tian Chizi looked at Zhang Xing, his expression complex, with a hint of subtle helplessness and amusement in his tone. Boss, why didn't you mention it earlier? Zhang Xing shrugged, a knowing expression on his face, carrying a bit of cunning and nonchalance. Hey, I wanted you to experience the fun of opening blind boxes. He cleared his throat, restoring his serious merchant demeanor. Moreover, it must be made clear in advance that the price for customization is much higher than opening blind boxes. After all, that is a precise service, and the costs are different. The excitement that Chun Lu had just ignited was doused by the words much higher. But the sparkle in his eyes did not completely fade. Tian Chizi and Tian Shuzi exchanged glances. Boss, I need a sword with extremely high power. Tian Chizi interrupted Chun Lu and Tian Shuzi's discussion, looking seriously at Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes showed a hint of understanding. Extremely high power? That definition is quite broad. Friend, let's be straightforward. This kind of tailor-made divine weapon requires extraordinary effort, and the price is naturally, quite considerable. He extended his fingers, gesturing. What price range do you have in mind? 1 million top-grade spirit stones? Or 2 million? Or even higher? Different investments will naturally yield vastly different results. 1 million. 2 million. Chun Lu, whose enthusiasm had just been ignited by the word customization, was instantly chilled by these astronomical numbers, his eyes wide and voice breaking. Boss, this is even faster than robbery. Is it easy for my master and them to save up some money? He counted on his fingers. This is enough to open how many 10 consecutive draws. Even though I also don't want to see the Storm Greatsword and useless big stick again. Tian Shizi also twitched his mouth. His good mood from just obtaining the steel-cutting flash diminished significantly as he huffed. Hey, I knew you weren't being honest. Hiding things all this time. It turns out you were waiting to fleece us. Starting with 1 million. Why don't you go rob the Demon Lord's treasury? What was that called again? Oh, a lioness big mouth, greedy and insatiable. Facing this shocking quote and the reactions of his junior brothers, Tian Shizi appeared unusually calm. He simply looked at Zhang Xing and slowly said, the price is not a problem, as long as it is worth it. Chapter 32, Kasing yang GNS Sword. Once these words were spoken, Chun Lu and Tian Shizi fell silent, looking at Tian Shizi with a mix of surprise and seriousness in their eyes. It seemed that the master, senior brother, had truly made up his mind. The current situation indeed required a decisive tool to break the deadlock. Zhang Xing nodded in approval. Indeed, you are straightforward. How about this? To avoid any empty promises, you might be worried about me overcharging you, right? He shifted his tone and proposed a compromise. Why don't you pay a deposit of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones first? Then I will show you the extent of my customized service so you have a baseline. After you see it, you can decide whether to continue investing and how much to invest. What do you think? 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Just to see a sample? Chun Lu felt his heart twitch. The price still made him feel pain. Tian Shizi pondered for a moment. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones was not a small sum for the entire sect. But compared to the usual millions of investment in a weapon that could change the course of battle, this sample fee seemed acceptable. He glanced at the still murmuring Tian Shizi and the tense Chun Lu, before finally looking at Zhang Xing. All right. Tian Shizi nodded slowly, his voice steady. As the boss said, we will pay the 100,000 deposit first, and we will see what is extraordinary about your customization. Tian Shizi took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhang Xing. Chun Lu gasped, his eyes wide open. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, just to take a look? He felt his heart tremble. Even selling him wouldn't be worth that price. Tian Shizi next to him also smacked his lips, putting away his usual playful demeanor. His expression became more serious. This was no small matter. Zhang Xing maintained a professional smile on his face, but inwardly he was also amazed. Wow, 100,000 top-tier spirit stones as an entrance fee. This elder truly had guts. He discreetly collected the spirit stones while silently calling for the system. System, please respond. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones have been received. Hurry up and bring out the best sword to showcase. Don't let me down. Ding, 100,000 top-tier spirit stones received. The system's prompt echoed in Zhang Xing's mind, carrying a hint of mechanized confirmation. Searching the system database for the highest tier sword-type weapon that meets the definition of extremely powerful according to the host's request. Search complete. One of the strongest swords currently available within the system's permissions has been selected for the host to showcase. As the system prompted, Zhang Xing felt as if an indescribable dark light flashed before him. And then, above the counter, an ancient long sword materialized out of thin air. The sword was not shiny with gold, nor adorned with flashy designs. It presented a deep, subdued color throughout. The sword body was long and simply shaped, yet it emanated a sharpness and heaviness capable of severing all things. Merely suspended there, it radiated a heart-stopping pressure, as if carrying endless slaughter and majesty. The air in the shop seemed to stagnate. Chun Lu instinctively took a half-step back, his face filled with shock. Tian Shizi's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. Wanted to say something, but unable to. Li Qingqing, who had always had a cool gaze, finally showed a noticeable fluctuation, staring intently at the sword. Tian Shizi's pupils constricted. fixated on the sword, feeling its sharpness almost piercing through his soul. Zhang Xing cleared his throat, breaking the silence, and slowly introduced the hovering dark long sword. This sword is called the demon-slaying sword. Demon-slaying sword? Tian Jizi repeated, and just the name exuded an extraordinary aura. Zhang Xing nodded and continued to drop heavy information. This sword is the weapon of Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Erlang Shen, Yang Jian? Tian Jizi repeated, a hint of imperceptible seriousness in his voice. He had never heard this name before, but the title of Shun and the terrifying pressure emanating from the sword was enough to indicate its weight. Boss, who is this person? Tian Jizi looked at Zhang Xing, his gaze sharp, trying to read something from his face. Before Zhang Xing could answer, Chunla could no longer contain his excitement. Almost jumping up, his eyes were wide, and his voice slightly altered. Erlang Shun? Yang Jian? That name sounds so powerful. Boss, is this person stronger than our sect master? Stronger than the demon emperor? Tian Shizi also looked astonished, leaning forward and stroking his chin. Erlang Shun? Hey, that name sounds like it's not an ordinary person. Boss, quickly tell us, who exactly is Yang Jian? Could he be a mighty figure from ancient times? He paused, habitually trying to add a follow-up phrase, but found his mind blank, unable to think of anything suitable, so he had to urge awkwardly. Zhang Xing watched as everyone displayed excitement, curiosity, or seriousness, secretly amused while maintaining a calm expression, clearing his throat. As for Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, he deliberately elongated his tone, teasing their anticipation before continuing. To be honest, I'm not very clear on his exact strength. As soon as this was said, Chunla felt a pang of disappointment. Boss, you don't know either? However, Zhang Xing shifted his tone, speaking with an undeniable certainty. Based on the information I have, I can deduce that this Erlang Shun actually has the strength. Well, how should I put it? At the very least, he must be at the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Great Luo Golden Immortal. These 4 words sounded like thunderclaps, instantly ringing in everyone's ears. Although they did not fully understand what the Great Luo Golden Immortal represented in Zhang Xing's described hierarchy, just this title, along with Zhang Xing's emphasis that it was the least he could say, was enough for them to feel an unimaginable, terrifying power that transcended their cognitive limits. The Tribulation Stage was already a legendary existence in the Taisu realm, and the Demon Emperor was a giant who could strike fear across the entire cultivation world. And this Great Luo Golden Immortal seemed to be on a higher level than both the Tribulation Stage and the Demon Emperor. Chunla gasped, stuttering as he asked, Great Luo Golden Immortal? Then what level is that? Is it stronger than the Tribulation Stage? Can he crush the Demon Emperor with a finger? He grew more excited, as if he could already see Yang Jian descending and sweeping through the demon race. Tian Shizi also looked shocked, murmuring to himself, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Wow, that title sounds terrifying. This exceeds our understanding. Tian Jizi's pupils shrank, a storm rising in his heart. He stared intently at the demon-slaying sword, connecting it with the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The value of this sword likely could not be measured in spirit stones. This was no longer just a simple divine weapon, but a treasure that might contain powers of a higher level. His gaze towards Zhang Xing grew even more inscrutable. This seemingly ordinary shop owner likely concealed secrets far beyond their imagination. Tian Jizi suppressed the agitation in his heart, his gaze fixed on the suspended demon-slaying sword. The pressure radiating from the sword made even him, a transformation stage cultivator, feel apprehensive. He almost held his breath, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Boss, how many spirit stones are needed to customize this demon-slaying sword? Chapter 33, showcasing 3 swords. Chunlu swallowed nervously, his eyes wide open like copper bells. 1 million? 2 million? Or more? This was the sword of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhang Xing looked at the burning desire in Tianjizi's eyes and smiled apologetically, shaking his finger. Friend Tianjizi, this sword is a bit special. He paused, and under the tense gaze of the crowd, he slowly continued, to customize it, the spirit stones are secondary. The key is strength. Strength? Tianjizi was taken aback. Yes. Zhang Xing nodded. According to my rules, to obtain and use a divine weapon like the Demon Slayer's sword, the user's cultivation must at least reach the true immortal realm. True. True. Immortal? Chen almost jumped up, his voice cracking. Boss, you can't be joking, right? A great Luo Golden Immortal's sword can only be used by a true immortal? What realm is that? Is it stronger than the tribulation stage? How much stronger? He felt his brain was completely inadequate. From the transformation stage to the tribulation stage, there were several major realms in between, and now a true immortal popped up, sounding even more unattainable. Tian Shuzi also gasped, stroking his chin, his expression as if he had swallowed a fly. True immortal. Wow. That requirement is like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, isn't it? The fervor in Tian Jizi's eyes cooled significantly, replaced by a deep sense of powerlessness. A true immortal? That was a realm he didn't even dare to think about. Not to mention him, even in the history of the Taisu realm, there were very few. He remained silent for a moment, slowly releasing his tightly clenched fists, his gaze regaining its previous calmness. I see. It was my rudeness. He slightly nodded towards the illusory sword shadow, as if expressing respect, also as if bidding farewell to an unattainable dream. Then, he turned his gaze back to Zhang Xing, his tone returning to calm, but with a hint of resolution. Since the Demon Slayer sword is not something we can aspire to, then, as the boss mentioned before, please showcase what a customized sword worth 1 million or even several million spirit stones looks like. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, although still an astronomical figure, seemed much more attainable compared to that divine weapon requiring a true immortal to wield. At least, that was a target that could be measured with resources. Zhang Xing saw that Tian Jizi had suppressed his thoughts about the Demon Slayer sword and understood. This elder indeed acted steadily, not letting an unattainable goal cloud his judgment. He smiled slightly, no longer keeping them in suspense, and with a thought, communicated with the system. System, stop slacking off and get to work. Select a few representative, customized sword options worth 1 to several million spirit stones to showcase to this big client. Ding. Received host instructions. Screening for customized options labeled with powerful capabilities and priced at 1 million spirit stones. The system's response was still in its usual bureaucratic tone. Screening complete. A display list has been generated for the host. As soon as the voice fell, the air above the counter slightly rippled, and a light screen appeared out of thin air. The screen was about 3 feet square, with a faint glow around the edges. Instead of text, it directly displayed 3 long swords of various designs, shimmering with colors, alongside their names, prices, and effect summaries. Please take a look. Zhang Xing gestured. The first sword's illusion appeared. The sword body was moderate in size, with strong lines, radiating a sharp golden light. Tian's Hyphing Blade, from the Otherworld Teamfight Tactics Chibi Teamfight Tactics, customized price, 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Effect, optimize this sword contains the power to break the army. Any damage dealt while wielding this sword is directly doubled. Note, usable only below the integration stage, hiss. Chunlu gasped, his eyes widening. Damage doubled. It's that simple and brutal? 1,500,000. He counted on his fingers, feeling his heart begin to ache again. How much spirit grass and spirit, or would he need to sell to afford this? Tian Shuzi stroked his chin, exclaiming in wonder. Wow, this is practical. 1 strike with this sword equals 2 strikes. No matter how fancy it is, strength is the hard truth. But this price, hey, it really is outrageous. Tian Jizi's gaze was fixed on the illusion of the Tian's Hyphing Blade, his eyes deep, clearly evaluating the practical value of this straightforward damage doubling in combat. Before they could digest it, the light screen flashed, and the illusion of the second sword appeared. This sword had a strange shape, with a wider blade, dark colors, and what appeared to be an eye embedded in the hilt. Knight's Song, from the Otherworld Dead Cells, customized price, 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Effect, optimize this sword as sentient. It could be wielded to attack surrounding enemies on its own. Enemies hit by its autonomous attacks will be marked with a Knight's Song mark for 3 breaths. During this period, if the wielder attacks the marked target with this sword, the damage dealt will be doubled. Note, usable only below the integration stage. Wow. Chun-Li's eyes were about to pop out. It can fly out and attack on its own, and it can mark enemies, and the marked damage is doubled. Boss, this sword is alive, right? 2 million. My goodness. That's 50,000 more than the last one. He clutched his chest, feeling a bit out of breath. Tianjizi frowned, clearly considering the tactical value of this sword. The automatic attacks could restrain enemies, and the burst damage after marking was also considerable. Most importantly, this sword was sentient and could recognize its master. Immediately after, the illusion of the third sword appeared. This sword was the most extravagant, with its hilt inlaid with star-like gemstones, and the blade flowed with a dreamlike rainbow glow, as if it held the entire starry sky. Star Fury, from the Otherworld Terraria, customized price, 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Effect, optimized when wielding this sword to attack. It can summon external star power, randomly calling down a small meteorite to strike enemies. If used at night or in a starlit environment, the effect is greatly enhanced, transforming into Wrath of the Stars, with each attack summoning a small meteor shower covering the target area. Note: usable only below the integration stage. Summon meteorites? Chun Lu was completely excited, pointing at the light screen, his voice trembling. Boss, this one is the coolest. Fighting can even call down a meteor shower. If used at night, it becomes a map bomb. 1,200,000. Although still very expensive, it was cheaper than the first two. His eyes sparkled, as if he could already envision the scene of wielding Star Fury and summoning meteors to crush demons. Tianjizi looked at this Star Fury, considering its area damage capability, especially its potential in night battles. Boss, what does it mean that these are from other worlds? Zhang Xing smiled mysteriously. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Tianjizi immediately understood and nodded. Then he turned his gaze back to this sword. The price of 1,200,000 seemed to offer better value compared to the previous two. Zhang Xing cleared his throat. 3 swords, 3 different enhancement directions, all priced in millions. Friend Tianjizi, what do you think of the sincerity of this customization? Of course, this is just a starting point. If the budget is higher, there are naturally stronger divine weapons available for selection. Chapter 34, Zenith Blade. Tianjizi carefully examined the 3 sword shadows on the light screen, recalling Night Song's description, and turned his gaze to Zhang Xing. Boss, these 3 swords, besides the one that night, Song clearly said has a spirit. The other 2, don't they lack a weapon spirit? As soon as this question was asked, Chun Lu beside him was also taken aback, looking curiously at Zhang Xing. In his understanding, divine weapons, especially those with such high prices, should have a powerful sword spirit, right? The legendary, celestial swords recorded in the Sects classics all possess ample spirituality. Zhang Xing nodded. That's correct. What Tianjizi Dao's friend said is very true. The Zenith Blade and Star Fury indeed do not have independent weapon spirits. Huh? No weapon spirit? Chun Lu couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. Boss, how is that possible? A sword worth over 1 million top-grade spiritual stones doesn't even have a sword spirit? Isn't that even worse than some of the legendary swords in our Sects treasury? Tian Shuzi, listening nearby, snorted dismissively and waved his hand. Weapon spirit? Can a weapon spirit be used for eating? I say, junior nephew, you should focus on the main point. That Zenith Blade can deal double damage with a single strike. How practical. And that Star Fury can summon meteor showers with a wave and even rain meteors at night. What does this mean? This means a bald man following the moon for a bit of luck. Who cares if it has a spirit, as long as it's powerful? Tianjizi ignored his junior brother and disciple's clamor, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked at Zhang Xing, contemplating the differences. No weapon spirit, yet such powerful might. Boss, these weapons from another world, their structural principles are indeed completely different from the magical treasures of our Taishi realm. Zhang Xing revealed a knowing smile on his face, shrugging his shoulders. You could say that. Traditional magical treasures emphasize heavenly materials and earthly treasures, formations and runes, nurturing and communicating with spirits, pursuing resonance and growth between person and weapon. Whereas these, he pointed at the sword shadows on the light screen, continuing, they are more like pulva machines, designed from the start to achieve a certain extreme effect. The Zenith Blade is meant for doubling damage, and Star Fury is for summoning stars. Simple, direct, and efficient. You don't need to spend mental energy nurturing or communicating. Once you have it, you can unleash 100% or even exceed the standard power under specific conditions. He paused and added, of course, Knight's Song is an exception. Its inherent spirituality leans more towards a self-combat support function. Each has its own merits. Tian Jizi quickly contemplated in his heart. The one buying the sword was not himself, but his senior brother, Tian Xuanzi, who was far away in Qingshu City overseeing the situation. The battle there was fierce, and Tianquan's longtime companion sword was unfortunately destroyed, causing his power to drop by at least 30%. With the righteous and demonic forces at a standoff, every second counted, and the lack of top combat power had a huge impact on the entire situation. It was essential to quickly find a suitable and powerful sword weapon for his brother to replenish combat strength. Just now, Zhang Xing introduced the Zenith Blade and Star Fury, weapons from another world. Although they lacked a weapon spirit, they could directly exert powerful effects without the need for mental energy to nurture communication. This might actually be a good thing for his brother Tianxian, as it saved the time needed to harmonize with a weapon spirit. Tian Shuzi, observing his senior brother's silence while staring at the sword shadows on the light screen, recalled his earlier concern about weapon spirits and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, what is going on? Which one are you interested in? Just say it. You were just asking if they had spirits. And now you're staring at these two without spirits. What are you really after?" Tian Jizi withdrew his gaze and looked at his curious junior brother and Chun Lu, Li Qingqing beside him, and did not hide it. "This sword is not for me." His tone was flat, but carried an undeniable meaning. "It is prepared for senior brother Tianxian." "Tianxian master," Chun Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "Buying a sword for Tianxian master? Could it be the situation in Qingshu City?" His voice lowered, his face filled with worry. Tian Shuzi was also taken aback, then suddenly realized his playful expression instantly vanished, and his brow furrowed tightly. "So it's to find a weapon for senior brother Tianxian. No wonder. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to look at million-level custom goods." He slapped his thigh heavily. "Damn it, senior brother Tianxian's sword was actually destroyed? Those demonic brats are ruthless. We must get a powerful one. Senior brother usually uses heavy-handed techniques, emphasizing great force. I think this Zenith Blade is good, double damage, direct enough. Let us turn the tables." Tian Jizi nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the sharp golden shadow of the Zenith Blade. Simple and direct, perhaps it was the most suitable for the current crisis. He glanced at the colorful Star Fury beside it. But this Star Fury can draw on stellar power, has advantages in group battles and night battles, and the situation in Qingshu City is complicated. Chunlu listened to the discussion of his uncles, then looked at the shocking price on the light screen and couldn't help but mumble quietly. 150,000, 120,000, that's too much. Tian Jizi no longer hesitated. He knew very well that now was not the time to be stingy with spiritual stones. Senior brother Tianquan's combat power was crucial for the safety of Qingshu City and even affected the morale of the entire Righteous Path Alliance. He turned to Zhang Xing, his expression serious. "Boss, how long will it take to customize this Zenith Blade if we order it now?" Zhang Xing revealed a meaningful smile, lightly tapping on the counter with his fingers. "Time?" He repeated Tian Jizi's question, his gaze sweeping over the tense and expectant faces of the crowd. "Tian Jizi, Taoist friend, you come to my all-inclusive shop and ask me how long it takes to customize." He deliberately elongated his tone, watching Tian Jizi's cheek tighten slightly with impatience. Chunlu couldn't help but interject. "Boss, stop keeping us in suspense. How long will it take? A month? Or 10 days and a half month? Qingshu City is waiting." Tian Shuzi also urged. "Exactly. Hurry up and say, do you need to find some outer world meteorite iron and smelt it for 49 days? We can't wait that long." Zhang Xing shrugged, his smile unchanged, but his tone carried a naturally relaxed air. "What a month? What 49 days? Do you think this is an ordinary blacksmith shop?" He paused, looking at the even more puzzled expressions of the group, then slowly pointed to the shadow of the Zenith Blade on the light screen. "This Zenith Blade, 150,000 top-grade spiritual stones, right?" Tian Jizi nodded, his expression grave. "That's right. Then it's easy." Zhang Xing snapped his fingers to sound crisp. With the spiritual stones in place, the sword, He pointed at the counter. Can appear here immediately. Immediately, Chen Lu's voice instantly rose an octave. His eyes even wider than before. Boss, do you mean you have this sword right now? He pointed incredulously at the shadow. A custom divine weapon worth 150,000 top-grade spiritual stones. You say you can just produce it? The impact was even more staggering than when he first heard the price. That was a divine sword that could double damage, not just a cabbage from the ground. Tian Shuzi was also taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. Good boy. I knew your shop was extraordinary. Did you hear that, senior brother? We can get it immediately. What is this called? This is what you call convenience and efficiency. Much better than those slowpoke artifact masters. Li Qingqing, who had been quiet all along, now looked at Zhang Xing, and for the first time, her clear and cold eyes reflected a distinct emotion of shock. Tianjizi's tense body suddenly relaxed, as if a heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart had finally fallen to the ground. He gazed deeply at Zhang Xing. For the sake of my senior brother, for the sake of Qingshu City, this spirit stone is worth it. Good, Tianjizi said in a deep voice, his tone firm and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones. After saying that, he directly took out the storage bag he had previously confiscated from that underworld demon king. Although there were more than that inside, he couldn't care less at this moment. He probed with his consciousness, precisely separating out resources worth 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones, and handed them to Zhang Xing. A sound of Chun Lu gasping in surprise came from the side, his eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, as if he wanted to say something. But looking at his master's indisputable expression and the heavy bag of spirit stones, he ultimately swallowed his words. However, his expression was as if he had just lost 150,000 pounds of flesh, his face scrunched up in pain. 1.5 million. Enough for him to cultivate from chi refining to nascent soul several times, right? And he might even get a few storm great swords as a bonus. Tian Shuzi was not as heartbroken. He was more concerned about that sword. Seeing his senior brother pay, he immediately leaned forward and shouted at Zhang Xing. Hey, kid, cash and goods must match. Hurry up, take out that Tian Ding phone ren and let us have a look. Zhang Xing took the storage bag, scanned it with his consciousness, confirmed it was correct, and revealed a satisfied smile. Fellow Taoist is indeed straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, without any extra movements, he casually placed his hand on the counter. Buzz, a faint vibrating sound, and the space above the counter where the light curtain was displayed suddenly distorted and converged. In an instant, a long sword radiating dazzling golden light materialized out of thin air, quietly hovering there. This sword was the Tian Ding Feng Run. It was entirely sharp gold in color, with a straight and powerful blade, exuding an aura of cutting through everything. The light flowing on the blade was not gentle, but filled with aggression, as if it contained boundless power. Just looking at it made one's skin tingle slightly. I. Chunlu pointed at the sword, his tongue somewhat tied. It really came out, just like that. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming it was not an illusion. He was completely stunned. A divine weapon worth 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones appeared like a magic trick. What kind of background does this boss have? Goodness. Tian Shuzi's eyes widened like copper bells, unable to help but exclaim. It really appeared out of thin air. This sword's aura is powerful. It looks solid. He walked around the sword twice, feeling the overwhelming sharpness, clicking his tongue in amazement. Senior brother, look at this sword. Absolutely suitable for your grand style. Damage doubled. Cutting demon spawn must be as easy as slicing vegetables. Li Qingqing, who had been silent all along, also slightly widened her eyes at this moment, her usually calm gaze clearly reflecting the golden sword shadow and an unmistakable astonishment. Tianjizi's tense body finally relaxed completely, as if the heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart had crashed to the ground. He stared intently at the Tian Ding Feng Run, his eyes sparkling with excitement, hope, and a deep-seated wariness towards Zhang Xing intertwined. He reached out his hand, with a barely noticeable tremble, slowly gripping the hilt. Tian Ding Feng. He murmured the name, feeling the pure and powerful force emanating from the sword. Worth it. For my senior brother. For Qingshu City. All of this was worth it. Chapter 35. Qingshu City. Tangshuanzi after Zhang Xing's shop had everything. Tianji Zi and his group transformed into flowing light and quickly left the territory of Qingyang Town. Chunlu followed behind, still dazed and pained by the 5 million top-grade spirit stones he had just spent. He couldn't help but mutter softly, 1.5 million. Master, how many 10 consecutive draws would that take? No, how many spirit herbs would I need to buy? That should be enough for me to reach the nascent soul stage, right? Tianshu Zi heard him and turned around to glare at him. What's the big deal about 1.5 million? This is Tianding Feng Run. The damage is doubled. One senior brother Tianxian gets it. He'll chop down those demon brats like a small cow, going to the extreme. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see Tangshuanzi rampaging through the battlefield. With this treasure, Qingshu City would be secure. Tianji Zi flew ahead, holding the storage artifact containing Tianding Feng Run, his palm unconsciously tightening. He didn't turn back, and his voice came calmly, "Do not be careless. Although senior brother Tianxian has obtained a divine weapon, the demonic forces have deep foundations. We still need to give our all to secure Qingshu City." Chunlu shrank his neck, no longer daring to complain about the spirit stones, and instead asked, "Master, what about Qingyang Town?" Tianji Zi repeated, "The king of the nether demons has been eliminated, and the main forces he brought have been severely damaged. The remaining rebellious demon lords, such as the few who have transformed into gods, can't stir up much trouble. The sect will send people to clean up the remnants and stabilize the defenses." Tianshu Zi chuckled. "Speaking of which, that shop of Boss Zhang is impressive. Not only does it have shotgun blueprints and steel slash, but now there's also this custom divine weapon ready for immediate use. What do you call this? It's a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat when luck comes. It can't be stopped." Chunlu recalled the power of that General Zhang, feeling a lingering fear, and thought of Tianshu Zi's steel slash with envy. Then he remembered his broken storm greatsword and instantly frowned. Li Qingqing had been quietly following behind, her gaze occasionally flickering over the storage artifact in Tianji Zi's hand, and there seemed to be a hint of barely perceptible curiosity in her cold eyes. Sensing the emotions of the group, Tianji Zi spoke again, his tone carrying an undeniable urgency. "Speed up. We must deliver this sword to senior brother Tianxian as soon as possible." The group no longer spoke, and their escape light suddenly accelerated, rushing toward Qingshu City. Qingshu City. This former holy land of the sect was now the front line against the torrent of demonic forces, with the city walls covered in scars and traces of spell impacts. Inside the council hall, several elders with white hair and beards were gathered around a huge sand table, which was marked with a dense array of red dots representing the movements of the demons outside the city. Tangshuanzi sat in the first position on the right, his figure still robust, but a lingering gloom hovered between his brows. His treasured sword, which had accompanied him for many years, had been shattered in a recent fierce battle by the Demon King's strange demonic weapon, significantly reducing the combat power of this mid-stage, refining Void Grand Cultivator by more than 30%. "Is there still no news from junior brother Tianji?" The master of Qingshu sect, a gaunt old man, spoke with a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. Tangshuanzi displayed clear impatience and anxiety on his face. "That old companion who has been with me for 500 years is gone just like that." He let out a low roar, his fist cracking, as if the very air trembled. "The demon brats are getting bolder. Yesterday, the city defense array in the west was shaken 3 times again. If it weren't for my loss of a suitable weapon, how could they be so arrogant outside the city?" An elder responsible for the formation side, senior brother Tianxian. "Calm down. The formations can still hold, although the consumption is immense. Junior brother Tianji has gone to Lingdu, saying that there might be a chance to find a divine weapon that can turn the tide." "Chance?" Tangshuanzi snorted, with clear skepticism in his tone. "How many years has it been since Lingdu? What kind of decent divine weapon could there be? I hope he isn't being fooled into bringing back some flashy but useless trinket." The master spoke slowly, his voice steady. "Junior brother Tianji has always acted cautiously. Since he is so certain, he must have his assurance. But time in the city is indeed running out." The master looked at the encroaching red dots on the sand table, his eyes filled with worry. How long can the reserves in the city last? The elder responsible for logistics had an even heavier expression and spoke with difficulty. The spirit stone reserves can last, at most half a month. As for pills, talismans, and other consumables, they are also running low. Half a month. Tang Xuanzi clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He desperately needed a sword that could harness all his power, one even stronger than his broken old companion. A sword that would allow him to once again cut down those demon brats with ease. Junior brother Tianji, you must bring back something truly good. Don't let everyone down. The council hall fell silent again. Just then, the heavy door of the hall was pushed open silently. Tianji Zi's somewhat travel-worn figure appeared at the entrance. The stagnant air instantly began to flow, and all eyes in the hall turned toward him in unison. On the face of the master, Yu Wuya, a subtle ripple flashed in his deep-set eyes. Tang Xuanzi, who was sitting on the right, almost sprang up from his chair in an instant, his movement swift enough to create a gust of wind. He crossed the distance to stand before Tianji Zi in just a few steps, his voice hoarse and tinged with undeniable urgency. Junior brother, how is it? Did you find something usable? His rapid-fire questions revealed his inner impatience. His gaze locked onto Tianji Zi's face, meeting his senior brother's fiery gaze. Tianji Zi also scanned the expectant and worried expressions on the faces of the master and the elders, not keeping them in suspense. He raised his hand and directly took out an item from his storage artifact. Buzz! In an instant, the council hall was filled with golden light. A long sword, fierce in design and radiating sharp golden brilliance, floated in front of Tianji Zi. The air in the entire council hall seemed to grow heavy and sharp because of it. Tang Xuanzi's eyes widened in shock, the brilliant gold reflecting in his pupils, and his breathing suddenly grew heavy. He instinctively reached out, grasping the sword's hilt. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. A sense of indescribable weight surged through him, followed immediately by a torrent of overwhelming, almost primal power rushing up his arm, straight into his soul. Good. Tang Xuanzi felt the pent-up energy in his chest dissipate, unable to help but exclaim, "Good sword." He tightened his grip, feeling the solid texture of the hilt and the fierce aura that seemed to resonate with his own power. The gloom on his face vanished, replaced by uncontrollable joy. Ha ha ha! He couldn't help but laugh out loud, swinging his arm, the golden sword tracing a blinding arc in the air, accompanied by a deep, intimidating sound of breaking the void. With this divine weapon in hand, let's see how those demon brats can still be arrogant outside the city. Power! This was the feeling he needed. He could almost see himself wielding this sword, cutting down those damned demon generals and the demon king one by one. The atmosphere in the council hall instantly became heated due to the appearance of this sword and Tang Xuanzi's reaction. However, just as Tang Xuanzi was excitedly feeling the power of the sword, his smile suddenly froze. His movements came to a halt. His brows furrowed tightly, the joy on his face rapidly cooling as a thick suspicion emerged. He sank his consciousness into the sword, carefully examining it. Nothing at all. This sword. Tian Xuanzi raised his head and looked at Tian Jizi, his voice tinged with disbelief. How can there be no sword spirit? For a divine weapon of such caliber, to not sense even a trace of a weapon spirit? This completely overturned his understanding. The other elders in the hall were also taken aback, showing expressions of surprise, and instinctively released their divine senses to sense it. Tian Jizi looked at Tian Xuanzi's face, which had shifted from ecstasy to doubt, his expression still calm, and slowly nodded. That's right, senior brother. This sword has no spirit. Chapter 36 Great War is about to begin. Time is of the essence, and junior brother has no choice but to do so. Tianji Zi said in a deep voice. Tian Xianzi furrowed his brow tightly at first, then relaxed. He weighed the golden longsword in his hand, feeling that pure and overbearing power. No sword spirit? He pondered for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. That's good. He swung the sword sharply, creating a gust of wind, causing everyone in the conference hall to feel a slight sting on their skin. This saves the trouble of having to worry about some useless weapon spirit. Tian Xianzi looked quite satisfied. This power is direct, pure, I like it. An elder nearby couldn't help but lean closer, scrutinizing the Tian Ding foam blade. Truly no weapon spirit? But this momentum, before he could finish speaking, he was shot a glare by Tian Xinzi. The sect leader Yuyo looked at the renewed spirit of Tian Xinzi with a hint of gratification in his eyes. He stood up, scanning the crowd. Since junior brother Tian Xian has obtained a suitable divine weapon, there is no need to wait any longer. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. Send the order down. The entire army will launch an attack early tomorrow morning. Yes. The elders in the hall responded in unison, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Yu Wuyo turned to Tianji. Junior brother Tianji, your return is just in time. He gestured for Tianji to look at Tian Xinzi. Tomorrow, observe the battle. Watch carefully and comprehend it earnestly. The battle at the refinement void stage may give you new insights into the use of power. Tianji slightly bowed. Junior brother understands. This time, besides me, there's also junior brother Tian Quan and junior brother Tian Shu. Additionally, some disciples from Qingyang Town are here. They're all outside, coming to provide support. Yu Wuyo looked towards the door. Oh, so, does that mean the crisis in your Qingyang Town has been resolved? Tianji nodded. Indeed, it has been resolved. Tian Xinzi said, with some surprise. Not bad, junior brother. I remember last time you needed my support to hold back the Nether Demon King. This time you managed to resolve it yourself. The Nether Demon King. Tianji's expression was calm. The Nether Demon King has been slain. The main force of the demonic path he brought has also been scattered. Some elders in the conference hall whispered among themselves. The news of the Nether Demon King's death was quite shocking. That was a mid-stage Demon King of the Refinement Void stage. A foe that even senior brother Tian Xian had to intervene against last time. Junior brother Tianji is merely at the peak of the Transformation God stage. How could he kill him? Something must have happened. Tian Shuzi peeked in from the door. Of course. His voice was loud. Just look at who helped. Chenlu added quietly from the side. That's incredible. Yu Wuyo looked at Tianji. Junior brother, what exactly happened in Qingyang Town? How were you able to slay the Nether Demon King? Tianji replied. Sect leader, Qingyang Town encountered an unprecedented fortuitous encounter. Relying on the power of this fortuitous encounter, we were able to defeat the Nether Demon King. He paused briefly. Junior brother's trip to Lingdu is to verify the authenticity of this fortuitous encounter. It now seems that it is indeed not false. Yu Wuyo pondered. Fortuitous encounter. He looked at Tian Shuzi and Chunlo. Even junior brother Tian Shu and Chunlo went. Tianji nodded. They experienced it firsthand and also received help from it. Tian Shuzi laughed. That was no ordinary help. It was like a mother pig wearing a bra. One set after another. Chunlo laughed along. Tian Shuzi, who had been standing near the door, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He took a few steps to Tian Xinzi's side, his eyes shining as he stared at the Tian Ding foam blade. Hey, I say, senior brother, don't just be happy. His voice was not small and carried a hint of bragging. Do you know how much this sword cost? Tian Xuan paused, raising an eyebrow at him. How much? All eyes in the conference hall, including the sect leader Yu Wuyo, turned to Tian Shuzi. Chunlu, standing behind Tian Shuzi, instinctively covered his chest upon hearing the word how much, as if he could still feel the excruciating pain from that 1,500,000. Tian Shuzi cleared his throat with pride, extended one finger, then 5. This number. He paused, enjoying the curious gazes of everyone, before loudly announcing, 1,500,000. Top-grade spirit stones. A collective gasp echoed in the conference hall. Even several elders accustomed to grand scenes couldn't help but show signs of being moved. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones for a sword. This expenditure is nothing short of immense. Tian Xinzi's grip on the sword also tightened slightly, and his gaze towards Tianji became more complicated. He knew the sect was not financially abundant, and for junior brother to take out this amount of spirit stones, he must have made a significant sacrifice. Seeing this, Tian Shuzi became even prouder. Moreover, senior brother, this sword is not just for show. He lowered his voice a bit, but it was loud enough for all present to hear. The owner said, this sword has a special effect. What effect? Tian Xinzi immediately asked, his eyes shining even brighter. The surrounding elders also perked up their ears. Tian Shuzi cleared his throat, building suspense. Any damage caused by using this sword, he elongated his tone, is directly doubled. What? Tian Xinzi exclaimed in shock. his grip on the sword trembling. Damage doubled. These 4 words were like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. Simple, brutal, but powerful enough to take one's breath away. Damn. Tian Xinzi couldn't help but curse, staring at the Tianding phone blade in his hand. His eyes wide as saucers. No wonder it feels so fierce holding this sword. It turns out it has such an effect. He swung it a couple of times, feeling the surge of power, and joy surged up again, even more intense than before. With this effect, he was confident he could take the heads of those demon kings outside the city. Other elders were also in shock, whispering and discussing. Damage doubled. This is simply unheard of. Tian Shuzi watched everyone's reaction, chuckling, and added, "However, there is a small limitation." He stroked his chin. The owner said, "This doubling effect only works on those below the integration stage. Once you reach the integration stage, there are no such perks." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously excited Tian Xinzi was momentarily stunned. Below the integration stage, he was currently at the mid-stage of refinement void, so this limitation was effectively non-existent for him. Ha ha ha. Tian Xinzi laughed heartily again, his laughter filled with exhilaration and immense confidence. Below the integration stage? That's just right. Enough for me to slaughter those demon brats 7 times over. He looked at Tianji Zi, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Junior brother, this time, you have made a great contribution." Seeing everyone stunned by the doubling damage effect, Tian Shuzi's pride grew even stronger. Not only that, he cleared his throat, ready to reveal more shocking news. Also, Tian Shuzi vividly recounted the experiences in the shop. Li Qingqing, the Sects' niece, you all know her, right? Junior brother Tianji's precious disciple. She was lucky enough to open a golden legend called Curse Blade. Tianxuan Zi Fronad, Cursed Blade. What is that? Hey, this thing is sinister. Hitting someone is a sure death, but holding this sword and being hit is also a sure death. A few gasps echoed in the assembly hall. Is it a guaranteed death if hit? Is it also a guaranteed death if struck? An elder looked puzzled. Is this for real? Tian Shuzi waved his hand. And then there's Tian Quan, his luck is pretty good too. He got a General Zheng token, which can directly summon a powerful figure called General Zheng to help fight, with strength at the peak of the integration stage. If it weren't for the fact that the Underworld Demon King was too weak, General Zheng's strength could directly reach true immortal. True immortal? A glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of Sect Master Uwaya. Tian Xuanzi also found it hard to believe. There's also a strange weapon called Shotgun S-1897, which doesn't require spiritual power. Just pulling the trigger can unleash a storm of spirit pills, with immense close-range power. Tian Quan also managed to get the blueprint for that weapon, called Silver Killer, claiming it could be manufactured in the future. Can we really create such bizarre weapons? The elders exchanged glances, feeling incredulous. Alright, there's this kid too. Tian Shuzi pointed at Chun Li beside him. Chun Li's face turned red, and he straightened his chest. He also got a Storm Greatsword, the Storm Greatsword. Chun Li's mouth twitched. If you can't say it right, don't call me that. Anyway, everything is available in the shop. It's really like a little cow sitting in a wine vat. The most drunk, awesome. After Tian Shuzi finished speaking, he looked around. He noticed Tian Xuanzi, who was tightly gripping the golden sword, seemingly deep in thought. He saw the profound gaze of Sect Master Uwaya and the mixed expressions of shock, suspicion, and curiosity on the faces of the other elders. The corners of Tian Shuzi's mouth nearly reached his ears. This feeling of being the center of attention, while everyone else is shocked, is truly comfortable. Tian Shuzi enjoyed the astonished gazes from everyone. Suddenly, Chun Lu remembered something. His eyes brightened, and he shouted out loud. And also, he leaned forward, his voice not small. "And your own steel cutting flash, Master, and that old wooden shield. That steel cutting flash is powerful. I saw it with my own eyes, just a swing." The more Chun Lu spoke, the more excited he became, gesturing wildly, with saliva nearly flying onto Tian Xuanzi's face. Whoa! Before he could finish, a large hand shot over like lightning, accurately covering his mouth. It was Tian Shuzi. His proud smile instantly froze, replaced by a barely perceptible panic. "You little rascal!" Tian Shuzi lowered his voice, almost gritting his teeth, and quickly transmitted sound to Chun Lu. What nonsense are you spouting? Can you shout about this here? Go back. I'll treat you to 10 consecutive draws. Did you hear? Shut up. Shen Luis ais instantly we did. 10 consecutive draws. He whimpered twice, nodding his head like a pounding garlic, indicating he understood. Only then did Tian Shuzi release his hand, but his gaze still warned Chen Lu with a glare. Chen Lu immediately fell silent, obediently retreating to the back. In the assembly hall, the crowd, originally shocked by Tian Shuzi's words, now looked at the master-disciple duo with some confusion. Tian Xuanzi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the hand covering Tian Shuzi, then at the aggrieved and expectant expression on Chun Li's face. Steel-cutting flash? Old wooden shield? He repeated, his gaze probing towards Tian Shuzi. Junior brother, did you get other good things? Sect Master Yu Weier's gaze also fell on Tian Shuzi, his expression calm, yet seeming to see through people's hearts. Tian Shuzi coughed twice, forcing a smile, and waved his hand. Hey, the child was just talking nonsense. Mixed it up. He tried hard to make his expression appear natural. What good things could I have? Just got lucky and picked up some broken stuff. Nothing to mention. As he spoke, he secretly wiped the fine sweat trickling down his forehead. The sect master is a miser if he finds out about these two things. Better to hide a hand. He hurriedly changed the subject, pointing at the golden sword in Tian Xuanzi's hand, praising loudly. The main thing is still this sword of senior brother. Tianding foam blade. Damage doubled. 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones. TSK. Just thinking about it is exciting. With this, when we charge out tomorrow, I guarantee those demon brats will cry for their mothers. As he said this, the attention of the crowd was indeed drawn back to the Tianding foam blade. Tian Xuanzi weighed the sword in his hand, feeling the surging power, and his excitement once again overshadowed his earlier doubts. Right? The most important thing now is this sword. It is the key to tomorrow's attack. The next day, in the early morning, on the walls of Qingshu City, the atmosphere was tense. Sect Master Yu Weia stood with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the north. There, thick demonic clouds rolled restlessly, nearly obscuring half the sky. From the thick darkness, faint roars and howls that sent chills down the spine could be heard. This situation indeed far exceeded what was seen in Qingyang town. Tian Xuanzi stood beside the sect master, tightly gripping the golden Tianding foam blade. The sharp light flowing from the sword made his mouth curl into a battle-ready arc. After being pent up for so long, he was determined to make a clean kill today. He was even somewhat eager to test the double damage effect. Tianji Zi stood a little further back, his expression calm, observing his senior brother's state. Tian Shuzi was also nearby, rubbing his hands, appearing somewhat excited. Hey, senior brother, look at this momentum. Today is going to be a cutting spree. He winked at Tian Xuanzi. What's this called? It's called sleeping on the whetstone, and I've come to a realization. Tian Xuanzi snorted, his attention fully on the demonic clouds outside the city and the sword in his hand. Enough chit-chat. Watch how I deal with this bunch of demon brats today. Chun Lu stood behind Tian Shuzi, secretly glancing at his master. Then at the divine sword in Tian Xuanzi's hand. 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones. I wonder when my master will fulfill the promise of 10 consecutive draws. He recalled how fiercely his master had covered his mouth last night, quickly withdrawing his gaze and pretending to observe the enemy seriously. Li Qingqing remained quiet, occasionally casting her gaze over the golden long sword in Tian Xuanzi's hand. Lost in thought, Yu Weia slowly opened his mouth, his voice echoing across the city wall. The demonic race is strong, but not invincible. Today, let them witness the sharpness of my Qingshu sword sect. He looked at Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi, you will lead the charge in this battle. Upon hearing this, a fierce light erupted in Tian Xuanzi's eyes. He suddenly pointed the Tianding foam blade toward the rolling demonic clouds outside the city. Sect Master, don't worry. Watch how I break this turtle shell. The sword's edge pointed, golden light fierce. The disciples on the city wall felt this powerful momentum, and their previously tense moods were lifted. With senior brother Tian Xuanzi here along with this divine sword, this battle is bound to succeed. Tian Shuzi watched Tian Xuanzi's imposing demeanor, feeling a bit eager himself. steel cutting flash. Seems quite suitable for this kind of scene. However, I'll wait to see how my senior brother performs first. He touched his waist, where it seemed something was hidden. Chen Lu also tightened his grip on his S-1897. Li Qingqing stood on the city wall as well, her expression calm, her gaze passing over the figures of her senior brother and the sect master, looking towards the rolling demonic clouds outside the city. That chilling cursed blade was not in her hands at the moment. It had been handed over to Elder Qi, whose breath had just stabilized at the early stage of transformation. On the way to Qingshu City, Li Qingqing had thought it through clearly. The cursed blade's characteristics were too extreme. Facing the Demon King at the refining void stage, she couldn't let the situation of being easily disarmed by the underworld Demon King happen again. With her golden core cultivation, it was already difficult to protect herself in such high-level confrontations, let alone protect this double-bladed sword. Handing the cursed blade to Elder Qi is the most prudent choice at the moment. This elder has just broken through and is at the peak of his vigor. Having him use it might yield extraordinary results at a critical moment. Elder Qi holds the cursed blade, his palms slightly sweaty, but his gaze is exceptionally firm. He understands the weight of this sword and recognizes Li Qingqing's intent in handing it over. As for Li Qingqing herself, she channels her spiritual power, raising her hands in front of her. A uniquely shaped, elongated magical artifact, shimmering with a cold, silver metallic luster, is firmly held in her hands. This is the one-of-a-kind silver killer. Its blueprint has already been given to the elders and disciples skilled in weapon forging within the sect for study. Before long, Qingshu City will possess more such strange weapons. Adjusting her grip, her fingers rest on a cold component. Although she is still not quite accustomed to this activation method, she has witnessed the power of the silver killer outside Qingyang Town. Its lethality may not be very high, but it is durable. She looks toward the city gates, her expression calm. A great battle is about to unfold. Chapter 37 D. On the other side, dark clouds rolled in, black mist like ink staining the sky, a foreboding dark color. Several figures radiating a terrifying aura stood on the clouds, overlooking the prepared Qingshu City below. Among them was a demon king surrounded by a chilling aura, known as the Shadow King, who looked at a companion beside him with a deeper presence. The King of Nine Nether. It seemed something was amiss with Qingshu sect. The Shadow King's voice carried a hint of hesitation, which was somewhat inconsistent with his late-stage, refining void cultivation. That big guy named Tianxian seemed to have an even more impressive momentum today than before. The Demon King, called the King of Nine Nether, though not large in stature, exuded a dark aura that seemed capable of swallowing light. He glanced at the Shadow King, his voice laced with a hoarse mockery. "Oh, Shadow King, weren't you just swearing yesterday that you'd personally twist off Tianquan's head today to entertain everyone? What's this? Before the fight even starts, you're already probing into his background?" The Shadow King's expression darkened slightly, and he let out a cold snort. "Oomph. This king just finds it strange. How did that fool Yuming die? Wasn't it because he underestimated the enemy and charged into a godforsaken place, like Qingyang Town? He even lost most of his elite subordinates. It's simply a great humiliation." When Yuming was mentioned, a trace of seriousness flashed in the King of Nine Nether's eyes. The death of Yuming was indeed strange. Reports indicated it seemed related to Qingshu Sects Tianjizi and Tianquanzi's juniors. They brought back some unheard of strange items from the direction of Lingdu. It was said that their power was remarkable, and Yuming suffered a heavy loss due to being caught off guard. The Shadow King displayed disdain. Strange items? How powerful can they be? I think Yuming was just foolish, ambushed by a few juniors with some underhanded treasures. In the mid-refining void stage, dying in such a pathetic way. The King of Nine Nether did not refute, but simply said calmly, regardless of whether it was an ambush, "It's best to be cautious. The origins of those things are still unclear, and Qingshu sect daring to counterattack at this time must have some reliance." The Shadow King moved his wrist, the joints cracking loudly. Reliance? Isn't the biggest reliance that Tianxian? Besides Tianxian, aren't the others just old men with fading vitality? What wave can they stir up? I will personally meet him later and see how he acts so arrogantly without his sword. The King of Nine Nether fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling something. Tianxian is indeed a troublesome person. His swordsmanship is bold and fierce, strong in power but lacking in change, yet his strength is tremendous, especially his brute force. Once he seizes an opportunity, it's indeed hard to deal with. A cruel smile crept onto the Shadow King's lips. Strong power? Perfect. I love crushing hardbones like that. The King of Nine Nether looked at him. You want to clash head-on? The Shadow King retorted. Otherwise? Are you afraid of him? The King of Nine Nether slowly shook his head. You just need to respond carefully to his regular moves. But there's one thing you must pay extra attention to. The Shadow King raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? The King of Nine Nether's tone grew serious. When he shouts die, you must remember, never attempt to take it head-on. Huh? The Shadow King was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Die? What kind of name is that for a technique? ISNT, that's something you shout casually during a fight? Does that phrase have some special magic? The King of Nine Nether seemed somewhat helpless as he sighed. There's no special magic. It's just that brute has no culture and seems too lazy to name his killing move. So every time he uses his most powerful condensed strike, he just shouts die. That's not a starter move. It's his killing move itself. The Shadow King listened, dumbfounded. Is that it? His strongest attack is called die. The King of Nine Nether nodded. Yes, it's that simple and crude. Don't underestimate this strike. Its power is immense, and it's very condensed, making it hard to dissipate. If you take it head-on, even you will likely suffer a great loss. The Shadow King processed this information and then scoffed. Ha ha, what a brainless brute. Fine, this king remembers. Let us see if he can shout it out later. Though he said this, a hint of subtle vigilance flickered in his eyes. The King of Nine Nether said no more, his gaze returning to the city below, which was faintly shrouded in golden light. Regardless, today's battle likely wouldn't be as easy as imagined. On the city walls of Qingshu, the wind howled. The dark, oppressive demon clouds seemed ready to crush the city walls, with demonic shadows swirling in the rolling black mist. The disciples on the city walls gripped their weapons tightly, many unable to hide their nervousness. Yu Wui's gaze calmly scanned ahead, his voice clearly resonating across the city walls. Open the formation. Face the enemy. Buzz. The mountain-protecting formation shone brightly, coalescing into a thick light curtain. The heavy city gates creaked open slowly to both sides. Ha ha ha. I've been waiting for this moment. Tianxian let out a long laugh, his long-suppressed battle intent erupting completely. The golden light of the Tianzhong blade in his hand surged. He seemed to merge with the sword light. Demon brats, Grandpa is here. Before his voice fell, he transformed into an incredibly brilliant golden rainbow, tearing through the air, the first to charge out of the city gates. The momentum was unstoppable, aiming directly at the core of the dense demonic energy in the clouds. This unstoppable momentum ignited the blood of everyone on the city walls. Tian Shuzi watched from behind, clapping his thighs. Good. Senior brother is mighty, he shouted. This is what is called a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. Unstoppable. Chen Lu watched the nearly indistinguishable streak of golden light, instinctively swallowing. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The way it flew certainly seemed worth that price. I wonder how many demon heads he can chop down when he rushes in. Can he at least recoup some of the cost? Tianjizi's gaze sharpened, his consciousness closely following that golden light, carefully sensing the changes in the aura after his senior brother entered the demon clouds. In the midst of the demonic clouds, the Shadow King looked at the rapidly approaching golden light, his pupils suddenly constricting. So fast, he could even feel the terrifying sharpness contained within that golden light. The King of Nine Nether remained expressionless, but the dark aura surrounding him seemed to thicken. Something was off with the sword in his hand. The Shadow King coldly snorted, forcibly suppressing a sudden wave of unease. What use is speed? Watch how this king. Before he finished speaking, that brazen golden rainbow had ruthlessly crashed into the deepest part of the demon clouds. Boom! A muffled roar and the shout of die came from the core of the demon clouds. What? The Shadow King's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, staring fixedly at the fleeting golden light within the demon clouds, which left behind a trail of destruction. Chapter 38. Take this hit. Where's Bone King? He was just standing to the side, grinning evilly, ready to confront the rushing brute from the Qingqiu sect. But now, all that remains is scattered bone dust and an unhealed spatial crack. Not even a trace of a complete remnant soul is left. That was Bone King, the deputy lord of the Bone Abyss, with a cultivation at the early stage of refining void, possessing bone magic that is tougher than fine steel. Just like that. Gone by a single sword, not even putting up a decent defense. The King felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, making him shudder. He had seen clearly that Bone King had summoned his lifebone shield, a defensive treasure capable of withstanding a full strike from the mid-stage of refining void. Yet before the resplendent golden sword of Tian Xuanzi, it was as fragile as paper, instantly pierced and shattered. Along with Bone King himself, he was obliterated by that unmatched sword energy. Gulp. The King struggled to swallow, his throat dry and tight. He abruptly turned to the side to look at the Nine Nether King, his voice trembling without his own realization. Gee, Nine Nether, did you see that? The dark aura surrounding the Nine Nether King fluctuated slightly, clearly disturbed within. His hoarse voice carried a hint of seriousness. I saw it. That sword of his. The power is abnormal. Not just abnormal, it's outrageous. The King recalled Tian Xuanzi's robust declaration of die earlier, and combined with the Nine Nether King's previous warning. An absurd feeling surged in his heart. Could it be that the brute's die really doubled in power? Not just the King, but several other demon kings around were also dumbfounded, their previously arrogant demeanor instantly doused by a large margin. They looked at each other, seeing the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. On the wall of Qingqiu City, however, it was a different scene. Damn! Tian Shuzi excitedly slapped his thigh, spitting saliva everywhere. Did you see? Did you see? This is called chopping vegetables. One sword, one kill. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Worth it. So damn worth it. Master, what happened? Chun Lu hurriedly asked Tian Shuzi from the side, unable to see through the demonic cloud with his golden core cultivation. Tian Gz's tense face finally revealed a trace of barely noticeable relaxation. It worked. This Tian Ding blade has indeed lived up to expectations. The sect master of Yuwuya, watching the figure in the demonic cloud like a golden war god, slowly nodded, a sharp glint flashing deep in his eyes. Tian Xuanzi, and that sword in his hand. Perhaps the turning point for the Qingqiu sect has truly arrived. Nine Nether King. The King's voice was somewhat shrill, laced with unmistakable terror. Let us go together. He almost shouted. Kill him. Now. Face. Dignity. In the face of that devastating sword strike, just now, those things instantly became worthless. The dark aura surrounding the Nine Nether King violently fluctuated, clearly shaken inside. He did not speak, but the killing intent in his eyes was more intense than ever. At this moment, the tacit understanding surpassed words. The few demon kings who had originally harbored some hope also turned pale. They clearly saw how Bone King died. That golden sword was too bizarre, but the facts were right in front of them. Charge! It was unclear who responded first, but soon, the remaining few demon kings erupted with their strongest auras. Demonic energy surging as they pounced toward the dazzling golden light in the demonic cloud. They had to join forces at all costs to eliminate this brutish figure wielding a deadly weapon. On the wall of Qingqiu City, Tian Shuzi was overjoyed. Oh wow, are they getting anxious? He slapped his thigh, his voice echoing across the city wall. This is what it means to throw a bomb into a latrine and stir up public anger. Chun Lu watched in fear from behind, muttering softly. Master, what exactly happened? Tian Shuzi glared. What are you shouting for? Master Brother is now as spirited as a dragon king yawning. Just as he finished speaking, several previously concealed auras suddenly became clear and powerful from behind the city wall. Several elderly figures, all with white hair and deep, imposing auras, silently appeared on the city wall. They were the true foundation of the Qingqiu sword sect, the rarely seen elders. One elder looked toward the direction of the demonic cloud, his gaze sharp. Demons are just demons. If they can't win, they want to gang up? Another elder chimed in. That brat Tian Xian has been too dazzling today. He can't bear it all alone. Let us go, stretch our muscles. Several figures instantly vanished from the city wall, transforming into beams of light rushing into the swirling demonic cloud. The sect master Yuwu watched the encirclement of the demon kings and then glanced at the disappearing beams of light, his expression calm and undisturbed. He turned around and handed a token radiating with the aura of formations to Tianji Z. Tianji, the great formation is in your hands. Tianji Z took the token, his expression solemn. Rest assured, sect master. Yuwu nodded, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, he moved, transforming into a clear light, charging headlong into that chaotic battlefield without hesitation. Sect master, personally entering the fray. Within the demonic cloud, golden light raged. Tian Xuanzi, wielding the Tian Ding blade, became increasingly invigorated in battle. With every sword he swung, it carried unmatched force, the golden light tearing through the demonic energy. Take my sword. A sweep of sword light severed several demon generals in half, not even allowing them to scream. The Li Qingqing watched with twitching eyelids, feeling even colder inside. Take another sword from me. Tian Xuanzi shouted again, the sword's edge aimed at a demon lord attempting to sneak attack. The protective magic treasure the demon lord summoned crumbled like thin paper under the golden light. With a splatter, the demon lord's body exploded, demon blood splattering everywhere. Take a hit from me. Tian Xuanzi grew braver with each battle. Simple words shouted from his mouth, but carrying a chilling lethality. The encircling demon kings were both astonished and furious, mixed with a hint of frustration. This guy keeps repeating the same few phrases? He can't even shout out a decent move name. The Li Qingqing, while awkwardly dodging the splattering sword energy, cursed inwardly. What an uncultured brute. But that brute's attacks were frighteningly powerful. Every collision sent his blood surging and his spiritual energy destabilizing. Especially that golden sword, it was too sinister. The Nine Nether King's expression was the most serious. He kept a close watch on Tian Xuanzi's mouth movements and starting gestures. He remembered his previous judgments and warnings. Take my sword and take a hit from me were indeed powerful, but they seemed not to be the most terrifying. That phrase, Tian Xuanzi shouted those 3 words again, targeting the Li Qingqing. The golden sword light suddenly condensed, more resplendent and refined than any previous instance. The Li Qingqing felt a shadow of death instantly envelop him, his scalp tingling. He recalled the 9 Nether King's warning, remembered the fate of Bone King being instantly obliterated. 9 Nether, save me. The Li Qingqing screamed. Black energy surged wildly from his body, several life-saving magic treasures activating instantly. The 9 Nether King's pupils constricted. Almost simultaneously with Tian Xuanzi's shout, his figure transformed into a shadow, darting to the side while casting a dark thread of energy in an attempt to block. But he was ultimately a beat too slow, or rather, Tian Xuanzi's sword was too fast, too strong. Crack! The several life-saving magic treasures hastily summoned before the Li Qingqing were as fragile as snow under sunlight before the brilliantly condensed golden sword light. The first magic treasure dimmed, instantly shattering. The second magic treasure cried out in despair, cracks spreading all over. The third thing was directly turned into powder. The tip of the zenith blade was almost touching the terrified, twisted face of the Shadow King. The chill of death completely engulfed him. Even his soul was trembling. It's over. Chapter 39. King of the Song. At this critical moment, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the void. Buzz. A pitch-black spear, its tip glinting with a cold, eerie light, shot towards the side of the heavenly blade with incredible speed and precision. The moment the spear collided with the sword, it did not produce a thunderous sound, but rather a painful, teeth-grinding noise of immense power compressing and rubbing against each other. Sizzle. The golden sword light and the black spear light violently clashed, annihilating each other and erupting into a blinding flash and chaotic energy turbulence. Tian Xuanzi felt an overwhelming force surge from his sword, numbing his arm and abruptly halting his momentum. What shocked him even more was that the power coming from the opponent's spear carried an ominous weight, seemingly as solid as a mountain and indestructible, starkly contrasting with the pure sharpness of his heavenly blade. Tian Xuanzi's pupils contracted as he instinctively sensed danger. Without time to think, he decisively used the rebound force from the collision to retreat like lightning. With a flash of golden light, he had withdrawn several dozen zhang away, stabilizing his stance and glaring sharply at the direction from which the spear had come. There, a figure clad in dark battle armor, with a stern expression and an aura as deep as the sea, had appeared in front of the Qingqing, holding the pitch-black spear with its tip angled towards the ground. The figure contained a suppressed demonic energy that felt more dangerous than both the Qingqing and the Nine Nether King combined. The Qingqing felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as he looked at the spear-wielding figure with a gaze filled with the shock of surviving a disaster and an overwhelming sense of awe. That last sword strike had almost completely swallowed him in the breath of death. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the King of the Song, he dare not think any further. "Thank you, King of the Song, for saving my life." The Qingqing's voice was hoarse, struggling to suppress his trembling. "It's nothing." The King of the Song replied flatly, not even glancing at the Qingqing. "Just merge your Bone Abyss into the Demon God Temple when you return." This seemingly casual statement struck the Qingqing like a thunderclap in his ears. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes widening, blood draining from his face. The Bone Abyss. That was his foundation, the power he had painstakingly built over hundreds of years. It was the dignity of his status as a lord of the demonic path. Merge into the Demon God Temple. What difference did that make from handing over everything he had? A wave of indescribable humiliation and anger surged within him. Yet, as soon as this emotion arose, it was crushed down by a deeper fear. He looked at the broad and indifferent back of the King of the Song, the cold aura radiating from the black spear, seeming even more chilling than the golden sword of Tian Xuanzi. The King of the Song had saved him, but the price of this life-saving grace was simply too heavy. This was not a negotiation, but a notification. A flicker of struggle flashed deep within the Qingqing's eyes, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Resist? He glanced at Tian Xuanzi, who had steadied himself in the distance, holding the golden sword with a fierce aura. Then he looked at the King of the Song, who stood before him, unfathomable and suffocating just by being there. What could he use to resist? The consequences of refusal would likely be more tragic than dying under Tian Xuanzi's sword. He had long heard of the methods of the Demon God Temple. The strength of the King of the Song was far beyond his own. Although the Bone Abyss was his hard work, if he lost his life, what use was that hard work? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. But now, even those Green Mountains were to be merged into someone else's territory. A deep sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. He had never imagined that he, the dignified lord of the Bone Abyss and a late-stage void refinement demon king, would someday fall to such a state. It was all that Tian Xuanzi's fault, and that damned, absurdly powerful sword in his hand. The Qingqing gritted his teeth, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. In the end, all his unwillingness, anger, and struggle transformed into a heavy sigh. He slowly lowered his head, abandoning all futile thoughts. Yes, this word seemed to drain all the strength from his body, his voice dry and weak. The King of the Song seemed unfazed by this outcome, not even a flicker of emotional fluctuation. Only his spear-wielding hand moved slightly, as if confirming that this transaction was complete. King of the Song? Tian Xuanzi furrowed his brows, staring at the newly appeared Demon King. The second-ranked Demon King of the Demon God Temple? Peak of void refinement? How did this guy get here? Tian Xuanzi tightened his grip on the heavenly blade. The Demon King opposite him, wielding the black spear, emanated a deep and oppressive aura that suffocated him just by standing there. Beside him, the Qingqing's face was pale, having just escaped from the gates of hell. At this moment, his gaze towards the back of the King of the Song was complex and hard to decipher, filled with gratitude, fear, and deep humiliation. Just then, several figures silently appeared beside Tian Xuanzi. Leading them was the sect master of the Qingshu Sword Sect, Yu Wui. Following him were several high elders, each with an equally unfathomable aura, their expressions grim. As they appeared, the nearly stagnant tension on the battlefield seemed to loosen slightly. Tian Xuanzi felt assured. The sect master and the elders had arrived. Yu Wui's gaze passed over Tian Xuanzi and landed directly on the king of the Tsang. King of the Tsang, you've been hiding for so long. It's time to show yourself. Just right. Let me see if your spear is still as hard as before. Before his words fell, Yu Wui moved, a long sword glimmering with pure light appearing out of thin air in his hand, thrusting towards the face of the king of the Tsang. The king of the Tsang remained expressionless, casually lifting his black spear and lightly flicking it outward. Clang! A light sound echoed, seemingly casual, but the sharp sword light Yu Wui thrust out crashed against an invisible barrier and instantly dispersed. Yu Wui's body paused, the rebound force pushing him back several zhang before he steadied himself. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze toward the king of the Tsang grew more serious. Attack together. The high elders behind him showed no hesitation, each finding their opponents and instantly clashing with the Nine-Nether King, the Yin King, and several other demon kings. For a time, demonic energy and spiritual light intertwined and collided, the sound of explosions ringing out incessantly. Tian Xuanzi watched clearly. Although the sect master was powerful, he seemed to gain no advantage against the peak of void refinement king of the Tsang. He couldn't let the sect master bear it alone. With a loud shout, the golden light of the heavenly blade surged once more. Sect master, I will assist you. Tian Xuanzi's figure shot up, transforming into a more ferocious golden sword rainbow, charging fiercely towards the battle circle of the king of the Tsang and Yu Wui. On the city wall, Tian Xuzi watched with trepidation, but his mouth was not idle. Oh, this demon is a bit fierce. Sect master, hold on. But it's fine, we have many people. This is what you call ants being able to take down an elephant. Beside him, Chunlu nervously clenched his fists, not daring to breathe. High above, spiritual light and demonic energy clashed wildly, energy turbulence rampaging, even distorting space faintly. A demon lord named Mo Yin hid slightly behind the clouds, watching the fierce battle ahead with fear and trepidation. The scene of Lord Bone King being killed in a single strike was still vividly etched in his mind. That reckless man named Tian Xuanzi, with his dazzling golden sword, was simply no ordinary thing. Even Lord Qingqing almost followed in Bone King's footsteps, if it weren't for the timely arrival of the king of the Tsang. Mo Yin secretly glanced at the king of the Tsang, who was being suppressed by Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi, and then looked at the Nine-Nether King and the Yin King, who were locked in a fierce battle with the other Qingshu sect elders. The situation did not seem as optimistic as he had imagined. These Qingshu sect elders were all like they had been injected with adrenaline, especially that Tian Xuanzi, wielding that strange sword, is simply a killing god. If this continues, these demon lords might meet their end here. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yanjun's eyes. We can't wait any longer. We must take advantage of the moment when the strongest forces of the Qingshu sect are held back and break through the city. As long as we capture Qingshu City and destroy their foundation, even if these old guys are strong, they will become rootless weeds. At that time, there will surely be a prominent entry for him in the merit book. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and infused demonic energy into his throat. All demon generals and demon lords, heed my command. His voice spread far and wide, drowning out some of the battlefield's roar. The demon lords are holding back strong enemies. You all, charge with me. Flatten Qingshu City today. He suddenly drew the magic knife from his waist and pointed it at the brightly lit city below. All out attack. With his hoarse shout, the demon army below, which had been somewhat restless and hesitant, instantly boiled over. Countless shadows surged like a tide from the rolling demonic clouds. The demonic energy surged, and roars shook the ground. The dense ranks of demon generals and low-level demon lords, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, launched a fearless charge towards the protective mountain formation of Qingshu City. Chapter 40, Slaying the Shadow King. On the walls of Qingshu City, Tian Xuzi was watching the aerial battle with great excitement, commenting on the situation. Come on, brother. Hit him. The sect master is mighty. Stab him in the kidneys. Suddenly, he noticed the demonic army surging below like locusts, and his expression changed slightly. Wow, these guys have no martial ethics. He slapped his thigh. This is what it means to watch others bear the load without effort. But when you step up, you get anxious and rush to your death. Next to him, Chun-Lu tightly gripped his S-1897, feeling a bit sweaty as he looked at the densely packed demons charging forward. So many. Can the shotgun handle it? Li Qingqing had long withdrawn her gaze from the sky. Calmly, she looked at the tide of demons surging below and slowly raised her silver weapon. The cold metal gun body was steady in her hands. Her fingers gently rested on the trigger. On the city wall, the other disciples of Qingshu's sect also reacted. Form a formation. Prepare for ranged attack. Hold the line. We must not let them near the city wall. Various spells lit up, flying swords unsheathed, and talismans activated. The battle erupted. The demon general at the front, wearing a bloodthirsty grin, raised his bone knife high, gathering thick demonic energy, and struck hard at the protective barrier of Qingshu City. The barrier rippled, firmly withstanding the blow, but the demon general clearly had no intention of stopping, raising a bone knife once more. At that moment, Li Qingqing moved. She steadied the shimmering silver weapon, the gun body firmly supported at her waist, the cold metal reflecting the light of the magic array on the city wall. Her gaze was calm and unwavering. She pulled the trigger. Bang! A short and crisp explosion rang out, completely different from the rumble of spiritual power spells, abruptly breaking through the noise of the battlefield. The demon general, about to strike down with his second blow, trembled violently. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions erupted, almost merging into one. The demon general let out a shocked roar, his raised bone knife dropping weakly, his body uncontrollably flying backwards. For smooth holes appeared in his tough, demonic body, with demonic energy uncontrollably spilling out from the wounds. The surrounding demon forces hesitated, evidently startled by this sudden change and the unheard-of sound. The disciples of Qingshu's sect on the city wall were also taken aback, glancing towards Li Qingqing and her strange weapon. Chun-Lu, standing not far from Li Qingqing, observed the situation most clearly. The crisp bang-bang sounds made his ears uncomfortable. Then he saw the previously arrogant demon general being blasted away, now sporting several holes in his body. Aye, my goodness! Shen le murmure instinctively. This thing, its power seems no less than a shotgun, and it shoots farther. His gaze involuntarily fell on Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing maintained her steady shooting stance, but the recoil from the silver weapon caused her shoulders and chest to slightly rise and fall. The peaks of her figure, as that peculiar weapon vibrated, traced an exhilarating arc. Chun-Lu stared, unconsciously swallowing hard and taking a deep breath. This weapon is quite a kick. Tian Shuzi beside him also noticed the commotion. He was momentarily stunned before breaking into loud laughter. Wow, this girl Qingqing has a good treasure. This is what it means for a new style weapon to hit demons. One shot, one hole. His loud voice instantly attracted the attention of more disciples. However, Li Qingqing seemed oblivious to the gazes around her. She showed no signs of stopping, her fingers once again steadily pulling the trigger. The gun's muzzle slightly shifting to aim at another demon general trying to approach. Bang! Bang! 2 more crisp sounds rang out, accompanied by the demon general's scream and backward flight. The silver weapon's attacks were precise and efficient. Just then, suddenly, a round and furious head, still emanating demonic energy, fell from the rolling demonic clouds. Like a stone, it plummeted downwards. The fierce battle in the demonic clouds inexplicably paused for a moment. All eyes, whether from demon kings or the elders of Qingshu's sword sect, instinctively turned towards the falling head. The Shadow King. How did he die? Who did this? The elder of Qingshu's sword sect looked bewildered. He had just been fiercely clashing with the Shadow King. How had his opponent's head suddenly vanished? Jiu Yuang's pupils constricted sharply, a chill rising from his heart as his sharp gaze scanned the elders of Qingshu's sect. Song Wang's hand holding the spear also paused for a moment. For the first time, a discernible fluctuation appeared in his cold gaze. His eyes, like lightning, locked onto an area of seemingly empty space. There a faint, almost imperceptible ripple in space remained. Who was it? Song Wang's mind flashed with intelligence about Qingyang Town. Strange weapons, unheard of methods of killing, early stage transformation, slaying late stage refining? Or was it a one-shot kill? This was impossible, unless... Song Wang's pupils suddenly contracted. It was that sword, the strange sword mentioned in the intelligence, said to have come from a peculiar shop. At the same time, the other demon kings on the battlefield were completely stunned. Zhou Yuang felt cold all over, staring at the head still falling, looking at Song Wang in fear and shock. Even the person Song Wang personally protected could be instantly erased right under his nose. How many more outrageous things were hidden in Qingshu Sword Sect? The elder of Qingshu Sword Sect, who had been entangled with the Shadow King, was also bewildered. He had just been in a stalemate. How had his opponent's head flown off? He instinctively glanced at his fellow disciples nearby, only to see the same confusion. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi was almost wide-eyed. He slapped his thigh hard, nearly knocking himself off. Oh my God, what kind of performance is this? Did that old guy, the Shadow King, just lose his mind and twist his head off to throw it away? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked up at the sky again. Something was off, too off. It was like showing off a big knife in front of the King of Hell, asking for a long life. Beside him, Chun-Li's mouth fell open, nearly unable to hold onto his S-1897. One-shot kill, another one-shot kill, and this time, they didn't even see who made the move. He instinctively glanced at Li Qingqing beside him. Li Qingqing still held the silver weapon, but her shoulders, which had slightly moved due to recoil, were now completely still. The knuckles of her fingers gripping the gun were somewhat pale. Her gaze was also directed at the empty space Song Wang was focused on. Elder Qi succeeded. In the sky, Song Wang's attention had completely shifted away from Yu Wuyo and Tian Xuanzi. The hidden threat lurking in the dark was far more terrifying than the enemy in front of him. It had to be found. Song Wang suddenly twisted his waist, his movements quick as a ghost, and the long black spear in his hand spun accordingly. The gathered demonic energy erupted explosively, sweep across thousands of troops. Song Wang let out a low roar, the god-slaying spear slicing through the sky, creating a visible wave of black energy. This spear attack was not aimed at any one person, but transformed into a wide-ranging destructive crescent arc, sweeping towards the area where he sensed the abnormal fluctuations in space. Wherever the spear energy passed, the space groaned under the unbearable strain, and even the rolling demonic clouds were torn open with a massive gap. The first to bear the brunt were Yu Wuyo and Tian Xuanzi on the front lines. The two felt an unparalleled immense force accompanied by a chilling gun intent rushing towards them. Yu Wui's pupils constricted slightly as he rapidly vibrated the clear light long sword in his hand, setting up layers of sword screens. Tian Xuanzi let out a strange cry, the heavenly blade's golden light surging violently as he exerted all his strength to block. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed, and both were simultaneously shaken back 100 zhang by the fierce gun force, their blood and qi surging. Good heavens! Tian Xuanzi steadied himself, feeling a faint numbness in his sword-holding arm. This old devil was well hidden. Yu Wui's expression darkened as he gazed at the void that was heavily impacted by the gun intent, his heart understanding. The opponent had fought with the two of them just now and still had strength to spare. He immediately understood the intentions of the Zhang King, his gaze sharpening. In the void that was firmly locked by that terrifying gun intent, Elder Qi, who had just completed a shocking strike, suddenly revealed his figure. His face was pale, and the hand gripping the cursed blade was still trembling slightly. That last strike had almost drained him. At this moment, faced with the devastating sweep unleashed by the Zhang King in anger, he felt a deathly chill enveloping him once again. The power contained within that gun intent was far beyond what he could withstand, and in terms of the Cursed Blade's rules, it could not be resisted either. Elder Qi gritted his teeth. He dared not hesitate for a moment. The little spirit power he had left within him instantly burned, forcibly activating a life-saving secret method. A mouthful of essence blood spurted out, transforming into a blood mist that enveloped his body. This was consuming his origin. The cost was enormous, but at this moment, survival was paramount. Whoosh! Elder Qi's figure turned into a blurred, blood-colored stream of light, shooting towards the direction of Qingshu City without regard for anything, moving at an extreme speed. He didn't even dare to look back, only hoping to escape to the protective range of the Great Formation before that terrifying gun intent completely crushed him. On top of the city wall, Tian Shuzi watched, his heart racing. Oh my god! He slapped his thigh, nearly losing his balance. This old devil was truly desperate. Chun-Li's face turned pale as he nearly dropped the S-1897 in his hand. Elder Qi, run faster. He instinctively shouted, his voice trembling. That gun seemed like it wanted to eat people. Chapter 41, stop. Elder Qi's figure resembled a dying meteor, rushing toward the halo surrounding Qingshu City. The destructive aura behind him was like a maggot in the bone, getting closer and more intense. The city gate was right before him, the array's light within reach. But the shadow of death was even faster. A glimmer of despair flashed in Elder Qi's eyes. He could even feel the piercing pain of the spear's tip about to touch the back of his heart. It was over, just at this life-and-death moment, when everyone thought Elder Qi was undoubtedly doomed. Old Qi, over here! A loud shout rang out from the city wall. Immediately, a simple, even somewhat old-fashioned round wooden shield appeared abruptly behind Elder Qi. The wooden shield looked ordinary, with even some signs of wear. However, at the moment the devastating pitch-black spear light collided with the wooden shield, a hum sounded. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extremely dull buzzing. The surface of the old wooden shield rippled with strange waves. The terrifying spear light, capable of tearing the void, collided with an unshakable barrier and instantly froze. The next moment, something even more bizarre happened. The pitch-black spear light, moving faster than it had come, forcefully reflected back along its original path. The target was aimed directly at the Tsang Wang, who stood in midair holding a spear. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. On the city wall, Chun Lu gaped, nearly dropping the S-1897 in his hand. This old wooden shield is so strong. In the sky, Tsang Wang, who was entangled with Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi, had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The power of his full-force strike was rolling back in a way that was unreasonable. Oomph! A cold snort escaped Tsang Wang's nostrils. Faced with his reflected attack, he didn't even make any extra movements. He simply flicked his wrist holding the spear. An invisible wave spread out. The terrifying spear light, capable of killing someone in the late stage of the void refinement realm, quietly dissipated like smoke before it could reach him by a few feet. It was as if it had never existed. This nonchalance made the members of the Qingshu sect, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tense up again. So powerful. Thud! Elder Qi finally rushed into the protective array's light curtain, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper. Cold sweat soaking his clothes. The fear of having survived a disaster made him tremble slightly all over. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi proudly retracted the old wooden shield, patted its surface, and smirked toward the sky. Hey, my shield specializes in dealing with all sorts of disobedience, he shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Let's see who breaks first when an egg meets a rock. Although the analogy was somewhat off, his smugness eased the tense atmosphere on the city wall a bit. Chun-Lu stared at the wooden shield in Tian Shuzi's hand, his eyes wide. I wonder what would happen if I hit it with a curse blade? Tsang Wang's cold gaze fell on the unremarkable wooden shield in his hand, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Yet another bizarre object. How many unheard-of items does the Qingshu Sword Sect, or rather, that shop in Lingdu, still have? Tsang Wang was intrigued by the wooden shield, but Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi were not. The two moved like lightning, perfectly in sync. They would not let Tsang Wang exploit this momentary opening. Their long swords erupted with dazzling light simultaneously. Yu Wui's clear light sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, targeting Tsang Wang's chest and abdomen. Sword pierces the long rainbow. Tian Xuanzi roared even louder. The Tian Ding blade's golden light was condensed to the extreme, aimed directly at Tsang Wang's head. Two incredibly powerful attacks surged from different directions with thunderous force. This was the killing move launched by the two top combatants of the Qingshu sect in unison. Tsang Wang's eyes suddenly turned icy. Although he was distracted by the wooden shield, he never let his guard down against Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi. He reacted swiftly, crossing his god-slaying spear in front of him. The magic energy that had been restrained around him erupted like a volcano at that moment. The pitch-black magic energy instantly solidified, transforming into countless ferocious demonic shadows. These demonic shadows, accompanied by piercing shrieks, surged like a tide toward Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi's attacks. 10,000 demons slaying gods. Song Wang's deep voice rang out, carrying a chilling, murderous intent. The overwhelming magic energy expanded outward from him as the center. Surrounding him, the demon kings and the elders of the Qingshu sect, engaged in fierce battles, felt an immense force sweep over them. Their blood surged, and they were forced to retreat. This was the full-force strike of a peak void refinement realm expert. The residual wave was enough to impact opponents of the same level. On the city wall of Qingshu, Tian Shuzi initially laughed heartily at the scene above. Good. The sect master and senior brother cooperate excellently. This is called taking advantage of your illness to seize your life, not giving you a chance to catch your breath. But when he saw the terrifying magic energy erupting from Song Wang, his smile froze. Oh no, this old demon is really hiding deep. He's going all out. Chunlu shrank his neck in fear. That magic energy was too terrifying. Just watching it made him feel suffocated. The clash in the sky resembled the collision of two stars. Sword light and magic energy, golden radiance and pitch black, reached an extreme brilliance and destruction in an instant. The roar reverberated through heaven and earth. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. Yu Wui's sword energy and Tian Xuanzi's golden radiance slammed into Song Wang's 10,000 demons slaying gods. Energy turbulence ravaged the area. The void cracked like fragile glass, covered with countless fissures. In the distance, the Nightmare Lord watched this world-destroying scene, his heart trembling with fear. Is this the level of a peak void refinement battle? Just one exchange can change the color of heaven and earth. He was glad he had followed Song Wang's orders and hadn't gotten too close. Song Wang's figure appeared blurry amidst the center of the magic energy. Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi's attacks were entangled and worn down by the endless demonic shadows. Yet the golden light of the Tianding blade remained brilliant, sharp as ever. Yu Wui's sword energy also remained intact, trying to tear through the defenses of the magic energy. Both sides fell into a stalemate. In the sky, magic energy and spiritual light collided violently, energy turbulence wreaking havoc. Several demon kings and the elders of the Qingshu sect fought fiercely, locked in a deadlock. Only one person was an exception. Elder Yao, who had previously been entangled with the Shadow King, quietly slipped away from the original battle circle. A familiar voice echoed in his consciousness. It was Tian Jizi's transmission. Elder Yao, hurry to the array. I have good things for you. It will definitely come in handy on the battlefield and can make those demon brats drink a pot. Elder Yao's heart stirred as he glanced at the tense battle in the sky and then looked down at the reckless demon army charging the array. His figure flashed as he quietly retreated back into the light curtain of Qingshu City. As soon as he landed, he saw Tian Jizi standing not far away, with another person slumped beside him. It was Elder Qi, who had previously used a curse blade to kill the Shadow King and had nearly been counterkilled by Song Wang. Elder Qi's face was still pale, his breath weak, clearly having paid a heavy price for using secret techniques to escape. Tian Jizi, what is it? Chapter 42. Curse Blade and Wooden Shield. Elder Yao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Elder Qi, and he vaguely guessed a few things. Tian Jizi didn't waste words. He pointed to the pale-faced Elder Qi beside him and handed over a uniquely shaped short sword. The sword's blade was pitch black, exuding a chilling aura, which was the curse blade. Elder Yao, the Yin King, just now met his demise under this sword. Tian Jizi briefly explained the usage and effects of the curse blade. It was a sure kill weapon, ignoring cultivation levels and defenses. The cost was that if the wielder was hit by the enemy's attack, they too would undoubtedly die. Elder Yao took the curse blade, his fingers brushing against the cold hilt, feeling the terrifying power within, and his pupils slightly constricted. A sure kill? No wonder the Yin King died so abruptly, not even able to escape with his primordial spirit. Such a divine object was practically born for the battlefield. But then he looked at the still gasping Elder Qi beside him and recalled the devastating strike from the Song King that swept through the army. The reflected light from that spear made Tian Jizi's strange shield hum incessantly. If he charged in with the curse blade, What if he missed? Or what if the enemy didn't even let him get close and just bombarded him with powerful ranged attacks? Elder Yao's brows furrowed, lost in thought. This cursed blade was a double-edged sword. If used well, it could change the tide, but if not, he would be the one seeing the king of hell first. Especially against an existence like the Zhang Xing at the peak of the virtual refining stage. The range and power of the opponent's attack far exceeded expectations. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Elder Qi let out a bitter laugh, his voice weak. Elder Yao, this thing is extremely dangerous, think twice. He felt a lingering fear when he thought back to earlier. Had it not been for Brother Tianjizi's shield, he would have already been a corpse. By the city wall, Tianjizi was wiping his old wooden shield. Hearing the commotion, his ears perked up. He leaned over and saw Elder Yao holding the curse blade with a serious expression, immediately shouting, "Oh, Elder Yao, you got this treasure too? What are you afraid of? Just go for it." This is called the barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Having a divine weapon, what is there to fear? Tianjizi shot Tianjizi a glare. "Junior brother, don't make trouble." Then he turned to Elder Yao and said, "Elder, this thing is indeed dangerous. How to decide is entirely up to you." Elder Yao grasped the curse blade, his gaze shifting to the sky. The sect leader Yu Waya and junior brother Tianxian were fighting the Zhang King together. Although they seemed to have the upper hand, the Zhang King's demonic might was evidently not truly suppressed. Other brothers were also entangled in battles with the demon kings, unable to distinguish themselves. Below, the demon army was still frantically attacking the Great Formation. Although the protective mountain shield held firm, it was not endless. The longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for the Qingxu sect. They had to break the deadlock quickly, killing a demon king, especially one like the Jiu King at the late stage of virtual refining, might change the situation. Elder Yao took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes gradually replaced by a resolute determination. Afraid of death? Cultivators are inherently defying the heavens, having long put life and death aside. If he could use his old life to take down a major figure of the demonic path and secure a chance for the sect, it would be worth it. He no longer hesitated, gripping the cursed blade tightly. "Junior brother Tianjizi, thank you. I will go meet the Jiu King." As soon as Elder Yao finished speaking, he prepared to move. "Wait!" A loud voice suddenly rang out, and Tianjizi almost jumped over. Without waiting for a response, he shoved the seemingly aged wooden shield into Elder Yao's arms. "Elder Yao, take this." The playful expression on Tianjizi's face vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. "This old thing just blocked that old demon's attack. It seems fine. The cursed blade is wicked. Who knows if its rules can be blocked by this shield?" He paused and added, "Having an extra layer of insurance is never a bad thing. This is called, being prepared is better than being unarmed." After holding back for a long time, he finally said something normal. Elder Yao looked down at the wooden shield in his arms. It felt warm and not heavy, with some battle scars on it. Elder Qi, beside him, saw the wooden shield, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, followed by clear relief as he slightly nodded to Elder Yao. Tianjizi also walked over, looked at the shield, then at Elder Yao. "Elder Yao, junior brother is right. Take it with you. Although I don't know if it can completely resist the backlash of the curse blade, it might buy you a slim chance of survival." Elder Yao no longer hesitated, accepting the wooden shield in his left hand and gripping the curse blade in his right. The cold killing intent and the warm sense of protection came simultaneously, strangely not conflicting. He nodded at Tianjizi. "Thank you, junior brother." This simple expression of gratitude carried significant weight. The situation was urgent. Tianjizi waved his hand, returning to his raucous demeanor. But there was worry hidden deep in his eyes. "Go quickly and come back quickly. Give him a good beating. But remember, this wooden shield must block at the moment the attack comes. Remember." Elder Yao nodded. Without further words, holding the shield and gripping the blade, his figure flickered and rushed out of the protective mountain formation, heading straight for the Jiu King, who was entangled with his fellow disciples in the distant sky. His figure quietly concealed itself in the chaotic flow of void. The wooden shield in his left hand felt warm, contrasting oddly with the cold, killing intent of the curse blade in his right. He focused his gaze on the distant battlefield, where the Jiu King was engaged in a fierce fight with one of his Sects junior brothers. However, the battle situation was somewhat strange. That junior brother was attacking fiercely, sword light flashing, pressing forward step by step. Logically speaking, the Jiu King was a major figure of the demonic path in the late stage of virtual refining. Even if he didn't have the upper hand, he shouldn't be so embarrassed. Yet at this moment, he seemed to be restrained, attacking less and defending more. Although the demonic energy around him was still surging, a considerable portion of his power was being used to maintain a defensive spell covering his entire body. His gaze was erratic, occasionally scanning the surrounding void, showing evident wariness and anxiety. Elder Yao understood in his heart. The scene of Li Qingqing being instantaneously killed by the curse blade must have been seen by the Jiu King, or at least he sensed that eerie aura of death. This guy must be scared out of his wits. He was now not only dealing with the opponent in front of him, but also guarding against a potentially lethal strike from any corner. Elder Yao tightened his grip on the curse blade. The Jiu King at this moment was like a frightened bird, all his feathers standing on end. Trying to quietly approach him in this state and deliver a chilling blow with the curse blade was not an ordinary challenge. If he noticed in advance, or if the attack missed, it could trigger a full-scale counterattack. Elder Yao glanced at the wooden shield in his left hand. Junior brother Tianjizi said this thing could block an attack from the Zhang Xing, but he didn't say it could withstand the backlash of the curse blade. The tragic state of junior brother Qi was still fresh in his mind. He had to be cautious with his own life. Dealing with such a highly alert target was too risky. Elder Yao's gaze shifted, scanning other areas of the battlefield. He needed to find a more accessible target. First, he would test the effects of the curse blade and shield on another Demon King. It would be better to wait for a more opportune moment to tackle a slippery opponent like the Jiu King. He quietly adjusted his position, locking his gaze on another Demon King who was currently engaged in a fierce battle. That guy seemed unaware that death had already changed its target. Chapter 43, Slay. Elder Yao, like a ghost merging into the shadows, silently adjusted his position. His gaze finally locked onto the other side of the battlefield, where a Demon King named Xianying was engaged in a fierce battle with another disciple of his sect. Xianying, a mid-stage void refinement cultivator, was known for his speed and strange movements. At this moment, he was exerting all his strength, his demonic energy transforming into overlapping shadows that enveloped his opponent. In the heat of battle, Xianying was oblivious to the subtle changes brought about by the death of the Shadow King, and he failed to notice the imminent danger approaching. Good, it's you. Elder Yao made up his mind, held his breath, and, using the cover of the violent energy currents and the chaos of battle, stealthily approached the Xianying Demon King. The distance was closing in. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 30 zhang. Xianying continued his relentless assault, completely unaware. Now, Elder Yao stopped hiding, unleashing the spiritual energy within him without reservation. His sword-wielding figure flickered like a specter, appearing in an utterly unexpected position behind Xianying. The pitch-black cursed blade seemed inconspicuous on the battlefield, where demonic energy and spiritual light intertwined. However, the aura of annihilation it emitted made Xianying, who had just sensed something and was about to turn around, feel his hair stand on end. Who? In a mix of shock and anger, Xianying attempted to evade using his speed. Yet, Elder Yao, who had just observed the battle, had already predicted where he would dodge. There were no dazzling sword lights, no earth-shattering momentum. The cursed blade merely glided through the air. A faint slicing sound, almost drowned out by the battle cries, echoed. The look of horror on Xianying's face instantly froze. His body was cleanly and decisively split in half from head to toe. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with not a drop of demonic blood splattering. The dense demonic energy dissipated rapidly, like a stream losing its source. The two halves of his body helplessly fell downward, his soul extinguished, devoid of life. Another Demon King had fallen. Moreover, he died more decisively and silently than the Shadow King. The elder of the Qingshu sect, who had been entangled with Xianying, felt the sudden absence of pressure as he was defending against his opponent's attack. He focused his gaze and saw his opponent had turned into two pieces, dropping down. The elder was stunned, instinctively looking toward the not far away Elder Yao, who was holding the black sword, his aura just having exploded and quickly retracting. Elder Yao. In the high sky, Yu Waya and Tian Xuanzi, who were suppressing the Zhang Xing, also sensed the fall of Xianying, causing their attacks to momentarily pause. Another one dead? What's going on? The Zhang Xing's cold eyes swept down again, sharp as a knife, filled with suspicion. The Jiu King was struck by lightning, his whole body shivering, nearly hit by his opponent's sword energy. He quickly retreated, fearfully looking towards the direction where Xianying's body was falling and the figure holding the black sword. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi watched with a grin, slapping his thigh hard. Oh wow, beautiful. Elder Yao is something else. This is what it's called to cut through chaos swiftly, chopping one for a drink. Beside him, Chun Li's mouth dropped open, nearly dropping his S-1897 on the ground. This cursed blade is too fierce, right? He looked at the black sword in Elder Yao's hand, then at the old wooden shield in Tian Shuzi's grasp. His eyes filled with confusion and awe. What kind of monsters are these items in the shop? Elder Yao looked at the corpse falling below, his grip on the cursed blade tightening slightly. It's done. He glanced at the wooden shield in his left hand, which showed no response. It seemed that as long as he wasn't hit by the enemy's attack, the backlash of the cursed blade wouldn't trigger. He redirected his gaze towards the distant Jiu King. Now it's your turn. It seems I've been locked on. The Jiu King was currently in a state of shock, his soul trembling. The scene of Xianying being instantly killed replayed in his mind. That old guy with the black sword could emerge from any shadowy corner at any moment. The demonic energy swirling around him rolled violently, and his protective demonic light was pushed to its limits, flickering uncertainly, clearly straining to maintain itself. The Qingshu sect elder fighting him, seeing this scene, understood immediately. The elder intensified his assault, the sword light flashing like a torrential storm, specifically targeting the seemingly weak points in the Jiu King's defense or those that had just shown slight fluctuations. Each sword seemed to create opportunities for the hidden comrade in the shadows. The Jiu King was forced into a flustered defense, barely able to fend off the increasingly fierce sword strikes, his heart filled with rage and panic. Damn it, where the hell is that old rat? While fending off the increasingly sharp sword moves, he frantically scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, trying to locate Elder Yao. However, the chaotic energy in the void surged, and Elder Yao's aura vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. This unknown fear was far more tormenting than direct combat. No way. At this rate, he would scare himself to death. The string of reason in the Jiu King's mind snapped completely the moment Xianying's body fell. Rather than waiting for that ubiquitous black sword to pierce him, he might as well take a gamble. He suddenly stopped his futile defense and evasion, allowing an intense sword energy to graze past his shoulder, drawing forth a streak of demonic blood. The sharp pain only fueled the madness in his eyes. Jiu Yellow Spring split. A hoarse roar echoed across the battlefield. The overwhelming demonic energy ceased to be reined in for defense and erupted outward, centered around him, spreading violently in all directions. It was not merely an energy shock. It resembled a deep, dark abyss opening its entrance out of thin air. A circular area composed purely of darkness emerged beneath the Jiu King's feet, rapidly expanding outward at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, even light was consumed, and the air filled with a nauseating stench of decay and silence. This was originally a concentrated point he intended to pierce through his enemy's defenses. But now, it was being recklessly expanded, turning into an indiscriminate net of death. Gambi used this yellow spring split to force that damned old mouse out of the shadows, or crush him directly. The Qingshu sect elder battling the Jiu King's expression changed drastically. From the spreading darkness, he sensed an almost primal threat of death. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated, instantly creating a distance of several hundred zhang, while simultaneously layering sword lights to protect himself. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi was taken aback. Whoa, is this old man planning to take them both down? He stroked his chin, murmuring, a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a mad dog. Chun Lu was so nervous that his palms were sweaty, tightly gripping Li Qingqing's sleeve, his voice trembling. Master, senior sister. Elder Yao. Li Qingqing didn't respond, her grip on the silver killer tightening, her gaze sharply scanning the continuously expanding dark area. In the high sky, Elder Yao's concealed figure paused slightly. He could feel a cold, thick force with a strong sense of probing sweeping through the void where he had just hidden. This Jiuyu yellow spring split indeed has a way of searching and locating. The wooden shield in his left hand emitted a faint warmth, seemingly responding to the provocation of that deathly aura. Elder Yao's eyes flickered. Should he confront it head-on, or temporarily evade the sharp edge? The Jiuyu King's eyes were blood-red, fixated on the expanding dark domain. His divine sense was highly concentrated, capturing any slight, abnormal fluctuations within. Come out. Roll out here. You damned thing. The darkness had spread nearly 1,000 zhang, almost covering half of the high-altitude battlefield. The demonic energy consumption was immense, and the Jiuyu King's aura began to waver. But he didn't care. As long as I can find that bastard with the black sword, everything will be worth it. Elder Yao gripped the cursed blade, feeling the coldness and probing force emanating from that dark area. The Nine Hells Yellow Springs Rift has such a vast coverage and strange nature. I wonder if this shield can completely isolate it. If it doesn't hold, and triggers the backlash of the cursed blade. The image of Junior Brother Qi, almost losing his soul, is still very vivid. Elder Yao weighed the situation. He himself would be fine, but he feared that the cursed blade and the old wooden shield, these extraordinary artifacts, would fall into the hands of the demon clan. He immediately made up his mind. Retreat. His figure once again merged into the chaotic void, cautiously stealthing away from the Nine Hells Yellow Springs Rift. However, just as he moved slightly, trying to completely conceal his presence, the Tsang Wang, who had been locking onto the entire battlefield with sharp eyes from high above, suddenly focused. Found it. It was this almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation. The anger and killing intent that had been building up in Tsang Wang's heart instantly found an outlet. He no longer paid attention to the entanglement of Yu Wuyo and Tian Xuanzi, abruptly retracting the god-slaying spear, pointing the tip downward. A terrifying aura began to gather around him. Yu Wuyo and Tian Xuanzi exchanged glances, both feeling a chill in their hearts. What is this old demon going to do? On the city wall, Tian Shuzi was watching with great interest, commenting on the plight of the Nine Hells King. Oh dear, this is a cornered dog jumping over the wall, trying to pull a backer. Before he finished speaking, he noticed the unusual movement from Tsang Wang, and his expression changed instantly. Not good. Tsang Wang's arm muscles bulged, demonic energy pouring wildly into the pitch-black spear. Oomph. A cold snort, filled with endless killing intent. Tsang Wang assumed a throwing posture, as if all his strength was converging at the spear tip. God break! With a low roar, the spear enveloped in a destructive aura was launched. The long spear transformed into a black lightning that tore through space, making no sound, yet carrying an unmatched might. The target was precisely the void from which Elder Yao had just escaped. The speed was at its peak, even piercing through space, leaving behind a pitch-black trajectory. Chapter 44. Shield Counter. Ready to head to the Spirit City where everything is available. Elder Yao felt a cold breath of death completely locking onto him. That black lightning piercing through the void was the god-slaying spear thrown by the Tsang Wang in anger. Quick. Too quick. So quick that he didn't even have time to think about dodging. The destructive power was already rushing toward him. In his field of vision, only the ever-enlarging black spear tip remained, along with the distorted space around the spear body. Old Yao, this old wooden shield, must be used at the moment the attack arrives to be effective. Remember, the loud voice of his junior brother, Tian Shuzi, echoed in Elder Yao's mind like thunder. At the moment of impact, Elder Yao's entire body tightened with spiritual power, his consciousness highly focused, staring intently at the approaching black line of death. He could even clearly feel the sharp edge brought by the spear tip tearing through the air, causing his cheek to sting. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi was so nervous that sweat was pouring from his palms, his mouth agape, forgetting even to finish his sentences. Chun Lu was even more frightened, his legs trembling, instinctively gripping Li Qingqing's clothing. In the sky, Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi also changed their expressions drastically. Wanting to rescue, but already too late, the speed of Song Wang's strike exceeded their reaction limit. The expanding dark domain of a Nine Nether King was retracted, clearly aware that Song Wang was about to strike. Now, at the moment when the god-slaying spear was less than 5 zhang away, and the terrifying pressure was about to crush him, a flash of brilliance appeared in Elder Yao's eyes. Without any hesitation, he suddenly raised the wooden shield in his left hand in front of him. Buzz! A sound more muffled and heavy than before echoed. The god-slaying spear struck precisely at the center of that seemingly unremarkable old wooden shield. The expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The moment the spear tip touched the shield's surface, it was as if it had collided with an invisible yet incredibly resilient barrier. The surface of the shield rippled with visible waves, like a stone thrown into water. That terrifying power capable of piercing the void and instantly killing late-stage refinement void experts was abruptly halted upon contact with the shield. Immediately after, an even more incredible scene unfolded. The god-slaying spear, which had gathered all of Song Wang's power in a single strike, trembled violently. Then, it shot back along its original path at a speed even faster than before, as if being fiercely pulled back by an invisible giant hand. Transforming into an even swifter black streak of light, it shot back towards the sky where Song Wang had just thrown it, his face still carrying a trace of cold, killing intent. This sudden change was faster than anyone could imagine. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Oh my goodness! It bounced back. It actually went back, using his own method against him. Let him taste the consequences. Elder Yao was also dazed, looking down at the intact old wooden shield in his hand, not even a scratch on it. Then glancing at the god-slaying spear that was rapidly shooting towards Song Wang, his heart racing. This shield is too powerful, right? Song Wang clearly did not expect this outcome. His pupils suddenly contracted. The shot he was so sure of actually rolled back in this way. And for the first time, a clear look of shock appeared on his face. The speed at which the god-slaying spear rolled back was even faster than when it was thrown. The spear body trembled violently. A sense of resistance, even panic, surged into Song Wang's consciousness in an instant. The weapon spirit was sounding the alarm. It couldn't control this recoil. Taking it head-on? He was not confident. The bizarre power of the shield's rebound seemed even more condensed than when he had launched it. Avoid! He must retract the god-slaying spear first. Song Wang's face turned pale, and he let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Withdraw! Without hesitation, he swiftly darted sideways, narrowly avoiding that deadly black light. The god-slaying spear brushed past the edge of his clothing, emitting a sharp sound as it shot straight towards the depths of the sky, like a meteor out of control. Song Wang did not even look back at the battlefield. His body transformed into demonic light as he immediately pursued with unparalleled speed. His life-bound demonic weapon must not be lost. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire battlefield back into silence. The Nine Nether King's heart raced. He almost immediately followed Song Wang in retreat. That shield just now and that black sword were simply their nightmares. If even Song Wang's full-force strike could rebound, how could they still fight? The other surviving demon kings were also terrified. Hearing the retreat order as if receiving a pardon, they immediately withdrew, following Song Wang. Even the demon army currently besieging Qingsu City could not be bothered anymore. Elder Yao looked at the still warm, old wooden shield in his hand. The shield's surface smooth, not even leaving a mark. He glanced at Song Wang's embarrassing fleeing figure and let out a long breath. This shield truly is a life-saving treasure. On the city wall, Tian Shuzi was grinning ear to ear, slapping his thigh again. Oh, he ran away, tucking his tail between his legs. This is called trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice, losing both the wife and the soldier. He looked in the direction where Song Wang had disappeared, shouting at the top of his lungs. Still breaking the spirit? I see it as the spear broke his own courage. Chen le watched the nadaze. His mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The shield. Shield counter? This is even more outrageous than pulling a golden legend. What kind of divine items are sold in Boss Zhang's shop? Li Qingqing slightly relaxed her grip on the silver killer's hand, her gaze still calm. but a hint of extraordinary color seemed to flash in the depths of her eyes. In the sky, Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment and relief in each other's eyes. They did not immediately pursue, although Tsang Wang retreated. Retrieving the god-slaying spear would only make him more dangerous. Moreover, there were still disbanded demon troops below that needed to be dealt with. The offensive of the demonic army stalled due to the hasty retreat of their commander and demon kings, then began to descend into chaos. The Qingsu sect erupted in thunderous cheers after a brief silence. The figures of Tsang Wang and the demon kings disappeared into the horizon, and the suffocating pressure on the battlefield suddenly dissipated. The remaining demonic energy began to thin out like floating weeds with no roots. The mountain-protecting formation of Qingsu City still shone brightly, and the tense nerves of the people on the city wall finally relaxed. Elder Yao held the old wooden shield, feeling the lingering warmth on the surface, still with lingering fear. If it weren't for Tian Shuzi shoving the shield to him, he would probably have followed in the footsteps of the illusory Shadow Demon King. He let out a long sigh, carefully putting away the two extraordinary items. Tian Shuzi walked over, proudly patting Elder Yao's shoulder. "Old Yao, not bad. That just now was impressive. This is called borrowing a drum to make a sound." Elder Yao's mouth twitched, not responding, just cupping his hands at Tian Shuzi. Beside them, Elder Qi struggled to stand up, his face still pale, but his eyes were filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. Tianji Zi came over, his expression steady, but there was also a hint of relaxation in his eyes. "Brother Yao, Brother Qi, let us go back to the city to recuperate." In the sky, Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi slowly descended, landing on the city wall. They exchanged glances, both seeing relief and an indescribable astonishment in each other's eyes. "Sectmaster, brother." Tian Shuzi immediately rushed over. "How is it? Isn't my shield amazing?" Yu Wui looked at Tian Shuzi, then at the disbanding demon army below, nodding. Today's achievement should be credited to junior brother Tian Shuzi and junior brother Yao. Tian Xuanzi stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. That shield and that black sword. The shop in the Spirit City is truly unfathomable. Chun Lu was so excited at this moment that his face was flushed, almost deforming the S-1897 in his hand. "So amazing. Shield counter." He directly sent that Tsang Wang flying. He leaned in front of Tian Shuzi, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the old wooden shield. "Elder Tian Shuzi, can I borrow this shield to play with?" Tian Shuzi's eyes widened as he hugged the shield to his chest. "Go away, little brat. This is a treasure. You think you can trade a golden nugget for candy? Dream on." Li Qingqing stood by quietly, watching everything unfold, her grip on the silver killer loosening slightly. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the direction of Lingdu, a flicker of light flashing in her eyes. Yu Wui looked down at the chaotic demon army, his voice regaining its former authority. "Send the order down. All disciples, Yuaning elders, eliminate the remaining enemies. And do not let a single demon spawn escape." The order was quickly conveyed. The disciples of Qingsu sect, who had been suppressed within the city's protective formation, were now full of morale, surging out like a tide. The Yuaning elders also took action, leading their disciples to charge at the disorganized demon soldiers and generals who had lost their command. Sword lights crisscrossed, and spells roared. The demon army, which had been reckless before, had lost its fighting spirit after the fall of Tsang Wang and several demon kings, now collapsing like a mountain. The disciples of Qingsu sect were bursting with pent-up energy, now venting it freely. The shouts of killing shook the heavens, contrasting sharply with the previous arrogance of the demon army. Elders like Yao Chong and Qi Chong, who had expended a lot of energy, did not immediately join the pursuit. They stood on the city wall, either sitting down to recuperate or watching the battlefield below. Seeing their disciples and elders harvesting the lives of the demon army like cutting vegetables, smiles of satisfaction appeared on their faces. This sudden invasion of the demonic path had ultimately been defended against. Moreover, it had been achieved in a way that no one had expected, resulting in a glorious victory. Tian Shuzi hugged his old wooden shield, watching the results below, and began to mutter again. "Grasshoppers in autumn can't jump for long. Kill them hard." Chun Lu was also filled with excitement, wishing he could immediately rush down with his S-1897 and take out a few demon soldiers. He tugged at Li Qingqing's sleeve. "Senior sister, let us go down and help. Okay?" Li Qingqing shook her head, her voice cold. "Your task is to protect yourself." Shenlu immediately wilted. Yu Wui and Tian Xuanzi observed the entire battlefield with serious expressions, ensuring that no fish slipped through the net, while also secretly communicating something. "Sect Master, about that shop." Yu Wui nodded slightly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible fluctuation. Tian Shuzi, carefully wiping the old wooden shield with his sleeve as if it were a priceless treasure, said, "Hey, did you see it? My precious shield is crucial at critical moments. Good steel is used on the blade, and treasures are used at key times." He glanced sideways at the still recuperating, pale-faced Chi-Chong. "Old Chi, remember to pray to my shield for safety next time you go out." Elder Chi smiled wryly and shook his head, too tired to argue with him. He looked at the defeated demon army below and felt a surge of emotions. Without these two extraordinary items, Qingsu's sect would have likely faced a dire fate today. Tianjizi looked at his fellow brothers and then at the invigorated disciples below, his thoughts racing. "Boss Zhang, that shop." Yu Wui withdrew his gaze and looked at Tianjizi. "Tianji, it seems we still do not know enough about that shop." Tian Xuanzi interjected. "That cursed blade is strange and vicious. It kills with a single strike, but it also has a deadly backlash. And that wooden shield, it actually rebounded Song Wang's full force strike, which is simply unheard of." Tian Shuzi said proudly, "Of course. Just look at whose treasure it is." Tian Ji pondered. "The cursed blade is dangerous, and only those with a resolute mind and a willingness to face death can use it. But its power, everyone has witnessed today. As for that wooden shield, it's a supreme defensive treasure." Yu Wui slowly spoke, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. This battle was won mostly by luck, relying heavily on the extraordinary items from that shop. Although Song Wang has retreated, the demonic path is powerful, and today's humiliation will surely be repaid double. His gaze swept over Tianjizi, Tian Shuzi, and Elder Yao. "We must be better prepared." Tian Xuanzi understood the sect master's meaning. "The sect master means..." Yu Wui looked at Tianjizi, his eyes sharp. "Tianji, it seems you and I need to visit Lingdu again." Upon hearing that they were going to Lingdu, Tian Shuzi's eyes lit up. "Go. We must go. That shop must have more good things." He patted his chest. "This time, I'll bring enough spirit stones." Shenlu, overhearing nearby, hurriedly chimed in. "Sect Master, elders, take me with you. I also want to see what else Boss Zhang has in the shop." Tian Shuzi slapped him on the back of his head. "Go away, little brat. Don't make a fuss. Stay at the sect and cultivate honestly. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the hard work." Chunlu covered his head, feeling aggrieved. Li Qingqing stood by, her cold gaze also looking towards the direction of Lingdu, her fingers gripping the silver killer, twitching slightly. Yu Wui ignored the little interlude next to him and emphasized again. "This matter concerns the future of the sect. We must depart as soon as possible. We must go to that shop again to restock." Chapter 45. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Unlocking new system functions with a shop for everything. Zhang Xing felt the tumultuous changes within his dantian. Spiritual energy surged, converging and condensing. A mini-nascent soul, resembling him, sat cross-legged, radiating a shimmering light. He had successfully reached the nascent soul stage. Before he could savor this new realm, the system's notification sound arrived as expected, cold and unfeeling. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the nascent soul stage. This promotion consumed 1 million top-grade spirit stones." Zhang Xing's smile instantly froze. 1 million? Still top-grade spirit stones? His heart felt as if it had been viciously twisted, aching severely. That was enough spirit stones to pile up into a small mountain, and just like that, they were gone. Ding! System upgrade complete. Unlocking new function. Synthesis, white common item pool. Synthesis? What is this? Zhang Xing's attention was drawn to the new function, temporarily forgetting the pain of losing the spirit stones. Synthesis function can combine specified items to generate new items. The corners of Zhang Xing's mouth twitched. No need to ask. Synthesis would definitely require spirit stones. Hockey, you always manage to find new ways to charge fees. White common item pool unlocked. There's a chance to obtain white quality common items for blind boxes. White common items. Zhang Xing frowned. Basic items like long swords, short swords, blue crystals, etc. immediately floated to his mind. These were all basic items used in the game to synthesize higher-level equipment. He instantly connected the dots. If white common items are these basic items, then the synthesis function is essentially for combining these small items into larger equipment, right? Or the endless synthesis paths. Storm Greatsword, Pickaxe, Agile Cloak. Lingdu, Jinwu Temple. Yu Wuyo clasped his hands to the middle-aged Taoist sitting at the head of the table. Li Qingqing. I am Yu Wuyo, the sect master of the Qingxu Sword Sect. I have come to seek assistance from the Tao Alliance for my sect. Standing beside him were Tianjizi and Tian Shuzi, each with different expressions. Li Qingqing raised his eyes, his gaze calm. Sect Master Yu, I have long admired your name. Please take a seat. Recently, my Qingxu sect was attacked by the demonic Taoist Song Wang, who led a large army to raid Qingxu City, resulting in a fierce battle. After Yu Wuyo took his seat, he spoke in a heavy tone. Tianjizi supplemented from the side. Song Wang came with several demon kings of the Void Refinement Realm. Although our sect ultimately managed to repel the strong enemy by a stroke of luck, our disciples suffered significant casualties, and various magical treasures and talismans were heavily depleted. Tian Shuzi could no longer hold back, leaning forward and shouting, Hey, I say, Old Li, we're all familiar faces, so drop the formalities. Just give us a straight answer. Can you help us or not? In emergencies, every minute counts. Don't wait until the fire is burning at our brows to realize the urgency. The corner of Yu Wuyo's eye twitched as he shot a glance at Tian Shuzi, signaling him to tone it down. Li Qingqing's expression remained unchanged, clearly accustomed to Tian Shuzi's style. Elder Tian Shuzi, please calm down. Sect Master Yu, your sect's ability to withstand Song Wang's aggression is indeed a fortunate event for our righteous path, and it is commendable. He slightly shifted his tone, however, according to reports from the Alliance, it seems your sect, has achieved remarkable results by slaying several demon kings of the Void Refinement Realm. Where does the notion of a fierce battle come from? Yu Wuyo's expression remained unchanged, but his heart tightened. Luck, purely luck. The details were not for outsiders to know. He certainly didn't want to spread the word about the cursed blade and that strange shield. Tianjizi immediately took over the conversation, steering it back to the actual needs. Li Qingqing, although our sect emerged victorious this time, our high-end combat power has also suffered losses. Ordinary disciples urgently need replenishment of flying swords, elixirs, defensive magical artifacts, especially the protective mountain formation, which has suffered repeated assaults from the demon army and urgently requires a large number of spirit stones for maintenance and reinforcement. Yu Wuyo nodded heavily, his expression earnest. Exactly. The demonic Tao has suffered a significant setback this time, and given their nature, they will undoubtedly plan for a more intense retaliation. Our sect urgently needs to replenish its military supplies to guard against unforeseen events. Therefore, we specifically request a batch of standard flying swords, Xian iron armor, and healing holy medicines from the Tao Alliance. He paused, seeming somewhat hesitant, but still spoke up. Additionally, we require a batch of spirit stones, preferably. Well, the more, the better, mainly for maintaining formations and compensating disciples. Tian Shuzi nodded vigorously from the side. Yes, yes, spirit stones are the most important. The more, the better. You need money to get things done. Soldiers and horses have yet to move, but food and supplies must come first. Without spirit stones, we can't even afford good things. How frustrating. Li Qingqing picked up his teacup, gently blowing on the steam, his gaze sweeping over the three faces. Sect Master Yu, Elder Tianjizi, Elder Tian Shuzi. The difficulties faced by your sect and the merits established for the righteous path are all noted by the Tao Alliance. He set the teacup down, his tone becoming somewhat formalized. However, with the demons lurking everywhere and various fronts under pressure, the resource allocation of the Tao Alliance also needs to be coordinated as a whole, and it is not inexhaustible. According to regulations, Your sect needs to submit a detailed battle damage report, along with a current inventory list of sect resources. The Elder Council within the Alliance will evaluate the report, combined with your sect's contributions from this battle, before deciding on the specific amount and type of assistance. Yu Weio's brow furrowed imperceptibly. We still have to write a report? Inventory check? How long will that take? Tian Shuzi called out again. What is this? Do we have to write a self-criticism after winning? Isn't this redundant? Hurry up and give us what we need so we can go back and reinforce our defenses. Waiting for the demons to come and deliver themselves to death. Li Sizu Buddha al plus Sumila. Elder Tian Shuzi, the rules are as such. I cannot change them alone. Sect Master Yu, please submit the required documents as soon as possible, and we will prioritize your sect's application. Yu Weio and Tianjizi exchange a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness and impatience in each other's eyes. It seemed unrealistic to expect the Dao Alliance to quickly allocate a large number of resources, especially spirit stones. Yu Weio slowly stood up, clasping his hands. In that case, we will return and prepare the documents. Thank you for your trouble, Li Siju. The three walked out of Jinwu Temple, the temple doors slowly closing behind them, isolating them from the bland, official tone within. The pent-up frustration of Tian Shuzi finally erupted. Bureaucrats. A bunch of bureaucrats. So many rules and regulations. By the time they finish their processes, the demons will have reached our city gates to cook and eat. He was so angry that his beard trembled, spitting out words almost onto Yu Weio's back. An evaluation? A review? I think they just don't want to give us anything. It's like a meeting with the king of hell, just talking nonsense. Yu Weio kept walking, his expression calm. But the tightly pressed corners of his mouth revealed some displeasure. It was clear that expecting the Dao Alliance to quickly allocate a large number of spirit stones was not going to work. That long process was something they couldn't afford to wait for. What Qingxu sect needed most right now was time. Tianjizi walked on the other side, his expression equally grave. Sect Master, what Li Siju said may be the regulations, but is indeed too cumbersome. The demonic Dao has suffered such a huge loss. When they come again, they will only be fiercer. The sect's defenses and replenishment of disciples cannot be delayed. Yu Weio slightly nodded, his gaze directed towards a certain direction within Lingdu City. His eyes deep. If conventional avenues were blocked, then they could only take unconventional ones. Hearing this, Tian Shuzi immediately perked up. Exactly. We can't rely on them. We still have to go to that shop in Lingdu. He slapped his thigh, his voice rising by an octave. That cursed blade, that shield. TSK. Those are real treasures. This time we must go again. He touched his chest, as if the old wooden shield was still there. This time I brought enough spirit stones. Last time I didn't buy enough. I have to go loot again and see if there are any more powerful items. Maybe I can get some divine weapon or invincible technique. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see the scene of returning with a full load. Tianjizi also looked at Yu Weio. Master, although the items in that shop have a mysterious origin and high prices, their effects are indeed immediate. The cursed blade and wooden shield played a significant role in this city defense. If we can acquire a few more similar rare items, the sect's combat power will surely be greatly enhanced. Yu Weio stopped, turned around, and looked at his two junior brothers. His gaze swept over Tian Shuzi's excited face and then landed on Tianjizi's calm eyes. The assistance from the Dao Alliance is still far away, while the threat from the demonic path is imminent. That mysterious shop is currently the only and fastest way to enhance our strength, although the cost may be considerable. But for the survival of the sect, there is no other choice. Time waits for no one. Yu Weio's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. On the Dao Alliance's side, the clerk asked the disciples to organize and report. Whatever we can secure, we will. But we cannot just wait idly. He looked towards the depths of Lingdu. Tianji Shitty, Tianshu Shitty. Let's set off immediately. Let's go till everything is available right now. Chapter 46. Boss. Gimme 10. 3 people hurriedly walked into an inconspicuous little shop in a corner of Lingdu. The shop door was wide open, and a seemingly lazy young man was sitting behind the counter, appearing to be lost in thought. Please come in. Zhang Xing looked up and scanned the 3 people at the door. 2 of them looked somewhat familiar, especially the loud old man. The one beside him, who seemed more composed, he had seen before as well. Only the middle figure had a solemn face and a deep aura like the sea, at first glance. He was not an ordinary character, exuding a certain dignity of someone who had long occupied a high position. People from a Qingqiu sword sect? Looks like they come in a group, he thought to himself, but kept a professional indifference on his face. Having just advanced to the nascent soul stage and unlocked a new feature, he hadn't even had time to celebrate before the system deducted 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones from him, making his heart ache. Now, seeing customers come in, especially potential big clients, he felt a little more lively inside. "Boss, no need to say much." Tian Shuzi stepped forward eagerly, his voice booming and almost shaking the shop. His face was filled with barely contained excitement, as if he had just hit the jackpot. "The shield I bought last time here, hey, it was simply amazing." He gestured proudly, almost knocking the nearby Tianjizi off balance. "Good goods are worth the wait. You know it's good once you try it. Enough talk. Give me a 10 consecutive draw." Before Zhang Xing could respond, Tian Shuzi threw his storage bag over. It landed with a thud on the counter. Wow, quite generous this time. Zhang Xing's consciousness swept over and confirmed that the amount was precisely the price for a 10 consecutive draw. It seemed he had tasted the sweetness of it and returned to restock. 10,000 top-quality spirit stones, Zhang Xing confirmed in a flat tone. Tianjizi watched his junior brother's eagerness with a helpless shake of his head, but did not stop him. He cupped his hands towards Zhang Xing, speaking in a relatively gentle tone. "Boss, we indeed need to replenish some special magical treasures, just in case." Yu Waya had been silently standing at the back, his sharp gaze never leaving Zhang Xing. Since entering the shop, he had been carefully observing this young man. He seemed ordinary, but his cultivation was unfathomable. Yet, this shop could produce the bizarre shield that even the Song King had found troublesome, as well as that incredibly lethal curse blade. This shopkeeper was definitely not as simple as he appeared. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Shopkeeper, the items you offer in your blind boxes, can their power be guaranteed?" The question was direct and carried a hint of testing. Zhang Xing didn't even lift his eyelids, merely pointing at the blind boxes on the counter. "A blind box is all about luck. Power? That depends on what you draw and whether you know how to use it." He added silently in his heart, "Of course. It also depends on whether you're willing to spend spirit stones." This answer was watertight. He neither made promises nor denied anything. Yu Waya frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with such an ambiguous answer. But the current situation pressed him to temporarily suppress his doubts. Tian Shuzi could no longer wait and urged, "Hey boss, hurry up. Stop dawdling. Quickly, the 10 consecutive draw. I want to see what good treasures I can get this time." He rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as if he could already see countless magical artifacts beckoning to him. "All right." Zhang Xing reached out and slowly picked up 10 smooth egg-shaped blind boxes, neatly arranging them on the counter. Then, he handed the familiar small hammer to Tian Shuzi. "Please." Tian Shuzi grabbed the hammer eagerly, weighing it in his hands, his face filled with unrestrained anticipation and excitement. "Just watch." He rolled up his sleeves, full of enthusiasm. "Good fortune is coming." Beside him, Yu Waya and Tianjizi watched him. One was calm and sharp-eyed, while the other wore a helpless expression, shaking his head slightly. Tian Shuzi didn't care about them, picking up the first blind box and raising the small hammer high. "Open." With a crack, the shell shattered. However, the anticipated golden light or purple aura did not appear. A soft white light emanated from within, not blinding at all, even somewhat plain. This was a radiance they had never seen before. As the white light gradually dissipated, lying quietly among the fragments was a long sword. It was just an ordinary long sword. The blade gleamed with a cold steel light, and the hilt was of the common wrapped style, lacking any fancy decorations and showing no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Tian Shuzi's smile froze on his face. He reached out and poked the sword. It was real, not an illusion. He picked up the long sword and swung it a couple of times, feeling it was just a piece of mundane iron. "Boss." Tian Shuzi turned to Zhang Xing, disbelief written all over his face. "Is this it? A ball of white light? A broken iron sword? That's 100,000 top-quality spirit stones." He felt as if his heart was bleeding. The thunder was loud, but the rain was light. Looking at the lively scene, didn't he fill his stomach? Tianjizi also frowned, stepping forward to take a closer look at the sword, which indeed showed no signs of being special. Yuya's gaze roamed over the sword's body. Although he felt no special energy, he did not immediately draw a conclusion. The things in the shop could not be judged solely by their appearance. Zhang Xing leaned against the counter, his expression unchanged. Just the first one. There are still 9 more. Luck varies. It's normal. Tianjizi ground his teeth, clearly unwilling to accept it. He picked up the second blind box, and the small hammer fell again. Open. With another crack, a soft white light appeared again. The light faded, and lying among the fragments was yet another identical long sword. Tianjizi's movement froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He incredulously picked up the second sword and placed it next to the first one. The 2 swords were nearly indistinguishable except for their age. Even the wrapped patterns on the hilts were similar. This Tianjizi felt his blood pressure rising. Yuya's gaze swept over the 2 long swords, then returned to Zhang Xing's face, his eyes deepening with thought. Tianjizi's brows furrowed even tighter, already calculating the spirit stones that were flowing away in vain. I refuse to believe this. Tianjizi seemed to be at odds with himself as he picked up the third blind box and smashed it down hard. Open. With a crack. White light. Yet another long sword. 3 identical, mundane iron long swords were neatly arranged on the counter, seeming to mock his expectations. Tianjizi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt his throat go dry. He took a deep breath and grabbed the 4th blind box. Open. With a crack. The white light remained. This time it wasn't a long sword. It was a short sword, equally ordinary in appearance, with no spiritual energy. Tianjizi picked up the short sword, weighed it, and casually tossed it next to the long swords. His face was starting to turn pale. Only one left. He almost grabbed the 5th blind box out of a sense of despair, hammering it down. Open. With a crack. The familiar white light lit up again, dispelling the last bit of hope in his heart. This time it wasn't a sword. It wasn't even a weapon. It was a pair of seemingly ordinary cloth shoes, gray and worn, like something a mundane servant would wear. Tianjizi picked up the shoes, turning them over and over, almost laughing out of anger. Shoes? He turned to Zhang Xing, his voice slightly pitchy. Boss, you 3 broken swords, a small dagger, and a pair of worn shoes? That is 50,000 top-quality spirit stones. He pointed at the pile of junk on the counter, his hands trembling with anger. What kind of situation is this? The bamboo basket scooping water ends up empty, and it even costs time and money. Tianjizi looked at the pile of items and sighed silently, glancing at Yuya with a questioning look in his eyes. Yuya shifted his gaze away from the pile of white, glowing items and looked back at Zhang Xing. Calm and unperturbed, Zhang Xing continued to lean against the counter, as if he had anticipated all of this. It's all up to luck. There are still 5 left to open. Chapter 47. Purple light, guaranteed, jade. Slip. Tianjizi looked at the remaining 5 eggs, feeling a pang of heartache. I don't believe it. This is ridiculous. He took a deep breath, suddenly put his hand down, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the 6th blind box. There must be something good behind this. He encouraged himself, but his voice sounded a bit weak. Yes, there must be a guaranteed item. This thing can't keep being so disappointing. He remembered the imposing old wooden shield from last time and felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. Although he knew there was a guarantee mechanism, so he wouldn't leave empty-handed. Who wouldn't want to open a shocking treasure? Just relying on that guaranteed stuff isn't enough to make it worthwhile. He picked up the small hammer, feeling a bit of sweat in his palms. Come on, something powerful. Give the old man some face, he said fiercely to the 6th blind box, as if threatening it. If another white light comes out, I'll use you as a chamber pot. After saying that, he swung the small hammer down hard onto the smooth eggshell. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed again. But this time, what spread from the broken eggshell was no longer that ordinary soft white light. A vibrant emerald green light burst forth, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This green light was much brighter than the previous white light, subtly carrying a sharp aura. As the light faded, amidst the fragments lay a wide sword. The sword was broad and had an ancient, majestic design, shimmering with the unique cold luster of metal, and at the guard was embedded a light green gemstone, emanating a faint energy fluctuation. This sword was a world apart from the 3 ordinary iron swords from before. Tyne Shizi's eyes widened like copper bells. This is the Storm Greatsword. Hey, it's a bit better, but seems not good enough. Tyne Shizi's spirits lifted. He set the Storm Greatsword aside and grabbed the 7th blind box. Let's go again. Crack. Another emerald light illuminated the room, this time with a hint of heat. As the light receded, a short staff topped with a red crystal appeared before everyone. The staff was dark gold, engraved with some incomprehensible runes, and the red crystal at the top radiated a mild warmth. Explosive magic wand. Zhang Xing's voice echoed again. Some damage? Tyne Shizi weighed the short staff in his hand and turned to ask Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing nodded. Tyne Shizi grabbed the 8th blind box, almost unable to wait to smash it open. Crack. The 3rd green light. This time the light carried a sense of lightness and ethereality. A neatly folded purple cloak lay quietly among the shards. The material of the cloak was unclear, looking extremely thin, and the edges shimmered faintly. Agile cloak. First 5 whites, then 3 greens. Tyne Shizi's face turned green. He stored the cloak away and looked at the 9th blind box. At this rate, the next one might even be purple, or even gold. He took a deep breath, filled with anticipation, and brought the hammer down heavily. Crack. However, the expected dazzling light did not appear. A familiar soft white light shone again. Tyne Shizi's smile instantly froze. As the white light dissipated, a blue crystal the size of a fingernail lay among the fragments, crystal clear, emitting a faint blue halo. Tyne Shizi was stunned. He picked up the small blue crystal and examined it from every angle. Blue crystal, Zhang Xing added. Why did it turn white again? Tyne Shizi was a bit confused, but looking at the relatively pretty little crystal in his hand, he didn't explode in rage like before. What is this thing even for? He mumbled. Only one left. 90,000 top-grade spirit stones thrown down, and he got 3 iron swords, a small broken dagger, a pair of cloth shoes, a storm greatsword that Chun-Li loves the most, a short staff that looked like a firewood stick, a light cloak, plus a blue crystal whose use was unknown. This deal is a total loss. He silently counted in his heart. This last one must be the guaranteed item. It can't be worse than a purple one, right? Boss, this last one, it should have something decent, right? His voice trembled a bit, and rather than asking, it sounded more like a prayer. Zhang Xing yawned and lazily leaned against the counter. Right, but what it is, we'll just have to see. Tyne Shizi beside him also frowned tightly. The items produced were simply a waste of spirit stones. Yuya stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed on the last blind box, but there was a subtle wave of emotion in his eyes. Open. Tyne Shizi gritted his teeth. As if he was going all in, raised the small hammer, and put all his strength into smashing it down. Crack! The moment the eggshell shattered, a light far more dazzling and deeper than the previous green light erupted suddenly. Mysterious purple radiance instantly filled the entire store, casting the faces of the 3 great figures in purple. This light was gentle yet full of power, causing one's heart to tremble. Tyne Shizi's eyes widened, his breath stopped, and his heart raced. As the purple light slowly faded, in the center of the broken eggshell lay an ancient-looking jade slip. This jade slip was warm to the touch, with no patterns on its surface, appearing ordinary, but the purple halo it emitted indicated its extraordinary nature. A jade slip? Tyne Shizi was momentarily stunned. Then overwhelming joy surged in his heart as he grabbed the jade slip, trembling with excitement. Ha ha ha! I knew it! I knew it! Fortune is turning! Fortune is turning! He held the jade slip, turning it over in his hands. Although he couldn't discern its meaning, that purple light was unmistakable. Boss! Boss! Quickly look! What treasure is this? Is it some long-lost supreme technique? Or a divine manual that could destroy heaven and earth? Tyne Shizi leaned close to Zhang Xing, nearly spitting on his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tyne Shizi walked over, curiously examining the jade slip. Yuya's gaze also focused on the jade slip. His consciousness stirred, but he found he couldn't probe its contents, feeling even more astonished. Just as Tian Shuzi was filled with excitement, a system notification tone echoed clearly in Zhang Xing's mind, carrying its usual coldness. Upgrade scroll, purple, from the game Dungeon Fighter. Optimized for the cultivation world. Effect, after use. It can bypass bottlenecks and directly elevate one major realm. Note, limited to cultivators below the fusion stage. Each person can only use it once. Zhang Xing. Good heavens, a DNF upgrade scroll? And it can directly elevate one major realm? If this thing were sold. No. If this thing were used by myself. He glanced at his just broken through early yuanying stage and silently looked at the glimmering purple jade slip. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Quickly tell me. What is this? Tian Shuzi, seeing Zhang Xing not responding for a long time, was anxious and scratching his head. Zhang Xing came back to his senses, looking at Tian Shuzi's face filled with "I'm about to get rich" expression. He forced a smile and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Oh, this? It's called the Upgrade Scroll. Chapter 48 Upgrade Scroll. Yu Wui also wants to draw an upgrade scroll. Zhang Xing looked at the impatient expression of Tian Shuzi and slowly uttered 3 words. Upgrade scroll? What is that? Tian Shuzi was taken aback. The name sounded a bit straightforward. It didn't seem like a profound and mysterious technique or secret manual at all. As the name suggests, Zhang Xing lifted his chin, indicating the jade slip in his hand. It's something that can enhance one's realm. Tian Shuzi's eyes widened a bit, and his breathing became heavier. Enhance one's realm? This is a good thing. But how much can it enhance? A small realm? Or is it like a pill, assisting in breaking through a bottleneck? Just as he was about to ask, he heard Zhang Xing leisurely add, and it directly enhances one major realm. The shop instantly fell silent, with a pin drop audible. The ecstasy on Tian Shuzi's face froze. His mouth opened unconsciously, and his eyes widened like copper bells, staring fixedly at Zhang Xing, as if trying to confirm whether he had heard wrong. You, what did you say? His voice was dry, trembling with disbelief. Directly. One major realm? Beside him, Tian Shuzi gasped sharply, his pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze on the seemingly ordinary jade slip. Yu Wui, who had been standing with his hands behind his back and a calm expression, couldn't help but lean forward slightly, his eyes revealing a trace of unmistakable shock for the first time. One major realm. From Yuanying to Huashan? From Huashan to Liansu? How? How is this possible? This is simply defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Yes. Zhang Xing nodded affirmatively, as if talking about something trivial. Of course, there are limitations. He added, it can only be used below the integration stage, and a person can only use it once. This statement not only failed to calm Tian Shuzi down, but instead made him even more excited. Below the integration stage? Does that mean as a late-stage Huashan, he can directly Lian Su? Tian Shuzi suddenly let out a strange cry, his voice sharp enough to nearly lift the roof off. His hand holding the jade slip trembled like a sieve, and his face turned red with extreme excitement. I'm gonna break through. He looked at the jade slip, then at Zhang Xing, and then at Yu Wui and Tian Shuzi beside him, bouncing up and down in excitement. It's worth it. So worth it. Those previous scraps are nothing. Ha ha. After the clouds and mist, the moon shines bright. After hardship comes sweetness. He hugged that upgrade scroll, laughing so hard that his teeth showed. The previous frustrations and gloom swept away. Suddenly, the ecstasy on Tian Shuzi's face suddenly receded. It was as if he remembered something crucial, and his expression instantly became serious, even with a hint of solemnity. He took a deep breath, holding the shimmering purple jade slip with both hands, and turned to the silent Yu Wui. Sect Master. Tian Shuzi's voice was no longer loud, but carried a hint of barely perceptible trembling, yet his gaze was very firm. This upgrade scroll, why don't you use it instead? As soon as these words came out, Tian Shuzi beside him was also stunned, and then immediately reacted, nodding emphatically. Sect Master, what Junior Brother said is very true. Tian Shuzi looked at Yu Wui with a sincere expression. You're now at the peak of Lian Su, only one step away from the integration stage. If you can use this treasure to break through in one go, our Qing Su sect will have a powerful integration stage master. At that time, even if the demonic path returns, we can respond calmly. What is there to fear? The weight of an integration stage cultivator is enough to change the entire battle situation and even affect the structure of the Righteous Alliance. The stakes in this are self-evident. Tian Shuzi nodded repeatedly. Although a hint of pain flashed in his eyes, he still pushed the jade slip forward. Right. Sectmaster, if you use it, our Qing Su sect will truly have a stabilizing force. My cultivation level, whether I break through sooner or later, doesn't matter much. The big picture is what matters. The big picture is what matters. At this moment, he seemed to display quite a bit of noble character. Yu Wui's gaze shifted from the alluring purple jade slip to Tian Shuzi's face, which was full of acceptance, but also a hint of reluctance. He remained silent for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head. No need. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable decisiveness. Tian Shuzi was stunned. Tian Jizi was also stunned. Even Zhang Xing behind the counter raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh? Sectmaster? You? Tian Shuzi was a bit confused, almost thinking he had misheard. This can directly enhance one major realm. Integration stage. Yu Wui's eyes were calm and unwavering as he looked at Tian Shuzi. This item is something you purchased with spirit stones. It is a manifestation of your opportunity, and it should be used by you. This was both an explanation and a command. Tian Shuzi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Yu Wui no longer looked at him, his tone indifferent. This matter needs no further discussion. You should hold on to it well and use it when the time is right. Yu Wui's gaze shifted from the upgrade scroll back to Zhang Xing boss. Give me 10 blind boxes. Sure. He didn't immediately go to get the blind boxes, recalling the new function that the system had just unlocked. It was a good opportunity to explain. He leaned against the counter, looking at the 3 prominent figures of the Qing Su sect before him. However, there is something I need to tell you all. Just now, my little shop upgraded. A new function has been unlocked. Synthesis. Synthesis? Tian Jizi repeated, his eyes filled with confusion. Tian Shuzi also curiously leaned over. What function? What can it do? Zhang Xing pointed to the pile of items that Tian Shuzi had previously opened on the counter. 3 long swords, 1 short sword, a pair of cloth shoes, and that blue crystal. It's about combining some small items into something more powerful. He paused. For example, those white items that Elder Tian Shuzi opened before. They don't seem impressive on their own. Upon hearing this, Tian Shuzi's expression fell a bit. Of course, they almost made me furious. Zhang Xing continued. But these are actually the basic materials for synthesizing more advanced items. Through the synthesis function, they can be turned into useful high-quality products. As soon as these words came out, Tian Shuzi's eyes widened instantly. He stared at the pile of items on the counter, then at the upgrade scroll, still warm his hands. What? These scraps can turn into treasures? His voice rose by 8 degrees. Yu Wui and Tian Jizi also showed thoughtful expressions. The synthesis function. It can combine seemingly useless basic items into high-quality products. This undoubtedly greatly enhances the overall value and playability of the blind boxes. Tian Jizi looked at Zhang Xing, his eyes filled with deeper inquiry. What the boss means is, these white items are not worthless? Exactly, Zhang Xing affirmed. They're a part of the synthesis path. Just like alchemy requires medicinal materials, synthesis also requires corresponding items. Tian Shuzi nodded repeatedly, mumbling, I knew it. How could everything in the boss's shop be useless? So this is where the mystery lies. He was now full of thoughts about what those 3 long swords, 1 short sword, 1 pair of cloth shoes, and blue crystal could be synthesized into. Yu Wui nodded. His interest and anticipation for this shop had grown even stronger. Boss, he spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Please help me get my 10 blind boxes. Zhang Xing smiled. All right. Chapter 49, The Sword Saint's Skills. 10 smooth blind boxes were neatly placed in front of Yu Wuyo. Yu Wuyo's expression was calm, showing no signs of joy or anger, as he picked up the small hammer. His movements were slow and steady, contrasting sharply with the loud and boisterous Tian Shuzi beside him. Master, come on, get something great, Tian Shuzi shouted, waving his fists. Even more nervous than if he were opening it himself, his voice still booming. Tap into my celestial energy. I guarantee you'll have good fortune. Tian Jizi glanced at his junior brother, saying nothing, but his gaze was fixed intently on Yu Wuyo's actions. Ignoring the commotion beside him, Yu swung the hammer down. Crack! A familiar white light, soft yet somewhat blinding. As the light faded, amidst the fragments lay a long sword, identical to the three that Tian Shuzi had opened earlier. Yu expression remained unchanged as he picked up the sword, glanced at it, and casually placed it in a corner of the counter. Tian Shuzi grimaced. I knew it. The first one, 1,000 spirit stones. He muttered under his breath, but quickly regained his spirits. Zhang Xing leaned against the counter, observing with a focused demeanor, quietly calculating the flow of items. Yu picked up the second blind box and struck it again. Crack! White light. This time it was a neatly folded gray cloth armor, plain in style, showing no special features. Tian Shuzi's mouth twitched as he muttered, I told you. This thing is really odd. He looked at Zhang Xing with a hint of grievance in his eyes. The third blind box. Crack. White light. A short sword. Similar to the one Tian Shuzi had opened before. Tian Jizi frowned slightly, looking at Yu with questioning eyes, seemingly pondering if these white items truly had any synthesis value as claimed by the shopkeeper. Yu remained calm, only moving a bit faster as he picked up the fourth blind box. Crack. Green light. Finally, it wasn't white light. Tian Shuzi perked up, leaning forward to take a look. As the light faded, amidst the fragments lay a rugged-looking pickaxe. The handle was wooden, and the pickhead gleamed with a metallic sheen, looking quite sturdy. A cross-pick, Zhang Xing explained at the right moment. A pickaxe? Tian Shuzi's eyes widened. What is the use of this? For mining? Yu picked up the cross-pick, weighed it in his hand, deep in thought, then set it aside. Although he didn't know its specific use, it should not be an ordinary item. The fifth blind box. Crack. White light. Another long sword. Tian Shuzi covered his face, feeling his heart ache again. The sixth blind box. Crack. White light. A fist-sized blue crystal, identical to the one Tian Shuzi had opened previously. Tian Shuzi's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Is this crystal calculated by weight? The seventh blind box. Yu's movements remained steady as the hammer came down. Crack. This time, the burst of light was no longer white nor green, but a radiant blue. Both Tian Shuzi and Tian Jizi were taken aback. As the blue light faded, at the center of the fragments floated a jade slip. This is... Tian Jizi's eyes focused, sensing the pure sword intent contained within the jade slip. Alpha Assault, Zhang Xing explained, looking at the energy form. A sword technique that can instantly unleash a rapid series of slashes. However, it can only be used once. During its use, the user enters a void state, reappearing at the original location after the slashes end. Enter the void? A one-time sword technique? Yu's gaze fell on the sword's shadow energy, his eyes deep. As a peak cultivator in the void refining stage, entering the void was not difficult. But in the ever-changing battlefield, suddenly entering the void could undoubtedly play an unexpected role, whether to evade a fatal attack or to launch a sudden advance. He extended his hand, and the energy form obediently vanished into his palm. Tian Shuzi watched, his eyes shining. A skill, a good item, even if it can only be used once. He rubbed his hands together, feeling that this time, 100,000 spirit stones might not be such a loss after all. The eighth blind box. Crack. White light. Another short sword. Tian Shuzi sighed, but his mood was not as low as before. The ninth blind box. Crack. Green light. As the light faded, a book with an ancient cover appeared, inscribed with unknown characters. Amplification tome, Zhang Xing said. Increases some damage. Yu nodded and put it away. Only one blind box remained. After spending 90,000 top-grade spirit stones, they had opened a pile of white basic materials, a pickaxe, an amplification tome, and a one-time sword technique. Although it was slightly better than the first 5 that were all white, it definitely could not be considered a big profit. Everyone's gaze was focused on the last egg. According to previous experience, this last one should be guaranteed to be a purple item. Tian Shuzi held his breath, staring intently. Yu took a deep breath, seemingly placing high hopes on this last blind box. He slowly raised the small hammer and then brought it down heavily. Crack! At the moment, the eggshell shattered. The purple light was even richer and deeper than the one Tian Shuzi had opened earlier. The purple glow instantly filled the entire shop, illuminating everyone's faces with a brilliant light, and the air was filled with an indescribable aura of mystery and nobility. As the light slowly retracted, at the center of the broken eggshell, a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted golden hourglass floated quietly. The hourglass's frame was made of an unknown golden metal, intricately carved with complex and profound patterns. Inside the glass covers at both ends flowed, not sand, but dazzling golden specks like stars, emanating a heartbeat-inducing temporal fluctuation. Zhongya Hourglass, from the game League of Legends, optimized for the Cultivation world. Effect: grant invincibility for 5 seconds after use. The user cannot act. Note: can only be used once every 3 days. This is... Tian Shuzi's eyes widened, nearly drooling. The Zhongya Hourglass. Zhang Xing's voice rang out. This time, the guaranteed item is actually this thing. This item is among the best in the guaranteed category, right? The Zhongya Hourglass? Yu Wuyo repeated, his gaze fixed tightly on the exquisite hourglass. He could clearly feel the unique power contained within it. Activate it, Zhang Xing explained. It can put you in an absolute invincible state for about 2 breaths of time, immune to all damage, but you cannot take any actions. After the effect ends, it needs a 3-day cooldown before it can be used again. Absolutely invincible, immune to all damage, cannot be targeted. Although the duration was short, there was a cooldown, and the user could not act. But the combination of these terms was enough to drive any cultivator mad. A hint of evident excitement finally appeared on Yu Wuyo's previously calm face. He extended his hand, carefully grasping the Zhongya Hourglass, feeling the surging power contained beneath its cold metal surface. With this item, it was equivalent to having an extra life. In a rapidly changing battlefield, this brief moment of invincibility could turn the tide. Tian Jizi's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his breathing quickening. He understood better than anyone the strategic value of this treasure. What a treasure! Truly a treasure! Tian Shuzi watched enviously from the side. But more than that, he felt genuinely happy for the sect to obtain such a precious treasure. Master, with this, next time that old man Song Wang comes, we'll make sure he has no return. Yu Wui ignored the chattering Tian Shuzi and turned his gaze back to Zhang Xing behind the counter. Although the previous 10 draws were mostly white light, the final prize, the Moya Hourglass, gave him hope for rapidly enhancing the sect's strength. With conventional methods proving ineffective and no help expected from the Dao Alliance, he could only increase his investment in this mysterious little shop. His expression was calm, and his tone carried an undeniable determination. Boss, let's have 10 more blind boxes. Chapter 50, the first one is purple. Zhang Xing raised his eyelids and looked at the sect leader who spent money without blinking, silently calculating the flow of funds in his heart. All right, Cheng Wei, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yu Wuyo gestured, and the spirit stones were transferred. Then he turned to the silent Tian Jizi. Tian Jizi, it's your turn. Tian Jizi was slightly startled at the words, shifting his gaze from the scattered white items to Yu Wuyo. After a moment of thought, he understood the sect leader's intention. Perhaps he wanted to test the luck of different people, or hoped that Tian Jizi could also obtain some useful treasures. After all, in the battle for the city, having one more combat power means one more chance of victory. Yes. Senior brother, it's your turn. Tian Shuzi immediately perked up, squeezing beside Tian Jizi. Let us share the sect leader's luck. He excitedly shared his experience. Don't be afraid of the white light in front. That's just a setup. It's building up. Just like me, the first 5 were white, and the last one yielded an earth-shattering upgrade scroll. Tian Shuzi patted his chest, looking as if he was saying, trust me, senior brother, you'll do even better than me. You might even get a gold one. Tian Jizi glanced at his younger brother with a hint of helplessness, but didn't say much. He nodded slightly to Yu Wuyo, his expression returning to its usual calm. Yes. Sect leader. Zhang Xing had already placed 10 brand new blind boxes on the counter and handed over a small hammer. Tian Jizi took the small hammer and approached the counter. He was calm, not as loud as Tian Shuzi, simply watching the first blind box in front of him with a steady gaze. However, Tian Shuzi beside him was even more excited than if he were the one opening it, leaning forward with wide eyes. Senior brother, steady, open with a bang. Tian Shuzi clenched his fists, cheering for his senior brother. Let us share my and the sect leader's luck. The first one must be purple. Yu Wuyo stood a little further back, his gaze on Tianjizi and the small hammer in his hand, his expression calm, but with a hint of expectation. Tianjizi ignored the noisy younger brother beside him. He raised his hand and brought it down. The movement was clean and swift. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. However, the expected white or green light did not appear. At the moment the eggshell shattered, a dazzling purple light suddenly burst forth from the crack. A mysterious aura filled the air. Holy crap! Tianshuzi's eyes were almost popping out, and he swore out loud. He stared incredulously at the brilliant purple light. His mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. The first one, it's really purple. This luck is too good. He looked at the pile of white light he had opened before, and then at his senior brother's opening, feeling a bit choked up. Even the usually calm Yu Wuyo showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, leaning slightly forward. Tianjizi was also taken aback, looking at the dazzling purple light. His hand holding the hammer paused for a moment. The purple light gradually retracted, like a tide receding. In the center of the broken eggshell lay a warm jade slip, its surface flowing with a faint purple glow, clearly not an ordinary item. A system prompt echoed in Zhang Xing's mind. Ghostly Sprint, from the game League of Legends, optimized for the cultivation world. Effect: after use, greatly increases movement speed for 20 seconds. Note: after each use, a 3-day interval is required before it can be used again. Ghostly Sprint, greatly increased speed? Zhang Xing pondered while looking at the jade slip. This thing would be quite useful for chasing or escaping. Tianjizi picked up the jade slip, radiating a purple glow, feeling its warmth, and sensing a peculiar energy fluctuation within. He examined it closely, but couldn't discern much. Boss, what is this? Tianjizi raised his head to look at Zhang Xing behind the counter. His voice still steady, but with a clear curiosity in his eyes. Tianshuzi immediately leaned over as well, stretching his neck to look at the jade slip, his face full of curiosity and envy. Yeah, boss. Hurry up and tell us. This purple jade slip must be extraordinary. Is it some powerful movement technique? Or an unparalleled skill? This item is called Ghostly Sprint. Ghostly Sprint? Tianshuzi's eyes widened even more, leaning in with curiosity. Just hearing the name sounds fast. What's it used for? Is it the kind that makes you run super fast? Tianjizi also looked at Zhang Xing, feeling the strange fluctuation in the jade slip. Zhang Xing nodded. After use, it can greatly increase your movement speed for about 10 breaths. Wow, Tianshuzi exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Greatly increase. Senior brother, this is a good thing. He circled around Tianjizi, his envy spilling over. Just think about it. When you can't win, you can just zip away. When chasing enemies, they want to even be able to catch a glimpse of you. Tianjizi felt the energy within the jade slip, quickly calculating in his mind. 10 breaths, for cultivators at their level, is enough to cover a vast distance or perform many incredible maneuvers in battle. This is not just a tool for escape. It's a tactical weapon. Yu Wuyo's gaze deepened a bit. Speed is always crucial at any time. The value of Ghostly Sprint far exceeds that of ordinary magical treasures. Tianshuzi watched his senior brother's calm demeanor and couldn't help but say again, Senior brother, your luck is incredible. The first one is purple. Look at me. The first 5 were white, almost sent me away. He pointed to the pile of unprocessed spoils on the counter, looking aggrieved. People are just infuriating. Zhang Xing appropriately poured a bucket of cold water. However, everything has its pros and cons. This Ghostly Sprint also has its limitations. Tianshuzi immediately perked up. What limitations? Tianjizi also listened intently. Zhang Xing said slowly, after each use, you need to wait 3 days before it can be used again. 3 days? Tianshuzi smacked his lips. But that's enough. Using it at a critical moment can decide life or death. He was quite open-minded about it. Tianjizi nodded slightly, indicating he understood. 3 days between uses does require caution, but that doesn't diminish its power. He carefully stored the jade slip of Ghostly Sprint. Tianshuzi was still chattering beside him. Senior brother, what a great start. The rest is sure to be even more exciting. Must be different with my celestial luck. He quickly tossed aside his earlier grievances and began looking forward to it again. Come on, open the second one. Let us see if we can get another purple. Tianjizi glanced at his younger brother, feeling a bit helpless, but said nothing more. He picked up the second smooth egg and brought the small hammer down again. Crack. Chapter 51. Wow, Golden Legend. A crisp cracking sound echoed, accompanied by a familiar soft white light. The smile on Tianshizi's face instantly froze, and his head, which had been leaning forward, shrank back halfway. Ah! He opened his mouth, and the excitement he had just felt was like being doused with cold water. As the light faded, amidst the fragments lay a short sword, ordinary in design, no different from the several that had been revealed earlier. Tianjizi's expression remained unchanged as he picked up the short sword, glanced at it, and placed it beside the white items that Yuwuyo had previously revealed. Cough! Tianshizi cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the atmosphere. It's fine, just a normal performance. Tianjizi ignored him and picked up the third blind box, hammering it down. Crack! It was still that dismal white light. This time, a neatly folded gray cloth armor appeared among the shards, looking unremarkable, with no sense of spiritual energy fluctuations. The corners of Tianshizi's mouth twitched as he muttered under his breath. I knew it, this thing is quite sinister. All the good luck was absorbed by the first one. He glanced at Zhang Xing, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. As if asking what was wrong with this shop, Zhang Xing continued to lean against the counter, calm and composed, his thoughts on that upgrade scroll from earlier. I must interrogate the prison chief later, asking why it didn't keep any good items for itself. Tianjizi picked up the cloth armor and casually placed it in the pile of white light items, then went to get the fourth one. Crack! White light. A pair of gray cloth shoes, identical to the ones Tianshizi had opened earlier. Great! Now we have a matching pair of shoes. Tianshizi was completely out of patience, crossing his arms and pouting. Brother, I see your luck is just a little better than mine. Yuwuyo's gaze swept across those white items, then looked at the calm Tianjizi, his eyes flickering slightly as if weighing the value of these basic materials. Tianjizi picked up the fifth blind box. Crack! Still white light. A fist-sized blue crystal appeared among the fragments, emitting a faint blue glow. Hey, blue crystal! Tianshizi perked up a bit and leaned over to take a look. Brother, yours seems a bit bigger than mine. Is this thing sold by weight? Tianjizi picked up the blue crystal, weighed it in his hand, and also added it to the pile of white junk. The sixth blind box. Crack! White light. Another short sword. Tianshizi let out a long sigh and looked at Zhang Xing. Boss, is your synthesis function reliable? So much junk. Can it really synthesize something good? He was starting to have doubts. Opening 5 consecutive white lights. Who can withstand that? Yuwuyo also looked at Zhang Xing, his eyes filled with inquiry. Zhang Xing yawned. I said basic materials. Just like building a house, bricks and tiles may seem unremarkable, but can you do without them? Tianjizi seemed unaffected, picking up the 7th blind box, the hammer falling steadily. Crack! This time, it was no longer the despairing white light. A vibrant emerald green light burst forth, dispelling some of the heavy atmosphere. Green, it's green. Tianshizi perked up again and leaned in to look. As the light faded, among the fragments lay a broadsword, its blade thick and its design ancient and grand, exactly the cross pick mentioned earlier. Zhang Xing's voice rang out. Hey, finally something decent. Tianshizi rubbed his hands. Although he had opened it before, it was still better than white light. Tianjizi picked up the cross pick, felt the faint power contained within, set it aside, distinguishing it from the white items. The 8th blind box. Crack! Another emerald green light. This time the glow seemed even denser. As the light retracted, there appeared a very sturdy-looking belt, dark yellow in color, with rough patterns on the surface. What is this? Tianshizi asked curiously. Giant's belt. Zhang Xing explained. It can slightly enhance physical strength and vitality. Tianjizi nodded as he picked up the belt and placed it next to the storm greatsword. The 9th blind box. Tianjizi's hand rose and the hammer fell. Crack! Green light reappeared. Among the fragments, there was once again a storm greatsword. Tianshizi looked at the storm greatsword, feeling a bit speechless. How is it this again? Can this thing be mass-produced? Tianjizi picked up the second Storm Greatsword and placed it alongside the first. 10 blind boxes, and in the blink of an eye, 9 had been opened. 1 purple, ghostly item, 5 white basic materials, 2 short swords, cloth armor, shoes, blue crystal, and 3 green items, 1 Storm Greatsword, giant's belt, crosspick. Tianjizi looked at the clearly defined 2 piles of items on the counter, his expression still calm, but his brows furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Tianjizi was counting on his fingers, muttering, 1 purple, 3 green, 5 white. Seems a bit better than mine. He glanced at his senior brother, then at the calm Zhang Xing, feeling that something was off. Boss, this last one. Tianjizi couldn't help but ask. Is it no guarantee? Yu Weio's gaze also fell on the last blind box. Zhang Xing lazily raised his eyelids upon hearing this. Guarantee? A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. That thing depends on luck. Tianjizi pouted, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Tianjizi said nothing more, picked up the last blind box, and the small hammer fell. His movements remained steady, without any hesitation. Crack! The cracking sound rang out, but the expected purple light did not appear. Instead, a brilliant golden light, far more dazzling than all the previous lights and somewhat blinding, burst forth. The rich golden light seemed tangible, instantly dyeing the entire shop in a glorious hue, the air filled with an indescribable sense of nobility and vastness. Zhang Xing, who had been leaning behind the counter, suddenly straightened up, his eyes wide, mouth slightly open, the laziness on his face vanishing without a trace. A second golden legend? Holy crap! Tianjizi was the first to scream, his voice sharp enough to almost lift the roof. He jumped up, pointing at the golden light, his face flushed with excitement, speaking incoherently. Golden, golden! Oh my god, it's golden. Brother, your luck. No, it's because of my immortal energy. Absolutely. Wow. Golden legend. It really is a golden legend. Even the usually calm Tianjizi clenched his fists, his breathing suddenly quickening. He stared intently at the center of the still dissipating golden light, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Yu Weio, who had been standing at the back, leaned forward suddenly, and for the first time, the calmness in his eyes reflected the dazzling golden light, shock evident on his face. He even instinctively touched his storage ring. The golden light slowly retracted, and everyone's gaze was firmly focused on the center of the shattered eggshell, eager to see what the legendary golden artifact truly looked like. Chapter 52. Complete set of skills. The golden light slowly dissipated, revealing a jade slip that resembled the purple jade slips previously produced by Tianjizi and Yu Wei. But this one radiated a faint golden halo. The jade slip floated quietly at the center of the broken eggshell, the golden light swirling around it, as if it contained endless mysteries, exuding an extraordinary nobility. Another jade slip? Tianjizi stared wide-eyed, his tone filled with disbelief. And there was even a hint of disappointment. Is this the golden legend? Isn't it just a copy of the previous purple one? Beside him, Yu Wei and Tianjizi were also stunned, their gazes firmly fixed on the golden jade slip, their expressions complex. A golden item, and it's also a jade slip? At that moment, a system notification sound filled Zhang Xing's mind, ringing with unprecedented excitement. Sealed Demon Sword Soul, complete set of skills for Yong In, from the game League of Legends. Optimized for the Cultivation world. Effect 1. Misty Jade Cut. Using the sword as a guide, after every third normal attack or skill cast, you can accumulate a sword energy, which can be actively released for a powerful slash forward, briefly knocking up enemies in the path. Effect 2. Divine Slash. Sweeping the sword forward for a large area horizontal attack, dealing damage to enemies in an arc-shaped area, and gaining a brief shield. Effect 3. Blade of Breaking Barriers. When released, the soul leaves the body, transforming into a spirit state for combat, lasting 5 breaths. In spirit state, movement speed is increased, and the spirit is immune to all damage and control, but the body will still take damage. After 5 breaths, or upon reactivation, the soul returns to the body, which can be done early. Effect 4. Sealing Dust. Absolute Thought Slash. After a brief charge, dashes forward, delivering devastating strikes to all enemies in the path, pulling all hit enemies to the endpoint, while the user instantly teleports behind the last enemy hit. Note: a sword-type weapon must be equipped to activate and use all skills. All skills have no fixed cooldown time, but each use consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, so users should carefully assess their energy reserves. Special rule: fusion and all offensive methods will deal damage to the enemy's spirit. Zhang Xing. Holy shit. Yongin. Complete set of skills. He suddenly turned to Tianjizi, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of indescribable envy. This is like directly bringing a hero over. Compared to those single skills, equipment, or one-time items before, this is simply a dimensional strike. Boss. Seeing Zhang Xing in a daze, staring fixedly at the jade slip in his senior brother's hand, Tianjizi couldn't help but urge, "What kind of treasure is this golden jade slip? Hurry up and say something. I'm going crazy." His mood was like a roller coaster, from the ecstasy of the golden legend to confusion about another jade slip. And now he was thrown into a frenzy by Zhang Xing's reaction. Tianjizi also looked at Zhang Xing, feeling the energy contained in the golden jade slip far exceeded that of the previous purple one, but he couldn't figure out what it was at all. Yu Wui's gaze also focused on Zhang Xing, waiting for his explanation. Zhang Xing took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. This is not a single technique, nor a single secret manual. He organized his words, trying to explain the complexity of this thing. This jade slip sealed a complete systematique sword technique. A set? Tianjizi's eyes lit up. How powerful is it? Let us put it this way. Zhang Xing looked at Tianjizi. By merging this jade slip, you will instantly master 4 powerful sword techniques. The first one can unleash sword winds to knock enemies away. The second one is a large area sweep that can also grant you a shield. The third one, the most outrageous, allows your soul to temporarily leave your body, becoming immune to all damage in spirit state. Although your body will still take damage during this time, you can do as you please. That's roughly the idea, lasting 5 breaths, and you can end early. The fourth one is an ultra-long distance dashing kill skill that can pull together all enemies in a straight line. Then you directly appear behind the last enemy hit. Zhang Xing finished in one breath. The shop fell silent. Tianjizi's mouth dropped open, his eyes bulging like copper bells, staring blankly at Tianjizi, then at Zhang Xing, as if he were listening to a heavenly book. Knocked up? Shield? Immune to damage with soul exit? Instant teleportation kill in a straight line? Most importantly, it can directly deal damage to the enemy's spirit. Is this something a nascent soul cultivator can master? Tianjizi's hand gripping the golden jade slip trembled slightly, and for the first time, uncontrollable excitement and shock appeared on his usually calm face. He himself was a sword cultivator, and every sword technique Zhang Xing described shook his heart deeply. This is simply an unparalleled, divine ability tailored for sword cultivators. Yu Wui's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breathing became a bit rapid. He instantly understood the terrifying aspect of this complete sword technique. This is not just about having a few more skills. This is an entirely new and extremely powerful combat system, especially that ability to directly deal damage to the spirit. It's simply unheard of, unfathomable. Moreover, Zhang Xing added, breaking the silence, these skills have no cooldown time. As long as your spiritual energy is sufficient, you can use them continuously. Tianjizi jumped up suddenly, pointing at Tianjizi, excitedly stammering. Senior brother, you're going to make it big. No. Our Qingqing sect is going to make it big. No cooldown time. My God, how are we going to fight? If there's enough spiritual energy, doesn't that mean unlimited knockups, unlimited sweeps, unlimited soul exits, and unlimited teleportation? He counted on his fingers, getting more and more excited, looking at Tianjizi with eyes full of fervor and envy. Senior brother, from now on, you are my big brother. Tianjizi, who had barely managed to suppress his emotions, almost had them surge up again. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. I was already your senior brother. Tianjizi was momentarily taken aback, his fervor suddenly stuttering, blinking. Huh? Oh, right. He slapped his forehead, his voice still loud. Senior brother, look at my memory. So excited. He grinned foolishly, But looking at the golden jade slip in Tianjizi's hand, the envy and admiration in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. But senior brother, now that you have this divine skill in my heart, you are at the level of a big brother. This statement was quite justified. The usually silent Yu also rarely showed a hint of a faint smile. He looked at his two junior brothers, especially at Tianjizi, who held the golden jade slip, whose aura subtly changed, filled with gratification and expectation. The Qingxu sect is finally about to welcome a true top-tier combat power. Zhang Xing leaned against the counter, watching the interaction between the two brothers, almost laughing out loud. This Tianjizi is indeed a lively treasure. Chapter 53. Synthesis function. The golden glow in the store seemed not to have completely dissipated, and the air was filled with a faint excitement and shock. Tianjizi was still circling around Tianjizi, incessantly chanting about the golden legends, excited like a child who had just received candy. Although Tianjizi tried hard to maintain his composure, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the golden jade slip turned slightly white, clearly indicating that his inner feelings were far from calm. On the other hand, Yu Wuyo withdrew his gaze from Tianjizi, the rare smile on his face fading as he regained the composure befitting a sect leader. He looked at Zhang Xing, who had a face of watching a show behind the counter. "Boss, we're all done." Yu Wuyo took a step forward, his tone calm, revealing little emotional fluctuation. "Could you elaborate on that synthesis function you mentioned earlier?" As he spoke, he took out the few white light items he had just opened from his storage space and placed them on the counter. He also gathered the pile of white items that Tianjizi had opened. In an instant, a small heap of seemingly ordinary junk piled up on the counter. As soon as Tianjizi heard the word synthesis, his eyes brightened instantly, and he immediately stopped bothering Tianjizi, rushing to the front of the counter. Yes, synthesis. Boss, hurry up and tell us about this." He pointed at the pile of items on the counter, and then at the purple upgrade scroll in his arms that hadn't warmed up yet. "Can the 3 long swords, 1 short sword, 1 pair of shoes, and 1 crystal that I opened earlier also be synthesized?" He recalled the frustration he felt when he opened those items and thought about how they might be transformed from waste to treasure, his tone filled with anticipation. "And what about this upgrade scroll? Can it also be synthesized with something else?" Tianjizi also walked over. Although he had just acquired an extraordinary sword technique, he was equally interested in this function that could transform useless items into valuable ones. After all, one couldn't expect to always open golden legends. If these white items could be effectively utilized, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the overall value of the blind boxes. Zhang Xing looked at the 3 prominent figures in front of him, especially the impatient look on Tianjizi's face and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems everyone is now interested in these basic materials. He leisurely picked up one of the white long swords and weighed it in his hand. "Weren't you just complaining about them being junk?" Tianjizi's face flushed, and he retorted, "Well, that was then, this is now. Who knew you had such a trick up your sleeve, boss? Quickly tell us, what can these things actually be synthesized into?" "Synthesis also requires spirit stones," Zhang Xing said, not answering directly, and wiped his hand across the counter. Buzz. A soft light curtain unfolded out of thin air, hovering above the counter. Size is right for all 3 to see clearly. The style of this light curtain was similar to when they checked the item details earlier. But what it displayed now was a brand new content. "This is the synthesis interface." Zhang Xing pointed to the light curtain. "The basic materials you currently have, as well as the target items that can be synthesized, are all listed above." The 3 immediately leaned forward, their eyes collectively fixed on the light curtain. On the left side of the light curtain were small icons representing the long swords, short swords, cloth armor, cloth shoes, blue crystals, and even the pickaxe storm greatsword, and giant belt they had just opened, along with the quantities they possessed. On the right side of the light curtain, however, were a series of more complex item icons, radiating different glows. Each icon clearly indicated the basic materials and their quantities required for synthesis, along with a conspicuous number of spirit stones. "Wow, this thing." Tianjizi's eyes widened, and his finger almost poked the light curtain. "Endless blade? Requires a storm greatsword, a pickaxe, a nimble cloak, and 20,000 spirit stones?" "Boss, Why does the Endless Blade look so much like the Heavenly Pinnacle Blade? The Heavenly Pinnacle Blade is an upgraded version of the Endless Blade. You can understand it that way. The upgrade function is not yet unlocked. Oh, okay. I still hope to synthesize a Heavenly Pinnacle Blade. He saw an icon of a long sword radiating a dark golden glow. Its design sharp, clearly not an ordinary item. And noticed that the synthesis list included the Storm Greatsword and the pickaxe he had just complained about. And this serrated short dagger? One long sword plus 3,000 spirit stones? He saw an oddly shaped dagger, which required only the most ordinary white long sword. Recurve bow. One short sword plus 2,000 spirit stones? Guardian armor? Cloth armor plus blue crystal plus 2,000 spirit stones? As Tian Shuzi looked through the items one by one, his mouth widened more and more, his eyes shining brighter. The previous frustration and gloom swept away, replaced by immense excitement. He suddenly slapped his thigh. I knew it. How could your items really be junk, boss? After all this, these things are waiting for us to make something of ourselves. He glanced at the dazzling synthesis options on the light curtain and then at the pile of basic materials on the counter, feeling invigorated. Senior brother, look. Tian Shuzi tugged at Tian Jizi's sleeve. All these whiteboard items we opened can turn into treasures. We're not losing out at all. It's a huge profit. Tian Jizi looked at the synthesis list on the light curtain, his gaze particularly lingering on the final products synthesized from sword-type items. Bloodthirsty Sword, Blade of the Broken King. Although these names were strange, the aura emitted by the icons was exceptionally sharp. As a sword cultivator, he could feel the powerful sword intent contained in these synthesized items. If a large number of these weapons could be synthesized, the strength of the sword cultivators in the Qingqiu sect would increase rapidly. Yu Wuyo observed carefully, not only looking at what could be synthesized, but also calculating the costs and benefits in his mind. Synthesizing a long sword into a serrated short dagger only required 3,000 spirit stones. Synthesizing a short sword into a recurved bow only required 2,000 spirit stones. The spirit stones needed for these syntheses were far lower than the average consumption of directly opening items of equivalent quality. These seemingly simple white items could generate such a variety of powerful equipment through different combinations and spirit stone investments. This synthesis system was simply a fast-track tailored for the sect to enhance its combat power. He looked at Zhang Xing with a deeper gaze. This boss was indeed hiding a lot. Boss, what is the grade of these synthesized items? Yu Wuyo asked. Depending on the synthesis recipe, they're green, blue, and even purple, Zhang Xing replied. For example, the Endless Blade is purple. When Tian Shuzi heard that the Endless Blade was purple, he exclaimed again, Purple. Senior brother, look, that Storm Greatsword and pickaxe of ours, combined with a nimble cloak, can produce a purple weapon. This is much more cost-effective than directly opening blind boxes. He was completely immersed in the joy of synthesis. Tian Jizi nodded, indicating he understood. He looked at the synthesis list on the light curtain, already calculating in his mind. Prioritizing the synthesis of weapons useful to sword cultivators, such as the Endless Blade and other sword-type equipment. Chapter 54. Choose Synthesized Items. Yu Wuyi pointed at the Endless Blade icon on the light screen and looked at Zhang Xing boss. This one, let's start with one. Tinesehash zi imediately lenadin. Spitting as he spoke. Yes. This one, we need that Storm Greatsword and pickaxe, and 200,000 spirit stones. Quick, synthesize it. Zhang Xing collected the spirit stones and tapped a few times on the light screen. Buzz. A flash of purple light surged. A sharp-looking long sword appeared out of thin air on the counter. Zhang Xing picked up the sword and showed it to them. Endless Blade. The effect is very simple. It greatly increases damage. Wow. TNSHZ's eyes widened. Greatly increases damage. Awesome. That's powerful. Yu Wuyi scanned the Endless Blade and pointed to another icon. There's also this. The Blood-Drinking Sword. The spirit stones were deducted, and the light screen flashed again, this time with a hint of red light. A sword with blood-colored patterns appeared. Zhang Xing explained, Blood-Drinking Sword. It can absorb the opponent's spirit energy while cutting, and it can also restore your own injuries. What the heck? TNSHZ's jaw nearly dropped. Cutting while absorbing spirit energy and restoring injuries. My goodness, this is like a perpetual motion machine. Yu Wui remained calm, finally pointing to the item with the strangest name, the Berserk Blade of Gosuo. This one, synthesize it as well. This time, the light was the most peculiar, as if containing a certain violent aura. A bizarre weapon, neither a knife nor a sword, took shape. Zhang Xing looked at this weapon. Gosuo's Berserk Blade, also known as the Sheep Blade. This one is outrageous. The more you cut, the faster your attack speed becomes, and it can absorb spirit energy while accelerating the operation of the spirit energy within you. What? TNSHZ jumped up, pointing at the Berserk Blade, his voice cracking. The faster you cut, and spirit energy, and it speeds up spirit energy circulation. Good heavens, does that even leave a chance for others? Holding this thing means you can just stand there and chop people down. T in New Jersey silently watched the three divine weapons lined up on the counter, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. Yu Wui reached out, picked up the Gosuo's Berserk Blade, examining it closely, his gaze profound, leaving no one knowing what he was thinking. Tien Sagezi circled around the counter, rubbing his hands, gazing at the three swords, nearly drooling. We hit the jackpot. We really struck it rich this time. Sect Master, Senior Brother, we really made it. He suddenly turned to Zhang Xing with admiration on his face. Boss, your synthesis function is simply brilliant. Yu Wui, T New Jersey Z, and TNSHZ left the everything store satisfied. TNSHZ was still dancing around, gesturing wildly, muttering about golden legends and upgrade scrolls. T New Jersey Z tightly held onto the golden jade slip, walking steadily, but the excitement in his eyes was hard to hide. Yu Wui wore a thoughtful expression, seemingly planning the future blueprint of the sect. Zhang Xing leaned against the doorframe, watching the three big clients leave. His smile was as radiant as a flower. He rubbed his hands together, turned back to the counter. We struck it rich. These big-shot cultivators are so generous. Lao Tong, he called out in his mind. Hurry up. Let's tally up how much we have now. Ding. Current remaining spirit stones. 1,100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The system's voice rang coldly. Zhang Xing's eyes brightened. Over 1 million. Not bad, not bad. What are we waiting for? Let's level up. Spend all the spirit stones we have. Ding, command received, beginning to enhance Host's cultivation. A massive warm current instantly swept through Zhang Xing's body. His limbs felt as if they were being reforged. Spirit energy surged and roared within him. Ding, congratulations, host. Cultivation successfully enhanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Zhang Xing felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly froze. Mid-stage of the nascent soul? Is that it? Lao Tong, did you make a mistake? Where's my money? I spent 100,000 spirit stones and only leveled up one stage. Why not just take me straight to the God transformation stage? Ding. Host currently has insufficient spirit stones to advance to the God transformation stage. Insufficient? Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow. How much do I need? Ding. To advance from a nascent soul stage to the God transformation stage, 3 million top-grade spirit stones are required. Zhang Xing's smile instantly stiffened. He dug at his ears, doubting he had heard wrong. How much? 3 million. His voice changed pitch. Zhang Xing slammed the counter. Damn it, Lao Tong. Why don't you just go and rob someone? Ding, already in the process of robbing. The system's voice remained unfazed. Zhang Xing. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. Finally, he slumped in his chair, feeling defeated. You're ruthless. 3 million. Top-grade spirit stones. Where am I supposed to get that, Lao Tong? This is really damn expensive. Just as he was about to curse again, the light at the shop's door suddenly dimmed. Zhang Xing lazily lifted his eyelids. He saw a middle-aged man in a neatly fitted blue Taoist robe standing at the entrance. The man had a furrowed brow and a stern expression, looking serious and unyielding. He exuded an aura of righteousness. TSK. Zhang Xing curled his lip. In this day and age, is everyone who comes in either a shouting demon or a serious righteous figure? Can we have something different? The blue-robed Taoist sharply scanned the store. When he noticed the uncollected egg-blind box shells on the counter, his frown deepened. What were these things? Zhang Xing seemed to hear his inner murmurs. The blue-robed Taoist stepped in, walking steadily with a scrutinizing air. His gaze finally landed on Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing immediately put on a professional fake smile. TSK. Another serious one. Zhang Xing thought as he finished his inner monologue. A sharp sound rang in his mind, nearly scaring his soul out of him. Ding, high-risk target detected. What the heck? Zhang Xing's professional fake smile instantly crumbled, as if frozen in place. Song Wang, peak of the refining void stage. One of the 5 demon kings of the demon god hall. Song Wang. His eyes widened, nearly bouncing out of his chair. Peak of the refining void stage. Damn, Lao Tong, you can't be mistaken, right? The blue-robed Taoist at the door raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhang Xing, filled with some confusion. This kid was just joking around. Why does he suddenly look like he has seen a ghost? Zhang Xing felt a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head. Peak of the refining void stage. That's a demon king level. Just a breath could wipe him out at his current nascent soul level, right? He instinctively swallowed, his palms sweating cold. Wait, why am I scared? Zhang Xing suddenly remembered. Hey! His expression instantly changed back to a nonchalant smirk. Almost forgot. In my everything store, I am invincible. He lazily leaned back in his chair, looking at the entrance with a playful gaze. Why do these demon cultivators dress more properly than the righteous ones? The last arrogant demon lord was like this, and now this Song Wang is too. Song Wang observed the speed at which Zhang Xing's expression changed, his frown tightening further. Crazy and eccentric. This shop owner is indeed not a serious person. Oh, dear customer, please come in. What would you like to see? Our shop has everything, and we don't cheat anyone, young or old. Chapter 55. The things the King of the Crows wants. What do you sell here? The King of the Crows swept his sharp gaze over the counter, his voice sounding quite authoritative. He muttered to himself, this shopkeeper looks rather careless. But his cultivation seemed shrouded in mist, impossible to see through. Zhang Xing grinned widely. Hey, look at what you're asking. Did you see the name of my shop? Everything available. He patted his chest, almost knocking over his chair. Whatever you want, we have it here. The King of the Crow's brow moved slightly, barely noticeable. Oh, his tone was flat, revealing no hint of emotion. Quite a bold statement, though. So, do you have anything that can save one's life? As soon as those words left his mouth, Zhang Xing's expression changed instantly. A peak-level cultivator in the void refinement stage, a being of demon lord caliber, came to him, a mere golden core cultivator, to buy life-saving items? Was he joking? The things that could threaten you would have to be at the integration stage, right? But a fat sheep presenting itself. How could he not take advantage of it? Zhang Xing's smile grew even brighter, tinged with the enthusiasm unique to a shrewd merchant. Yes, we definitely have it. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to sound mysterious. Sir, we have plenty of life-saving items. May I ask which kind you are looking for? He began counting on his fingers. Is it the kind that, with a snap, you're gone but then can jump back to life? Resurrection? Or perhaps, at a critical moment, clang, impervious to blades and fire, where no one can harm you. Temporarily invincible? Or just when you're about to kick the bucket, swish, and you're back to full health, with all your mana and vitality replenished instantly? Zhang Xing spread his hands, wearing an expression that said he was quite knowledgeable. You say, as long as you can think of it, we have it here. If any random cultivator outside heard this, they would probably laugh their heads off. Resurrection? Invincibility? Instant full status? Is he just bragging without any consequences? The King of the Crow's composed face showed no signs of emotion. After pondering for a moment, he spoke in a low voice, then I want the resurrection one. Zhang Xing's smile, however, became even more cheerful. All right, sir, you truly have good taste. He rubbed his hands, like the smoothest broker in the market. But you also know this resurrection, defying fate, comes at a cost. He deliberately dragged out the last word, glancing towards the outside. A few cultivators were peeking around the corner. The golden light from before had completely faded. And now an imposing customer had arrived, drawing their curiosity. Those who understand, understand. Zhang Xing chuckled. How about you first me 100? 000 top-grade spirit stones, to show your sincerity? He held up 2 fingers, his movements so practiced it was as if he had done it for 8 lifetimes. The cultivators outside gasped. Hiss, 100, 000, and top-grade spirit stones. Is the boss crazy? Asking for 100,000 right off the bat? That customer doesn't seem like an easy target. The King of the Crows didn't even raise his eyelids. He merely nodded calmly. Okay. As soon as he spoke, he flipped his wrist slightly. Clang. A heavy storage bag landed on the counter. My goodness. He actually gave it. What kind of background does this person have? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, just like that. Gasps and murmurs erupted outside. The King of the Crows, however, seemed to have not heard, his gaze fixed directly on Zhang Xing, stating plainly, the item I want is called Guardian Angel. Huh? Zhang Xing's smile froze slightly. A hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He actually knew the name? This was getting interesting. Oh, Zhang Xing suddenly realized, dragging out his tone. I thought you looked familiar. Turns out you're referred by an old customer. He mused silently. That arrogant old man, his mouth is quite fast. Has this spread already? All right. Familiar faces make things easier. Zhang Xing's smile remained unchanged while he quickly called out to the system in his mind. System. Quick, check Guardian Angel for this esteemed guest. Ding. Searching for products for the host. Guardian Angel, single-use consumable price, 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Note, effective for cultivators below the integration stage. Guardian Angel, rechargeable type, price, 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Note, effective for cultivators below the integration stage. Can be used again after 10 days. Hiss. Zhang Xing couldn't help but gasp. 20 million? Belmano? His price is steep, really damn steep. He maintained a poker face, swiping his fingers across the counter, causing two ethereal images radiating a soft, holy light to appear in midair. One looked like a small golden wing badge, while the other was larger and more ornate, resembling a miniature angel statue. Sir, look, this guardian angel comes in two types. The smaller one is a single-use item that can save your life at a critical moment, priced at 2 million top-grade spirit stones. The larger one is reusable, can be used every 10 days, but it's a bit pricey at 20 million top-grade spirit stones. He paused deliberately, adding, however, this item only works for cultivators below the integration stage. The crowd of cultivators outside was in an uproar. Guardian Angel? What kind of magical treasure is that? Just the name sounds impressive. 2 million. Top-grade spirit stones. Highway robbery. And 20 million. My goodness. Below the integration stage? That is still quite incredible. Even I'm just at the golden core stage. What kind of background does this boss have to sell such things? The King of the Crow's sharp gaze swept over the two ethereal images, and he frowned slightly. A hint of obvious emotional fluctuation finally appeared on his composed face. Was it dissatisfaction? Boss. The King of the Crow's voice remained low but carried an undeniable pressure. Do you have anything usable for the integration stage or above? Zhang Xing's smile froze slightly. Huh? Above the integration stage? System? Zhang Xing quickly shouted in his mind. Is there anything? Something usable for above the integration stage? Give me a clear answer. Ding. Searching completed. The system's voice sounded cold and emotionless. Guardian Archangel. There really is. Price. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. Puffed. Zhang Xing nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. 200 million. His eyes widened, and his mouth formed an O shape as if two eggs had been stuffed inside. The cultivators outside were also dumbfounded. Above the integration stage? He wants something usable for above the integration stage? Is he out of his mind? Didn't the boss just say it only works for below the integration stage? Is he here to cause trouble? Just look at that boss's expression. He is completely stunned. Effect, instant resurrection, limited to those at the Great Ascension stage or below. Great Ascension stage. Can use it? Zhang Xing felt his mind buzz as if struck by 100 lightning bolts at once. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. Buying a life. A life that even Great Ascension masters can use. Gulp. He struggled to swallow, feeling his throat dry as if it were on fire. The King of the Crow's composed face, with its sharp gaze, was tightly locked onto Zhang Xing, seemingly capturing his momentary stiffness and shock. What's wrong? The King of the Crow's voice remained steady, but with a hint of unnoticeable pressure. Is there nothing? Chapter 56. Guardian Archangel. Sure. Ahem, well, esteemed guest, your request is indeed a bit high. He wiped his finger across the counter, his movements slightly trembling. Buzz. A light more dazzling and holy than the previous golden legend exploded, as if it could purify everything in the world. In the radiance, a more complex and majestic angel statue, seemingly formed from pure divine light, slowly emerged. As soon as this item appeared, the entire shop became blindingly bright, and even the air seemed to thicken, filled with an indescribable vastness and pressure. Oh my God, what kind of light is this? My eyes. I'm going blind. This is even scarier than the previous golden light. The onlooking cultivators outside were instantly in an uproar, with gasps and screams filling the air, and several people crouched down, covering their eyes. Zhang Xing swallowed hard, his throat dry and smoking, pointing at that extraordinarily noble phantom. This is called the Guardian Archangel. The effect, well, it's simple and straightforward. He paused, his voice a bit dreamy. For those at the Great Ascension stage or below, it could bring you back on the spot, fully revived with full health and mana. What? Great. Great Ascension. What did he just say? It can revive those at the Great Ascension stage. Are you out of your mind? Does this kind of thing really exist in this world? What a lie. This is definitely a lie. The discussions outside instantly turned into screams and doubts, and everyone thought the boss must be crazy. Zhang Xing took a deep breath and looked at the normally stern face of the King of Song, which seemed to show a flicker of fluctuation in his deep-set eyes, announcing a number that made even him feel startled. The price, well, he chuckled awkwardly. 200 million. Top-grade spirit stones. Thud. A heavy object fell to the ground outside, as if someone had really fainted from shock. How much? 200 million. Did I hear that right? 200 million top-grade spirit stones. We can't even gather that much for our entire sect. Damn it. It shouldn't be this fast to rob spirit stones, right? Is this boss a deity or a madman? The King of Tsong's sharp gaze was fixed on the phantom of the Guardian Archangel, and he remained silent for a full 3 breaths. His resolute face showed no signs of joy or anger. Then he slowly spoke, his voice deep, yet carrying an unmistakable decisiveness. I'll take it. All right, no problem. Esteemed guest, you truly have an eye for treasure. How refreshing. He rubbed his hands together, his movements noticeably larger than usual, as if cheering himself on. Well, you know the rules of our little shop. He gestured toward the dumbfounded crowd at the door. First pay, then collect the goods. Instantly, there was another round of gasps from outside. Are we really paying? 200 million. My heavens. What does that even mean? He wouldn't actually take it out, would he? This boss is too bold. He really dares to ask for it. What kind of deity is this customer? Or a devil? Zhang Xing forced himself to remain calm, looking at the King of Song with a grin, showing 8 teeth. Pay up. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. Not a single cent less. Absolutely no credit. The King of Song remained expressionless and nodded. He casually tossed a seemingly unremarkable storage bag onto the counter. Count it. His tone was as if he had thrown out 2 ordinary stones. The cultivators outside stretched their necks, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Holy crap, he really gave it. Just this shabby bag? Does it contain 200 million? I don't believe it. You'd have to kill me to convince me. Zhang Xing took a deep breath, pretending to be calm as he picked up the storage bag. All right, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. He shouted inwardly. Scan, quickly. Check if it's enough. Don't mess with me. Ding, comprehensive value assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Total value is 200 million and 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xing nearly couldn't contain the smile on his face. 500,000 more. This Demon King is quite honest. He cleared his throat and placed the storage bag to the side. Esteemed guest, this amount is just right. He made an okay gesture, smiling like a blooming flower. 200 million. All set. Boom. The crowd outside exploded completely. Just right. Damn it. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. And he said it's just right. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Can someone help me? My legs feel weak. The way this boss collects money is even more skilled than I am. The King of Tsong's sharp gaze swept over Zhang Xing, then glanced at the ridiculously noble Guardian Archangel Phantom. Transaction. He uttered 2 words, crisp and decisive. Got it. Zhang Xing quickly swiped across the Phantom. The dazzling holy light instantly condensed and retracted, A palm-sized angel statue, yet seemingly containing endless divine light and majesty, quietly floated above the counter. Your guardian archangel, fresh out of the oven, please sign for it. Zhang Xing made a gesture inviting the king of Tsang to take it. The king of Tsang extended his hand, his movements so fast they were almost imperceptible. The angel statue worth 200 million top-grade spirit stones instantly vanished into his hand. He didn't even glance at it, directly tucking it into his bosom. Then he turned and left. That upright figure didn't stop for a moment, taking just a few steps to exit the shop. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an almost invisible streak of light and disappeared at the end of the street. At the shop entrance, there was complete silence. All the onlooking cultivators stared blankly in the direction where the king of Tsang had vanished, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. He left? Just like that? With something bought for 200 million top-grade spirit stones. He left? Was I dreaming just now? Who on earth was that person? Zhang Xing leaned against the counter, watching the group of cultivators who seemed to have lost their souls, chuckling to himself. He patted the place where he had put the storage bag, as if he could still feel that astonishing wealth. Wow, this demon lord spends money like a madman. 200 million. I've struck it rich. Zhang Xing looked at the group of cultivators outside, who seemed like wooden stakes. Hey, are there more and more people? Was the commotion from those 200 million spirit stones really that big? He raised his chin toward the outside. Hey, what are you all doing standing there? Blocking my sunlight, don't you know? The crowd stirred, looking at each other, all wearing expressions of lingering fear. A slightly bolder cultivator tremblingly cupped his hands. Boss. The person beside him quickly pulled him back, vigorously shaking his head. Another cultivator wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice shaky. And no, nothing, boss, we were just passing by, just watching the excitement. Yes, just watching the excitement. That light was too terrifying. Someone muttered softly, their voice tinged with a sob. 200 million. I've never seen that many zeros in my life. Zhang Xing scoffed, his gaze sweeping over them. Oh, just watching and not buying? He tapped his fingers on the counter, producing a light sound. How boring. Why don't you all try a guardian archangel for yourselves? Since you're so supportive, I'll give you a discounted price. As soon as he said this, the crowd at the entrance collectively took several steps back, as if they had seen a ghost. No. Boss, no way. We can't afford it. A monk turned pale, almost kneeling down. Boss, please spare us. Even if we were dismantled and sold, we couldn't make up the amount. Exactly. We're just poor onlookers. Zhang Xing curled his lips, showing a look of boredom. All right then. He stretched and yawned. Since all the bosses aren't spending, this shop will close early today. He waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Everyone disperse. Come early tomorrow. After saying that, he didn't care about the group of petrified monks outside and turned to walk into the back of the shop. Chapter 57. Breakthrough in Void Refinement. Unlock new functions. Clang. Zhang Xing slammed the shop door shut, leaving the stunned faces outside. Phew. Leaning against the door, he let out a sigh, his heart still pounding. 200 million. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. This is what you call getting rich overnight. Hee. He rubbed his hands together, his smile resembling that of a weasel that just stole a chicken. Lao Dong! Zhang Xing shouted in his heart. Stop sleeping. Get up and work. The money is here. Hurry up. Help me increase my cultivation. Whatever spirit stones you have, throw them all in. Ding, detecting the host's strong desire. Starting to tally the earnings. Current holding of spirit stones, 200 million and 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The system's voice was still cold and emotionless. Zhang Xing waved his hand grandly. No more nonsense. Hurry up. Level up. I want to soar to the skies. Ding, command received, starting to enhance the host's strength. Boom. A warm current 10 times, 100 times more intense than before erupted instantly, sweeping through his entire body. Zhang Xing felt as if he had been thrown into a spirit energy furnace, his bones crackling. Awesome. So damn awesome. Consumed 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Upgraded to the initial stage of God transformation. Just God transformation? Keep going. Consumed 40 million top-grade spirit stones. upgraded to the initial stage of void refinement. Void refinement. Ha ha. Again, consumed 100 million top-grade spirit stones, upgraded to the mid-stage of void refinement. The warm current suddenly stopped. Zhang Xing, huh? He was stunned, feeling the surging power within him, which seemed not yet at its peak. This is all? Hey, Lao Dong, what is going on? Where's my money? Over 200 million spirit stones. Ding. The host's current spirit stone balance, 62 million top-grade spirit stones. To upgrade to the late stage of void refinement, 100 million top-grade spirit stones are required. What the hell? Zhang Xing's voice shot up an octave, nearly cracking. From mid-stage to late stage of void refinement, it requires 100 million. He felt his head buzz. No. Lao Tong, how do you calculate these fees? Are you robbing me? Ding. The spirit stones required for cultivation upgrades are as follows. 1,000 spirit stones can reach the peak of chi refinement. 10,000 spirit stones can reach the peak of foundation establishment. 100,000 spirit stones can reach the peak of golden core. 1 million spirit stones can reach the peak of nascent soul. Zhang Xing listened and nodded. From early nascent soul to early god transformation, it requires 3 million top-grade spirit stones. That is still okay. From early god transformation to early void refinement, it requires 40 million top-grade spirit stones. This, getting a bit pricey. From early void refinement to early integration, it requires 400 million top-grade spirit stones. How much? Zhang Xing's eyes nearly popped out. For 100 million. From early integration to early great ascension, it requires 40 billion top-grade spirit stones. Stop. Hold on. Zhang Xing hurriedly called for a stop, feeling his heart and lungs twitching. Don't say any more. If this goes on, I'm afraid my Tao heart will waver. 40 billion? Then wouldn't the next stage be 400 billion? For trillion? I wouldn't even be able to sell but to make that much. He slumped into a chair, feeling that life had turned gray again. Damn it, just when I thought I was rich, I suddenly became a pauper. Lao Dong, you heartless one, he weakly cursed. Is there nothing else? Like unlocking some new functions to comfort my wounded soul? Ding, the host cultivation has broken through to the god transformation stage, unlocking the upgrade function. You can consume spirit stones and specific materials to enhance designated items by 1 quality. Upgrade? Zhang Xing's eyes lit up slightly. Can I upgrade white to green, green to blue, purple to gold? Theoretically feasible. Specific consumption depends on the item. Hey, this is good. Zhang Xing's spirits lifted a bit. What else? What about the void refinement stage? Surely there must be something impressive, right? Ding. The host cultivation has broken through to the void refinement stage, unlocking the carry outside function. The host can carry the system body outside the shop range. After leaving the shop, the system will no longer provide the invincible domain, but if the host encounters malicious attacks without external causes, the system will automatically retaliate to a limited extent. Please rest assured to go out and work hard to earn spirit stones. What? Zhang Xing suddenly jumped up from his chair. Carry outside. I can use it after leaving the shop, and it can automatically retaliate. He spun around in excitement. Wow. Lao Dong, you finally did something right. Doesn't this mean I can go out and have fun? 400 million. 40 billion. Just wait. I'm going to earn it back right now. Zhang Xing clenched his fists, his eyes reigniting with fierce flames. What is there to fear about being poor? As long as I can go out and cause some trouble. Mid-stage of void refinement. Ha! I'm also a big shot now. Feeling the surging power within him, Zhang Xing was so thrilled he nearly took off. I can finally get out of this broken shop. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his mind filled with images of showing off outside. 1 step, 2 steps. He strode confidently toward the door, reaching the door just as he was about to open it. Wait. Zhang Xing suddenly froze. He looked down at his fists. I seem to only know how to throw spirit energy all at once. No cultivation methods, no weapons, no skills. Just going out like this? Zhang Xing imagined encountering an enemy and then, like a fool, only being able to randomly throw out spirit energy. Wow. Wouldn't that make me an idiot with mere cultivation level? If someone saw me, where would I put my face? Wouldn't I be laughed at by those onlookers? The excitement on his face instantly faded, replaced by a look of constipation. Lao, Tong, he screamed in his mind. Help! Give me something to defend myself. Weapons, technique, skills, anything. Ding, the warehouse has been opened. Please choose from it. The system's cold voice rang out. Zhang Xing was stunned for a moment. What the? Directly opening the warehouse? His mouth twitched, revealing a knowing smirk. Ha! I knew it. You wanted me to go out and earn money, right? Let me see what's in the warehouse. With a thought, it was as if an endless virtual space unfolded before him. Countless light spots hovered within, each representing an item. A dazzling array, it nearly blinded his eyes. Whoa! He couldn't help but exclaim softly. This warehouse is even more outrageous than he imagined. He tried to concentrate, wanting to see one of the light spots clearly. Great immortal technique? Zhang Xing rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had misread. This thing, ISNT, the one that Sun Wukong practiced? The top cultivation method from Journey to the West. His heart raced wildly. I'm rich. I'm really going to be rich. With this, what void refinement or integration? ISNT in a matter of minutes. He then looked at another unusually dazzling light cluster nearby. Zhang Xing felt like he was about to suffocate. Even a monkey staff is here. If he could go out wielding the golden cudgel and using the great immortal technique. The image was too beautiful to imagine. He suppressed his excitement and continued browsing. Flash, heal, ghosting, the summoner skill icons from League of Legends lay quietly there. Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruined King, Guardian Angel. Items he had previously sold or synthesized surprisingly had backups in the warehouse. There were also 8-9 mysteries, twin blades of the three spheres. Yang Jian's signature skills. There were even ginseng fruit, peach of immortality. Zhang Xing was almost drooling. If he took everything in this warehouse out, let alone the righteous and demonic paths, the entire Tai Su realm would probably have to kneel before him. His gaze swept over rows of skills, weapons, elixirs, and miscellaneous items. He was starting to feel overwhelmed with choices. Calm down, calm down. Zhang Xing slapped his own face. The urgent task at hand was to address his lack of combat ability despite having a high realm. He definitely needed to choose an impressive skill. The weapon also had to match, plus combat techniques and movement skills. He looked at the shiny, Rui golden cudgel and then at the great immortal technique. It seemed a bit too flashy. Besides, these top-tier items probably had astronomical price tags. He glanced at the corner where the required contribution points or spirit stones were indicated, and sure enough, the zeros behind were too many for him to count. Lao Dong, you really haven't changed. Zhang Xing's mouth twitched a little. However, compared to before when he had spirit stones with nowhere to spend them, at least he now had a goal. In terms of defense, the system could only counterattack to a limited extent after leaving the shop. But for active defense skills, their priority could be slightly lowered. Right now, the most important thing was to first get a set that could fight. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the void refining stage, going out would just make him a punching bag, which would be too embarrassing. Let's start with something basic and practical. Zhang Xing began to carefully sift through the warehouse. Chapter 58. The Choice of Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing's eyes were frantically scanning the virtual warehouse, like a bandit who had stumbled into a treasure mountain. The technique area was shining with golden light, great immortal technique, and 8-9 mystical art, made his mouth water. The weapon area was even more outrageous. Rui golden cudgel and 3-pointed 2-edged blade were quietly floating, exuding an aura of destruction. But when he saw the number of spirit stones or contribution points required for exchange, the zeros behind were enough to make him dizzy. Lao Dong, you really are my dear little cotton-padded jacket. Knowing I'm poor and still showing me these, he pouted, deciding to look for something more practical first. With only the cultivation of the void refinement stage, going out could get him slapped to death, and that would be quite a joke. First, he needed some equipment. Then pick a not-too-expensive technique to make do. He muttered to himself, searching among a pile of miscellaneous glowing orbs. Suddenly, a particularly dazzling light, which wasn't from a technique or divine weapon, caught his attention. The light presented a majestic and domineering golden color, shaped like a armor. Zhang Xing curiously leaned in to examine it. What is this? The information of the glowing orb slowly emerged. Complete set of Emperor armor. Zhang Xing was stunned, thinking he was seeing things. Emperor armor? Which emperor? He blinked hard to confirm. Sure enough, those 4 big characters were there. There was also a line of small text below. From the game Armored Warrior, Legend of Combat, Zhang Xing. For a moment, he didn't know what expression to make. Armored Warrior? A game? Lao Tong, what strange things have you stuffed into this warehouse? His mouth twitched as he continued to read. Effect, 300 all-around enhancement after transformation. Puffed. Zhang Xing almost choked on his own saliva. 300%, all around. His eyes widened instantly, and his breathing quickened a bit. What the hell does that mean? It's like having 3 more of himself as support out of thin air. An all-around support at that. He hurriedly looked at the specific items included. Includes Aurora Sword, Aurora Shield, Emperor War Spear, Emperor Steed, Light Emperor War Dragon. Sealing box. Zhang Xing's mouth widened more and more, almost dislocating his jaw. Weapons are taken care of. Aurora Sword. Emperor Vashpia. Shield are taken care of. Aurora Shield. Mounts are taken care of. Emperor Steed. Even Light Emperor War Dragon. A dragon? He can summon a dragon to fight. And the last one. Sealing box. Sounds like it stores loot. Holy crap. Zhang Xing couldn't hold back any longer and excitedly slapped his thigh. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Lao Dong, you're my brother. This is awesome. Compared to the Golden Cudgel or Great Immortal Technique, this thing seems more direct, more violent. Just wearing it makes you stronger. Simple and crude. And it's a full-service set. Even mounts and pets are included. Just imagine, wearing the dazzling Golden Emperor armor, riding the Emperor Steed with a Light Emperor War Dragon by your side. That picture, the prestige, instantly maxed out. This is it. Zhang Xing's eyes sparkled like a hungry wolf. Lao Dong, hurry. This complete set of Emperor armor. How much? Give me a straight answer. He just wanted to immediately, right now, get this incredibly cool armor in hand. Wearing this out, who would dare mess with me? Ding, complete set of Emperor armor. Item has been issued. Zhang Xing's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality from the warehouse. He saw a golden, uniquely shaped belt floating in front of him. The main body of the belt was dark gold, with a rotatable Taiji yin-yang fish pattern in the center and 2 slot-like structures on each side, radiating an indescribable sense of majesty. Emperor belt. Is this the activator? Zhang Xing reached out to pick up the belt, feeling a slight heaviness, with the characteristic cold touch of metal. But he could also faintly sense the immense energy contained within. He couldn't wait to take off his old belt and wrap the Emperor belt around his waist. With a click, the belt automatically locked tight, fitting perfectly. Hey, it's pretty smart. Zhang Xing grinned, feeling like his momentum was different now. He took 2 steps back, struck a pose, and quickly recalled the scenes he had seen before. The pose needs to be cool, and the momentum needs to be strong. He took a deep breath, placed his left hand on his hip, and with his right hand, he brought his index and middle fingers together, suddenly pointing forward with all his strength, shouting with full force, Emperor Armor Fusion. The voice echoed in the empty back room. Then, there was no then. The surroundings fell silent, with only him maintaining that slightly cringy pose. The expected scene of dazzling golden light and explosive transformation effects did not appear at all. Zhang Xing held the pose, his expression slowly freezing. Huh? He blinked. No reaction? Did I mess up? Lao Dong, this 50 million thing of yours isn't a counterfeit, is it? Breaking down at a critical moment? Zhang Xing maintained that slightly cringy pose, and his expression began to falter. He had shouted so loudly, but nothing happened, and he felt embarrassed to the point of wanting to cry. Lao Dong, come out. Is this broken belt a defective product? Whereas the Emperor armor you promised. 50 million for a display item? Refund. The system showed no response, and probably couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Zhang Xing frowned, beginning to pace in place while muttering. No, wait. I remember when I watched that Armored Warrior in my past life. It seemed like just shouting a slogan wasn't enough. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Right? That thing in the middle of the belt, the Taiji diagram. It seems. Needs to be set in motion? He looked down at the Emperor belt around his waist. The black and white yin-yang fish pattern was indeed very eye-catching. Ancient and mysterious. Let us try again. Zhang Xing stood firm again. This time his expression was much more serious. He raised his left hand, as if that would add some momentum. His right hand was no longer just pointing, but placed on the gear next to him. He took another deep breath, his eyes filled with expectation and determination. Emperor Armor, Fusion. The moment the voice fell, he exerted force with his right hand, vigorously turning that gear. Buzz. This time, it worked. The Taiji yin-yang fish pattern on the belt instantly came to life, spinning rapidly, bursting forth with even more dazzling golden light than before. The light filled the entire backroom. Countless tiny golden light points appeared out of thin air, as if drawn by an invisible force, quickly gathering together. Clang, clang, clang. Crisp and rhythmic metallic collision sounds rang out continuously. Pieces of sharp-edged, shimmering golden armor plates, with flowing light, as if alive, precisely covered his limbs and torso. Chest armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, leg armor. The armor pieces fit seamlessly together, rapidly forming an extraordinary full set of armor. Finally, a domineering helmet resembling a dragon's head slowly descended from above, perfectly connecting with the armor below, covering his head securely. The golden light suddenly retracted. Standing in place was no longer Zhang Xing in ordinary clothes, but a towering giant clad in dazzling gold, exuding strength and supreme majesty. Armor Fusion, Chapter 59, Emperor Armor. Fusion. A cold, emotionless mechanical, synthesized voice abruptly echoed in his mind, as if it were the final confirmation of this successful transformation. Zhang Xing stood in place, slightly moving his fingers. The armor covering his entire body brought a cold and solid touch, yet inside it seemed to harbor terrifying power about to erupt like a volcano. His vision underwent a marvelous change. Everything before him appeared to be shrouded in a faint golden halo, yet was clearer than ever. He tried to clench his fist. The metallic gauntlet emitted a dull, heavy friction sound, and an unprecedented sense of immense power surged from his arms straight to his brain. Wow! Zhang Xing couldn't help but exclaim softly, his voice carrying a peculiar metallic quality through the helmet's barrier. This feeling, exhilarating, 100% all-around enhancement. This is not just simple 1 + 1 = 2, but a comprehensive explosion in growth. Strength, speed, defense. Even the efficiency of spiritual energy operation felt like it had reached an unfathomable level. This feeling is taking off. He focused his mind and tried to sense the other things that came with the armor. The Aurora Sword, Aurora Shield, Emperor Battle Spear seemed to have transformed into some kind of information flow stored within the core of the belt's Tai Chi disc, ready to be summoned into physical form at any moment with his thoughts. There was also the Emperor Steed and the Light Emperor Battle Dragon, which felt like two contractual partners he could summon at any time. As for that demon sealing box, it seemed to be a special storage space, specifically for holding loot. Hey, a full-service package, how considerate. Zhang Xing patted his shimmering golden breastplate with satisfaction, producing a clanging sound. Lao Tong, prepare to switch modes, he said mentally to the system. Ding, carry out function activated. The system core will move with the host, and the shop will enter standby mode. Please note, once outside the shop's range, the invincible domain will become ineffective, and the system will only provide limited passive counterattacks. I know. Stop being so verbose. Zhang Xing waved his hand impatiently, even though doing so in armor looked a bit comical. Limited counterattacks are enough. Is there really someone so blind as to attack a refining void stage expert in Emperor armor? He walked to the back door of the shop, feeling the commotion and spiritual energy fluctuations coming from outside. That previous transaction of 200 million spirit stones must have caused quite a stir. There might still be many people lingering outside. Perfect, let me go out and show you all a thing or two. Before, he could only show off inside the shop. Now it was time for the entire Qingyang town, no, the entire cultivation world, to witness the strength of a cash player from another world. After holding back for so long, he could finally go out for a stroll. Zhang Xing took a deep breath, even though there was no air inside the helmet. He lifted his foot covered in golden armor and kicked the back door open. To those unsophisticated natives outside, your emperor, your father, has arrived. Zhang Xing raised his heavily armored foot and delivered a powerful kick to the seemingly flimsy back door. Bang! Wood shards flew, and the entire door exploded outward, breaking into several pieces. Light flooded in, outlining the imposing silhouette of the golden-armored giant at the entrance. The few cultivators who had been peeking from the corner of the alley, curious about the earlier flash of golden light, were instantly frozen in place by the sight at the door. Their eyes widened like copper bells, and their mouths hung open, enough to fit a duck egg. This is... One cultivator's voice trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at the figure at the door, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. What is that thing? It radiated blinding golden light, its form exuding power and majesty, every edge seemingly containing explosive energy. What struck terror into their hearts even more was the spiritual pressure emanating from the armored giant. Fushed, overwhelming, unfathomable. Refining void. Another cultivator exclaimed in shock, the color drained from his face. Are you kidding me? Although spiritual energy is the core of the Tao League, refining void experts are not commonly seen. Only at certain strongholds would one find them. The shop owner is actually a refining void powerhouse, and wearing such a unheard of, unseen splendid armor? Wow, this armor is too cool, someone exclaimed instinctively, their tone filled with shock and a hint of envy. Yes, just look at that luster, that design. Simply amazing. Wait, refining void. Is he really a big shot in a refining void? After a brief moment of awe, fear quickly regained its foothold. A refining void expert. That's a presence that would make the entire Qingyang town tremble at a stomp. Zhang Xing stood at the entrance, feeling the surging power within him and the mixed gazes of fear, daze, and curiosity from outside, and he felt incredibly comfortable. After holding back for so long, he could finally meet people again. Moreover, he made his entrance in this incredibly cool way. He slightly moved his neck, and the metallic helmet emitted a faint friction sound. Excellent visibility, a full 360-degree view with no blind spots. And it even has night vision and thermal sensing. Not bad, not bad. He raised his right hand, covered in golden gauntlets, and casually snapped his fingers. A golden arc seemed to flash at his fingertips. The few cultivators outside were so frightened they took a step back in unison, nearly crashing into each other. Big shot. Senior, an older-looking cultivator, suppressing his inner fear, stammered and bowed. We meant no offense. We were just passing by. Zhang Xing remained silent, merely tilting his helmet and scanning them with the golden glowing goggles. These guys were really into the show, just now. He chuckled inwardly. Now you know to be afraid? Too late. Today, I'm in a good mood. So I'm going out for a stroll to give you all a show. He stepped forward with his right foot, clad in golden battle boots, and stomped heavily on the bluestone pavement of the alley. Crack. A faint sound echoed as the hard bluestone cracked into a web of fine fissures centered around his stepping point. The few cultivators' eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat flowing down their temples. They felt like their hearts were about to leap out of their throats, not daring to breathe. Zhang Xing took in their reactions with delight, feeling very pleased. This is the effect I wanted. However, just walking out like this didn't seem flashy enough. After all, he was a refining void expert, and a refining void expert in Emperor armor at that. His entrance had to be unique. Right, the rest also amount. The Emperor's steed, and even a dragon. Zhang Xing concentrated his thoughts and sensed the core of the Emperor belt at his waist again. Come forth, my big guy. Emperor's steed. He silently chanted in his mind with a strong desire to summon. Almost instantly, the sky at the end of the alley suddenly lit up. A golden beam of light, even more dazzling than during his transformation, shot up into the sky as if it were going to pierce the heavens. In the distance, a voice reminiscent of ancient dragon roars reverberated through the clouds, as if it were from the primordial chaos. That sound carried supreme majesty, causing the few cultivators to feel their blood surge and nearly kneel on the spot. A dragon roar? Look up at the sky. The few of them exclaimed in horror. They looked up in shock. There, a dragon formed entirely of pure golden holy light tore through the clouds, descending gracefully. The dragon's body was large and agile, each scale shimmering with divine radiance, its eyes exuding majesty, looking down upon all living beings. The indescribable dragon might radiated like a tangible force, causing the air in the entire alley to seem as if it had solidified. The faces of the few cultivators turned pale, their bodies shaking like chaff. Hey, true dragon. A dragon made of light? My goodness, what kind of divine technique is this? One person rolled their eyes and fainted from fright. The remaining few also collapsed to the ground, lacking the strength to even stand up. The golden giant dragon circled in the air, its massive head slightly lowered, seemingly paying respect to Zhang Xing. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the enormous dragon body began to rapidly shrink and transform. 10,000 rays of golden light flowed, as if time were reversing and the stars were being reshaped. In the blink of an eye, the majestic golden giant dragon vanished. In its place was an extraordinary warhorse, equally radiant in golden hue, exuding a sense of power and futuristic technology, quietly hovering in front of Zhang Xing. This is the Emperor's steed. Zhang Xing looked at the masterpiece before him, feeling the faint spiritual connection with the Emperor's steed, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The special effects are perfect. This level of prestige is off the charts. With a slight movement of his mind, the body covered in Emperor armor lightly floated upwards. Without using any strength, he steadily landed on the back of the Emperor's steed. There seemed to be a kind of resonance between the mount and the armor, with power flowing silently. Let us go. Chapter 60, The Invitation from the Tao Alliance. He issued a command in his heart. The Emperor's steed let out a silent neigh, and the space beneath its hooves slightly distorted. There was no howling wind, no earth-shattering sounds. The figure of the man and horse instantly became blurred, transforming into an extreme golden streak of light. Whoosh! It seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, the golden light flashing and disappearing completely in the narrow alley. Only a few startled cultivators were left behind, along with a faint trace of what seemed to be a lingering sacred aura in the air. What was that? It ran away. That golden light vanished without a trace. The dead silence of the alley was broken by trembling whispers. At this moment, Zhang Xing was experiencing unprecedented speed. The scenery around him rapidly receded, blurring into a mass of light and shadow. Yet, he felt not a shred of wind pressure, as if an invisible barrier separated him from the outside world. The Emperor's steed carried him out of the alley, instantly soaring into the sky. The buildings of Lingdu rapidly shrank beneath his feet. Ha ha ha! Amazing! An uncontrollable sense of excitement exploded in his chest, releasing a muffled yet exhilarating laughter through the metallic resonance of his armor. This is the power of the void refining stage. This is the enhancement of the Emperor's armor. This is the feeling of freedom. He just wanted to fly around Lingdu a few times, letting everyone see this golden light streaking across the sky. As for where to go next, let us fly freely first. This outfit cannot be worn for nothing. Zhang Xing was immersed in the thrill of high-speed flight, as the Emperor's steed transformed into a streak of light, leaving Lingdu behind. The power of the void refining stage, combined with the 300% enhancement of this armor, was simply too exhilarating. Wind sounds? Non-existent. The armor came with a force field that not even a hair could move. Visibility? 360 degrees without dead angles. Equipped with zoom and thermal sensing, better than the top-tier drones of his previous life. Is this what it feels like to be a big shot? Love it. He even couldn't help but hum a little tune, but unfortunately, the helmet's soundproofing was too good, and he couldn't hear himself. Just as he was about to fly around Lingdu again to appreciate the grandeur of this cultivation world's main city, suddenly, a clear female voice came from his side. Not loud, yet piercing through the barrier of his armor. Fellow Taoist, please hold on. Huh? Zhang Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively pulled the reins of the Emperor's steed to a stop. The golden warhorse hovered in midair. He turned his head, covered by the golden dragon helmet, to look at the source of the voice. Not far away, a woman in a simple Taoist robe stood gracefully in the wind, her face beautiful and her gaze calm, quietly watching him. It was impossible to discern her cultivation level, but she was clearly not an ordinary character. City management? Or some Sects law enforcement team? Zhang Xing quickly calculated in his mind. With his current appearance, shining in gold and riding a steed that was obviously not mundane. Speeding through the air above the main city was indeed a bit too ostentatious. Fellow Taoist, may I ask why you were speeding through the skies above Lingdu? The woman spoke again, her tone still flat, revealing no emotions. Zhang Xing did not answer immediately. He observed her through the golden visor, pondering how to respond. Should he directly state his name? Claim to be some shop owner? That seemed a bit demeaning. Should he say he was just passing by? Passing by in this emperor's armor? No one would believe that. He cleared his throat, attempting to make his voice sound steady and imposing through the synthesized effects of the armor. This seat, cough. I came out to get some fresh air and enjoy the scenery. As soon as he said that, he felt a bit foolish. Getting fresh air while wearing full coverage armor? The woman slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly surprised by this response. Her gaze swept over Zhang Xing and the emperor's steed, and a barely perceptible ripple seemed to pass through her eyes. It is not permitted to fly at high speed above Lingdu for non-emergency matters. Do you understand, fellow Taoist? Her voice remained calm, but her words carried a hint of persuasion. Zhang Xing scoffed inwardly. Rules? I just got released from the shop, and I'm still bursting with energy. However, since I'm new here, it's better not to be too arrogant. What if the other party is a hidden big shot? With his void refining stage cultivation and the armor, who knows if he could win in a fight? Oh, there's such rules? He pretended to have a sudden realization, his tone carrying a hint of innocence. Apologies, apologies. I'm new to this place and don't quite understand the rules. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, he secretly urged his spiritual energy, ready to flee at any moment. If he couldn't win, running away wasn't too shameful. Fellow Taoist, please hold on. The woman called out to Zhang Xing again. Zhang Xing muttered to himself again. Didn't we agree she was just giving a reminder? He stopped the emperor's steed, hovering in midair, turning his golden helmet toward her. Is there something else? His voice, coming through the armor, had a dull metallic quality, making it impossible to discern his emotions. The woman's gaze was calm as she looked him up and down, taking in the dazzling golden armor and the extraordinary warhorse. I can see that you are not a member of the demonic race. She slowly spoke, her voice still cold. Zhang Xing's heart stirred. Oh, not pursuing responsibility, but here to conduct a background check. He remained silent, waiting for her to continue. May I ask if you can join our Dao alliance in resisting the invasion of the demonic race? The woman finally stated her purpose. Huh? Zhang Xing almost thought he misheard. Join to resist the demons? Looking at his flashy attire and recalling his ostentatious entrance just now, was this woman perceptive or just a bit off? A newcomer just released from the shop with void refining cultivation that was forcibly pushed by the system, relying on this armor to maintain appearances. Did she really consider him important enough to invite? Dao Alliance? He repeated the name, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Resisting the invasion of the demonic race? That sounded troublesome. However, trouble often comes with opportunities. For example, more spirit stones? Why are you so sure that I am not of the demonic race? Zhang Xing countered, the corner of his mouth curling slightly beneath the golden visor. He was curious to hear how this city management would respond. The woman seemed taken aback by his question, but only paused for a moment. Although your aura is vast and unfamiliar, it lacks the brutality and chaos that is deeply ingrained in the demonic race. Moreover, she paused, her gaze momentarily lingering on the extremely ornate and ostentatious design of the Emperor's armor. The demonic race rarely possesses treasures or armors of such style. Zhang Xing almost couldn't hold it together. So it's because my outfit is too bright, not like the demonic race's style? That reasoning is quite persuasive. He cleared his throat to mask the impulse to laugh. I see. He feigned an understanding expression. Resisting the invasion of the demonic race sounds like a righteous cause. I just wonder, as an outsider, what benefits might I gain from getting involved? He straightforwardly brought up the matter. Discussing justice and ideals was less practical than discussing tangible benefits. The woman's gaze seemed to waver slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Protecting Lingdu and safeguarding the people is the duty of the Dao Alliance cultivators. If you're willing to lend a hand, the Dao Alliance will certainly not treat you unfairly. Rewards and punishments will be clearly defined. Her words were flawless, very official. Zhang Xing scoffed, as expected, a standard response. However, rewards and punishments sounded acceptable. It was just right to test the power of this Emperor's armor and see if he could make some extra gains. This could be interesting. He controlled the Emperor's steed to move a little closer. Dao Alliance is currently short on manpower. The demon clan is powerful, and any bit of strength is invaluable. The woman's response was very concise. All right then. Zhang Xing pretended to ponder for a moment. Since my friend has extended such a warm invitation, I will think about it. The woman nodded gently. Your high righteousness is greatly appreciated by everyone in the Lingdu Dao Alliance. Her words remained calm, revealing little emotion, as if she were merely stating a fact. Zhang Xing mumbled to himself, high righteousness? I'm just considering whether there's any benefit to gain. However, it sounded quite pleasant to hear. He controlled the Emperor armor, producing a faint sound of metal friction, and didn't respond, pretending to be profound and inscrutable. After all, wearing this outfit, he had to maintain the right momentum. The woman noticed that he didn't immediately express his intentions and didn't press further. She simply took out a blue jade talisman. The talisman was palm-sized, engraved with intricate cloud patterns, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. This is the Dao Alliance's communication talisman. If you decide to assist, simply infuse it with spiritual energy to contact the elder stationed in Lingdu. Zhang Xing reached out to take it. The golden metallic gauntlet contrasting oddly with the smooth jade talisman. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and the quality was decent. All right, I'll take it. He casually put the talisman away, but was calculating in his mind. This thing looks ordinary. I hope they aren't stingy when it comes to rewards later. The woman added, recently, the demonic energy in the north has been unusually rampant, suggesting signs of high-level demon clan activities. If you plan to travel nearby, please be extra cautious. The north? High-level demon clan? Zhang Xing's heart stirred. Just right. I just got new gear, and I'm worried about not having a place to test it out. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Understood. He replied in his unique, synthesized voice, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Seeing this, the woman seemed to feel her purpose had been achieved and said no more. She slightly bowed to Zhang Xing as a form of greeting. Then, her form transformed into a faint blue smoke, drifting backward. In a few flashes, she merged into the clouds and disappeared. Zhang Xing hovered in place, watching the direction in which the woman vanished. It felt as if the touch of the talisman still lingered in his hand. Hey, just got released, and there's already a task? He rotated his neck, covered by the golden helmet, producing a crackling sound, and looked towards the eastern city gate. The golden light in his eyes seemed to shine even brighter. The demon clan, huh? Just try to test out my 50 million spirit stone skin. Emperor armor. First battle in the novice village. Let's go. With a thought, the Emperor's steed beneath him let out a silent neigh. The golden radiance brightened once more, even more dazzling than before. Whoosh. Chapter 61. Heading north, the Emperor's steed transformed into a streak of golden lightning, tearing through the sky as it raced towards the eastern city gate, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. After speeding around a few times, Zhang Xing's excitement finally calmed down a bit. The earlier commotion, combined with his brief encounter with the Dao Alliance members, had made him more composed. Wandering around in this shiny golden armor did seem a bit too conspicuous. If he were to be entangled by the Dao Alliance or attract some unnecessary trouble, that wouldn't be good. Low profile was still the way to go. With a thought, he deactivated the combined state of the Emperor's armor. The dazzling golden light quickly retracted, and the armor pieces covering his body transformed into light spots that dissipated, reassembling into the ancient Emperor's belt, which he tied around his waist. Losing the 300% all-around enhancement from the armor brought a sense of emptiness, but the vast spiritual power within him from the refining void stage still surged abundantly. He looked down at his ordinary clothing and felt the uncontrolled, restless fluctuations of spiritual power trying to seep out. Oh no, he had forgotten that he couldn't conceal his aura. With his refining void cultivation, wasn't he just like a big light bulb, shining wherever he went? He attempted to use his mind to control the spiritual power, trying to shove it back into his dantian. However, the spiritual power was like a mischievous child, refusing to listen and continuing to spread outward. Damn it, Zhang Xing wailed in his heart. Couldn't there be a beginner's tutorial to teach him how to hide his cultivation? Just providing the realm without any accompanying skills was useless. The system remained unresponsive and aloof. Zhang Xing twitched the corner of his mouth. In his current situation, cultivators below the refining void stage might not perceive the depth of his cultivation, only feeling that his aura was extraordinary. But if he encountered someone at the transformation stage or above, their divine sense could easily sweep through. Crap, that would be like running naked on the street, complete with a spotlight effect. If they saw a great master at the refining void stage who couldn't even control his own aura, where would he put his face? Wouldn't he be seen as some bumpkin from a corner or a fool gone mad? Zhang Xing felt a pang of toothache. It seemed impossible to completely hide himself. He could only try to be as low-key as possible in his actions and avoid provoking trouble. He looked around and fixed his gaze on a seemingly inconspicuous little shop selling basic cultivation techniques by the roadside. All right, this will do. He tried to make himself look ordinary and walked into the shop. Inside, an old man at the foundation establishment stage was dozing off, seemingly unaware of his big light bulb presence. Zhang Xing quickly scanned the shelves and picked the cheapest, most common jade slip for the breath concealment technique. According to the description, it was meant for Qi training and foundation establishment disciples. He dropped a few spirit stones and picked up the jade slip to leave. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids. Finding a secluded corner, Zhang Xing immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. The recorded method was painfully simple. Just a few routes for spiritual energy and several hand seals. For his current level, it was as easy as 1 + 1 = 2. Hey, the mind of someone at the refining void stage really works well. He tried to operate his spiritual power according to the method in the jade slip. The originally freely radiating aura gradually contracted, as if being pulled in by an invisible hand. After a moment, the overwhelming spiritual pressure indeed retracted by more than half. The effect was decent, although it still felt a bit hard to conceal, like a thin veil over a 100-watt light bulb. However, ordinary divine senses at the transformation stage probably wouldn't detect the specific depth unless they investigated closely. But if he encountered someone skilled in probing secret techniques or of a higher cultivation, they would likely see through at a glance. Whatever, Zhang Xing pouted. Since he couldn't completely hide it, this would have to do. It was better than being a moving signal tower just moments ago. Besides, he was planning to head north to find trouble with the Demon Clan. If he hid too well, what if the Demon Clan didn't come looking for him? He determined the direction and headed towards the northern gate of the spirit capital. Just out of Novice Village, he needed to find a few monsters to test his skills. The Demon Clan, huh? Just wait, your father is coming. At the Qingshu Sword Sect, inside the conference hall, Tian Xuanzi paced back and forth in the hall, his gray eyebrows tightly knitted, clearly troubled. It wasn't until a flash of light appeared at the hall door and several familiar auras emerged that he abruptly stopped, anxiously looking over. Sovereign Yuio entered the hall steadily, followed by the weary Tian Jizi and Tian Shuzi. Tian Xuanzi hurriedly greeted them, his face displaying undisguised concern. Sovereign, junior brother, how did the trip go? Yuio calmly nodded, his voice revealing little fluctuation. It was acceptable, with some unexpected gains. Upon hearing this, Tian Xuanzi's anxious heart relaxed a bit, but his gaze remained fixed on the three, waiting for more details. The shop they had visited was named Everything Available, and its merchandise was astonishing, with the shopkeeper being even more mysterious. He paused, seemingly recalling the scene at the time. I and the two junior brothers. Before Yuio's words were finished, a sharp and urgent shout suddenly pierced the atmosphere within the hall. Report. A disciple responsible for guarding rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face as pale as paper. Emergency military situation. A large number of Demon Clan traces have been discovered outside the northern city wall, and the vanguard has begun to assault the defenses. The offensive is fierce. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The earlier discussion about the peculiar shop completely dissipated. The curiosity and doubt on Tian Xuanzi's face were replaced with deep worry and killing intent. Yuio's expression suddenly turned cold, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The Demon Clan dares to launch a direct assault on the spirit capital? Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately issued orders. Convey the message down. Sect disciples. Gather according to the plan and rush to the northern city wall immediately. Tian Xian, you are fully responsible for the internal coordination and rear support. Tian Xuanzi, he solemnly accepted the command. Yes. Sovereign. Yu Wuyo turned to Tian Jizi and Tian Shuzi, his voice firm. Tian Jizi, Tian Shuzi, follow me to the city wall and confront these reckless demon brats. Yes. Sovereign. Tian Jizi and Tian Shuzi responded in unison, their battle intent rising. Tian Shuzi even rubbed his fists, spitting angrily. Oof. These demon brats are really asking for death by looking for trouble. Yu Wuyo said no more, waving his sleeve as he swiftly headed towards the hall exit. The matter of the shop could wait until later. Right now, dealing with the enemy was the priority. Chapter 62, The Strength King. Outside Qingshu City, demonic energy churned, and dark clouds pressed down on the city. The Strength King, from the Qingshu Sword Sect, was acting a bit strange. The voice of the Nine Nether King was hoarse, carrying a hint of gravity. The Strength King responded in a deep, resonant voice. A group of stubborn ants, what waves can they possibly stir? The Nine Nether King shook his head. His eyes under the black mist seemed to flicker for a moment. It wasn't about their strength, but rather the item they possessed. A few days ago, the King, who was at the mid-stage of the Void Refinement Realm, was taken down by one of their juniors. The Strength King paused, a look of surprise appearing on his rugged face. Mid-stage of the Void Refinement Realm? Killed by a junior? Which disciple? Was it Yu Wui or Tian Sunzi? Neither. The Nine Nether King's voice grew heavier. It seemed to be someone named Qi Feng, who had just recently broken through to the transformation stage. What did you say? The Strength King's copper bell-like eyes widened, the veins on his thick neck bulging, almost thinking there was something wrong with his ears. A little brat who had just touched the threshold of the transformation stage killed the King of the Void Refinement stage? Nine Nether. Have you been knocked silly by that group on the other side? Or has the spiritual energy of Lingdu muddled your head? The black mist surrounding the Nine Nether King churned slightly, his voice still hoarse and low, revealing no emotion. I don't have time to joke with you. That sword is very strange, extremely strange. The King was almost instantaneously slain, without even putting up a decent resistance. The Strength King's face stiffened, his brows furrowing into a knot. Instantaneously killing a mid-stage Void Refinement? What sword is so wicked? The Nine Nether King's voice grew even heavier. It wasn't just the King. The later Xian King also died under that sword. The manner of death was similar to the King's, clean and swift. Only this time, it was that old fellow with the peculiar temperament. The Strength King's breathing noticeably became heavier, the flesh on his face twitching. 2 Void Refinement. Both fell to a single sword? This isn't over yet. The Nine Nether King seemed to sigh, although his expression was unclear beneath the black mist. That Tian Sunzi from the Qingshu Sword Sect somehow got a golden sword. Just recently, the Bone King confronted him, and as a result, the Strength King couldn't help but ask, what was the result? The Bone King's skeletal frame is quite tough. The result was, he was cleaved by Tian Sunzi with a single sword. A trace of coldness seeped into the Nine Nether King's voice. The Bone King's proud demonic bones were no different from tofu before that sword. There were hardly any bone scraps left. The Strength King fell completely silent, unable to hide his shock and disbelief. What the hell? Where did the Qingshu Sword Sect get such a thing? The Nine Nether Kings said, this time the Palace Master sent you here, probably mainly to deal with Tian Sunzi, who wields the golden sword. Although your brute strength is formidable, it's best to be extra cautious against that strange sword. As for that black-red sword, that thing is very wicked. The Strength King couldn't help but curse again, his voice sounding like a rumbling thunder. No matter how wicked it is, when I charge in, I'll smash both the person and the sword into minced meat. He waved his fist, thicker than an average person's thigh, and said fiercely. The black mist surrounding the Nine Nether King seemed to ripple slightly. Foolish bravery. He uttered 4 words disdainfully. The Strength King's face stiffened, the veins on his neck bulging again. But looking at the deep black mist of the Nine Nether King, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, he ultimately held back his anger. He also understood that facing such an unheard of strange killing weapon, going head-to-head might not be a good idea. The fates of the King and Bone King were still fresh in his memory. "Humph, then what do you propose?" The Strength King asked in a muffled voice, his tone clearly filled with defiance and a hint of suppressed irritation. "If nothing unexpected occurs, I have a way to deal with it." The Nine Nether King's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of amusement. This was said lightly, yet it exuded a chilling confidence. The Strength King's stout fingers unconsciously rubbed against the hard stubble on his chin, making a rustling sound. "This Nine Nether always seems mysterious. What trick is he plotting now?" He mumbled to himself, his gaze towards the Nine Nether King filled with more scrutiny and caution. "That fellow, that Zhang Xing, just happened to be in seclusion trying to break through to the integration stage. Who knows when he will come out? This old fellow always picks the right time. He doesn't go into seclusion too early or too late, but precisely at such a critical moment. Now, it's just him and Nine Nether holding up the northern front. Nine Nether is clever, but direct confrontation isn't his strong suit. That Tian Su Nzi wielding the golden sword seems to be coming for him. The palace master sent him here, evidently with ill intentions. This is to make him chew on tough bones." However, the Strength King clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a popping sound. He wanted to see whether that old fellow's sword was sharp or if his Strength King's fists were hard. No matter how wicked it is, a single punch will shatter it. But that inexplicable feeling of unease in his heart lingered like a bone-deep worry, refusing to go away. This feeling was very bad, extremely bad. He disliked situations that were beyond his control. The black mist surrounding the Nine Nether King seemed to thicken further, and he ceased speaking, quietly gazing at the distant walls of Lingdu's city. Zhang Xing was manipulating spiritual energy, flying leisurely. He had just adapted to the power of the void refinement stage and was already feeling a bit bored. Below, a fairly large town came into view. Qingqing town? Zhang Xing slightly adjusted his direction, muttering to himself, "It seems like a novice village. Let us go down and take a look." He retracted most of his outward spiritual pressure, but the foundation of the void refinement stage was still there, with a casual sweep of his divine sense. It still felt like heavenly might descending. Within Qingqing town, in a quiet room, Liang suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. This divine sense, vast and mighty, compared to the elder Tianjizi who had previously been stationed here, it seemed even stronger. Void refinement, absolutely a powerful being of the void refinement stage. Li Yang's heart raced. Elder Tianjizi had specifically reminded him before leaving that although the Nether Demon King was dead, one must always be vigilant. Is it friend or foe? This aura is pure and grand, unlike the filth and brutality of the demon race. It should be an elder of the righteous path. He suppressed the fear in his heart and immediately flew out of the quiet room. In midair, he saw a young figure slowly descending. Although the aura was restrained, the occasional hint of pressure still made his heart race. That aura was pure and peaceful, definitely not from the demonic path. Li Yang's heart settled slightly, quickly adjusting his posture to respectfully greet him. Junior Li Yang, the guard of Qingqing town, respectfully welcomes the arrival of the esteemed elder. Zhang Xing landed and looked at the nervously expressioned cultivator before him, whose cultivation was probably around the nascent soul stage. A guard? Get up. I'm just passing by to take a look. Li Yang's body was tense, not daring to breathe. Zhang Xing surveyed his surroundings. This Qingqing town looked calmer than he had imagined. A novice village, indeed, not many high-level monsters. He cleared his throat, trying hard to make his voice sound less like a powerful being who had just emerged from seclusion and was rampaging around. How has it been here recently? Still peaceful? Li Yang shuddered instinctively upon hearing the question and quickly bowed, replying to the esteemed elder. Thanks to your esteemed presence. There have been no major incidents in Qingqing town recently. It remains quite stable. Zhang Xing's mouth twitched slightly. I just landed a few minutes ago. How does your stability have anything to do with me? Forget it. I can't be bothered with such trivial matters. I'm asking if there are any blind demon brats coming here to seek death. Li Yang sensed that this senior seemed to be very interested in the demon race, and the tone was not friendly. He felt a bit relieved. At least it wasn't someone here to cause trouble. Respected senior. Ever since Elder Tianjizi took action to clean up the area, there have been no signs of the demon race within 100 miles of Qingqing town. Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow. Tianjizi? Oh, I remember now, that elder from the Qingshu sword sect, Li Qingqing's master. It seems this novice village has indeed been cleaned out. Not even a monster for practice. He felt a bit disappointed, yet thought it was to be expected. Then where is the demon race, causing trouble? I can't have come all this way for nothing. His question was asked with confidence, as if causing trouble for the demon race was a perfectly reasonable pastime. Liang broke out in a cold sweat. The tone of this senior. Why does it sound like he's specifically here to fight the demon race? And he's a powerful being in the void refining stage. He didn't dare to be negligent, and didn't have time to ponder the other party's thoughts. Senior, please calm down. According to reports from the front lines, the main forces of the demon race seem to be gathering in the north, currently besieging the area around Qingshu City. Their offensive is extremely fierce. Qingshu City? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Xing's heart stirred. Is this the territory of Li Qingqing's sect? Hey, what a coincidence. Qingshu City, huh? He nodded. Which way? Point me in the direction. Liang, hearing this, quickly raised his arm, pointing northeast. His finger trembling slightly due to nervousness. Senior, from here to the north, slightly to the east, approximately several thousand miles away, is the territory of Qingshu City. Zhang Xing looked in the direction he pointed, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of obstacles. Several thousand miles? For me now, that distance is really nothing. Just right, the warm-up is over. It's time to head to the main battlefield and gain some experience. He made an ambiguous sound of acknowledgement. All right, got it. You can go about your business now. Don't just stand here. He waved his hand casually, as if shooing away a fly. Liang felt as if he had received a great pardon and bowed deeply once more. Yes, the junior obeys, wishing the senior a successful journey in eradicating the demon bandits and upholding the might of our righteous path. Chapter 63. The Nine Nether Demon Domain on the other side. Outside the northern wall of Qingshu City, the demonic energy surged, and the sounds of shouting and killing shook the sky. Tang Xuanzi's hair stood on end, and the dazzling golden Tianzhong blade in his hand sliced through the thick demonic energy, directly aiming at the face of the Strength King. Bah, you old fool. Your words are not small. The Strength King cursed, but his robust body was surprisingly agile, narrowly dodging to the side. The golden sword edge grazed the protective demonic energy around him, creating a series of piercing friction sounds and sparks. The Strength King felt a sharp pain where the sword energy swept across, and his protective demonic energy thinned a bit, causing him to feel both shocked and angry. This old guy is clearly only at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, yet he fights like a madman. As a peak void refinement practitioner, he was actually being suppressed in a fight. If this got out, where would he put his face? Damn it, that old ghost from the Nine Nether is always scheming. This tough nut is left for me to crack. The more the Strength King thought about it, the angrier he became. His muscles bulged, and the demonic energy surged wildly as he prepared to take a hit and regain his dignity. But when he saw Tang Xuanzi's shining golden sword, which seemed capable of cutting through everything, he forcibly suppressed his impulse. The fate of Bone King was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't take the hit. Nine Nether, is your broken domain even useful? Just covering it with a barrier is useless. While the Strength King awkwardly dodged, he roared toward the rolling black mist not far away. Within the black mist, the figure of the Nine Nether King flickered in and out, completely ignoring the Strength King's complaints. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the Nine Nether Demon Domain surrounding him expanded at an astonishing speed, engulfing a vast area of the battlefield. This demon domain was not primarily for offense, but was a probing and suppressive domain he painstakingly modified based on the Nine Nether Yellow Spring Rift. Any living being entering the demon domain would have their aura, position, and even spiritual power fluctuations laid bare. Although it had limited effect against Tang Xuanzi's dominant golden sword, it was sufficient for him to sense any potential threats in advance. Especially the black-red sword from the Qingshu sword sect. He had to be cautious. The deaths of the Yin King and the Xianing were lessons learned. The Nine Nether King felt the spread of the demon domain and a cold, cruel smile crept up at the corner of his mouth beneath the black mist. That fool, the Strength King, only knows how to use brute force. A true hunter needs patience and traps. As long as the one holding the black-red sword dares to enter his domain, he would definitely sense it. At that time, he would strike directly and capture them. On the wall of Qingshu City, Yu Wuyo's gaze was solemn as he focused on the ever-expanding, light-devouring black domain on the battlefield, his palm unconsciously pressed against the cold parapet. Junior brother Tianji, look at that 9 nether demon domain. Yu Wuyo's voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable weight. That old ghost from 9 nether is indeed after the curse blade. Tianji Zi stood beside him, also watching below, his expression calm, though his brow slightly furrowed. The Yin King and the Xianing died too quickly. 9 nether would certainly be wary. Tianji Zi's tone was steady, as if stating a fact. This demon domain is probably specially designed to sense the aura of the curse blade. Yu Wuyo nodded, his gaze still fixed on the unsettling darkness. Indeed, according to the news from junior brother Tianxian, this demon domain has no offensive means for now, only sensing auras. If one enters it, they will be instantly locked onto by 9 nether. He paused, as if thinking of a more troublesome aspect. But if we store the curse blade in a storage artifact, Yu Wuyo's voice lowered, it would likely be even more dangerous. Tianji Zi interjected. 9 nether is cunning. We know nothing about the specific effects of this demon domain. It might have offensive means, or might just be a simple aura probe. Yu Wuyo's expression grew even grimmer. You know the rules of the curse blade. Being struck means death, regardless of friend or foe. If 9 nether were to launch an attack in the demon domain in a special way, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tianji Zi remained silent, his gaze scanning the battlefield with increasing sharpness. Yu Wuyo let out a soft breath, filled with suppressed frustration. This thing is quite troublesome. That old guy is indeed willing to spend. This demon domain clearly consumes a lot. What should we do now? Junior nephew Yao and the others are holding the curse blade. They can't easily enter that area for now. Yu Wuyo rubbed his brow. First, let junior brother Tianxian hold off the Strength King. Yu Wuyo's gaze turned again to the rolling, dense black mist. Within the black mist, several powerful demonic energies at the void refinement stage lay in ambush. They were probably the demon kings brought by the Strength King, now coldly observing from across the battlefield. They were not in a hurry to rush in. The current situation was a temporary, one-on-one stalemate. The Strength King faced Tang Xuanzi, and although Tang Xuanzi wielded the Tianzhong blade, the Strength King was after all at the peak of the void refinement stage, with astonishing defense, making it difficult to determine the outcome in a short time. Yu Wuyo's brow involuntarily tightened. If our side sends reinforcements first and forcefully attacks that demon domain, what are our chances of winning? A trump card from the sect flashed through his mind. The upgrade scroll. The effect of this item is outrageous. If given to a void refinement elder, it would instantly create a powerful being at the integration stage. A integration stage cultivator could instantly turn the tide of battle and wipe out these demon spawn completely. Thinking of this, Yu Wuyo's heartbeat skipped a beat, but in an instant, he calmed down, weighing the risks involved. What would be the cost? The last time the Curse Blade and the Tianzhong Blade were used, it likely raised alarms among the higher-ups of the demon race. If we were to directly create a combat force at the integration stage this time, would it completely draw out those old monsters from the demon race who have been in seclusion? An integration stage demon emperor. Such an existence, once it descends, Qingshu City would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. Yu Wuyo could not bear this tremendous responsibility. To solve the current trouble and invite a catastrophe. This account would definitely end up in serious loss. What's worse, where did the upgrade scroll come from? ISNT it just from that kid Zhang Xing store? If this gets exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only the old demons from the demon race who have lived for countless years, but perhaps even the entire Taisu realm, including those lurking in the deep mountains. The ancient monsters of the demon race that haven't shown up for tens of thousands of years would be attracted by this heavenly item. By then, let alone Qingshu City, the entire Lingdu would become the center of a storm. How could the Qingshu Sword Sect still rely on its advantageous position to sneak into that little store for some shopping? Dream on. When all the forces swarm in, don't even think about sipping soup. It's likely that the pot would be taken away. The more Yu Wuyo thought about it, the worse his expression became, his brows nearly knitting into a knot. This upgrade scroll, is too hot to handle. It's practically a thing that could pierce the heavens. The items in that kid's store, each one more outrageous than the last, bring troubles that are equally frightening. He even regretted letting Tianji and the others go to that store in the first place. But when he thought that without the Curse Blade and the Tianzhong Blade, the current battlefield situation would only be worse, perhaps it would have already collapsed. Damn it, Yu Wuyo cursed inwardly, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. Being the sect master is truly exhausting his heart. His hand pressed against the parapet, his knuckles slightly whitened from the exertion. No, the upgrade scroll absolutely cannot be used for now. At least, until there is a complete failure. This trump card must not be exposed easily. The risks are too great, far beyond what the Qingqiu sword sect can bear. A more stable method must be found, one with a smaller cost and lesser repercussions. Yu Wui's gaze returned to the rolling demon realm and the figures engaged in fierce battle below, his expression becoming extremely serious. The nearby Tianjizi seemed to sense his thoughts and calmly reminded him, "Sect Master, the upgrade scroll is of great importance. It should not be used lightly unless it's a matter of life and death." Yu Wui shot him a glance and huffed. "Do I need you to tell me? I'm well aware." Tianjizi fell silent, continuing to observe the battle situation below. Yu Wui shifted his gaze away from the tempting yet dangerous thought and looked at the low-level demon clan members who were fearlessly charging the defenses beneath the city. As for the numerous Yuanying demon generals and Huashan demon lords, they were merely insignificant nuisances. He glanced at the steady Tianjizi beside him. With this junior brother coordinating and commanding here, relying on the sect's great formation and the strength of the disciples, they should be able to keep these minions at bay outside the city without causing any significant waves. The true key to deciding the outcome of this war still lay in the confrontation at the Lianshu level and the unresolved deterrence of the combined stage. Yu Wui forcibly suppressed the turbulent thoughts. The upgrade scroll was a last resort, the sect's final guarantee, and it could not be easily used due to a momentary battle situation. Patience was required. His gaze ultimately returned to the ever-expanding pitch-black demon realm of the King of the Nine Nether, and the seriousness in his eyes deepened further. "Sect Master, regarding the situation with junior nephew Tianxian, the Strength King is after all at the peak of Lianshu, and while that golden sword is sharp, the consumption may be considerable. Should we intervene?" Chapter 64. This void refinement. Was it bought? It was an elder from the sect, transmitting through secret methods. For now, do not act rashly. Junior brother Tianxian can still hold on. The Power King seems fierce, but in reality, he is restrained by the golden sword and has lost his composure. Yu Wui gazed toward the unsettling dark demonic domain. Now, what is being tested is patience and also the hidden cards. Let's see who can't hold on first. On the other side, the King of Nine Nether stood still amidst the rolling black mist, sensing his Nine Nether demonic domain silently spreading like ink. Every inch of space covered by the demonic domain, even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, clearly fed back into his consciousness. Very good. The range is still expanding, encompassing the entire core battlefield outside the North City wall. However, the black-red sword energy that made him extremely wary, carrying the meaning of destruction and finality, had yet to appear. Those old fellows from the Qingqiu sword sect are indeed cautious. They must have already realized the true purpose of his demonic domain and dare not easily let the one holding that fierce sword step in. Yu Wui, Tianjizi. A bunch of old foxes. The King of Nine Nether chuckled coldly in his heart. Then let us wait and see. Let's see if you lose your composure first, or if that fool Power King gets cleaved by Tianxuanzi first. Thinking of the Power King, the black mist surrounding the King of Nine Nether seemed to ripple in disdain. That brute who only knows how to use sheer force is now roaring to the heavens, but he appears somewhat fierce yet cowardly. Being suppressed by a mid-stage void refinement cultivator at the peak of void refinement is truly a disgrace to the Demon King. However, the louder he screams and the more he struggles, the more he can numb the opponent. It makes the people of the Qingqiu sword sect think they only need to focus on dealing with the Power King perfectly, using the Power King's brute force to highlight his Nine Nether-esque cunning. The deaths of the Shadow King and the Bone King were precisely because they were overly complacent, thinking they could crush him with their cultivation. He would not make the same mistake. This 9 nether demonic domain is a trap tailor-made for that black-red fierce sword. As long as the holder dares to enter, no matter how they hide, that unique aura of death cannot escape his perception. By then, the corners of the King of 9 Nether's mouth curled slightly beneath the black mist. Now, it's a test of who has more patience. He can feel several powerful divine consciousnesses on the city wall, constantly scanning his demonic domain, filled with vigilance and speculation. Let them guess. Power King, you must hold on a little longer. Don't die too quickly, or it won't be fun. This show is just beginning. Zhang Xing was riding the spiritual energy, racing towards Qingshu City. A distance of thousands of miles was merely a moment's effort for his current cultivation at the void refinement stage. The closer he got, the more prominent the rolling blackness in the sky became. Divine consciousness must not be carelessly swept. If he accidentally alarmed a big fish from the demon clan and got locked onto, that would be troublesome. His void refinement stage was instilled by the system, and his actual combat experience was practically zero, so it was better to be cautious. That pitch-black energy barrier was still expanding outward, covering a large area outside the city wall. Beep, system task released. Zhang Xing was momentarily stunned. System? Release a task? Resolve the crisis in Qingshu City. Reward. Choose 1 epic item from the warehouse. Oh, Zhang Xing almost laughed out loud. Hockey system, you guy. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. You can release tasks now? Why didn't you say anything when I was working hard to earn spirit stones? Now that you see I'm going to fight, you jump out to give rewards? Truly realistic. However, epic items. Zhang Xing stroked his chin. Epic items in the system warehouse are all good stuff. This reward is a bit tempting. Resolving the crisis in Qingshu City? It sounds challenging. Just looking at this dark thing before him makes it clear it won't be easy. But it seems quite interesting. Just right to test the power of the Emperor's armor and earn some extra cash. All right, for the sake of the epic item, I'll take this job. Zhang Xing mumbled, and his gaze towards the dark barrier became somewhat eager. He landed behind a concealed dirt slope at the edge of the battlefield and immediately activated the breath concealment technique he had obtained. Feeling good. The aura is indeed much more restrained. He mentally gave himself a thumbs up. Spending those dozens of spirit stones was worth it. He crouched low, trying to lighten his steps, and moved towards the direction where the shouts and killings were the fiercest. His movements were somewhat clumsy. After all, he had previously flown directly, and this kind of stealth action was quite unfamiliar. Be professional, Zhang Xing. Bring out the spirit you had when playing stealth games. He cautiously poked half his head out, looking towards the distant battlefield filled with rolling demonic energy and shining spiritual light. Wow, what a large scene. That old man is quite fierce, wielding the heavenly peak blade, chasing after a big hulking demon and hacking at him, making the other scream loudly. And that black thing over there looks like no good, ominous and eerie. The system task says to resolve the crisis, which probably means dealing with that thing. Plus, there's an epic item reward. Haha, full of motivation. He thought he was hiding perfectly. A void refinement stage expert playing stealth should be a piece of cake, right? Little did he know his self-assured stealth was, in the eyes of certain people, like a firefly in the dark night. On the city wall of Qingshu, Yu Wui's originally serious gaze slightly shifted as his divine consciousness swept over the edge of the battlefield. A strange void refinement stage aura? Although it was trying hard to conceal itself, the foundation could not be hidden from him. This aura seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had felt it before. He concentrated his divine consciousness, carefully identifying it. When he spotted the figure peeking out from behind the dirt slope, moving in a comical manner, Yu Wui's expression instantly became somewhat strange. The owner of that shop that has everything? The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. How did this mysterious owner end up here? Moreover, in such a manner? Looking at Zhang Xing's self-satisfied, yet full of flaws, sneaky appearance, Yu Wui momentarily didn't know how to react. Is this guy's cultivation at the void refinement stage for real? This breath concealment method, could it be a chi refinement stage version bought from a street stall? The effect of concealment is even more obvious than not concealing at all. Did he think of himself as a Foundation Establishment junior cultivator executing a reconnaissance mission? This Zhang boss truly has a different way of thinking. What is he doing here? Observing the battle? But in this current situation, a void refinement stage powerhouse suddenly appearing at the edge of the battlefield and still putting on such a pose. Yu Wui rubbed his forehead, feeling more exhausted than facing the 9 Nether King's demonic domain. He even had an impulse to send a voice transmission to ask, "Boss, are you here to deliver equipment?" Forget it. Let us see what he actually wants to do. Hopefully, he is not here to cause trouble. Why do I have an ominous feeling? Zhang Xing, hiding behind the dirt slope, felt a nagging unease in his heart. This feeling is creepy, as if there are many eyes secretly watching him around. But he clearly used the breath concealment technique. Although it's a street stall item, it is still a spell from the cultivation world. The effect shouldn't be this poor, right? He quietly operated it, feeling the vast spiritual power within him at the void refinement stage being suppressed by more than half. That's right, it's successfully concealed. At least it's much better than the previous glaring state. It must be an illusion. In a battlefield with heavy killing intent, chaotic divine consciousness, it's normal to be paranoid with every little movement. Yes, that must be it. Zhang Xing was comforting himself while cautiously peeking out half of his head. He needed to find an opportunity to give that dark thing a good hit. Epic rewards were beckoning him. On the city wall, Yu Wui's mouth twitched unnaturally. He withdrew his consciousness and looked complexly at the sneaky figure at the edge of the battlefield. Is this boss serious? With his cultivation at the void refinement stage and this behavior that could be called performance art and stealth, Yu Wui felt a dull pain at his temples. Next to him, Tai and Jizi also sensed the abrupt aura and followed Yu Wui's gaze. Even with his composure, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Who is this person? The aura is grand but so rough. It's like they just gain power but have no idea how to control it. On the other side of the battlefield, several observing demon kings also noticed that direction. What's going on over there? A void refinement? The aura is unstable, hiding and revealing itself, like a naive newcomer just out of the mountains. This aura concealing technique, did they learn from a street vendor? How dare this kind of person mix into the void refinement battlefield? Just watch, they probably won't even know how they died. Several demon kings exchanged disdainful glances. Aside from the King of Strength, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Xuanzi and had no time to spare, and the King of Jiuyu, who was focused on maintaining the demon domain and secretly observing the other void refinement beings present, whether from the righteous path or the demonic path. All had the same thought in their minds as they looked at the figure behind the dirt slope, who thought they were well hidden. This void refinement was a bot? Chapter 65. Hey, that kid. Sneaky, what you up to? Zhang Xing crouched low, carefully moving forward, using a mound of earth about half his height as cover. He felt like a professional assassin, his steps light and his breath suppressed. Well, although this breath suppression technique was cheap, it couldn't be too useless given his solid foundation. Compressing his cultivation at the void refinement stage, he could probably evade most people's detection, right? He was feeling quite pleased with himself, praising his own cleverness. The thrill of stealth was quite exhilarating. As he approached the battlefield shrouded in black mist, he could clearly sense the residual energy from the collision of spiritual forces and the pungent demonic aura. He even started to ponder whether to unleash a powerful attack directly or observe for a moment to find the best point of entry to surprise the guys in the black mist. An epic item, just thinking about it was exciting. Just then, a coarse and loud voice, full of vigor, suddenly exploded in his ear, startling him. Hey, that kid, Sneaky. What are you up to? Zhang Xing froze, nearly sitting down in shock. Who's talking? He quickly turned his head back, his heart racing, cold sweat almost dripping down. Discovered? No way. My breath suppression technique may be cheap, but it shouldn't be completely useless. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle, various spells roaring incessantly. Maybe it was directed at someone else. Yes, it must be some oblivious demon brat who got found out. He comforted himself, cautiously peeking out from behind the mound, looking around warily. In his line of sight, apart from the distant groups fiercely battling and the blurred figures on the city wall, there was no one else nearby. Could it be a secret transmission? Which big shot is so bored that they specially sent a message to scare? That cowardly guy. The voice rang out again, clearly impatient. What are you looking around for? I'm talking about you. The one behind the mound. Yes, you. Zhang Xing. His facial expression instantly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was now 100 confirmed. The person was indeed calling him. Moreover, from the tone, it seemed they had noticed him long ago and were just watching the show. He felt his cheeks getting a bit hot. Wow. He thought he was hidden flawlessly, but in their eyes, it was no different from being naked. Today, this face of a void refinement stage cultivator was completely lost. He stiffly turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a demon lord, shrouded in black mist, standing with arms akimbo, glaring at him. Even from a distance, he could feel the other party's unabashed gaze. Zhang Xing was a bit dazed. Who is this demon lord? Why is his voice so loud? Also, how did he discover me? Is my breath suppression technique fake? He hesitantly straightened up from behind the mound, forcing a smile that he thought looked natural, and casually brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes. Ahem. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound casual. I'm just passing by. Purely passing by. You guys carry on, don't mind me. He even awkwardly waved his hand. The demon lord who called out clearly didn't take his words seriously. Passing by? That excuse is a bit too perfunctory. The voice was filled with disdain. Zhang Xing's heart sank, cursing himself for the unreliable breath suppression technique he bought from a street vendor, which even the demon race could see through. Just as he was contemplating whether to come up with another excuse, like saying he came to admire the scenery, the other party didn't give him a chance to continue his performance. With an extremely casual flick of his hand, a fist-sized, pitch-black ball of demonic energy flew towards Zhang Xing. The speed was not fast, and the posture was leisurely, as if just tossing a stone. But Zhang Xing could feel the cold power contained within, enough to instantly kill a nascent soul cultivator. Holy crap! Zhang Xing's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively shouted, "This is too sudden. Not even an opening line, and they just attacked? A sneak attack? No way, even a big shot does sneak attacks. What happened to martial ethics?" He subconsciously complained in his mind, but his body reacted faster than his brain. A surge of overwhelming spiritual power instinctively erupted from within him. He hadn't even thought about which technique to use to defend, but feeling threatened, he instinctively raised his palm and gently pushed forward. An almost invisible barrier of spiritual energy instantly formed in front of him. Puffed. With a soft sound, the seemingly threatening black ball of demonic energy collided with the spiritual barrier and burst like a bubble. There was no violent explosion, no impressive momentum. It simply vanished quietly, leaving no trace of residual demonic energy. Zhang Xing was momentarily stunned. Huh, is that it? It seems not so scary after all. His cultivation at the void refinement stage seemed to be more effective than he had imagined. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw the demon lord who had attacked, his expression of being able to crush you with a pinch completely freeze. True. Energy? On the city wall, Yu Wuyo's pupils suddenly constricted. He stared intently at Zhang Xing at the edge of the battlefield, his heart feeling as if it was gripped by an invisible hand. In that brief moment, he clearly captured the essence of that power. That was not ordinary void, refinement stage, spiritual energy. The aura was pure to the extreme, as if it had been tempered 1,000 times, washed of all impurities. True energy. These two words thundered in his mind. Yu Wuyo's face instantly turned incredibly shocked, even somewhat horrified. The oldest texts of the sect mentioned here and there that true energy was a symbol of spiritual energy cultivated to perfection, touching the threshold of true immortality. Usually, only those at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, on the verge of ascension, could gradually transform the spiritual energy within into true energy. But this Zhang Xing, he clearly only had the cultivation of the void refinement stage. How could he possess true energy? This completely overturned his understanding, even appending the common knowledge of the entire cultivation world. Beside him, Tianjizi, usually calm, also struggled to maintain his composure, his brows furrowed, a deep confusion and suspicion flashing in his eyes. He too sensed that the power was extraordinary. It was definitely not a level of power that a void refinement stage cultivator could possess. Meanwhile, deep within the ever-expanding pitch-black demonic realm, The black mist surrounding the King of the Nine Hells suddenly surged violently. His perception was incredibly sharp, and he almost captured the unusually pure power fluctuation the moment Zhang Xing made his move. This power, the King of the Nine Hells' eyes hidden in the black mist, changed drastically. Familiar, this feeling he had only sensed from one being, the Lord of the Demon God Hall. That is true energy, absolutely true energy. How could a junior at the Void refinement stage possibly master true energy? The King of the Nine Hells was engulfed in a storm of shock, and the previously expanding demonic realm came to a halt. He looked at Zhang Xing, his gaze instantly filled with unprecedented vigilance and dread. Who the heck is this guy? Where did the Qingqing Sword Sect find such a monster? Originally watching from a distance, whispering with disdain, several demon lords also fell silent at this moment, although they couldn't sense it as clearly as the King of the Nine Hells. They also noticed something was wrong. That last attack seemed casual, yet its power was enough to severely injure a nascent soul. But in front of that young man, it was like a cow sinking into the sea. That kid is a bit eerie. Zhang Xing, however, wasn't thinking that much. He just watched himself casually deflect the attack, feeling a bit smug inside. It seems that my strength at the Void refinement stage is quite solid. The system's products are indeed impressive. He was completely unaware that his earlier move had already caused quite a stir in the high-end combat circle. He only felt that the surroundings seemed to have quieted down a lot. Those gazes that had been subtly probing him before seemed to have become more focused and intense. Just an illusion, right? Zhang Xing shook his head, dismissing the strange feeling. You should focus on figuring out how to deal with that dark, ominous thing. The epic rewards are what matter most. Chapter 66, No Seat. Zhang Xing was still pondering how to deal with that dark fellow when suddenly a somewhat familiar voice echoed in his mind. It was the leader of the Qingqing Sword Sect, Yu Wuyang. Boss, may I enter the city for a discussion? The voice sounded quite polite. Enter the city? Zhang Xing was taken aback. In this situation, where the fighting was intense, why would they want me to enter the city? Could it be that they saw my earlier display of skill and want to recruit me? Or do they think my breath concealment technique is a cheap trick and want to hide me because I'm embarrassing them standing here? He glanced at the rolling, expanding black mist in the distance, and then at the cultivators on the city wall, ready for battle. The system mission was to resolve the crisis of Qingqing City, with a reward of an epic item. This black mist was clearly part of the crisis. Going into the city to talk with them might provide some information about this black mist. It was better than standing here like a fool, being watched by a group of powerful figures. And who knows, there might be something delicious in the city. It seems not impossible. He cleared his throat, trying to make his tone sound more natural, and replied to the air, "Oh, sure. I also want to find a place to rest." He felt that his response was quite appropriate, agreeing to the invitation while also appearing not too eager to go in. Perfect. Yu Wuyang, listening to the clear response that seemed as if it were right beside him, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. This boss Zhang truly is unconcerned about the details. He can't even use the most basic sound transmission technique. With his cultivation at the Void refinement stage and that pure, frightening true power he just displayed, what on earth is going on? Did he really pick up some inheritance from a ruin without even reading the accompanying manual? Yu Wuyang suppressed the doubts and absurdity in his heart. Now was not the time to pursue this. Having such a person appear on the edge of the battlefield and stealthily move in such a ridiculous manner was a massive variable. He had to get him into the city quickly. At the very least, he couldn't let him wander outside. What if he attracted the attention of that old ghost from the Nine Nether or accidentally wandered into the demon domain? Who knows what kind of trouble that would cause? He turned his head to look at Tianjizi, who had been silently observing. Junior brother Tianjizi, go outside the city and bring that boss in. Yu Wuyang's tone carried a hint of complexity as he pointed in Zhang Xing's direction. Tianjizi looked in the direction he pointed, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by deeper confusion. So was him. No wonder I felt a strange familiarity in his aura earlier. But it was also powerful enough to be unbelievable. Sect Master, is that the boss Zhang who runs a everything available shop in Lingdu City? Tianjizi's voice carried a hint of confirmation, unable to conceal his surprise. No wonder. Yu Wuyang nodded expressionlessly, affirming Tianjizi's question. This matter was filled with strangeness, but stabilizing the situation was the most important thing right now. It's him. Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful. Yu Yang's tone became more serious, clearly uneasy about the unstable factor that Zhang Xing represented. He hoped this boss wouldn't cause any shocking actions again. Although Tianjizi was filled with doubts, he immediately agreed. Yes, Sect Master. He didn't ask further, and with a movement, turned into a streak of light, silently darting down the city wall toward Zhang Xing's direction. He had to see for himself what had happened with this boss Zhang. Zhang Xing stepped out from behind the dirt slope, dusting off non-existent dust on his clothes. He had felt embarrassed just now, but now it seemed all right. After all, it seemed he had managed to subdue that demon earlier. He glanced at the demon king who had thrown a magic balloon at him earlier, and sure enough, the other party remained still, merely watching from a distance. Zhang Xing felt somewhat reassured. It seemed his cultivation at the void refinement stage had a decent, intimidating effect. He no longer paid attention to the mixed looks of surprise and wariness and walked toward Qingshu City. His pace was neither fast nor slow, even somewhat leisurely, as if he were just visiting a neighbor rather than heading into a city under siege by a demon army. For a moment, the battlefield, which had been filled with the sounds of battle, fell into an eerie silence. The lower-level cultivators and demon soldiers subconsciously stopped their actions, watching the young man who had suddenly appeared and was walking towards the city gate as if nothing were amiss. No one dared to step forward to stop him, nor did anyone dare to make a move against him. Many had witnessed the earlier scene where the demon king had been humiliated. If even a demon king at the void refinement stage couldn't handle him, wouldn't it be suicide for them as small fry to go up? Only in the distance. The core battle group continued to clash fiercely, with the sounds of Li Wang and Tian Xuanzi still echoing. Take this, old bastard. Oof. Demon Brat. D. Their angry shouts and the sounds of weapon clashes became the only background noise in this strange silence, standing out starkly. On the city wall, Yu Weiyang watched Zhang Xing's leisurely pace, and again felt the corners of his mouth twitch. This boss really has a big heart. However, seeing that no one dared to stop him, he felt a bit relieved. At least, nothing unexpected had happened. He glanced at Tianjizi, who was quickly approaching Zhang Xing, and silently nodded. Hurry up and bring him in. The longer this great being stays outside, the more anxious he feels. Deep within the rolling black mist, the figure of the Nine Nether King was almost frozen. He watched as Zhang Xing approached the city gate step by step, and alarm bells rang in his mind. A strong sense of unease surging within him. A void refinement stage cultivator with true power, even if only at the mid-stage, had destructive power that was far beyond the average void refinement cultivator. Even the peak void refinement Li Wang would likely struggle to withstand a few blows from him. If Song Wang were here, perhaps he could hold his own. But now, the Nine Nether King's thoughts raced. His only hope was that this person might only possess power without practical combat experience, like a child who had just acquired a divine weapon and didn't yet know how to use it. He quietly transmitted a subtle thought to several observing demon kings nearby. Watch and wait, do not act rashly. The several demon kings had already been intimidated by Zhang Xing's earlier display, and upon receiving the Nine Nether King's command, they retracted all their auras, not daring to breathe. Thus, under countless complex gazes, Zhang Xing walked unobstructed to the outside of Qingshu City's north gate. Tianjizi happened to land before him. Boss Zhang's esteemed presence truly brings glory to our Qingshu City. Tianjizi wore a perfectly timed smile, his gaze subtly sweeping over the now noticeably quieter demon camp in the distance. Boss, your celestial might is extraordinary. Just a slight display of your power has made the demons too afraid to approach. It is indeed a blessing for our righteous path. This was not entirely flattery. Zhang Xing's earlier display had indeed been effective. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing felt quite pleased, his chin slightly raised, feeling as if his image had instantly become grander. That earlier move was indeed powerful. No seat. He cleared his throat, trying to make his tone sound casual. A few demon brats are nothing to worry about. Tianjizi looked at Zhang Xing's nonchalant demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated. This boss Zhang's personality truly is unlike ordinary people. Boss, with such great abilities, we naturally have faith in you. Tianjizi continued along with his words, but then the topic shifted, his expression growing serious as he looked toward the ever-expanding dark demon domain in the distance. However, the flames of demons outside the city are raging, especially that strange demon domain set up by the nine-nether-old demon, which seems rather troublesome. After all, this is the front line of the battlefield, where all kinds of people are mixed together, and it may not be a good place. How about we ask the boss to move into the city for a rest? This statement was made tactfully, expressing concern while also extending an invitation. Zhang Xing followed his gaze and happened to lock eyes with the dark object that triggered the system to issue a mission. An epic reward target. It doesn't matter. I'll take action. Zhang Xing spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. The boss was generous, and Tianji admired him. He cupped his hands again. However, the sect leader is already waiting on the city tower and specifically instructed me to invite the boss into the city for a chat. This is to welcome the boss and also to discuss how to deal with that demon realm. Knowing ourselves and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. This statement was reasonable and even brought up the sect leader. Zhang Xing stroked his chin, feeling that there was some truth to it. Going into the city to hear what they have to say and understand the specific situation of that black mist doesn't seem like a loss. By the way, let's see if there are any special snacks in Qingxi City. All right, let's go in and take a look first. He nodded and agreed. Lead the way. Chapter 67, Call Me Senior? Tianjizi led the way, guiding Zhang Xing through several intricately decorated corridors. Eventually, they arrived at the conference hall. Boss Zhang, please. Tianjizi gestured for him to enter. Zhang Xing nodded and stepped into the grand hall. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, his peripheral vision casually swept over the sides of the hall. 2 rows of disciples from the Qingxu Sword Sect, dressed in green robes, stood upright, their postures straight and faces serious, like sculptures. However, they were currently engaged in an activity that was utterly incongruous with the solemn atmosphere. He saw these disciples in pairs, laboriously lifting several very familiar large objects, cautiously moving them into the hall. That silver metal shell, those rugged lines, those cannon barrels. The corner of Zhang Xing's mouth twitched slightly. Silver killers? Are the buyers preparing for a live demonstration in the conference hall? He suppressed the strange thought in his mind and followed Tianjizi into the hall. On both sides of the hall, more than 10 elders dressed in various elder robes were already seated, all of them with white hair and beards, their breath steady as a mountain, and each one at the divine transformation stage. The moment Zhang Xing stepped in, all eyes turned to him, as if searchlights had focused on him. These gazes were filled with scrutiny, suspicion, confusion, and an indescribable complexity of emotions, as if they were looking at a prehistoric behemoth wearing human skin. Even though Zhang Xing had thick skin, being surrounded by so many divine transformation stage masters like a rare animal still made him feel a bit uneasy. He instinctively puffed out his chest, trying to appear more imposing. As a result, with a slight fluctuation in his breath, a wave of imposing pressure belonging to the virtual refining stage rippled out like water. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for the divine transformation elders present to perceive clearly. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the hall. The more than 10 elders, who had been sitting upright, sprang up almost simultaneously as if they had springs under their seats. Their expressions toward Zhang Xing changed completely. The previous scrutiny and confusion vanished, replaced by shock, awe, and even a hint of barely detectable horror. Senior, I have met the senior. The elders all cupped their hands and bowed to Zhang Xing, their postures extremely low and their expressions filled with respect. Zhang Xing. He was a bit dazed. Senior? Calling me? Although he was indeed at the virtual refining stage, a whole level above them. Wasn't this reaction a bit exaggerated? Just then, Tianjizi also walked in. Seeing the scene in the hall, a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes. He turned to the standing elders, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Brothers and sisters, the war situation is urgent, and we need you all to go to the northern city wall to maintain the operation of the formation. I have some important matters to discuss with this. Boss Zhang. The elders dared not voice any dissent upon hearing this. The earlier pure and heart-stirring fluctuation of power had already explained everything. This exceedingly young senior was definitely someone they needed to look up to. Yes, we will obey your orders, brother. The elders once again bowed respectfully to Zhang Xing and Tianjizi, then quickly and quietly exited the conference hall like a tide. In an instant, the vast conference hall was left with only Zhang Xing and Tianjizi. Oh, and those disciples outside who were huffing and puffing while moving the silver killers. Zhang Xing watched the divine transformation elders exit in single file, maintaining a facade of inscrutable calm. Yet inside, he was frantically complaining. This scene is something. Just wondering if they will provide food after the discussion. Inside the conference hall, as the elders respectfully withdrew, the atmosphere became even more stagnant. Ahem. Tianjizi lightly coughed, breaking the silence. He slightly bent his body, his tone carrying a hint of tentativeness. Boss Zhang, the demon clan is powerful and at our doorstep. I wonder what guidance you have for us in Qingshu City? He didn't directly ask for the purpose, but used the term guidance, lowering his posture significantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing returned from his gaze at the beams of the hall. Guidance? What I guide? Oh right, the system task. Resolve the crisis and earn epic rewards. He remembered the dark demon realm and the chaotic demon clan outside. The purpose was quite clear. A naturally confident expression appeared on Zhang Xing's face. Oh, nothing special. I'm just here to fight the demon spawn. His tone was relaxed, as if he were discussing the most ordinary matter. Fight the demon spawn? Just like that? Tianjizi, who had been prepared for various complex responses, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He looked at Zhang Xing's unblemished and straightforward gaze and the clear statement. Fight. The demon spawn? Tianjizi instinctively repeated, his voice a bit airy. This existence at the virtual refining stage, who might even possess more terrifying power, came to this battleground of life and death just to fight? Although it sounded unbelievable, for some reason, Tianjizi's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. He could sense the sincerity in the other person's words, with no hint of pretense. As long as he wasn't an enemy and was even willing to lend a hand, that was excellent news. The tightly furrowed brows began to unfurl, and the tightly pressed lips slightly raised for a moment, although they quickly returned to their calmness. In that case, I shall trouble you, Boss Zhang. Zhang Xing nodded. Then the hall fell into a brief silence. The air seemed to stagnate. Tianjizi looked at Zhang Xing. For what I observed earlier, Boss Zhang's power is astonishing, and I admire it. However, I sense that your aura seems to have a hint of newness amidst its stability. Could it be that you recently broke through the bottleneck to reach the virtual refining stage? He did not ask directly, but used a tone of speculation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing pondered. Recently broke through? Does the system's grant count as recent? It seems reasonable. He maintained a calm expression and lightly responded with an MM. The more one says, the more mistakes one makes. The less one says, the fewer mistakes one makes. Saying nothing is best. Sure enough, the confusion on Tianjizi's face dissipated somewhat, replaced by understanding. A newly advanced virtual refiner explained why the control of his aura seemed somewhat inexperienced. Those who ascend rapidly often have a shaky foundation and need time to refine it. This might be an opportunity to build a relationship. A sincere smile appeared on Tianjizi's face. I see. Our Qingshu Sword Sect has been established for thousands of years and has accumulated some shallow insights on stabilizing realms. The sect also possesses a few decent virtual refining stage techniques and some methods of using spiritual power. Perhaps they could assist you, Boss Zhang, in solidifying your current realm. He spoke humbly, lowering his posture significantly. I wonder if Boss Zhang will be interested in taking a look? Zhang Xing's eyes instantly lit up. Insights on stabilizing realms? Techniques for the virtual refining stage? Methods of using spiritual power? Isn't this just a pillow when one is sleepy? His virtual refining stage was obtained wholesale from the system. Aside from having a nice panel, he had no idea how to use it or stabilize it. The street vendor's breath concealment technique was even embarrassing. Now there was a chance to access authentic sect techniques. That's great. He almost blurted out, I want it. Fortunately, he managed to rein himself in just in time, maintaining the image of a master. He cleared his throat and revealed a slight interest on his face. Oh, since Elder Tianji is so gracious, I will not stand on ceremony. Thank you for your trouble. These words were spoken with both restraint and ease. Tianjizi must be thinking that this boss Zhang truly needs these. This makes things easier. Chapter 68. Zhang Xing studies the cultivation method. Tianjizi led the way ahead, guiding Zhang Xing through a winding path until they finally stopped in front of what appeared to be an ordinary mountain wall. He made a hand gesture, and the mountain wall silently slid open on both sides, revealing a deep cave that glimmered with a faint precious light. An ancient and heavy atmosphere pervaded the cave, mixed with fluctuations of restrictions. Boss Zhang, please. Tianjizi stepped aside and respectfully gestured for Zhang Xing to enter. Zhang Xing couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The clear void sword sect indeed had profound depth. Even the place for storing cultivation methods was so mysterious. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he followed Tianjizi into the cave. Inside the cave was a different world. It was not the narrow space he had imagined, but rather quite spacious. Rows of jade shelves formed neat bookshelves, on which lay jade slips, animal skins, and ancient texts, each emitting a faint glow. The air was rich with spiritual energy, almost tangible. Seeing Zhang Xing's curious gaze, Tianjizi understood that this boss was indeed interested in these foundational items. He took the opportunity to explain, Boss Zhang, this place is called the Merit Hall, where our sect stores cultivation methods, martial arts, elixirs, and magical treasures. Currently, during wartime, everyone in the sect, including the sect master and us elders, needs to earn merits from slaying demons to exchange for resources here. Tianjizi spoke sincerely, both introducing the place and subtly indicating the preciousness of these resources, as well as the current rules of the sect. However, Boss Zhang, your status is different. Since you are here to assist, you are a distinguished guest of the Clear Void Sword sect. The sect master has granted permission for you to select a cultivation method or martial art that suits you without needing merits. Zhang Xing understood. The implication was that the items here were impressive, usually requiring life in exchange, but today they were giving him one as a favor. Free cultivation methods for the void refinement stage? Such a good deal. He was overjoyed. The system's bulk purchase power was indeed formidable, but the accompanying manual was too rudimentary, and he was worried about not having a place to improve. This was like a timely help, or rather, it was like receiving a wall-mounted boiler directly. He maintained his composure and even wore a slightly indifferent expression. He nodded, indicating that he understood. Well then, let us pick one to take a look at first. Zhang Xing's gaze swept over the dazzling jade shelves, calculating in his heart. One? How could that be enough? There were so many good things in this room that he couldn't help but feel greedy. He casually added the rest. I'll come back to take a slow look after I deal with those demon brats outside. Tianjizi's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. This boss Zhang spoke so directly. However, this confidence was reassuring. He quickly responded, of course, as long as we can repel the demon race. All resources in the Merit Hall are available for Boss Zhang to use freely. Stabilizing this great figure was more important than anything else. Zhang Xing's gaze skimmed over the names of the shimmering jade slips. Tai Fengling's sword technique, 9 transformations, profound sword skill, Dine divine sword cannon. He furrowed his brow slightly, tracing a few names with his fingertips, feeling somewhat puzzled. These names sounded imposing and extraordinary, but why? All sword techniques. He didn't really use a sword. What was the point of learning these flashy sword techniques? What he needed was a method to better control the vast power within him and stabilize his realm, not swordplay skills. Tianjizi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The introduction he had prepared about the profundities of cultivation methods and sword principles got stuck in his throat. This Boss Zhang's focus was indeed different. He quickly adjusted his thoughts and put on a gentle smile. Ahem, Boss Zhang may not know. Our Clear Void Sword sect is established based on the sword, with a legacy spanning 10,000 years. The most profound and complete system of cultivation methods in our sect is naturally centered around the sword path. He paused slightly, observing Zhang Xing's expression. Seeing him seem to listen attentively, he continued to explain, however, please rest assured, Boss Zhang. These superior sword techniques are not merely for wielding flying swords or the art of slaying demons. the internal methods of refining qi, the routes of spiritual power operation, and the techniques of condensing divine intent are all refined through generations of ancestors, directly pointing to the root of the great path. Especially for those who have just reached the void refinement realm, experiencing a surge in power and still needing to refine and control their abilities. This is an excellent entry choice. Using this method to familiarize, sort out, and control the power within you will definitely benefit you in stabilizing your current realm. Zhang Xing glanced again at the Jade Slip Tai Fengling's sword technique. Hearing Tianjizi say this, it seemed quite on point. Although he still felt that a method called Fundamentals of Power Control for the Void Refinement stage will be more direct, given the current situation. Getting something for free from a top sect seemed hard to complain about. It was better than fumbling around by himself or digging through unreliable items at a street stall. All right. He reached out and decisively picked up the jade slip inscribed with Tai Fengling's sword technique. It felt cool to the touch, warm in texture, far superior to street goods. The name sounded decent, Tai Fengling. It had a bit of that Xinxiao flavor. Let us give this a try first. Zhang Xing weighed the jade slip in his hand, feeling it had some heft. After I deal with those demon brats outside, I'll come back to look at the others. He spoke as if it was a matter of course, as if the Merit Hall was his backyard garden, where he could come and go as he pleased. Tianjizi's eyelids twitched, but he still maintained the demeanor of an elder and nodded slightly. Zhang Xing said no more and directed his consciousness into the jade slip. Buzz! A vast and intricate stream of information flooded into his mind in an instant. Countless detailed diagrams of spiritual power operation unfolded like the trajectories of stars. There were also various profound insights into sword intent, about how to differentiate spiritual power and how to condense sword light. The content was complex and incomprehensible. For an ordinary cultivator, even a prodigious talent would require months or even years of hard work just to gain a preliminary understanding. But for Zhang Xing, this information was like pre-installed software. He just clicked the install button. It took only a few breaths of time. Zhang Xing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear, devoid of any confusing perplexity. He even smacked his lips, as if savoring the data packet he had just received. Not bad. Zhang Xing gave his own evaluation. His tone relaxed, as if he had just finished reading a manual. Tianjizi stood beside him, initially preparing to gently offer guidance in case Zhang, the boss, encountered any difficulties. After all, it was a cultivation method of the void refinement stage and the essence of swordsmanship. It was perfectly normal for a beginner to face challenges. But Zhang Xing's reaction, is that it? Not bad. The wealth of words Tianjizi had prepared was stuck in his throat. Before he could sort out his thoughts, Zhang Xing had already begun to try operating the technique on his own. He closed his eyes, and the vast yet somewhat rough spiritual energy of the void refinement stage, instilled by the system, began to flow slowly along the route recorded in the Tai Fenglong sword art. The power, which had originally surged like a rushing river, seemed to be combed and guided at this moment, starting to differentiate into countless small streams that traveled through his meridians. Although it was merely a preliminary operation, and his movements were still somewhat awkward, that vast aura began to retract and solidify at a visibly rapid pace. The oppressive aura that Zhang Xing unconsciously emitted quickly diminished, and he looked less ostentatious and more grounded. Tianjizi, standing in front of Zhang Xing, had his mouth slightly open, his eyes wide, and the stable expression on his face completely crumbled. He could clearly sense the changes in Zhang Xing's spiritual energy, the way it operated, the control over the subtle aspects of spiritual energy. It was definitely the Tai Fenglong sword art. Moreover, it was a sign that he had already entered the basics and begun to operate effectively, from receiving the jade slip to reading it, and then starting to cultivate successfully. Did that take half a tea time? No, absolutely not. Tianjizi felt his worldview had been violently shaken. This was the Tai Fenglong sword art, one of the top secret arts of the Qingxu sword sect. Among all the ancestors, he had never heard of anyone entering the basics at such a rapid pace as a beginner. Even the ancestor with the highest talent recorded in the sect took 3 months of seclusion to barely grasp it when he first learned this method. What kind of monster was this Zhang Xing in front of him? Jizi looked at Zhang Xing's excessively youthful face, and a storm surged in his heart. His hand that was originally stroking his beard froze in midair. Zhang Xing was completely unaware that Jizi had begun to question his life. He just felt that this sword technique indeed had some merit. Using this method to control spiritual energy seemed much smoother than his previous trial and error. Moreover, the idea of splitting light and shadow sounded somewhat similar to the Aurora sword of the Emperor's armor, if he transformed and then combined it with this sword technique. Zhang Xing imagined himself clad in golden armor, holding the Aurora sword, and then using this technique of splitting light and shadow with a single strike, the sword light would split into hundreds of beams, shining golden light all over. That scene was simply stunning. He felt a surge of excitement, eager to find a demon king to test his skills right away. Well, the epic quest rewards are important. Showing off can wait. He calmed his mind, stopped the operation of the technique, and felt the spiritual energy in his body flowing much more smoothly. Zhang Xing opened his eyes and looked at Jizi, who was still in a petrified state. Let's go. Time to fight the demon brat. Chapter 69. The Emperor's Armor Fusion. Jizi steadied his mind, suppressing the turmoil within, and led Zhang Xing away from the merit hall. His steps seemed a bit unsteady, as the incredible scene just witnessed echoed repeatedly in his mind. Learning the Tai Fengguang sword technique in less than half a T's time, this was no longer genius. It was a monster. Zhang Xing, on the other hand, walked briskly, even a bit impatient. Having just mastered a new skill, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, eager to find a few demon spawn to practice on. He also wanted to secure that epic reward along the way. The two ascended the city wall of the northern city one after the other. The atmosphere on the wall was tense, with a palpable air of hostility. Yu Wui had long been waiting there, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing deeply into the distant battlefield. Upon seeing Jizi and Zhang Xing approach, he slowly turned around. Yu Wui's gaze fell on Zhang Xing, sharp as an eagle, as if he wanted to see right through him. He slightly tilted his head to look at Jizi. Jizi understood the unspoken message and subtly nodded. Yu Wui was clear in his mind. He withdrew his gaze, no longer beating around the bush, and directly got to the point. Boss Zhang, Yu Wui's voice was steady, carrying an air of authority from long being in a high position, yet his tone was polite. He pointed to the fierce clash of two streams of light in the distance. Over there is our Sects Xuanzi, currently entangled in combat with the peak expert of the demon race, Li Wang. Their strengths are evenly matched, and it will be hard to determine a victor in a short time. Then, he pointed to the ominous, rolling dark magic domain. This black curtain is the magic domain set up by the King of the Nine Hells. This magic domain is sinister and strange, capable of isolating and polluting spiritual energy, seemingly designed to counter the curse blades. Yu Wui paused, clearly referring to Li Qingqing's curse blade. Currently, due to the existence of this magic domain, some of our trump cards cannot be used. The main forces of both sides are temporarily locked in a stalemate, and the key to the battle lies in the fight between Xuanzi and Li Wang. Yu Wui laid out the most pressing dilemma clearly before Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing looked in the direction he pointed. In the distance, the two figures fought fiercely, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, with waves of energy rolling. Nearby, the dark mass exuded an unsettling aura, and the source of the crisis indicated by the system was likely this. He stroked his chin, displaying a contemplative expression. After a moment, he looked at Yu Wui and asked seriously, "So, should we first beat up that smoky one? Or should we take on that muscle man first?" Yu Wui and Jizi fell silent for a moment. The thought process of this boss Zhang was indeed quite unique. Yu Wui's lips twitched slightly, struggling to maintain the demeanor of a sect leader. Ahem, theoretically, it would be best to first break the magic domain of the King of the Nine Hells. However, this magic domain was set up with all of the King of the Nine Hells power and is reinforced by the Demon Race S formation, making it extremely difficult to shake. He continued, on Li Wang's side, if Xuanzi loses, our high-end combat power will have a gap, and the consequences would be unimaginable. His implication was clear. Both sides were tricky and difficult to handle. Zhang Xing understood. There were two bosses, one that emitted a nauseating debuff aura and another that had thick health and high attack. It was troublesome to deal with either. His gaze shifted back to the dark magic domain. The system task was to resolve the crisis, and this magic domain appeared to be the biggest source of crisis. Moreover, there was that epic reward. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. All right, I got it. He clapped his hands, ready to take action. Let's first try that dark one. After saying this, Zhang Xing's mind moved slightly. A uniquely shaped belt suddenly appeared at his waist. The belt had an ancient metallic hue, with a round disc embedded in the center, on which the yin-yang fish pattern slowly rotated, and faint runes corresponding to the 5 elements were vaguely visible around it. As this item emerged, Tianjizi and Yu Wui beside him were taken aback. What kind of treasure is this? They had never seen such an object before. Zhang Xing ignored their astonishment and skillfully placed his right hand on a gear-like protrusion on the side of the belt. His left hand raised to his chest, striking a slightly cringeworthy but powerfully charged pose. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit embarrassed each time he shouted this, but the sense of ritual was necessary. Emperor's armor. The voice was not loud, but clearly reached the ears of the two big shots nearby. Fusion. As the last 2 words fell, Zhang Xing suddenly twisted the gear on the belt with his right hand. Click! A soft yet clear sound of a mechanism turning echoed. In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted from Zhang Xing's center. The brilliance was so intense that even the cultivators on the city wall with slightly lower cultivation had to squint their eyes. Within the golden light, a set of smoothly contoured armor, exuding a metallic texture and an air of majesty, rapidly enveloped Zhang Xing's entire body as if it were alive. Shoulder armor, chest armor, arm armor, leg armor. Every piece fit together seamlessly. The helmet descended last, concealing his face and leaving only a pair of eye shields that shimmered with golden light. Armor fusion. A slightly mechanical, yet dignified electronic, synthesized voice echoed around. The golden light gradually dissipated. Standing in place was no longer the ordinary young man in simple robes, but a majestic warrior clad in golden armor, like a divine being descended from the heavens. The surface of the armor flowed with a faint halo, and an indescribable, overwhelming aura spread out. Distinctly different from the previous pressure of the void-refining stage, more solid and domineering. Yu Wui's mouth slightly opened, staring at the golden, shining humanoid figure before him, his brain momentarily experiencing a shutdown. What kind of technique is this? Transformation? Or some kind of special puppet? Or he had lived for thousands of years and had never seen such a peculiar combat form. Tianjizi also wore a dazed expression, still unable to fully digest the shock of learning the technique earlier. And now this even more outrageous scene appeared. This armor did not seem to be condensed from spiritual energy. It looked more like some kind of intricate creation. The secrets on Boss Zhang were simply more unfathomable than the 9 Hells magic domain. Wow. On the other side of the city wall, Chunlo, who was stretching his neck to watch, nearly had his eyes pop out upon seeing this scene. So cool. He was so excited that he almost jumped off the wall. That golden armor, those smooth lines, that powerfully designed look. It was 100 times cooler than any treasure or robe he had ever seen. What kind of divine technique was this? Boss Zhang was indeed not an ordinary person. Chunlo wished he could rush over and hug that golden glowing leg right now. Zhang Xing moved his body covered in armor, feeling the surge of power within him, which was entirely different from before. This form feels safe. Moreover, it was truly cool. He raised his head, his golden gaze piercing through the eye shields, looking toward the constantly rolling dark magic domain. Time to get to work. Chapter 70. So, who's next? Zhang Xing's gaze locked onto the distant demon realm. Just having armor isn't enough. He needs a weapon. He raised his left hand, covered in golden gauntlets, and reached for the gear-like device on the other side of his belt. His fingers hooked onto the gear. Here we go again. He thought he had to shout. He silently recited a word of shame in his mind, but his actions were resolute. With a forceful twist of his forearm, he shouted, "Crack!" Another crisp sound of mechanism echoed. Aurora sword. Accompanied by a shout, the space in front of him rippled. A rectangular golden light plate emerged out of nowhere. Hovering in midair, its edges flowing with intricate golden patterns, exuding a scorching and pure aura. This sudden change made Yu Wuyo and Tianjizi, who were beside him, feel their hearts skip a beat. What now? Zhang Xing ignored them and extended his right hand, clad in imperial armor, towards the golden light plate. His fingers slowly probed into the center of the light plate, as if passing through a layer of warm water curtain. As he moved his arm, a beautifully designed, entirely golden longsword was gradually pulled out from the light plate. The sword was long, its blade shimmering with a sharp cold light, with a red gem-like object embedded in the guard, and a peculiar golden ring at the end of the hilt. The entire sword emanated an aura of unparalleled sharpness, perfectly complementing the aura of the imperial armor. Holding the Aurora sword, Zhang Xing felt an even closer connection to the armor, as if the power had found its outlet. He instinctively began to operate the Tai Funguang sword technique he had just learned. Aurora sword, splitting light and shadow. It seemed to fit quite well. On the city wall, Yu Wuyo and Tianjizi were completely speechless. First, there was the transformation of the armor, and now a previously unseen divine weapon had been pulled out of thin air. This golden sword. The power emanating from it actually made these two experts, one in the void refinement stage and the other in the god transformation stage, feel a wave of heart palpitations, especially Tianjizi, as he looked at the sword in Zhang Xing's hand and recalled Zhang Xing's instantaneous mastery of the Tai Funguang sword technique. An absurd thought uncontrollably emerged. Could it be this sword technique and this armor, this sword, are a set? Yu Wuyo forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, striving to maintain the demeanor of the sect master, but his slightly trembling fingertips revealed his inner turmoil. Just who is this Zhang boss? Wow, wow, wow. In the distance, Chun Lu was already so excited he was incoherent. Armor and a sword. So cool. So awesome. He wished he could rush over immediately to cheer for Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing tightened his grip on the Aurora sword, feeling the power transmitted from the hilt. And with golden eyes piercing through the visor, he looked again at the pitch-black demon realm. Well, everything is ready. Let's get to it. Zhang Xing weighed the Aurora sword in his hand, the sword's golden glow reflecting his eyes behind the helmet visor. Not bad. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Yu Wuyo and Tianjizi beside him. I'll be back soon. Before he finished speaking, his legs, covered in golden armor, slightly bent. Boom! The ground of the city wall seemed to tremble. In the next moment, a brilliant golden stream shot up into the sky, breaking through the air like a reverse sun, crashing straight into the rolling pitch-black demon realm. On the city wall, Chun Li's mouth dropped open, his face flushed with excitement. He flew away. So cool. Yu Wuyo and Tianjizi exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. The golden light tore through the darkness and boldly entered the realm of the 9 nether demon domain. The surging black mist inside the demon realm reacted like an enraged snake, frantically coiling towards the golden light, trying to erode it. However, wherever the golden light reached, the black mist melted away like ice and snow meeting the sun, unable to approach the imposing armor at all. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. A circle of fine golden ripples appeared in the demon realm. After Zhang Xing entered the demon realm, he looked around. The thick demonic energy was quite uncomfortable. TSK. The taste of decoration in this place is really poor. His gaze quickly locked onto one direction, where the energy of the demon realm was most concentrated and also the source of malice. The figure of the 9 Nether King revealed itself in the black mist. He had been maintaining the operation of the demon realm, but suddenly raised his head. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure filled the entire demon realm along with the intruding golden light. What is this? Golden? Armor? And that sword? This aura far surpasses the feeling from that void refinement stage human just now. But the core energy wave felt vaguely familiar. Is it him? Is it that void refinement stage guy from earlier? The 9 Nether King's pupils constricted sharply. How did he become like this? What kind of monster is this? Before he could understand, that golden figure had already drawn his sword, ignoring the surging demonic energy, and charged straight at him with astonishing speed. The golden blade emanated a sharpness that made his very soul tremble. The 9 Nether King felt warnings ringing in his heart. A chill surged from his tailbone to the top of his head. He even forgot his own late-stage void refinement cultivation and instinctively roared at several equally stunned demon kings around him. Block him. Quickly. Block him. The 9 Nether Kings' command carried an undeniable pressure, exploding in the minds of several void refinement demon kings. They looked at that golden figure charging straight in, ignoring the encroaching demonic energy, their hearts filled with fear and trepidation. What on earth is this golden thing? That pure, overbearing feeling of power made even these void refinement demon kings instinctively tremble. But the 9 Nether King was the king of the demon god temple, and his orders had to be followed. One of the most robust demon kings, with a grotesque bony spike on his face, roared to bolster himself. He gripped a black giant blade, the size of a door, covered in twisted demonic patterns, and charged towards Zhang Xing first. The demonic energy surged, infusing the blade, creating a whistling sound as if it aimed to cleave this space open. The other demon kings gritted their teeth and surrounded him from different directions, preparing to work together to kill him. Zhang Xing watched the first hulking figure charge in and smirked beneath his golden visor. Just in time to test my new sword technique with my newly acquired sword. He didn't even deliberately accelerate or dodge, simply meeting the giant blade head-on. With a thought, the Tai Fun Guang sword technique naturally began to operate. The immense power within him surged through the Imperial armor's amplification, and then, guided by the sword technique, flowed smoothly into the Aurora sword in his right hand. It felt completely different from using power barehanded before, more refined, sharper. He raised the Aurora sword, facing the massive demon blade that was coming down with tremendous force. He casually waved it forward. The action was light, as if brushing away dust. Whoosh! A dazzling golden sword light erupted. The moment the sword light left the blade, it seemed to flicker slightly, yet also seemed not to. Fast to the extreme, bright to the extreme. The twisted smile on the hulking demon king's face froze instantly. He didn't even see how the sword light appeared. He only felt a flash of golden brilliance before him. Then he felt his body become lighter. He looked down. A thin golden line started from his forehead, piercing straight down through his chest, abdomen, and all the way to his groin. There was no severe pain, only a cold, slicing sensation. In the next moment, his body split cleanly to the sides along that golden line. Scalding demonic blood and shattered internal organs gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam, splattering across the pitch-black ground. The 2 halves of his corpse fell weakly to the sides, kicking up a small cloud of dust. That ominous giant blade also clattered to the ground, its demonic patterns quickly fading. The entire process was unbelievably fast. Several demon kings rushing from other directions abruptly came to a halt, as if they had been hit by a freeze spell. They watched in shock as their companion, a powerful demon king at the void refining stage, was cut in half. By a single sword strike, they couldn't even muster a decent resistance. Fear instantly engulfed their minds. Zhang Xing, clad in golden armor and holding the Aurora sword, stood in place. The tip of the sword pointed downwards, and the golden blade showed not a trace of blood. He tilted his head, seemingly savoring the feel of that sword strike just now. This sword technique paired with this sword is indeed much easier to handle than casting skills with bare hands. He muttered to himself, his voice resonating through the armor with a peculiar metallic quality. Then he lifted his head, his golden gaze sweeping over the several demon kings frozen in place. So, who's next? Chapter 71, The Ultimate Emperor Armor. The once aggressive demon kings now stood frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. Their movements were halted, and their eyes were fixed on Zhang Xing, a demon king of the same rank in the void refinement stage, along with a companion known for his bravery, had been silently cleaved in two. They didn't even have time to scream. Is this really the power that a void refinement stage can possess? No, this is definitely not the void refinement stage they understood. The golden armor, the strange long sword, all exuded a terrifying aura that made their souls tremble. This guy before them was nothing but a monster clad in. No, a monster wrapped in golden metal. Zhang Xing's bland question echoed through the thick demonic energy, like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. Next, who will come? No dimos responded. Only heavy breathing and the uncontrollable beating of their hearts filled the air. The muscle at the corner of one Demon King's eye twitched uncontrollably. Another Demon King's grip on his weapon turned white from excessive force and trembled slightly. They instinctively exchanged a glance. The command from the King of the Nine Hells? To hell with the command. Their lives were at stake. Suddenly, the Demon King farthest from Zhang Xing let out a wild scream and turned to flee. He didn't even dare to run in a straight line. Instead, he chose an awkward angle, trying to evade Zhang Xing's line of sight. The magic essence within him surged wildly, and his speed skyrocketed, wishing he had 2 more legs. This flight seemed to ignite a fuse. The remaining Demon Kings instantly reacted and almost simultaneously turned to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shadows darted in different directions like startled rabbits, nearly dropping their weapons. The momentum to team up and surround him vanished in an instant. Zhang Xing tilted his helmet slightly. The golden visor reflected the chaotic, fleeing shadows. Huh, they're running already? I thought Demon Kings had some backbone. Zhang Xing held the Aurora sword, watching the scattered fleeing figures, his brows slightly raised under the golden visor. Is that it? He expected these Demon Kings to hold out a bit longer to let him try out the new sword technique a few more times. They ran faster than rabbits. Not a hint of challenge at all. His gaze crossed over the panicking shadows of the Demon Kings and landed on the King of the Nine Hells, who was the strongest and had the most unsightly expression deep within the demon realm. Well, the culprit is still here. The King of the Nine Hells had a pale face, his chest heaving violently. A bunch of useless fools. They usually flaunt their power. Yet when faced with a tough opponent, they all run faster than each other, not even listening to my telepathic commands. Damn it. But as he looked at the figure bathed in golden light, holding the strange long sword, the chill in his heart couldn't be suppressed. That sword strike was too fast, too strange, too domineering. There was no way a void refinement stage could unleash such a sword. Who exactly is this guy? When did the clear void sword sect hide such a monster? The intelligence didn't mention it at all. If this continued, he would probably meet the same fate as that unfortunate fellow. Where there is life, there is hope. The King of the Nine Hells forcibly suppressed the anger and unwillingness in his heart and made a quick decision. He suddenly raised his head, using all his magic essence, his voice penetrating through the chaotic, demonic energy. Retreat. This command was like heavenly music for the King of Strength, who was far away, locked in a fierce battle with Tian Xuanzi and feeling increasingly pressured. Without hesitation, the King of Strength feigned a move, his massive body transforming into a streak of black light, fleeing towards the outer perimeter of the demon realm without looking back. He didn't even leave a word. The remaining demons in the demon realm, whether resisting stubbornly or preparing to flee upon hearing the command from the King of the Nine Hells, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scattering like birds and beasts, wishing they had 2 more legs. The entire operation of the demon realm began to destabilize due to the King of the Nine Hells command and the collapse of the demon army, with the black mist thinning slightly. On the city wall, Yu Wuyo and Tian Jizi watched this scene in a daze. There, retreating, Shenle, on the other hand, was excitedly waving his fists. They ran. The demon brats were driven away. Boss Zhang is amazing. Within the demon realm, Zhang Xing looked at the fleeing King of the Nine Hells, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Want to run? Did you ask me first? The objective of an epic quest 1T let you slip away so easily. You can leave, but leave your life behind. Zhang Xing's voice clearly reached the King of the Nine Hells through the armor. The King of the Nine Hells shuddered, and his fleeing form involuntarily paused. He turned abruptly to look at the figure blocking his path, like a golden mountain, fear and madness flashing in his eyes. Seeing his cowardly look, Zhang Xing felt was a bit of a waste of time. The rewards for the epic quest were still waiting. It's time to finish this quickly. He placed his left hand on the Emperor belt at his waist again and twisted it gently. Click! The golden armor components on his chest whirled. Several additional armor plates emerged, locking together, making the chest armor look even more substantial, and the golden glow intensified. The ultimate Emperor armor. Zhang Xing felt his power increase once more. He no longer hesitated and casually swung the Aurora sword in his hand. The golden light flowed along the sword body, and the essence of the Tai splitting light sword technique naturally merged. A massive condensed arc-shaped golden sword shadow shot out. The speed of the sword shadow was beyond imagination, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything, instantly slicing through the thick demonic energy. The King of the Nine Hells' pupils constricted, and he could only hurriedly condense demonic energy into a pitch-black shield to block in front of him. Swoosh! The golden sword shadow easily tore through the magic shield like cutting tofu. The sword shadow's momentum remained undiminished, striking fiercely against the Demon King's body. The King of the Nine Hells was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of pitch-black demonic blood, his body uncontrollably flying backward. A deep golden sword mark, visible to the bone, was left on his chest, with golden light flickering at the wound, continuously eroding his demonic energy. Before the King of the Nine Hells could stabilize himself, Zhang Xing's figure had already appeared above him like a ghost. Another sword fell. It was still that effortless swing, but with an unstoppable momentum. Despair flashed in the King of the Nine Hells' eyes as he strained to raise his hand to block. Crack! His arm, along with the magic weapon he used to block, was directly severed by the Aurora sword. The golden blade once again slashed across his body, leaving a second, even more fatal wound. Ugh! The King of the Nine Hells let out a painful howl, his breath instantly weakening. Zhang Xing looked at his miserable state and felt it was time to finish this. He placed his left hand back on the gear of the belt, twisting it fiercely. Buzz! The reinforced armor plates on his chest suddenly separated, transforming into 5 golden light plates inscribed with ancient runes. The 5 light plates shot out, hovering between Zhang Xing and the severely injured King of the Nine Hells, faintly forming a mysterious formation. Zhang Xing's center of gravity slowly sank as he assumed a charging posture, his eyes locking onto the King of the Nine Hells through the red visor. He raised the Aurora sword high. Chapter 72. The Five Saints' Ultimate Kill. With a soft sound, the blade of the Aurora sword slowly split in the middle, revealing an even sharper second layer of blade inside, shimmering with dazzling golden light. The sword seemed to elongate, becoming more lethal. The Five Saints' Ultimate Kill. Zhang Xing pronounced these 4 words, his voice resonating through the armor, carrying a metallic texture and an inexplicable majesty. As his words fell, a surging wave of golden energy erupted from within him, condensing on the transforming Aurora sword. In the dim light, it seemed as if a majestic golden dragon phantom coiled around the sword, roaring towards the sky. The red-eye shields on the helmet of Zhang Xing's imperial armor suddenly lit up. His arm muscles bulged as he exerted all his strength to hurl the strangely shaped, energy-laden Aurora sword. Whoosh! The Aurora sword transformed into a golden streak that tore through everything, accompanied by the roar of the dragon, instantly piercing through the barriers of space. King Jiuyu's eyes widened as he watched the approaching deathly golden light, wanting to employ any means to escape, but found himself completely immobilized under the opponent's energy lock. The Aurora sword penetrated King Jiuyu's chest with pinpoint accuracy, pinning him in midair. The golden energy exploded instantly, completely destroying the remaining demonic essence within him. The expression on King Jiuyu's face froze between terror and unwillingness. In the next moment, the golden dragon phantom wrapped around the sword seemed to come to life. The dragon suddenly detached from the sword, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the immobile King Jiuyu whole. The golden light rapidly compressed within the dragon's mouth, condensing. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The golden dragon exploded in midair, transforming into countless pure golden light points. The violent energy shockwave swept in all directions, instantly purging the remaining demonic energy around. The pitch-black demonic domain that had shrouded North City for a long time dissipated like a puncture balloon. The Aurora sword emitted a clear sound and automatically flew back to Zhang Xing's hand, restoring its original form, the blade still shimmering with gold and untainted by dust. Zhang Xing stood in place as the golden armor slowly retracted its radiance, only a faint halo flowing around him. Done, wrapped up, he silently thought to himself. Glancing at the system prompt, epic level task, resolve the crisis of Sioux City, completed. Rewards being distributed. On the city wall, Chun Lu was already so excited that he was dancing and speaking incoherently. We won. We won. Boss Zhang is amazing. He took down that Demon King in one move. Yu Wuyo and Tian Jizi exchanged glances, their throats bobbing, but found themselves unable to say anything, left with nothing but shock in their eyes. As the golden light faded and the demonic realm vanished, Zhang Xing hovered in midair as the Aurora sword automatically flew back to his hand, restoring its original form. He focused his thoughts, preparing to deactivate the armor, going back to receive the cheers of the heroes. And to see the shocked expressions of Tian Jizi and Yu Wuyo should be quite interesting. The golden armor covering his body began to disassemble, transforming into specks of golden light, ready to dissipate. Just then, Zhang Xing's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a faint but familiar aura condensing again at the spot where King Jiuyu had just been obliterated. Zhang Xing paused, looking over in surprise. In that space, the aura of King Jiuyu, which should have been completely obliterated, flickered back to life like a candle in the wind, and began to grow stronger at an incredible speed. Following that, a very disheveled shadow appeared out of thin air. It was King Jiuyu. At this moment, his aura was at its weakest, his face as pale as paper, with remnants of burns from the golden energy still on him. However, his eyes were filled with a mix of joy for surviving and deep-seated fear. Almost instantaneously, King Jiuyu unleashed a powerful wave of demonic energy from his body. He was burning his essence. He didn't even dare to look at Zhang Xing again. His body transformed into a black streak of light, several times faster than when he had fled before, tearing through space as he made a desperate escape into the distance. Zhang Xing had just turned his head. In his view, he only caught a rapidly shrinking black dot, which vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xing hovered in the air, maintaining a posture halfway through deactivating his armor, feeling a bit dazed. He ran away. Just now, it felt like he had been turned to dust. How could he still be alive? Moreover, he came back to life and fled immediately. And at such speed? He carefully recalled the feeling of King Jiuyu reviving just now. It was somewhat like a guardian angel. Zhang Xing muttered. The resurrection armor, he remembered, seemed to have been something the proud demon lord had opened up before. Was it possible that the proud demon lord had given it to King Jiuyu to save his life? Zhang Xing stroked his chin, his expression becoming somewhat strange. So, in the end, I almost stumbled because of something I sold off. Although King Jiuyu had still escaped, the effect of the resurrection armor was indeed impressive. It just happened to be used in an inappropriate situation. Zhang Xing sighed, deactivating the remaining armor and reverting to his original plain clothing. Forget it, let him run. After all, the epic level task reward was in hand. Next time, I need to add more good stuff to the blind box. Zhang Xing's figure flickered, and he landed back on the city wall of North City. The spot where he had transformed still seemed to retain a hint of an imperceptible heat. He patted the plain clothes on his body, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. The heaviness of the armor still lingered in his senses. Thinking about how King Jiuyu had revived using the guardian angel resurrection armor, and then fled without looking back, Zhang Xing's mouth twitched. The thing he sold off almost caused him trouble. What kind of situation is this? Before he could finish his complaints, a figure rushed over like the wind. Boss Zhang! Boss Zhang! Chun Li's face was flushed, his eyes shining brightly, almost stumbling in his excitement. He rushed in front of Zhang Xing, gesturing wildly and speaking incoherently. So cool. Absolutely amazing. That golden one. It was like a transformation. And that sword. Whoosh. That Demon King just vanished. Chun Lu gestured, eager to transform himself right then and there. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, but his excitement was undiminished. Boss, seriously, I've never seen such a majestic outfit in my life. It's even more impressive than our sect master's flying sword. Can I borrow it just for a moment? Just for a moment. To feel it. Chapter 73. A simple task, not worth mentioning. Chun Lu rubbed his hands together, his eyes almost overflowing with desire. Zhang Xing glanced at him, observing his pathetic demeanor. Want it? Chun Lu nodded, frantically like a chick pecking at grains. Zhang Xing's tone was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Sure. Chun Li's eyes sparkled even brighter. 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Zhang Xing added. Go open a blind box yourself. Chun Li's smile instantly froze, then fell. 100,000? Top quality spirit stones? He felt as if he had been shot in the heart, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Then, as if he remembered something, he recalled that his master, Tian Shuzi, had mentioned a 10 consecutive draw last time. He had to find him quickly. Chunli hurriedly took his leave to find Tian Shuzi in Qingshu City. Just then, two steady figures silently appeared not far away. It was Yu Wui and Tian Jizi. Both maintained their usual dignity and calmness, but the shock lingering in their eyes was hard to conceal. Unlike Chunli, who was loud and boisterous, they quietly watched Zhang Xing, their expressions complex and inscrutable. Tian Jizi paused slightly as he stroked his beard, replaying in his mind the scenes of Zhang Xing instantly learning the sword technique, transforming into golden armor, and wielding his sword to slay the Demon King, finding it increasingly unbelievable. Yu Wui, as the sect leader, had a stronger composure, but his gaze towards Zhang Xing held more curiosity and gravity. He stepped forward, nodded slightly to Zhang Xing, his tone carrying a barely perceptible fluctuation. Boss Zhang this time. Thanks to your intervention. Tian Jizi nodded in agreement, wanting to say something, but ultimately just gave Zhang Xing a deep look. A simple task, not worth mentioning. Zhang Xing waved his hand casually, as if he had merely done something trivial. The earth-shattering scene from earlier was brushed off lightly by him. Yu Wui and Tian Jizi looked at his nonchalant demeanor, their lips twitching slightly. A simple task? The Nine Nether King, a late-stage void refinement demon, along with several void refinement demon kings and that tricky demon domain, were all crushed by you with just a wave of your hand. Tian Jizi's fingers, stroking his beard, froze once more. He felt that the understanding he had built over the past few centuries was being shattered repeatedly today. Yu Wui took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult in his heart, striving to maintain the demeanor of a sect leader. He was just about to say some polite words, like thanking Boss Zhang for saving Qingshu City from peril. By the way, Zhang Xing suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly changed the subject. I found the Tai Fengling sword technique quite handy. Zhang Xing reminisced about the feeling of wielding the sword just now, especially when paired with the Aurora's sword. It was indeed much more efficient than his own clumsy attempts at using spiritual power. Tian Jizi's eyelids twitched. Quite handy. That's one of the Qingshu sword sect's most treasured techniques. To you, it's just quite handy? How long did it take you to learn this handy technique? Half a tea time? The power is indeed not bad. Zhang Xing stroked his chin as if evaluating a dish. Yu Wui. Tian Jizi. Not bad. That one sword almost killed the late-stage void refinement 9 Nether King on the spot. And that's just not bad? What would be considered bad? Zhang Xing didn't notice the expressions of the two leaders, who were on the verge of breaking, and continued speaking to himself. Since this sword technique is so powerful. His eyes lit up slightly as he looked at Yu Wui and Tian Jizi, filled with pure curiosity, or perhaps a desire for good things. Then, are the other techniques of the Qingshu sword sect also quite remarkable? For example, are there any similar ones that are quick to learn and powerful to use? The air seemed to freeze. Yu Wui and Tian Jizi exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to respond. This Boss Zhang's line of thought, truly, is out of the ordinary. Just save the world, and the next second, he starts eyeing other people's techniques? Moreover, for what he implies, he thinks the Tai Fengling sword technique isn't exciting enough, and wants something even more extraordinary. Tian Jizi felt like he might tear out his own beard in frustration. Does this kid want to empty the Qingshu sword sect's scripture repository? He looked at Yu Wui, his eyes filled with helplessness. The sect leader is here. This hot potato still needs to be handled by him. Yu Wui's expression tightened. If it weren't for Zhang Xing's intervention, Qingshu City would have probably fallen by now. A reward is essential and cannot be meager. Yu Wui steadied himself, striving to make his voice sound calm, as usual. Boss Zhang's actions this time saved Qingshu City from danger, and his contributions are monumental. He deliberately paused, seemingly weighing his words. Our Qingshu sword sect has always been clear on rewards and penalties. To express our gratitude for Boss Zhang's righteous act, our sect is willing to open the merit hall. Tianji's eyelids twitched. The merit hall? That's. Yu Wui continued, his tone firm. Boss Zhang can enter and choose any technique or sword formula for comprehension. He emphasized the word any. Tianji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just one. Zhang Xing's eyes instantly brightened, even more than when he had the imperial armor. He slapped his thigh, appearing more excited than Yu Wui. What are we waiting for? Let's go right now. He was already a bit impatient. The feeling of learning the Tai Fengling sword technique was exhilarating, like he was on a power trip. If he could get an even more powerful one, wouldn't he be soaring? Yu Wui looked at his eager demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, the war in the city has just calmed down, and there are still many matters to attend to. Oh, handling those trivial matters is nowhere near as important as learning a new technique. Zhang Xing interrupted with righteous indignation. What if the escaped demon returns with help to kill us? If I don't learn more life-saving skills, how can I manage? It's better to act sooner rather than later. Sect leader, elders, shall we go? He looked at the two of them with burning eyes, as if to say, if you don't take me, I'll find my own way there. Yu Wui and Tianji exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of a wry smile and resignation in each other's eyes. What else could they do when faced with someone like him? Yu Wui sighed helplessly. All right, Tianji, please take Boss Zhang to the merit hall once more. Chapter 74, The Book of Divine Control. Once again, Zhang Xing arrived at the merit hall. The merit hall remained tranquil as ever, but Zhang Xing's mood was completely different from last time. He walked confidently to Tianji and got straight to the point. Elder Tianji, let's be direct this time. Show me the most powerful technique you have here. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Tianji's mouth. This Boss Zhang really wasn't polite at all. He cleared his throat, trying to regain some initiative. Boss Zhang, let me speak fairly. The Tai Fengling sword technique is already one of our sect's top sword techniques, unparalleled in power. Given the might you've just demonstrated, it seems you've already reached the pinnacle in offensive techniques. He paused, carefully considering his words. In my opinion, Boss Zhang lacks nothing in offensive means. But your movement speed seems a bit one-dimensional. Zhang Xing thought for a moment. If relying solely on his own cultivation, movement indeed was a shortcoming. But he had a suit of armor. He waved his hand, interrupting Tianji. Movement? No matter how fast that thing runs, can it be faster than my armor? He recalled the explosive speed of the Emperor armor and the Emperor's steed. Besides, if I can completely defeat the enemy, why do I need to dodge? This logic was simple and straightforward, yet undeniably reasonable. Tianji was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at Zhang Xing's seemingly natural expression, he felt his hundreds of years of cultivation experience were being challenged. Usually, when cultivators sought techniques, they were all grateful and cautious. But this one acted like he was picking vegetables at the market, and he even chose the most expensive ones. Tianji sighed silently in his heart. Since the sect leader had agreed, he could not go back on his word. Moreover, the person before him had just saved Qingshu City, indeed qualified to make demands. He pondered for a moment, seemingly quickly sifting through suitable options in his mind. Complete top-tier techniques were the foundation of the sect and could never be easily shared. However, if he only offered a common technique, it would make the sect seem stingy and wouldn't satisfy this great figure's request. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Very well. Tianji turned and walked towards a row of inconspicuous shelves deep within the merit hall. He rummaged in a small compartment covered with a bit of dust, pulling out a jade slip that was dark and unremarkable. The surface of the jade slip even had a few fine cracks, looking quite old. He returned to Zhang Xing and handed over the jade slip, his expression somewhat complex. Boss Zhang, if we're talking about potential and limits, this item might meet your requirements. He passed the jade slip over. According to legend, this jade slip recorded an offensive technique left behind by a true immortal. Zhang Xing's eyes brightened slightly. True immortal? That sounds impressive. Tianji changed his tone, pointing to the cracks on the jade slip. Unfortunately, it's not a complete technique, just a fragment. Since the discovery of this fragment, countless exceptionally talented seniors in the sect had attempted to complete or comprehend it, but all had returned empty-handed. Some even experienced chaotic spiritual energy and fell into madness because of it. This item's power was hard to gauge, and pose great risks. Are you sure you want to choose this? Zhang Xing's gaze fell on the fine cracks of a jade slip. A fragment? Risks? It sounded even more interesting. He almost didn't hesitate. I'll take this. Zhang Xing reached out and took the jade slip, which looked like it might break at any moment. Let's see what the true immortal's fragment is all about. Tianji watched him so decisively that the words of persuasion he had prepared got stuck in his throat. This kid really played by his own rules. He could only sigh inwardly. Well, the sect leader had already agreed. The jade slip felt cool to the touch, carrying an ancient and weathered feel. Almost simultaneously, a prompt from the system exploded in his mind. Ding! High-quality item detected. Book of Divine Control, fragment. Value, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xing's grip on the jade slip tightened imperceptibly. He almost couldn't control the expression on his face. 100 million? Top-grade spirit stones. He felt his heart skip a beat. This shabby thing that others couldn't comprehend for hundreds of years was actually worth so much. I'm rich. This is a huge profit. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He was currently at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. According to the system's exchange ratio, if he dropped this 100 million, wouldn't he directly leap into the late stage of the void refinement realm? Another 100 million would get him to the peak of the void refinement realm. If luck was on his side, he might even touch the threshold of the integration stage. Now, that was real strength enhancement. What nonsense about the true immortal's technique fragment? Comprehension? Completion? Nothing was simpler and more straightforward than directly spending spirit stones to level up. Why learn any sword technique or method, which required effort to practice? Directly raising one's realm was the way to go. What risks, what madness? In the face of absolute spirit stones, none of that mattered. Zhang Xing struggled to calm the overwhelming joy within him. He raised his head, wearing a nonchalant smile. Thank you for your generosity, Elder. Tianji looked at him, feeling that this kid seemed even happier after getting this hot potato. It must be an illusion. Perhaps curiosity about the true immortal's relic was taking precedence. Tianji shook his head slightly, not thinking too much about it. Outside the mayor hall, the sun was shining perfectly. Zhang Xing weighed the jade slip filled with cracks and dull in color in his hand, his face betraying his joy. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Tianji watched Zhang Xing holding the Book of Divine Control, fragment, jade slip, looking like he had found a treasure, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably again. This item had been sitting in the sect for hundreds of years, having tricked several elders and talented disciples. Yet in Boss Zhang's hands, it seemed like an unparalleled treasure. He steadied himself, recalling the sect leader's instructions, cleared his throat, and regained some of the elder's demeanor. Boss Zhang. Tianji stroked his beard, his tone becoming more serious. Now that this matter is settled, and the demonic threat is temporarily lifted, it is indeed a stroke of luck for Qingshu City. The sect leader has set up a celebration banquet in the main hall, inviting various cultivators from the city. 1. To celebrate this great victory, and 2. To personally thank Boss Zhang for his help in turning the tide. He looked at Zhang Xing, his eyes filled with anticipation. For such a grand event, with the sect leader personally hosting the banquet, normally, no one would refuse such an honor. Who knew? Celebration banquet? Zhang Xing raised his head, as if hearing some troublesome matter, his brows slightly furrowing. He waved his hand decisively. No. Tianji's prepared words got stuck in his throat once more. No. Just like that, you refuse? Coughing, Tianji forcibly suppressed his shock, trying to salvage the situation. Boss Zhang, this is the sect leader. Oh, I know it's the sect leader's goodwill. Zhang Xing interrupted him, shaking the shabby jade slip in his hand with a bright smile. I just got something good, and I'm itching to go back and study it quickly. He patted his chest, finding a reason that sounded somewhat reasonable. Besides, just now, well, I did expend quite a bit, so I need to go back and recuperate to avoid any hidden dangers. Expenditure? Chapter 75, Strength Improvement. Late stage of void refinement. Tianji looked at Zhang Xing, who appeared energetic and even radiant, showing no signs of fatigue after a fierce battle. His mouth twitched again. This excuse was simply too perfunctory. Since that was the case, Tianji, feeling helpless, could only go along with his words. Then this old man will convey your message to the sect master. However, Both the sect master and the cultivators in the city are looking forward to meeting you in person. I understand. Zhang Xing waved his hands repeatedly, showing a posture of understanding but unwilling to go. Once I finish my business here, I will definitely pay a visit. Absolutely. After saying that, he cupped his hands to Tianjizi, turned around, and left, his steps light, even breaking into a small run, fearing being pulled back to attend some banquet. Watching Zhang Xing's almost desperate retreat, Tianjizi stood in place, his fingers stroking his beard trembled slightly. Research? Cultivation? I don't believe a word of it. This kid must be hiding that broken jade slip, plotting something bad. Tianjizi shook his head and let out a long sigh, turning to head towards the main hall. There are shops for everything. Zhang Xing closed the shop door. Finally, it was quiet. He rubbed his hands together, revealing an impatient excitement. How could the celebration banquet be more important than the rewards? System, he called out in his heart. Settle the rewards for the epic level quest. Ding. Epic level quest. Resolve the crisis of Qingshu City. Completed. Quest evaluation. Perfect. The host defeated the main force of the demon race with a thunderous momentum, killing the enemy leader and greatly boosting the morale of the righteous path. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations. The host has obtained epic level item exchange voucher X1. A series of notification sounds rang out. Zhang Xing's eyes shone brightly. An epic level item exchange voucher? He nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on the tattered jade slip in his hand. He let out an ambiguous laugh. A fragment of a true immortal's manuscript? Comprehension? Completion? What a joke. With 100 million top-grade spirit stones, why not just upgrade directly? What hard work in cultivation? That's not happening. System, Zhang Xing decisively commanded. Recycle this jade slip. Ding. Item detected. Divine Control Heavenly Book. Fragment. Value. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Confirm recycling? Confirm. Right now. Immediately. Zhang Xing felt his heart racing. Recycling successful. The host has obtained 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Current spirit stone balance. 100 million and a long string of zeros. Looking at the astronomical number of spirit stones on the system panel, Zhang Xing took a deep breath. Here it comes. The exciting moment has arrived. System. His voice trembled slightly, filled with excitement. Upgrade me. Use all the spirit stones to enhance my cultivation. Confirm consumption of 100 million top-grade spirit stones to enhance cultivation. Confirm. Boom. An indescribably massive warm current surged from the void, forcefully pouring into Zhang Xing's limbs and bones. His body felt like an endless vortex, crazily devouring this extremely pure energy. His meridians expanded and strengthened, groaning under the burden while yearning for more. The spiritual energy in his dantian boiled like a tsunami, spinning, compressing, and refining. The bottleneck of mid-stage void refinement was as fragile as paper before this overwhelming force. Pop! A light sound, as if some barrier had been breached. Zhang Xing's whole body trembled, and a powerful aura far beyond before erupted from within him. The surrounding air distorted and shook because of this aura. The tables and chairs in the shop turned to dust silently. After a long time, the torrent of energy gradually subsided. Zhang Xing slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing in his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, significantly stronger than before. Late stage of void refinement. It's done. Huff. Zhang Xing let out a long breath, a refreshing smile on his face. Indeed, spending money is the way to go. What cultivation bottleneck? What comprehension of the Tao? All are just clouds before absolute spirit stones. He felt the new sense of power brought by late-stage void refinement and was immensely pleased. Next, Zhang Xing's gaze turned to the epic-level item exchange voucher, radiating a faint golden light in his system backpack. It's time for another big one. System, use the exchange voucher. Zhang Xing silently thought, feeling somewhat impatient. His newly acquired late-stage void refinement cultivation hadn't even warmed up yet, and the epic reward was here. As soon as his thoughts settled, his consciousness was gently pulled by a soft yet irresistible force. The scene of the shop instantly blurred and vanished. In the next moment, he found himself in a peculiar virtual space. A gigantic light screen slowly unfolded before him, like a starry river. On the screen, countless light orbs floated quietly, each emitting a unique halo and aura. Some were blazing like the sun, some were deep like cold abysses, and some were lively like stars. Inside each light orb, the outline of an item could vaguely be seen. Epic level item exchange list. A line of golden characters floated at the top of the light screen, exuding authority. Zhang Xing stared, somewhat dazed. This setup was much more impressive than the ordinary blind box items displayed in a previous system warehouse. He smacked his lips, his eyes lighting up. No wonder it's epic level. Zhang Xing chuckled, immersing his consciousness in this treasure trove, beginning to carefully select. He didn't know how long he had been choosing when his gaze swept over one light orb after another, each exuding a terrifying aura. Time rewind once. This is powerful. It could save lives at critical moments and even change outcomes. But he only had one chance. Where to use it was a problem. Demon Sect Permanent? Wow, such a low spirit energy consumption, and it could even convert into magic energy while increasing spirit energy? Transformation Permanent? Is it some kind of realm enhancement? Or the ultimate state of a certain ability? The description was too vague, but the word permanent was very tempting. Barrette Destruction Permanent? Zhang Xing's eye twitched. This name sounded full of modern gunpowder flavor. A permanent barrette? Carrying this in the cultivation world? The style fell a bit off. He continued to look down, calculating in his mind. Having just reached late-stage void refinement, his current cultivation was sufficient. Emperor's armor was both offensive and defensive. The Aurora sword was sharp, and the Tai Funshuang sword technique was also handy. Something that directly boosts combat power didn't seem to be the most urgent need. How about choosing a life-saving trump card? Or getting something functional? Had a bit of fun? His gaze swept over one light orb after another, each representing unimaginable power or opportunity. Just as he was about to be drawn to the permanent transformation, an inconspicuous, even slightly dim light orb drifted into the edge of his vision. The outline of the item inside looked familiar. Zhang Xing focused. The text label beneath the light orb was clear. Mobile phone, limited time one day, what the heck? Zhang Xing rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had misread. A mobile phone? An epic level reward in the cultivation world includes a mobile phone, and it has a time limit. Usable for only one day? This thing can even be considered epic? Hockey, are you serious? He looked at that familiar brick-shaped outline, and for a moment, he felt a mix of laughter and tears. This prison system is becoming more and more absurd. Chapter 76, Fellow Taoist. Please stay. Zhang Xing's gaze shifted away from the glowing orb marked with mobile phone. Limited time. One day. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Could this thing connect to the mobile immortal network of the Tai Su realm? Or does it come with cross-realm Wi-Fi? Even if it works, what can be done in just one day? Watch a short video? Play a couple of hands of Do Diju? Forget it. It's probably just a brick, and a time-limited one at that. Just as he was about to continue browsing for more practical permanent items, a uniquely shaped, glowing orb caught his attention. The orb emitted a cold metallic sheen, and the outline inside was clearly visible. It was not a sword or magical treasure, but a handgun with hard lines and a sense of power. Desert Eagle, permanent. These 5 words seemed to possess magic, instantly capturing all of Zhang Xing's attention. Wow, a Desert Eagle, and it's permanent. Zhang Xing felt as if his breath had momentarily stopped. Unlike the golden, majestic Emperor armor he had seen earlier, this gun brought him a completely different shock. It embodied the violent aesthetics of modern weaponry, a familiarity etched deep into his soul before crossing over, along with a certain inexplicable excitement. He instinctively recalled that he had the Aurora sword for close combat, the Emperor armor for comprehensive protection and energy attacks, and even the recently learned Tai Funshuang sword technique, which was an advanced sword skill. Logically, a handgun seemed limited in power in this world where cultivators could fly and move mountains. Could bullets penetrate the protective aura of a transformation stage cultivator? Could it keep up with the teleportation speed of a nascent soul old monster? But it's so cool. Just imagine, while other cultivators are still chanting spells and flying on swords, he could suddenly pull out a silver or black Desert Eagle. That image alone was thrilling to think about. So cool. Zhang Xing couldn't help but whisper in admiration, completely captivated by the cold metallic outline. This is it. Having just redeemed the Heavenly Book of God Control fragment, worth 100 million top-grade spirit stones in exchange for the permanent Desert Eagle with an epic-level voucher. Zhang Xing was in such a good mood that he felt like he could float away. The late-stage refinement void cultivation surged within him, filling his limbs and bones with an unprecedented sense of power. He looked down at himself, still wearing that plain robe. Although clean and tidy, it felt a bit mismatched with the newly acquired powerful weapon, especially the Desert Eagle. It just didn't seem right with this outfit. I need to get a proper outfit, Zhang Xing thought. Although the Emperor armor was impressive, he couldn't wear it every day while walking around. He needed something that matched his aesthetic but was also a bit understated, yet could look cool at critical moments. As the hard lines and metallic sheen of the Desert Eagle flashed through his mind, a classic image emerged. Yes, that one. Zhang Xing made up his mind and pushed open the door to a shop that had everything, wandering toward a relatively secluded market in Qingshu City. He deliberately avoided those luxurious-looking shops that catered exclusively to cultivators and instead slipped into a small alley, finding a modest shop with a Jin Xiufang sign. The shopkeeper was an honest-looking middle-aged man with low cultivation, only at the mid-stage of qi refinement, who was focused on mending a regular disciple's robe. When he saw Zhang Xing enter and felt the faint yet powerful aura, the middle-aged shopkeeper's hand trembled, almost pricking himself with the needle. He hurriedly set aside his work, stood up, and nervously rubbed his hands. "Senior, welcome to my little shop. How may I assist you?" Zhang Xing surveyed the shop. The fabric was fairly complete, and the stitching displayed skill. He walked to the counter and casually picked up a piece of indigo coarse cotton cloth to weigh it in his hands. "Boss, I'd like to custom make a set of clothes." "Please, senior, I will do my best," the shopkeeper quickly replied, his attitude respectful. Zhang Xing thought about how to describe it. If he said denim jacket, the boss would surely not understand. He cleared his throat and began to gesture. "For the top, I want a short jacket, not too long, just to the waist. The material should be sturdy and wear-resistant, and the color, this deep blue." He pointed at the cloth in his hand. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. This was still within the realm of normalcy. For the pants, Zhang Xing continued. "They should be tighter to allow for movement and also wear-resistant."